Chapter 1. The Acquisition of the Mechanical Maiden Race. Esteemed pioneers, please take your positions promptly. The Star Gate is about to open. The booming announcement jolted Tang Hong awake. What? Tang Hong stood in stunned silence for a moment, only to realize that he was no longer in his university classroom. Instead, he found himself within a narrow corridor. The passageway was not particularly vast, measuring no more than 5 meters in height and width. Surrounding him were 4 imposing, sci-fi-inspired mechanical beings, armed and standing guard. As for Tang Hong himself, he was clad not in his previous athletic attire, but rather in a form-fitting, high-tech armor that enveloped him completely, resembling a shell that had grown upon him. Is this force feedback-powered armor? The moment Tang Hong cast his gaze upon the armor enveloping his form, that term sprang forth in his mind. Concurrently, a torrent of memories surged into his consciousness, leaving him momentarily dizzy. After a brief interval, he managed to assimilate these memories and comprehend his predicament. Well then, he had traversed realms. From Earth in the 21st century, he had arrived in this interstellar era. He still bore the name Tang Hong, but his identity had shifted from a university student to that of a military academy graduate, now an interstellar pioneer. This was a venture into ancient relic star domains, spearheaded by the Yada Empire and several neighboring interstellar civilizations. The majority of participants were graduates from various military academies within the Interstellar Society. Tang Hong was affiliated with the Yada Empire, just as Tang Hong began to grasp his identity. A virtual screen materialized before him. An unusual visage, adorned with scales, appeared on the screen. Mr. Tang Hong, are you prepared? The Star Gate is about to open. Please enter the relic star domain at your earliest convenience. May fortune favor you, and may you repay my funds swiftly. Though the alien male spoke with courtesy, his tone dripped with menace. Through his memories, Tang Hong recognized this being as Letters, a Yada individual and the owner of the Jesuan financial company, essentially a loan shark. Through his recollections, Tang Hong understood that he owed no debts to Letters. The true debtor was the deceased father of this body, who had also been an interstellar pioneer. 10 years prior, when Tang Hong was merely 10 years old, his father, through acquaintances, secured a loan of 120 million Yada coins from Jesuan Financial, adding his own savings of 90 million to purchase a decommissioned frigate from another arms company for a total of 210 million Yada coins. Unbeknownst to his father at the time of the loan, he had unwittingly entered into a predatory agreement. The lender had manipulated the contract and forged another. After purchasing the warship and making repayments for 3 years, Tang Hong's father met his demise in a confrontation with interstellar pirates. The crew under his command had mostly perished as well. Subsequently, the Jesuan company covertly reclaimed the entire exploratory fleet, including the military corvette belonging to Tang Hong's father. They deliberately delayed matters for 7 years before confronting Tang Hong, asserting that debts must be repaid by offspring, claiming that Tang Hong owed the money with an interest rate that soared from an initial 10 to a staggering 30. They erased any prior payments made by his father, declaring that Tang Hong's father had never repaid the debt. Over the course of 10 years, the amount owed escalated from 120 million to 480 million. For the long-lived Yada people, 10 years is but a fleeting moment. The Jesuan financial company subsequently forcefully seized nearly all of the inheritance left to Tang Hong by his father. It was only later, through connections with classmates at the military academy who had ties to pirates, that Tang Hong learned the pirates who had killed his father were, in fact, hired thugs of the Jesuan company. Moreover, the shadowy owner of the company that sold the decommissioned warship to his father was none other than Letters, a Yada noble. The Jesuan financial company had employed this scheme to deceive many, predominantly targeting humans. This was due to the fact that humans were regarded as second-class citizens within the interstellar empire of Yada. Letters, the owner of Jesuan financial company, was a Yada and a member of the nobility. Tang Hong once contemplated leveraging his status as a military academy student to file a complaint against the Yada Ministry of Military Affairs. However, how could he possibly prevail against Letters, a Yada noble with close ties to the military? Left with no choice, Tang Hong registered as a military cadet to participate in the perilous exploration of ancient relic star domains. hoping to uncover a glimmer of hope amidst the plethora of ancient artifacts. If fortune smiled upon him, and he were to discover a priceless standard construction template technology within the relics of the star domain, he could not only repay his debts, but also rise to prosperity. The standard construction template, abbreviated as STC, is an automated construction technology developed by an ancient civilization in the galaxy. It requires no prerequisites. Merely inputting materials can yield constructed items based on the template. In an era where the research capabilities of major interstellar societies have nearly stagnated, a set of STC from an ancient civilization is exceedingly precious, a technology that drives entire interstellar societies into a frenzy. Attention all explorers, please take your positions promptly. The Star Gate is about to open. Another announcement interrupted Tang Hong's thoughts. He sighed, contemplating his predicament in this new identity. All he could do was take one step at a time. Accompanied by 4 armed mechanical guards, Tang Hong proceeded down the corridor. At the forefront of the passage was a hatch that connected to his vessel. Yes, even amidst such a dire beginning, Tang Hong possessed a ship, albeit a rather unimpressive, only decommissioned assault boat provided by the Yada Military Academy. Head Hammer-class combat assault boat. As Tang Hong entered the hatch and passed through the airlock into the assault boat, he was momentarily stunned. He had heard a voice. Ding! The Super Interstellar Empire Exploration System has been activated. Congratulations on receiving the Novice Reward Package. Congratulations on acquiring the STC production template for the silicon-based life form. Tactical Humanoid Girl Clan. Don Juan stared in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. What was this? The system? His golden finger? And what had he just obtained? A production template for the silicon-based life form, the Tactical Doll Girl race. Race name, Tactical Doll type. Silicon-based life form Supreme Unique. Don Juan description. Only the Supreme Unique can initiate the production of this race. The tactical dolls produced exhibit an unparalleled loyalty to the Supreme Unique, remaining steadfast and unwavering, solely devoted to him. Don Juan swallowed hard, taking a moment to process the revelation. After pinching himself twice to confirm he was not dreaming, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Were these tactical dolls the very ones he had envisioned? The system grants 30 initial tactical doll girl units. Please accept. Accept? How does one accept? As this thought flitted through Don Juan's mind, a flash of light appeared before him. It was as if a 3D printer were materializing forms in midair. Fine alloy skeletal structures, high-strength carbon fiber muscle bundles, molecular electromagnetic vascular lines, high-strength bulletproof synthetic skin that in no time. 30 girls of diverse appearances, slender and tall, with long limbs, stood before Don Juan. His eyes widened in astonishment. Silicon-based mechanical beings? Tactical dolls? Incredibly lifelike. Far too lifelike. Chapter 2. The sole purpose of this vessel is to ram enemy ships. 30 tactical humanoid maidens were arranged into 3 teams. The leftmost team consisted entirely of those clad in tactical gear, unmistakably battle-ready entities. The leader of the tactical humanoid unit, Captain Yuya of the Black Serpent Tactical Squad, reported to the Supreme Authority. At the forefront of the left team stood a remarkably poised girl, her striking features exuding an air of valor, with a sleek, jet-black bob that accentuated her gallant demeanor. The leader of the Technical Humanoid Research Unit, Captain Shiwei, reported to the Supreme Authority. In the center, leading the middle team was a girl adorned in a pristine white lab coat, her lustrous black hair cascading down her back. The flawless almond-shaped eyes, framed by an exquisite pair of violet irises that seemed meticulously crafted, hinted at an icy detachment. Visible mechanical circuits traced the contours of her eyes, radiating an aura of nobility, coldness, and beauty. The leader of the engineering humanoid unit, Captain Dongxiu, reported to the Supreme Authority. At the helm of the right team was a girl donned in a bright yellow engineering suit, her golden locks tied into twin ponytails, and her azure eyes gleaming with purity. Among the 30 tactical humanoids, there were 10 military combat models, 10 technical research models, and 10 engineering models. The tactical humanoids had established a soul link with you, the Supreme Authority, a connection that could not be severed by any means. In an instant, Tang Hong could sense the states of these tactical beings. Each captain exhibited distinct personalities. Yuya was valiant and spirited, Shiwei was cold and reticent, while Dongxiu was fiery and passionate. Taking a deep breath, Tang Hong declared, "Let us first get this vessel underway," passing through the Stargate. Simultaneously, a detailed overview of the ship appeared on the system panel before Tang Hong. Current vessel, Headbreaker Combat Assault Boat. Standard weight, 2,400 tons. Maximum weight, 2,700 tons. Dimensions, length 88 meters, width 8 meters, height 8 meters. Armor, Class D titanium alloy armor plates. Armor thickness, 200 millimeters. Energy system,
small dual-core fusion reactor. Propulsion system, Bird Class 2 ion propulsion engine. Maximum speed, 15 of light speed. Crew capacity, 20 to 60 personnel, minimum operational crew of 4. Weapon systems, Crow-I-type octuple close-in missile launcher X1. Dual Eagle Swift anti-ship missile launcher X1. Laserbird 3 Type 120mm electromagnetic rapid-fire naval gun X1. Self-defense I-Type 60mm electromagnetic rapid-fire cannon X2. Hardhead 1000mm armor-piercing bow for ship ramming. Mariner jump help I-Type ram embedded with dual thermal melting guns. Radar system, click to expand. Troop transport compartment, an additional modified troop bay capable of accommodating up to 200 infantry. System evaluation. The sole purpose of this warship is to utilize the bow-S ram to collide with enemy capital ships, subsequently commandeering them for use. As for this vessel, it is better left abandoned. An anonymous commentator, cloaked in the guise of terror, proclaimed, "Child, what do you hesitate for? Take this small vessel and seek out the enemy's grand ship, collide with it, and sever the heads of your foes. Please our deity, blood for the blood god, offer up your craniums." No means of faster-than-light travel is at hand. Only a pitiful ion propulsion engine, with a maximum speed of a mere 15% of light. Ding dong, a mission has been issued for the rise of the Interstellar Empire, Reclaim Earth. Phase 1 of the rise of the Interstellar Empire, Reclaim Earth. Earth, a perfect cradle of life, the cherished origin of countless humans, has been occupied by the Tauran Empire for 4 millennia. As a human, it is your solemn duty to reclaim your mother planet. Declare war on the Tauran Empire. Let these wretched aliens understand who the true master of Earth is. This mission is a grand undertaking, with no time constraints. Currently, you are 500 light-years from Earth. Don Juan's eyes widened in astonishment. This task presented considerable difficulty. At present, he could hardly contemplate success. Setting aside all else, with only a combat vessel capable of a maximum speed of 15% of light, traversing the 500 light-years back to Earth would require tens of thousands of years. Moreover, the Tauran Empire, if his memory served him right, was a superior dominion to the Yada Empire, akin to a suzerain state, presiding over the Tauran Interstellar Society. This society comprises over a dozen interstellar civilizations, including the Tauran Empire and the Yada Empire. Beyond the Tauran Interstellar Society, other interstellar societies exist. Ding dong, a minor mission has been issued. Minor phase mission, establish a base. As one burdened with a great responsibility, you require a simple foothold among the stars. You must develop and construct your fleet, establishing an interstellar base. All necessary construction equipment and facilities for the base have been dispatched to the system's warehouse. Additional system functions will activate upon the establishment of the base. Mission reward, STC construction template for the Firebrand Heavy Strike Cruiser. In the system's classification of warships, vessels are ranked from highest to lowest as follows: 3 clear, for sovereign, 5 elder, 6 administrative, 7 elemental, 8 extreme, 9 celestial, and 10 imperial. The Firebrand Heavy Cruiser belongs to the 9 celestial category. Conversely, the Yada Empire classifies its warships into 6 tiers: S, A, B, C, D, and E. If one were to draw parallels, the system's 9 celestial tier corresponds to the Yada Empire's A rank. In an instant, Don Juan felt a surge of excitement. While the first task posed a challenge, this mission was indeed feasible. Merely by completing the initial task, he could acquire a full set of STC construction templates equivalent to an A-class warship. It is worth noting that the military escort vessel his late father had purchased on credit cost 200 million Yada coins, and its rank merely fell between C and D. Consequently, Don Juan found himself burdened with a staggering debt of 480 million Yada coins. Moreover, this is a fully automated STC construction template that requires only the investment of materials. Currently, Don Juan possesses a Hammerhead assault craft, which is the lowest tier in the combat hierarchy, classified as merely E-grade. If the system's Juyao class is already so impressive, one can only wonder how extraordinary the highest tier, the Sanqing class, must be. Don Juan forced himself to regain composure. He must expedite his passage through the Star Gate and venture into the ruined star domain, where he can develop and rapidly enhance his strength. At present, Don Juan's Hammerhead assault craft is docked at the Yada border star system, within the ruined Stargate spaceport. This expansive spaceport was established specifically for the ancient civilization's remaining Stargate. Currently, it is teeming with an array of warships, each varying in shape and size, all belonging to a cohort of interstellar pioneers preparing for departure. The ruined star domain is an immensely vast expanse, composed of countless star systems. No one truly knows the extent of this domain, left behind by an ancient civilization. At the boundary where the ruined star domain meets the Yada Empire lies a void stretching thousands of light years, a realm of true emptiness. where even complete spatial integrity has ceased to exist, let alone any material substance. In such an incomplete space, the use of faster-than-light curvature engines is impossible, and without any resources, resupply is unattainable. The challenge of crossing this expanse is exceedingly high. One can only traverse it through the stargates left by the ancient civilization on either side of the void. Discovered over a century ago when the Yada Empire expanded its territories, the ruined star domain has seen exploration by several major interstellar societies. Yet only the less perilous peripheral areas have been ventured into. It is conservatively estimated that over 98% of the ruined star domain remains shrouded in mystery. As wave after wave of spacecraft departed the port and entered the Stargate, Donwan soon received a notification. Please, the 16th batch of interstellar pioneers. Enter the Stargate. Shi Wei, activate the engines, he commanded. The engines at the rear of the assault craft ignited, emitting a blue flame as it began to depart. However, at that moment, a ship, positioned behind Donwan's craft, suddenly activated its engines with a speed that far exceeded his own. In a mere instant of acceleration, it overtook Donwan's vessel. Had it not been for Shi Wei's formidable computational abilities and near-computer reflexes, a collision might have obliterated Donwan's craft. The ship that zipped past was several times the size of Donwan's assault craft, and likely matched it in speed as well, leaving behind a slender trail of fiery light. At that moment, a message arrived. Apologies, hairless primate. I nearly collided with your little skiff. Haha. Lele Chapter 3. The ship across from us is worth 600 million TMD. Who does he think he is, acting so arrogantly before me? The engineering humanoid girl responsible for the radar fire control system, Dong Shochi, had her golden twin tails bouncing with agitation. Lele? That name sounds familiar. Tang Hong furrowed his brow, promptly snapping a photo and sending it to the discussion group for inquiries. This was the chat group of his class at Yada Military Academy, formed by Tang Hong and a dozen fellow humans participating in the interstellar expansion. Soon, responses flooded in. Tang Hong, you don't know him? He's a well-known aristocrat from our military academy. Lei, the son of Lieta Si, the owner of Jishuan Financial Company, and the youngest in his family. Tang Hong replied, I didn't bump into him just now, but I advise you not to provoke him. Did you see his warship? His father equipped him with an active C-class Flamingo-class light rapid-fire assault ship, valued at 600 million Yada coins. He has many brothers. He wants to inherit the family business, so he is here to prove himself by participating in this interstellar venture. Jishuan Financial Company? So it's you. What a narrow path for enemies. So he is the son of Lieta Si, a scion of Yada's aristocracy. No wonder he is so arrogant. Tang Huang posted a message in the discussion group and refrained from further comments. This isn't a significant matter, just endure it. We can't afford to offend Yada's nobles. A private message popped up before Tang Huang's eyes, sent by his good friend Lu Quan from the academy. Indeed, it was not a grave issue. But someone must pay the price, and that was not my concern. After replying to Lu Quan, Tang Huang fell silent. For what reason? Lu Quan was taken aback but quickly realized, as he was aware of the circumstances surrounding Tang Huang's father. Don't do anything foolish, Tang Huang. While dueling isn't prohibited in the relic star domain at the Stargate, how could we possibly compete against Yada's aristocracy? That is a 600 million C-class warship, the most elite vessel obtainable through unofficial arms dealings. Please, don't act rashly. If it were the old Tang Huang, he might never have had the chance for revenge. However, the current Tang Huang, having traversed time and space, was no longer the timid individual before Yada's nobles. He had devised a strategy. At that moment, a system prompt sounded. Mission triggered, rookie combat. To establish an empire, one must engage in battle. You must partake in a confrontation. Launching a jump ambush on an enemy warship. Mission completion reward, lottery chances x3. A slight smirk formed at the corner of Tang Huang's mouth. The target was right before him. Shi Wei, if we conduct a jump ambush against that 670-meter-long warship ahead, what are our chances of victory? Tang Huang inquired, as he prepared to send the combat data of Yada's public warships and soldiers for her assessment, locking his gaze on Shi Wei's dual purple eyes. As data streams flickered and exchanged, the active warships of the Yada Empire, the soldiers' equipment, and conventional combat data are all publicly accessible. Tang Huang was uncertain about the specific data concerning the guards beside Lear, but he believed that comparing them to the active soldiers of the Empire would yield accurate insights. The Flamingo-class light rapid-fire assault ship is classified as a frigate, measuring 670 meters in length, with a conservative estimate of crew members ranging from 4,000 to 7,000, calculating based on the highest estimate of one-third being combat personnel. The enemy's combatants may number between 1,300 and 2,300, given the current firepower data of our ships and those of the enemy. As we have just passed through the Stargate and the distances between us are minimal, I am fully confident, 100% assured, of closing in on the enemy. Furthermore, in a close-quarters engagement within the enemy vessel, based on the combat data of our tactical constructs compared to that of the enemy's individual soldiers. We have over 75% probability of incurring 0 casualties while completely annihilating the enemy forces on board. Shi Wei swiftly calculated this outcome. So powerful. Tang Hong expressed his surprise. Indeed, supreme. Although our ship's combat firepower is significantly inferior to that of the enemy, their smaller size grants us agility. And my cognitive processing ability surpasses that of the enemy vessel's AI. All of our tactical constructs possess a physical strength comparable to steel, exceeding 100 megapascals. Each square centimeter can withstand pressures exceeding 100,000 kilograms. Even without advanced powered armor, the enemy's conventional firepower units cannot effectively harm our personnel. While the enemy's heavy firepower may pose a threat to our tactical constructs, we also possess considerable heavy firepower. Shi Wei's mechanical circuits flickered with a soft glow beside her eyes, her tone devoid of emotional fluctuation. Will the tactical constructs I create possess this strength? Tang Hong inquired with a hint of excitement. No, Supreme. We are unique. And the strength of the new constructs you create using our race's STC templates will depend on the materials you choose. Upon hearing Shi Wei's response, Tang Hong nodded slightly, deep in thought. So, you essentially function as elite units. Excellent. Shi Wei, this reassures me. I shall now inspect the weaponry. You manage the ship. Tang Hong approached Shi Wei, appreciatively patting her shoulder before turning to depart. After he turned away, she gently touched the shoulder that he had just contacted, seemingly lingering on his warmth. Shi Wei inhaled softly, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing, amethyst gaze shimmering, the perfectly sculpted curve of her lips slightly rising. And a fleeting flush appeared on her exquisitely chiseled face, though it vanished as quickly as it came, returning to her usual icy demeanor. Yada Empire C-Class Flamingo Light Rapid-Fire Assault Ship. Bridge. Lear sat in the captain's chair, his legs propped up on the control panel. His face, covered with scales and resembling that of a lizard, displayed a disdainful smile. The golden, slit-pupiled eyes glimmered slightly as he engaged in conversation. Lai Shao, look. This is a screenshot from our class group chat featuring that Don Juan. It seems this fellow bears a grudge against you. His resentment towards you is quite evident. Do you think, once we cross the Stargate, he might pose a threat to you? A human classmate, who was in the same discussion group with Don Juan, spoke ingratiatingly, although Don Juan had uttered only a single phrase, and it was difficult to glean much from it. Individuals like him could easily twist the truth, transforming black into white, the dead into the living, and fabricating conjectured events to defame others while elevating themselves. Such sycophants were adept at concocting baseless stories to curry favor with their superiors, resorting to any means necessary to gain approval. In Don Juan's previous life on Earth, many like him existed. PSSH, just a monkey, Lei scoffed, completely unperturbed. He was acquainted with Don Juan, yet his understanding was limited to the impression of a lowly creature burdened with a substantial debt to his family. If he dares to act against me, let him come. However, I shall not kill him. After all, he still owes us money. You lowly monkeys are all rather presumptuous. Do you truly believe that higher beings would be concerned about the threats posed by inferior monkeys? Lei spoke with an air of haughty arrogance. You are noble, and I hold you in the highest regard, the other person fawned. Individuals like Lei, or rather, the majority of the Yada people, especially the Yada aristocracy, harbored deep-seated racial prejudices against humans. After all, humans had once existed as hairless, naked apes in a state of slavery within the Yada Empire. Although the status of the human race had since risen to that of second-class citizens, many Yada still viewed humans as inferior monkey slaves. Chapter 4. Tactics, Jump Assistance. All tactics revolve around jump assistance. By the way, that Don Juan, what type of warship is it? Lair suddenly inquired of the first mate beside him. Sir, based on the comparison with the imagery prior to the Stargate, we have confirmed that the opposing vessel is a hammerhead assault craft. The first mate brought up the external monitoring records of the warship. A virtual screen flickered in the air, swiftly displaying a series of relevant data about the hammerhead assault craft. Observing the data laid out before him on the virtual screen, Lair let out a derisive laugh. It was not arrogance on his part. Rather, the disparity in warship specifications was overwhelmingly vast. Lair's Flamingo-class light, fast assault ship measured 670 meters in length, while Don Juan's hammerhead assault craft was a mere 88 meters long. Merely in terms of size, the latter could barely compare to a fraction of the former. Too weak. No need to concern ourselves with it, Lair declared, turning his attention away from Don Juan. Countless points of light, representing stars, adorned the dark canvas of the universe, while the equilateral triangular Stargate, spanning 600 kilometers, floated in the void of space. An innumerable array of ships and warships departed from the spaceport, resembling a swarm of moths, each passing through the colossal Stargate in succession. The thrusters of countless vessels trailed elongated flames of light, creating a breathtaking spectacle in the cosmos. Don Juan's assault craft, unremarkable, glided through the curtain-like Stargate. The instant it traversed the Stargate, the starry sky transformed. The assault craft found itself amidst an unfamiliar expanse of stars, the ruined star domain, star system M117. This was a newly unveiled coordinate, recently discovered by interstellar societies through the remnants of data left behind within the Stargates. Major interstellar societies were perpetually engaged in the study of the data left behind in the frontier Stargates, continuously acquiring coordinates of the star systems within the ruined star domain. Upon obtaining a new coordinate, they would venture through the frontier Stargate to explore these new territories. Shiwei, activate optical detection to search for data on the Flamingo-class light, fast assault ship and locate lair, Don Juan commanded, gazing at the spatial scene displayed on the virtual panel. Observing the diverse array of warships. The operational radar scanning radius of the Hammerhead assault craft was a mere 20,000 kilometers, an insignificantly small measure in the vastness of space. However, Don Juan employed optical detection, which could be likened to simply using one's eyes to observe. The Empire's active C-class Flamingo light, fast assault ship possessed radar stealth capabilities, while Don Juan's vessel was an E-class. The military radar equipped on his ship was utterly incapable of detecting the opponent, necessitating the use of optical detection instead. Given that everyone had just traversed the Stargate, the distances were not particularly vast, making optical detection feasible. Of course, observing with the naked eye was not as straightforward as it might seem. Don Juan estimated that his current location was quite distant from the star, situated at the periphery of the galaxy. Even though the stars emitted a radiant glow, from this distance, it was virtually impossible to discern anything with the naked eye, rendering the surroundings shrouded in darkness. Thus, the observation was conducted via the warship's optical detection radar, which assessed whether the photons emanating from the stars were obstructed. Astoundingly, within 1,000 kilometers ahead, there were precisely 1,201 obstructions, all of which were artificial spacecraft and were in constant motion. Upon comprehensive analysis, only one among the 1,201 obstructions corresponded to the data parameters. The adversary's position was determined to be 920 kilometers away. Don Juan nodded slightly and inquired, "What is the current speed of the opponent?" The response indicated that the opponent's velocity was stable, approximately 100 kilometers per second, with no acceleration observed. If they maintain this speed, how long will it take for us to catch up at full acceleration? Don Juan asked. If the opponent's speed remains unchanged, and we accelerate at a maximum of 120 g, we will reach a speed of 141.2 kilometers per second in 2 minutes. Considering our acceleration and deceleration time, our vessel will catch up to the opponent in about 5 minutes. Maintaining a parallel motion at a speed of 100 kilometers per second. Initiate jump and assault. A stream of data briefly flickered in Shiwei's violet eyes as she instantaneously calculated the required time. All right, I will enter deep sea mode and prepare for acceleration. Don Juan nodded in agreement. Shiwei, with her formidable tactical humanoid physique, could directly endure an acceleration of 120 g. However, Don Juan, being merely human, would be utterly shattered without any protective measures at the moment of acceleration. A spherical operation pod ascended from the floor, enveloping Don Juan in deep-sea acceleration fluid. Once prepared, the next moment, the entire combat assault craft began to accelerate. Countless spacecraft had just traversed the Stargate, with each vessel maintaining a distance of over several kilometers apart. In that instant, a headhammer combat assault craft surged forth. To the naked eye, it appeared as a slender, elongated line, trailing a brilliant blaze that extended for several kilometers. Within the ensuing 2 minutes, the headhammer combat assault craft's speed surged to an astonishing 141 kilometers per second. During this time, the Flamingo warship advanced 12,000 kilometers. Yet, the distance between the two parties did not widen. Rather, it was gradually decreasing. The adversary target was now 452.8 kilometers away, and there was no response from the enemy. The distance diminished to 507 kilometers. Initiating deceleration. It was anticipated that in 35 seconds, we would maintain a speed of 100 kilometers per second, aligning parallel with the enemy warship. Shiwei, responsible for piloting the warship, was surrounded by a continuous stream of data flowing through her violet eyes, while mechanical circuits at her temples radiated a faint glow. In that moment, Shiwei seemed to embody the very essence of the combat vessel, executing commands with flawless precision, constantly adjusting the trajectory with the slightest, most perfect maneuvers. The Flamingo is a genuinely military-grade battleship, with a radar detection range measured in light seconds. 1 light second is approximately 300,000 kilometers. However, as soon as it emerged from the Stargate, the distance between the two parties was less than 1,000 kilometers. Furthermore, given the multitude of battleships that had just exited the Stargate, the personnel aboard the Flamingo were utterly unconcerned about the vessels behind them. They could scarcely fathom that anyone would dare to recklessly assault a true military-grade battleship. At that moment, within the bridge of the Flamingo, the alarm lights began to flash ominously. Young master, a ship is rapidly approaching from our rear. It is estimated to close in on our battleship in 25 seconds. Lai sprang to his feet, staring at the image displayed on the virtual screen before him. It was that scoundrel Tang Hong's ship. How audacious of him to take action against me. How dare he? A whirlwind of shock, confusion, disdain, and fury coursed through his mind, with thoughts and emotions racing at a fraction of a second. Then, in a fit of rage, Lai slammed his fist onto the control panel and bellowed, "Sink him." Chapter 5. So, it just came in? Within the bridge, the radar fire control personnel were connected to the fire control radar by data lines inserted at the back of their heads. Under rapid cognitive operations, the 6 directed energy thermal ion beam cannons mounted above the warship swiftly adjusted their muzzles. Aiming backward, in an instant, 6 crimson rays traversed the void of space, etching straight red lines across the dark canvas of the cosmos. Overestimating oneself. A smirk curled at the corners of Lai's mouth, revealing a set of menacing fangs. As he emitted a voice dripping with disdain, the Flamingo-class light rapid-fire assault ship stood as a stalwart force within the Yada Empire's military. Unlike typical corvettes brimming with close-in defense systems, it was tasked with rapid-fire assault missions. The 6 high-powered thermal ion beam cannons could effortlessly pierce through the armor of enemy light warships, presenting a considerable threat even to vessels of Class B cruisers and above, let alone the woefully rated E-class combat assault boat, Don Juan. Thus, to Lai, a single volley would suffice to breach the paltry 200mm armor of Don Juan's combat vessel. Alas, if Don Juan were to perish, no one would repay the debts owed to his family. Lai reflected. In truth, he cared little whether Don Juan could repay his family's debts. After all, with more than a dozen brothers above him, the family fortune would not fall to his inheritance. In such circumstances, a mere human was inconsequential. Killing him was merely an act of indifference. Suddenly, a thunderous shout interrupted Lai's thoughts. Our attack has been evaded by the enemy in advance. What? Lai's eyes widened in disbelief as he roared. How is that possible? At a distance of less than 3,000 kilometers. How could the enemy evade the attack of a light-speed directed energy weapon? The directed energy assault already launched could not be evaded at such proximity. Yet, they could act preemptively. Before the thermal ion beams were discharged, a substantial amount of light would scatter, heralding the impending attack. In the vastness of space, a mere 3,000 kilometers felt as intimate as face-to-face confrontation. This pre-launch luminescence, perceived by the exceptionally advanced cognitive speed of Shiwei, far surpassing that of ordinary supercomputers, was indisputably a clear announcement of the impending assault. Shiwei needed only to execute an exceedingly subtle maneuver to evade a significant distance at the combat boat's velocity of over 100 kilometers per second. Biological brain functions enhanced with computational chips could not achieve such feats. However, tactical humanoids endowed with independent, intelligent thought akin to super AIs could. Thus, to the crew of the Flamingo-class warship, the combat boat appeared to possess precognitive abilities, preemptively evading the attack. The 6 thermal beams struck nothing but emptiness. Could they accelerate swiftly enough to shake off the enemy? Lai's thoughts raced. No, the distance was too close. They could catch up to us before the engines were fully powered. Moreover, we wouldn't have time to enter a deep-sea state. At this moment, there was only one choice before Lei, to utterly destroy the combat vessel, Don Juan. What method could swiftly sink the opponent? Lei was anxious. Given the evasive maneuvers demonstrated by the adversary, only missiles could effectively track and lock onto them. However, our warship was designed as a rapid-fire assault vessel, employing a strategy of leveraging small forces against larger ones. Lacking conventional missiles, it was equipped only with a plethora of lightweight, close-range defensive cannons and small laser arrays, alongside torpedoes for large ships and an armor-piercing electromagnetic railgun at the bow. The communication between both sides occurred through rapid exchanges facilitated by thought chips, allowing for swift interaction. Lei was filled with frustration, lamenting his choice of such a vessel as his command. As a private purchaser, he could only acquire a frigate, and the Flamingo was the most formidable among them. However, its firepower was potent against large targets, but somewhat deficient against smaller ones, especially when facing a combat assault craft less than 100 meters long. Master, do not be anxious. Although our warship lacks sufficient firepower against small, swift targets, it is equipped on both sides with numerous lightweight close-range defensive cannons and small laser arrays. Even though the enemy is directly behind us, if I am not mistaken, considering the characteristics of their assault craft, they intend to execute a flanking maneuver. If they dare to approach the side of our warship, their armor is thin, and even a momentary deluge of light firepower would overwhelm them in no time. Upon hearing this, Lei was elated. Indeed, this was the correct assessment. They would wait for the enemy to draw near. Under high speed, the distance between the two vessels diminished rapidly. 2,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers. At such proximity, given their velocities, they would converge in less than 10 seconds. Lei was certain that Don Juan would change direction at this distance. Sure enough, the position of the enemy vessel shifted. Lei rejoiced. But wait, a significant number of missile radiation sources were detected. The enemy had launched numerous missiles. They were approaching us from the flank under the guise of their missiles. The soldier operating the radar system exclaimed in astonishment. The Hammer combat assault craft was equipped with missiles, the Crow I-Type 8-tube close-range missile launcher, and the twin-mounted Falcon anti-ship missile launcher. Although the missile launchers were few, Shiwei had preemptively fired all the missiles. Over 100. With meticulous and fluid maneuvering akin to an extension of her own will, she used the missiles to draw the enemy's flank fire as cover, rapidly closing in on the Flamingo warship. What extraordinary control skills! Inside the bridge of the Flamingo, all Yada soldiers were wide-eyed in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. How could this be possible? Even the most advanced shipborne intelligent AI of the Yada Empire could not possibly possess such a level of computational prowess. How could a destitute youth like Tang Hong, burdened with immense debt, achieve this? Lei exclaimed in utter astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief, the golden vertical pupils quivering intensely. 5 seconds. The enemy vessel was directly colliding with our own. For seconds, Lei bellowed, concentrate all firepower on the port side immediately. In this scenario, only laser weaponry could ensure a rapid strike. Yet Shiwei had already adjusted the combat craft's angle, approaching at a slanted posture for a side impact. Most of the incoming firepower would be absorbed by the bow of the Headhammer assault craft. As previously mentioned, the Headhammer assault craft boasts a bow equipped with a meticulously crafted ramming prow, featuring an impressive armor thickness of 1,000 millimeters, and a twin-mounted close-range thermite cannon. Its most formidable section. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Boom. The entire Flamingo battleship trembled violently, a resounding crash echoing from within. The 3-meter-long, exquisitely designed ramming prow of the Headhammer assault craft pierced through in an instant. The bow's thermite cannon activated. The paltry range of 500 meters yielded an instantaneous and tremendous force. The Flamingo battleship, a lightweight rapid assault vessel, although measuring 670 meters in length, possessed relatively thin armor. With the 3-meter-long prow embedded, the surging torrent of thermite lasers swiftly penetrated what remained of the armored structure. The 88-meter-long assault craft had further intruded into the 670-meter-long Flamingo battleship. Lei, feeling the tremors beneath his feet, watched in wide-eyed disbelief, his golden pupils quivering violently. It has penetrated. Chapter 6. The Massacre. The terror of the mechanical maiden the mid-deck has been breached. Their position lies directly beneath our bridge. Immediately dispatch personnel for defense. Inside Lair's chest, his colossal heart beats violently, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury. He never anticipated that Don Juan would truly infiltrate their ranks. Damn it. Yet, he still believes he can prevail. The entire Flamingo battleship boasts a crew of 5,000. Among them, the combat personnel are all retired soldiers from the Yada Empire, comprising 4 battalions of Marines and a squadron of space fighters, totaling over 2,000 men. This includes 3 infantry battalions and 1 armored battalion. Although the equipment warehouse at the rear of the battleship houses various large ground combat units and space fighters that cannot provide support to the mid and upper decks due to their massive size, the infantry's small to medium-powered armor units can be deployed. These smaller powered armor units possess a devastating annihilation capability against individual soldiers. And how many personnel can that tiny assault craft of Don Juan accommodate? At most, 200. Absurd. Beneath the bridge of the Flamingo battleship, on the mid-deck corridor, a thick haze of smoke envelopes the area, with shattered structural armor fragments strewn across the ground, some edges still glowing with molten red light. A 3-meter diameter hole. Its edges melted, emits smoke, with a massive protrusion emerging from within. Hurry, hurry, hurry. A cacophony of footsteps resounds as a one-eyed officer, most of his body replaced by mechanical prosthetics, bellows at the soldiers under his command. Soldiers clad in force-feedback armored shells surge from either side of the corridor. Halting in place, a 4-meter-tall medium-powered armor unit strides forward with heavy steps. Its mounted 30mm rapid-fire electromagnetic cannon poised menacingly. A variety of firearms, including small-caliber electromagnetic assault rifles and large-caliber electromagnetic machine guns, are aimed at the still-smoking molten hole. Silence descends. The mechanical one-eyed officer stares intently. Suddenly, 2 objects are hurled from the molten opening. Instantly, a thick cloud of smoke billows forth, engulfing the midsection of the corridor. They are launching an attack. A flash of red light flickers in the officer's mechanical eye. All the soldiers brace themselves, activating thermal imaging and infrared vision. Yet, they see nothing. No enemies. What? Just as the soldiers are engulfed in confusion, bang, 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 bang. Bang! Suddenly, a thunderous gunfire erupts throughout the corridor, with two barges sweeping through the smoke. The soldiers on either side of the corridor are caught off guard. In an instant, more than 10 soldiers find their armored shells easily torn apart. Bodies are shattered. Blood and severed limbs splatter everywhere. Even the towering 4-meter medium-powered armor cannot withstand the onslaught. The first volley results in devastation. Return fire. Return fire. Where are the enemies? I cannot see them. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Gunshots and cries of anguish melded into a cacophony, momentarily disrupting the soldiers of Jishu and Company. The metallic projectiles of 40 millimeters caliber sliced through the smoke, parting the veil of obscurity. Amidst the dissipating haze, silhouettes emerged. A group of tall, exquisitely beautiful young women, each wielding enormous firearms incongruous with their slender frames, stepped forth from the shroud. What is this? The first officer, monitoring the battlefield from the ship's bridge, stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. Those massive weapons were vintage gunpowder-driven 40 millimeters armor-piercing cannons. How could this be possible? The tremendous recoil of such antiquated artillery would render it unmanageable without powered armor. The juxtaposition of these delicate maidens with their formidable weaponry painted a striking tableau. Bang, 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 bang. The cannons roared to life, unleashing a torrent of ferocious firepower. Ha ha ha. The engineering humanoid, Dong Xiao, brandished the 40 millimeters armor-piercing cannon. Her charmingly delicate face adorned with a wildly manic grin amidst the thunderous gunfire and the relentless clatter of spent shells hitting the ground. In an instant, the soldiers of Jishu and Company were decimated on one side of the corridor. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the equally armed Yu Yi was tasked with clearing the area. These two vintage gunpowder-driven 40 millimeters armor-piercing cannons were the sole heavy firepower available to Tang Hong. They were salvaged from a military academy's warehouse prior to Tang Hong's departure. Originally acquired by the Yada Empire's military during the eradication of a local insurgency, they had languished in the academy's storage. Their reliance on gunpowder propulsion attested to their antiquity. Fortunately, despite their age, the reliable mechanical structure allowed these weapons to function properly after maintenance. Such a scene inflicted a profound psychological impact on Lai Lei aboard the bridge. He was genuinely rattled. The bridge was situated on the mid-deck, meaning the adversaries could advance within a short distance. Reinforcements. Bring the heavy firepower to my side. Lai Lei shouted in a frenzy. Young master, the armored depot on the lower deck is too far from the mid-deck. A multitude of small to medium assault power armors are here, and it will take at least 5 minutes for the powered armor to arrive. Came the voice of the third officer from the lower deck. Damn it. Mobilize the armored units nearby. We must hold them back. Lai Lei's golden eyes were almost stained crimson with rage as he glared at the images displayed on the virtual screen before him. Over a dozen stunning young women, armed with various weapons, were mercilessly slaughtering his soldiers. Bang, 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 bang. Yu Yi unleashed a volley from her 40 millimeters armor-piercing cannon, the large caliber round seemingly guided by an unseen hand, striking with pinpoint accuracy at the vulnerable spots of a medium-powered armor, reducing it to mere fragments. The slender figure seemed utterly impervious to the immense recoil produced by the formidable cannon. With a resounding bang, a shower of sparks erupted as a delicate bullet grazed her exquisitely sculpted visage, only to vanish in an instant, restoring her beauty to its pristine state. Under the moonlit sky, her expression remained impassive as she subtly adjusted the gun's aim, dispatching the upper half of the swift soldier with a single shot. Through the surveillance feed, Lele even beheld a young girl wielding an ion blade, her ethereal form moving like a specter amidst the throng of soldiers. The blade flickered with brilliance, and in mere moments, the heads of over a dozen soldiers soared into the air. What manner of monstrosities are these? Lele's rage threatened to consume him. Young master, we cannot hold them back. Colonel Sima has fallen. The first mate shouted in a frenzy. You must stop them. Lele's voice had sharpened into a piercing cry. Suddenly, the gunfire ceased. What is happening? Lele was taken aback. Chapter 7. What a life for a few tens of thousands a month within the surveillance feed. The mid-deck corridor lay in a state of disarray. Shell casings, fragments of powered armor, and mangled bodies scattered across the scene. Chaos reigned. However, the fighting had ceased. What was happening? Why had hostilities come to a halt? Laire's eyes widened as he gazed at the monitor before him, an ominous premonition settling in his heart. Young master, the remaining soldiers on the mid-deck have surrendered. What? The first officer switched to another surveillance feed. The screen revealed the surviving soldiers of Jishuan, their faces etched with terror as they knelt on the ground. Even two intact medium-powered armors had their pilots emerge, similarly bowing in submission. These soldiers were seasoned veterans, highly trained and employed by the Armed Security Division of Jishuan. Yet, fundamentally, they remained mere workers for the company. Workers with the spirit of labor, earning merely a few tens of thousands of Yada coins a month. What kind of life was this? Nevertheless, from another perspective, their surrender came only after enduring substantial casualties, which was commendable in its own right. These traitors. Lair slammed his fist onto the control panel, a tumult of anger and fear surging within him. This is bad. Young master, they are about to breach in. The first officer cried out in panic. Boom. A deafening explosion resonated as the bridge's door was blown apart by a thermal explosive. A dozen tactical humanoid female soldiers swiftly infiltrated the space, seizing control of everyone inside the bridge in the blink of an eye. Following them, a figure strode in. Don Juan, clad in full-cover force feedback armor, surveyed the surroundings. So, this is the bridge of the Flamingo warship? Quite underwhelming. Don Juan. Lair's eyes widened in shock, staring at the guns pointing toward him, their muzzles bared like fangs. You cannot kill me. If I die, the news of my murder will be automatically uploaded to the Star Domain Network. My father will never let you go. The Star Domain Network, a vast communication system spanning the entirety of the Tauran Interstellar Society and extending to numerous surrounding civilizations, facilitated instantaneous long-distance communication. Its core servers were relics unearthed from the ruins Star Domain, and their operational principles remained a mystery even to the highest scientific institutions of the Yada Empire. Yet they were functional. The regions explored within the ruined Star Domain were also covered by this network, as it had originated from there. The Tauran Empire, holding the core servers, provided server rentals to various interstellar civilizations annually, generating unimaginable revenue. To some extent, this network functioned as a strategic weapon. Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you. For now, Don Juan replied, unfazed. You. Lair attempted to retort, but was abruptly cut off. Don't move. On Dong Xiu's face lingered a sinister smile, as he thrust the formidable 40mm cannon directly into Lele's mouth. Lele's voice was abruptly silenced. The overheated barrel seared the interior of his mouth, releasing a billowing cloud of smoke. The scales on Lele's anguished face trembled violently. He dared not utter a word. Rendered speechless, stop the warship and compel the remaining crew to surrender. A fierce glint shone in Tang Hong's dark eyes. Dong Xiu withdrew the gun slightly, nodding in satisfaction as the barrel began to cool. I am Lele, the captain of the warship, returning to original position. Engine room. Cease the warship's engines. We have been defeated, we surrender. Lele cast a fearful glance at the 40mm barrel. As the embedded biological nanobots commenced repair on his injured mouth, he reluctantly activated the ship-wide broadcast to convey his orders. Under Lele's command, the mobilization of armored units in the lower deck's armory was also halted. By seizing control of the bridge, Tang Hong effectively governed the warship's very brain, reducing Lele to his captive. The pressing concern now lay in how to handle the warship, its remaining crew, and Lele himself. This was indeed a dilemma. The entire Flamingo warship harbored 5,000 personnel, encompassing various departments: deck, engine, operations, logistics, each teeming with diverse individuals. Not to mention, there were over 2,000 combatants armed with an array of weaponry. Although the recent skirmish had claimed the lives of more than 200 at the hands of the tactical humanoid girls, nearly 2,000 combatants still roamed the ship. While the combat prowess of these humanoids was formidable, their numbers were limited to merely 30. It seemed external assistance would be necessary, Tang Hong pondered. Meanwhile, at the Frontier Stargate, another batch of interstellar pioneers passed through the gate, arriving in this relic star system. Among them were a group of human students who had graduated from the Yada Military Academy. Honestly, I'm deeply concerned about Tang Hong. He hasn't responded to me yet, voiced Lu Quan, a close friend of Tang Hong, filled with worry in the Star Domain Network chat group. Don't fret. Tang Hong isn't foolish enough to provoke Lele recklessly, reassured another. Indeed, Tang Hong has always been astute. With top-notch grades, the military academy graduates chimed in, comforting Lu Quan. What happened? Suddenly, a girl's voice broke the conversation, plunging the group into silence. Why is everyone quiet? What on earth has happened to Tang Hong? The silence persisted. Oh no, why is she here? Lu Quan's immediate reaction to the voice was one of trepidation. This girl was named Li Lingwei, a fellow student from their military academy cohort. Li Lingwei, a girl of modest origins, found herself in the military academy due to her previous education at a military-affiliated elementary school. In her youth, she enjoyed a relatively comfortable life, thanks to her father, a prosperous interstellar pioneer. Although her father passed away later, the Jishuan Corporation did not reach out to Tang Hong for several years after his death. With the path laid out by her father, Tang Hong managed to secure a place in the military academy. Conversely, Li Lingwei, an orphan with no one to depend on, diligently pursued her studies and gained admission to the military academy through her own efforts. Several decades ago, it would have been inconceivable for a second-class citizen of humanity, as deemed by the Yada Empire, to enter a military academy. However, during that time, the Yada Empire was embroiled in a war with another interstellar civilization, resulting in significant losses. To replenish its military ranks, The Empire reluctantly enacted legislation granting certain rights to second-class citizens with superior reproductive capabilities. Li Lingwei's background shaped her strong-willed personality. She embodied a tomboyish spirit and shared a close bond with Tang Hong. Lu Quan, a good friend of Tang Hong, was aware that Li Lingwei harbored feelings for him. However, Tang Hong had been avoiding her due to a substantial debt that weighed heavily on him. Never acknowledging her affections directly, Lu Quan feared for two reasons. He had experienced Li Lingwei's wrath firsthand, and he was concerned about Tang Hong. If Li Lingwei were to discover that Tang Hong was confronting Lai Lei, it could lead to dire consequences. Hey Lingwei, don't ask. Tang Hong is probably dead by now. A voice suddenly mocked, belonging to a fellow student who had previously informed Lai Lei. Chapter 8. Special Cargo, a human girl? What are you saying, Zhaozhua? Li Lingwei inquired with a fierce tone. Zhaozhua was the one who had previously alerted Lai Lei. Coming from a family of compradors, he was essentially a sycophant to the Yada nobility, wielding power over his fellow humans like a despot. You all claim that Tang Hong is a clever individual, but in my opinion, he is utterly foolish. He has already gone to confront Lai Lei, just as you can see. Zhaozhua scoffed, casually sharing a link to a news article. It was a piece of news. Star Domain oddities. Shocking. The newly opened relic Star Domain has already witnessed its first battle. Accompanied by an image, in the dark void of space, a small vessel, undeterred by a barrage of laser fire, boldly charges toward a warship several times its size. The inaugural battle of the newly opened relic Star Domain. What a valiant spirit, disregarding the disparity between both sides to launch an attack. It was evident that this was a long-range snapshot, yet the timing and angle were impeccably executed. Star Domain Oddities is a renowned newspaper within the Empire. With the unveiling of the new relic Star Domain today, they certainly had to seize the opportunity for a major scoop. Everyone present could discern that the small vessel was Tang Hong's head-hammer assault craft, while the significantly larger ship belonged to Lai Lei, the Flamingo battleship. Ha ha ha. Did you see? Tang Hong overestimated himself. He must now pay the ultimate price for his folly. Zhaozhua laughed heartily. As fellow humans, I advise you, do not provoke the Yada people. Ha ha ha. It was clear that Tang Hong had indeed sought trouble with Lai Lei. Oh, Tang Hong, why must you be so impulsive? A wave of unease washed over the human students upon reading the news. Lu Quan, aboard his warship, turned pale. Spring. I told you not to seek trouble with Lai Lei, and now. Meanwhile, Li Lingwei gritted her teeth in anger, exclaiming, shut your foul mouth. This is impossible. Accept reality. Zhaozhua remarked with a mocking tone. You. Lu Quan began to retort, but abruptly froze. A look of astonishment then spread across his face. Lu Quan, gather your crew and a few trusted classmates. Set course for this coordinate. I will await your arrival, Tang Hong. Tang Hong had sent him a message. He was still alive. Lu Quan exclaimed in delight. What? What nonsense are you spouting? Zhao's sarcasm intensified. Lingwei, Zhu Chun, David, I will send you the coordinates. Let us go. Is Tang Hong truly alive? Li Lingwei inquired with immense surprise. Just follow me. Tang Hong is alive and has contacted me. I believe he has successfully escaped with his ship. We may have lost our vessel, but we still possess enough to form a small fleet. Let us go. Amidst the throng of pioneer vessels that had just crossed the Star Gate, four relatively modest-sized ships broke away from the main fleet, venturing deeper into the cosmos. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Zhu felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that Tang Hong still lived? Impossible. He was acutely aware of the formidable firepower wielded by Liu's Flamingo battleship, and as a subordinate, he held a profound understanding of Liu's nature. Liu was a man who pursued total annihilation, leaving no remnant behind. He would never allow Tang Hong to escape. What madness is this? Perhaps it is merely a trap set by young Master Liu for you foolish ones, intended to lure you in. Zhao Zhu could hardly believe that Tang Hong was still alive, and without a moment's hesitation, he uttered these words. Suddenly, he halted, struck by the realization that this could indeed be a trap orchestrated by Liu. If young Master Liu had captured Tang Hong, the invasive chip within Tang Hong's brain could have transmitted a message, its purpose being the complete eradication of the target. Had he just spoken out loud, he might have compromised young Master Liu's strategy. Good heavens. He has committed an unforgivable sin. In an instant, Zhao Zhu's face turned pale, unable to bear the thought of Liu's retribution. Yet, Lu Quan and the others paid no heed to Zhao Zhu, which afforded him a moment of relief. With this thought in mind, he quickly messaged Liu. Zhao Zhu, young Master Liu, were you intentionally releasing coordinates to lure Lu Quan and the others in? Aiming for total annihilation? You have succeeded. Lu Quan and his group are en route to the coordinates. Meanwhile, Liu, with a 40mm caliber gun pressed against his throat, received this message and felt an overwhelming urge to curse Zhao Zhu's ancestors. What in the world is this? In my current predicament, you claim this is a trap? Total annihilation? I am on the brink of being eradicated myself. However, he dared not respond, for not only was he under the gun's threat, But a tactical humanoid had also connected a data line to the back of his head, rendering every movement monitored by Tang Hong. At that moment, the Flamingo battleship lay anchored on a small asteroid, approximately 2 kilometers in diameter, where Tang Hong awaited Lu Quan's arrival. Supreme One, we have discovered something. You should come and take a look. Tang Hong received a message from Moonlight. Aside from a few tactical humanoids left to control Leo, the remaining combatants aboard the battleship had gone to confiscate the weapons and equipment of the crew. Though the number of personnel on the ship was considerable, they dared not act against Leo's control. Moonlight must have found something significant. Tang Hong swiftly made his way to the location indicated by Moonlight. Situated on the lower deck of the Flamingo battleship, adjacent to the armored units and the hangar for space fighters, there lay a chamber filled with rows of biological preservation tanks, approximately 100 in total, each containing a living human girl. Terrifyingly, these young human females remain physically intact, yet their foreheads have been meticulously severed, exposing their brains to the open air. Their bodies are submerged in a viscous solution. Each exposed brain is connected to a series of neural data cables. This, Supreme One, behold this. We have just uncovered this data. A flicker of data streams glimmers in the inky darkness of the moonlit eyes. Don Juan receives it, his gaze sparkling with brilliance as he meticulously reads. Batch inventory list. Human female brain cargo number. 132451. Current status. Plant-like stasis. Number. 132452. Current status. Plant-like stasis. Number. 132453. Research report. Investigating the energetic responses of sentient female brains in relation to the ruins of the stellar domain. Chapter 9. Mission accomplished. Preparing to establish the base. Research report. Study of the psychic responses of intelligent female beings' brains in the ruined star domain. Psychic energy first manifested in the ruined star domain, specifically in the 99 star system. This enigmatic and unknown force appears to originate from a higher dimension, yet its precise nature remains elusive to us. The intelligent beings residing in the 88th star domain have been subjected to a peculiar and unknown influence, resulting in the emergence of a unique subset capable of harnessing this energy, with a notable predominance of female entities among them. Upon investigation, it seems this force emanates from the brains of these intelligent beings, which we have designated as psychic energy. As he perused the lengthy research report, Don Juan's expression darkened further. This extensive document detailed the inhumane experiments conducted on human females, all centered around their brains. Before him lay 100 life support tanks, each containing human girls abducted from various planets across the star domain. What horrified Don Juan even more was that certain descriptions within the report seemed to confirm a widespread phenomenon throughout the Yada Empire and even the entire Tauran Interstellar Society, namely, the systematic capture of intelligent female beings, the dissection of their skulls, and the study of their brains to unravel the mysteries of this unknown psychic energy. The human race bore the brunt of this atrocity, as their brains were deemed the most balanced and suitable for such experiments. The audacity of someone like Lele, a scion of the Yada Corporation, to orchestrate such trafficking of these individuals in pursuit of researching psychic energy in the ruined star domain spoke volumes about the rampant depravity of the Yada people. A surge of fury welled up within Don Juan. Moonlight, ascertain how many of the Yada crew aboard this warship are implicated in these activities. Don Juan commanded solemnly. Yes, Your Excellency, Moonlight replied with a nod before departing. In truth, Don Juan already harbored a suspicion, for the chamber housing the life support tanks was not concealed at all. It was adjacent to the equipment storage area, a place frequented by many. This implied that the over 5,000 souls aboard the warship were likely aware of these grim realities, with each individual possibly complicit in the atrocities. Indeed, Moonlight returned with several navigation log reports from the warship. These documents had been extracted from the bridge's database. One report meticulously chronicled the activities of the Flamingo warship during its temporary docking at a human-dominated impoverished planet, including a section labeled Special Research Report. From this, Don Juan uncovered a list of commodities traded by Lele, including a batch of items disturbingly marked as edible. Notably, among the crew of over 5,000 aboard the Flamingo warship, not a single human was present, only the reptilian Yada. It became evident that Lele's arrangements were not solely fueled by racial prejudice. In that moment, Don Juan resolved the fate of all aboard the Flamingo warship. On a 2-kilometer-wide asteroid, aboard the lower deck of the Flamingo battleship, the colossal hatch of the armory and hangar for spacecraft swung open. All weaponry, large armored units, and space fighters were deployed, resting upon the asteroid's surface. At present, the entirety of the Flamingo battleship was left with only the motionless lay at the bridge and a cadre of tactical humanoid maidens. The remaining 5,000 Yada had been herded into the vast, empty cargo bay of the lower deck for concentrated oversight, stripped of their weaponry. Don Juan, what are you planning to do? Lei Lei gazed at the armed Don Juan approaching him, his eyes filled with trepidation. You are aware of the so-called special cargo in the lower decks chamber, aren't you? Don Juan regarded him with an impassive expression. Special cargo? What special cargo? Lei Lei feigned ignorance, but Don Juan raised his handgun. No. Don Juan, you cannot kill me, my father. Lei Lei's voice trembled with fear, his reptilian visage contorted in terror as he shouted in desperation. Bang! Boom! A gunshot resounded, and Lei Lei's head erupted. His cries fell abruptly silent. Thud! The headless corpse toppled to the ground. As for your father, I shall send him to hell alongside you. But not just yet. You merely embark on your journey a little earlier. Don Juan, his demeanor unyielding, stepped forward and fired several more shots into the lifeless body. First the gunfire, then the idle chatter. He casually tossed the handgun to the side to the waiting Tsukiyo. Tsukiyo, dispose of this wretch's corpse into space. Sevi, initiate the battleship's flight into orbit, then activate the separation module to jettison the cargo bay from the lower deck into the void. With these commands, Don Juan turned to depart. Ha! You miserable creature, finally dead. Dong Xiao, her petite frame hefting a 40mm armor-piercing autocannon, spat on the corpse before bouncing along behind Don Juan, her golden twin tails dancing wildly. Sevi was not a professional battleship operator. Rather, she was a technically advanced mechanical humanoid. Her owner was exceptionally formidable, possessing computational power far exceeding that of the Yada Empire's most advanced super AI. She could effortlessly command an entire Flamingo battleship, typically crewed by over 1,000, with singular ease, executing maneuvers with the precision of piloting a small assault craft. The existing interstellar battleships were designed with a modular structure, allowing for the intentional abandonment of severely damaged sections during combat to prevent any detrimental impact on the operational capacity of other ship modules. The 670-meter-long interstellar battleship ascended once more into the cosmos, and shortly thereafter, the cargo bay of the lower deck was separated and cast aside. After the battleship had traveled a short distance, 6 powerful thermoplasma beam cannons fired simultaneously from above. The 6 crimson beams of molten energy pierced the starry sky, striking the abandoned large equipment warehouse module. Subsequently, the warship descended back onto the asteroid. At this moment, the vessel unequivocally belonged to Don Juan. Novice combat. Mission completed. Congratulations, you have received 3 lottery draws. Additional system functions will be unlocked after the establishment of the base. 3 lottery draws. One could only wonder what treasures they might yield. Don Juan nodded slightly, knowing he would have to wait until the base was established and more system functions became available to discover the outcome. Once again, the Flamingo warship rested upon the asteroid, where the engineering constructs, including Dong Xiao, were diligently dismantling the now-defunct Hammerhead assault craft, mending the warship's wounds inflicted during the collision. The Hammerhead assault craft had been rendered inoperable due to the violent impact sustained during the assault. It was only due to the exceptional durability of the tactical constructs that Don Juan could emerge unscathed from the deep-sea maintenance chamber. Once the warship was fully restored, Don Juan planned to pilot the Flamingo, equipped with a curvature engine, in search of a suitable location to establish a base. At that moment, he received a message from Lu Quan, a string of encoded information comprehensible only to the two of them, which conveyed the following. Spring, we have arrived, hiding behind another asteroid. We have spotted the Flamingo warship. Are you a prisoner of Lei Lei? Where are you being held on the ship? We are organizing a suicide squad to rescue you immediately. Upon reading Lu Quan's message, Don Juan couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Lu Quan had pondered Zhao Gu's last words before coming, which held a measure of truth. It was indeed possible that this was a trap set by Lei Lei, and Don Juan might have been captured. Yet, they had still chosen to come. I'm fine. I have already slain Lei Lei, and the Flamingo is under my control. You can come over now, Don Juan replied. To his surprise, Lu Quan remained unconvinced. Spring, don't rush. I'll organize the assault team to come over right away. Don Juan was left utterly speechless. Chapter 10. Iron Core Assimilation. Flesh and blood and suffering, mechanical ascension inexorably. Tang Hong resorted to sending a message encoded in a cipher only understood between the two of them. Zhao, Lu Quan, can you not bear to see me well? I told you, I'm fine. Come over. Upon receiving this string of information, Lu Quan was taken aback, slowly realizing that Tang Hong truly seemed to be unharmed. Good news, brothers, Tang Hong is safe. The others exhaled in relief as well. This fellow truly startled me. Li Lingwei, who had been anxiously worried about Tang Hong's safety, could finally breathe easy. Meanwhile, Lu Quan, still coming to terms with the situation, recalled what had just been said. The spring said he killed Lei Lei what? The others stared in astonishment at Lu Quan's message, incredulous. Really? But how could that be possible? The Flamingo not only boasted 6 powerful thermoplastic plasma beam cannons, but was also equipped with radar-evading coatings. Its bow was armed with torpedoes designed for large warships, and electromagnetic armor-piercing railguns. The flanks were adorned with numerous close-in electromagnetic naval guns and defensive laser arrays, with radar detection capabilities that were exceptional, calculating distances in light seconds. It could even detect an enemy 1 light minute away and subsequently obliterate it with its 6 thermoplastic plasma beam cannons. The Flamingo was also outfitted with a superluminal curvature engine that could propel the warship into a state of faster-than-light travel within 3 minutes. Not to mention the curvature node leap engine. Among the Empire's smaller classes of warships, it was the most formidable interstellar battleship. Such a vast disparity. How could Tang Hong have achieved this? David gaped in astonishment. His family was in the arms business, and he clearly possessed a greater understanding of the Flamingo's specifications than the others. The gap between the two ships was monumental. How could Tang Hong possibly have accomplished such a feat? Regardless, we must find Tang Hong first, Li Lingwei stated bluntly. They were not far from Tang Hong's current coordinates. A few minutes later, they could see the Flamingo battleship docked on a small asteroid approximately 2 kilometers in diameter, accompanied by numerous armored ground units and space fighters. Tang Hong had long been awaiting their arrival. Beneath his transparent visor, his gaze was fixed on the 4 space vessels, each 100 meters in length, landing on the asteroid. Silence enveloped the scene. "Spring, you're really alive," exclaimed Lu Quan, rushing forward. "Goodness, this is the Flamingo battleship. How did you manage this?" He was the first to approach, delivering a punch to Tang Hong's chest before widening his eyes at the colossal warship behind him. Though the 670-meter-long battleship was considered small within the Yada Empire's combat fleet, it was the largest vessel they had ever seen up close. "Wait, you have a tail following you," Tang Hong remarked as Lu Quan dashed over. "A tail?" Lu Quan was momentarily taken aback when he noticed Tang Hong making a gesture. Suddenly, a red light flickered from the towering battleship behind him, and a beam shot into the dark expanse of space. In the next instant, everyone witnessed a brilliant explosion illuminating the void. It was Zhao Zhua. It must be him. David expressed his disdain for Zhao Zhua, whose presence was universally detested. Until now, they had refrained from taking action due to their master's oversight, but unexpectedly, Tang Hong wasted no time and opened fire. "Well, that takes care of that. Lu Quan, what were you asking me earlier? How did I plan to deal with Lilei?" "It's quite simple. As soon as we pass through the Stargate, I will launch a close-range assault from the back of the Phoenix and collide with it during the skirmish, capturing Lilei in the process," Tang Hong stated nonchalantly. This declaration left the others momentarily speechless. After a long pause, Lu Quan could only utter one word: "Impressive." Tang Hong turned to see Li Lingwei behind Lu Quan, and he was taken aback. "What is she doing here? Didn't she say she wouldn't participate in this interstellar expedition?" he exclaimed, hastily inquiring Lu Quan. "How would I know?" Lu Quan shrugged in response. Taking a deep breath, Tang Hong understood that Lu Quan and the others intended to accompany him to form a fleet. However, he knew he could not allow that. "I want to elaborate on the specifics, but to summarize, I am still in grave danger. I believe Liatasi has already been informed of Lilei's demise. The biological monitoring system linked to the star domain network on Lilei has been severed, which means Liatasi is aware of Lilei's death, and they will not spare me. Liatasi is backed by the Imperial military, and my actions have effectively made me an enemy of the Empire. Therefore, I cannot endanger you. This is our final meeting. I intend to remain in the relic star domain indefinitely." Upon hearing this, the others lost their playful demeanor, their expressions turning serious. Although Li Lingwei was deeply concerned for Tang Hong, she was not naive. She understood the gravity of the situation. The expansive Jishuan financial company, along with the Imperial military supporting Liatasi, would not relent in their pursuit of Tang Hong. Within the Yada Empire, Tang Hong had nowhere to hide. All of them, including the majority of explorers venturing into the relic star domain, sought merely to chance upon good fortune and perhaps unearth valuable treasures before departing. Now, however, Tang Hong planned to stay indefinitely. Though they were unaware of how Tang Hong had resolved the issue with the Phoenix battleship, they recognized that, given his displayed prowess, accompanying him would only serve to hinder him. Tang Hong also informed them about the peculiar cargo he had discovered aboard the Phoenix, which incited considerable outrage among them. Yet, anger was of no consequence at this juncture. "I understand, Tang Hong. Take care of yourself." As the crowd dispersed, Don Juan generously bestowed upon several individuals the equipment he could not take with him. To Don Juan, these items held little value at present. Once his own base was established, he would possess everything he needed. Moreover, as the Flamingo had abandoned the large warehouse module, he was unable to carry these items away. After everyone had departed, Don Juan returned to the deck of the Flamingo warship, making his way to the chamber designated for special cargo. There, he beheld a row of young maidens, suspended in biological preservation tanks, their brains exposed and in slumber. Deep in thought, Don Juan contemplated how to accommodate them. The reports he received explicitly indicated that these maidens were still alive, albeit in a state of unresponsiveness. In that moment, Don Juan found himself in a quandary. At that instant, the voice of Shiwei echoed in his ear. "Shiwei, do you have any good ideas?" he inquired, his eyes shimmering with streams of data. "Supreme, you can grant them a new life?" Shiwei communicated from the bridge, engaging in a long-distance exchange. "Grant them a new life?" Don Juan paused, puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Supreme, upon acquiring our race's STC module, you will gain a new ability, Iron Heart Assimilation. This power allows you to transform other intelligent species into our tactical mechanical maidens. For carbon-based beings bound by flesh, this truly represents an ascension. For those currently in a state of near death, this is the best option. They will join us and pledge their loyalty to you. Flesh is frail, but machinery shall ascend." Chapter 11. With a sudden burst, a roasted chicken appeared, and the process of assimilation began. Tang Hong's eyes shimmered with streams of data, infused with an extraordinary hue. "Shiwei, what shall I do?" "First, you must employ certain alloy materials. Otherwise, even if you transform them into mechanical maidens, their frail forms, constrained by the absence of their original physical mass, will render them significantly weaker than us. Even you, in your exalted state, cannot contravene the law of conservation of mass." Tang Hong nodded slightly, directly repurposing the remnants of his scrapped headhammer assault craft. After its decommissioning, a portion of the materials had been utilized by Dong Xiu to repair the damaged Flamingo warship. Yet a substantial amount remained. 100 tons of titanium alloy and various other materials were gathered by the engineering automatons led by Dong Xiu, neatly stacked within the chambers of the slumbering maidens. Taking a deep breath, Tang Hong closed his eyes, feeling the connection he shared with all the mechanical maidens. Within this bond resided a peculiar power, as searing as an ember. In an instant, a transformation ensued. A radiant light emanated from Tang Hong, enveloping all the alloy materials and the 100 biological preservation tanks containing the maidens. Under this luminescence, their brains and flesh were deconstructed at an atomic level, only to be reassembled anew. The maidens entered a dream, a painful reverie. In this dream, the fragility of their carbon-based flesh encapsulated the suffering of their lives. They struggled in a poverty-stricken world ruled by the Yada aristocracy, fighting for survival against hunger. Cheap biological nutrient solutions constituted their sustenance, while the expensive natural foods remained unattainable deities throughout their existence. Under the torment of illness, their impoverished lives left them yearning for medicines priced beyond their reach. The pain was overwhelming. The robust Yada effortlessly wielded cold weapons to slay their resisting parents, inflicting emotional suffering that eclipsed even the sharpest physical agony. They were powerless, abducted, and left to endure the Yada's dissection of their skulls, the examination of their minds. Hunger, illness, pain, weakness. All of it ends today. Flesh and blood, frail. Mechanical ascension. A glorious evolution awaits. A pristine blue light flickered. 100 exquisitely sculpted maidens, each a masterpiece of beauty, stood before Tang Hong. Their crystalline eyes, whether black or blue, sparkled with data streams, a testament to the formidable processing power of silicon-based chips far surpassing that of biological brains. Beneath their seemingly delicate and tender forms lay a strength of machinery unattainable by mere flesh. In that moment, they all established a supreme connection with Tang Hong. Tactical doll, mechanical maiden, category, silicon-based life form, ascended humanity, average height, 185 centimeters, average weight, 1,000 kilograms, category classification, military combat doll, behold the supreme one. All newly transformed mechanical maidens gazed upon Tang Hong with an expression of fervent reverence, admiration, and zeal akin to that of worshipping a deity. Tang Hong inclined his head slightly, then addressed Dong Xiu beside him. Distribute the equipment to them. At the very least, they should be clothed. Dong Xiu surveyed the exposed tactical dolls, and then glanced back at Tang Hong, a contemplative look appearing in her azure eyes. Coughing lightly, Tang Hong reassured himself. I am a man of virtue. Suddenly, a tactical doll stepped forward from the crowd, approaching Tang Hong. Just as she began to speak, a surge of electricity flickered across her forehead. What? This unexpected anomaly prompted Tang Hong to swiftly turn around, and in a display of remarkable agility, he caught the fainting tactical doll in a striking princess carry. However, they both tumbled to the ground. It was no jest, a ton of weight in a tactical doll, no matter how exquisite, was beyond Tang Hong's capacity to lift. His body simply could not endure such a burden. Dong Xiu, resembling a little lowly, quickly separated the two with one hand each. What happened to her? Tang Hong queried in confusion. Was there an error in the transformation? It shouldn't be like this. Why did she suddenly faint? The girl's forehead flickered with strange electricity, arcs dancing before everything returned to normal. Upon regaining consciousness, she gazed intently at Tang Hong. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his ear. Special unit detected. Tactical doll STC has acquired a new psionic maiden template. Please search for psionic energy-related entities within the ruins star domain to complete this template. However, be advised that seeking psionic-related entities may attract unknown existences and carry significant risks. Proceed with caution. Upon completion of the template, new units, psionic maidens, can be produced. Psionic maiden? She has awakened psionic abilities? A jolt of surprise coursed through Tang Hong. The psionic maiden opened her eyes, revealing a pair of exceptionally unique pink irises, filled with fervent and almost pathological emotion as they fixated on Tang Hong. An unnatural flush appeared on her cheeks, her delicate tongue caressing her lips, and her eager expression hinted at a touch of madness. Goodness, I've awakened a lunatic. Although Tang Hong was not well versed in psionics, it seemed to be something extraordinary. Moreover, the Yada Empire had pursued psionic research for decades without success, and now he had directly acquired a subordinate capable of wielding mysterious psionic powers? Quite impressive. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Do you have a name?" "Supreme One. I am Ruby, your humble follower." "Supreme One, come and possess me. All that I am belongs to you." Ruby's silvery hair floated gently under the influence of an enigmatic force, her pink eyes filled with allure, reflecting the image of Don Juan, as if in this world, her gaze could perceive only him. "Oh dear, a roast chicken has arrived," exclaimed Dong Xiao, her petite face suddenly adorned with an odd expression. "Ahem, let us be serious. Equip yourselves properly. We shall venture deeper into this star system," Don Juan stated, adjusting his demeanor and rising to his feet. Once everything was organized, 100 combat androids appeared under Don Juan's command, accompanied by a psionic girl. Although Don Juan was unfamiliar with the essence of psionics, he presumed it to be formidable. The Flamingo-class battleship activated its engines and departed from the small asteroid, heading into the depths of the star system. Within the ruined star domain, the inner regions of a star system are often the most perilous zones. They are rife with remnants of ancient civilizations, teeming not only with dangers, but also abundant opportunities. As Don Juan advanced towards the heart of the star system, he prepared to establish his own base. Outside the ruined star domain, within the territory of the Yada Empire, lies the core star region, the Holy Laritas star system. This is the capital system of the Yada Empire and its most pivotal area. At that moment, Litas of the Jishuan Company was engaged in negotiations with the Imperial military when his expression suddenly changed, turning to one of profound sorrow. He had just received news of the death of his beloved youngest son from the biological life detection system linked to the Star Network. Chapter 12. Bounty of the Star Domain Network. What is it, Litas? The Imperial general across from Litas noticed the change in his expression and inquired. "My son is dead." Litas took a deep breath, a wave of sorrow intertwined with a surging anger within him. Someone had taken his son's life. "Shall we pause our negotiations?" the Imperial general asked. "No, it is fine. Let us continue." Litas closed his eyes, feeling the rapid beating of his substantial mechanical heart within his chest. The biological tranquilizers coursed swiftly through his body, and soon, his sorrow and rage dissipated. Opening his eyes, his golden slit-like pupils gleamed with intensity, and his demeanor returned to calmness. "Your Excellency, let us proceed with our discussions." The Imperial general scrutinized him, nodding slightly, harboring admiration for him. Indeed, he was one of the most successful merchants. Even in the face of his son's death, he could still engage in business negotiations. Approximately 2 hours later, the negotiations concluded, resulting in a deal valued at over 100 billion Yada coins. Litas had secured a fleet of active Imperial starships. However, he felt no joy. Instead, his mood darkened further. The newly acquired Imperial warships were intended for deployment in the recently opened ruins star domain. His youngest son, Lilei, was meant to establish a base there. Now he was gone. "Boss, you should take a look at this," a subordinate's voice echoed in Litas' ears. A stream of data flickered in his eyes, and a link appeared before him. Upon opening it, he found a news article. Star Domain Oddities Report. Shocking. A battle has erupted in the newly opened star system of the ruins star domain. Litas' eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, he retracted the rudimentary intelligent AI he had deployed throughout the star domain network to gather information. The vast data from the star domain was scrutinized, and he quickly gleaned several key phrases. Recent graduates of the Yada Imperial Military Academy, assigned to retired hammer assault crafts, along with a name, Don Juan. Don Juan. Litas inhaled deeply, yet he could not bring himself to believe it. He refused to accept that Don Juan had the capability to kill his son. If it were indeed Don Juan, then he must merely be a pawn. There had to be someone orchestrating events behind the scenes, utilizing the conflict between Don Juan and our company to incite discord. There must be other powerful forces at play. They sought to target me through such means. If their intention was to provoke me, then they have succeeded. Don Juan may be a minor character, but I shall play along and begin by eliminating this insignificant pawn. Litas' eyes shimmered with determination, a torrent of data flashing before him. However, I cannot act impulsively. Relay my orders. issue a bounty to the various raider factions within the ruined star domain. A bounty for Don Juan alive. 100 million Yada coins. Within the ruined star domain, there are currently 117 known star systems. The relic star system where Don Juan resides is the 117th, while the preceding 116 systems have largely been claimed by various interstellar civilizations. Numerous fleets from several interstellar cultures are stationed there. Additionally, some systems remain unoccupied due to various factors. They may be perilously dangerous or engulfed in chaos, teeming with a plethora of indigenous, savage interstellar races and cosmic pirates. This tumult stands in stark contrast to the tranquility of the major interstellar societies. Between these societies, spanning tens of thousands of light years, lies an impassable void, necessitating travel through frontier stargates. However, the 117 known relic star systems are interconnected without barriers, featuring intact space and the most natural curvature jump nodes. Currently, the major interstellar societies, including the Tauran Interstellar Society to which the Yada Empire belongs, employ three primary methods for faster-than-light travel. First, there are stargates that facilitate bidirectional transit. As long as there is a corresponding gate on the opposite end, one can traverse the distance and space effortlessly. Second, natural curvature jump nodes exist within the universe's space, which is not flat but resembles a vast, undulating cosmic grid with varying elevations. The points linking these grids are the natural curvature jump nodes, differing in size and distance between them. Some nodes are merely a few light years apart, while others span hundreds of light years, with most located within galaxies, particularly near stars or at Lagrange points. Warships can utilize curvature jump engines to leap from one node to another. The third method involves a curvature jump engine that, in the absence of jump nodes, must manipulate space to exceed light speed. Once sufficiently close to these nodes, the engine can establish a connection to execute a spatial jump. The more advanced the curvature engine, the farther it can reach to manipulate space nodes. Currently, the Yada Empire's active warships can typically only engage with space nodes within a distance of 10 light years. Not all star systems within the relic domain are interconnected. Initially, when the relic domain was discovered, each system was hindered by inexplicable spatial storms. However, when the major interstellar societies found a new relic system coordinate in the Frontier Stargate database, the spatial storm blocking access to this new system would dissipate. Thus, all 117 discovered systems in the relic domain are linked, while vast expanses of unexplored systems remain obstructed by spatial storms, rendering traversal extremely perilous. This necessity to navigate through frontier stargates to explore new relic systems, rather than expanding from already mapped systems into the relic domain, is paramount. Relic domain, star system number 117. This is a single star system, featuring a red giant star. The colossal red star has reached the twilight of its existence, yet this process unfolds with remarkable protraction. Consequently, Don Juan remains unfazed by the prospect of a sudden supernova explosion within this galaxy. At present, the paramount concern for Don Juan is to identify a clandestine and secure location for establishing a base. This endeavor poses a considerable challenge for him. His base must be surrounded by an ample supply of minerals to facilitate development. Should he choose a site within the asteroid belt, the selected asteroid must not be too diminutive. It must be sufficiently large to provide natural protection for Don Juan's base. Currently, Don Juan finds himself at the periphery of this galaxy, where numerous small asteroids abound, yet they all fall short of his stringent criteria. Chapter 13. Establishing the base. The journey of Don Juan could only continue his advance towards the interior of the 117th star system. Further ahead lay an asteroid belt reminiscent of the Kuiper belt within our solar system. The distance to the central star of the system was estimated to be over 10 billion kilometers. However, given the current speed of the Flamingo battleship that Don Juan had commandeered, with the curvature engine at full power and traveling at 5 times the speed of light, it would take less than 2 hours to approach the vicinity of the star. Yet first, it was imperative to observe the planets that existed within this star system. This task proved to be quite straightforward, as Don Juan soon received a response from Xu Wei. Supreme Leader, this star system contains only 3 complete planets. However, there exists a substantial number of dwarf planets, each with diameters ranging from 900 to 2,000 kilometers. Only so few planets? Don Juan pondered momentarily, but nonetheless commanded to proceed. After traversing the asteroid belt, the curvature engine was officially activated, propelling them at full speed. The engines roared to life, generating a curvature bubble. Accompanied by a cascade of colorful light, the 670-meter-long Flamingo battleship was enveloped in the curvature bubble, instantly transforming into a beam of light and vanishing from sight. After traveling approximately 3 billion kilometers, the battleship halted, exiting the curvature state. Ahead lay a region densely populated with dwarf planets. In fact, these dwarf planets were quite suitable for establishing a base. Shui, why have we stopped? Don Juan inquired. A dwarf planet has moved into the forward region. Continuing to activate the curvature engine would pose a certain danger. Moreover, I have just conducted a meticulous observation of the dwarf planets in the area ahead and discovered that their distribution is rather irregular. I suspect. Shui's violet eyes shimmered with copious streams of computational data. Hiss. Don Juan inhaled sharply. If this were true, what had this star system endured in the distant past? However, if the dwarf planets had formed following the collapse of several original planets in this region, it would imply a high likelihood of safety on these dwarf planets. Don Juan contemplated this possibility, realizing it could indeed be true. Indeed, the area ahead is quite conducive to establishing a base, Shui remarked, lightly tapping her chin. Beyond this region lie several complete planets. Let us proceed forward to investigate and seek a suitable location for our base, Don Juan mused internally. He had begun to formulate certain ideas. He intended to fully occupy this star system. However, not at this moment. The most crucial aspect of seizing this star system was to control the natural curvature jump points within it. In multi-star systems, the natural curvature jump points are located at the gravitational equilibrium between stars, commonly referred to as Lagrange points in earthly terms. The range of these natural curvature jump points is vast. Even less advanced curvature engines can engage these points from considerable distances to facilitate jumps. Conversely, in single-star systems, the natural curvature jump points are found at the Lagrange points between the star and its planets. The dimensions of this particular location are relatively modest. One must approach quite closely for effective engagement. However, this precisely meets the criteria for occupation, rendering it a diminutive yet vital ingress and egress along the cosmic expressway. Currently, this galaxy has attracted a multitude of independent explorers, though no significant powers have made their entrance. This is primarily due to the fact that these larger factions require individual pioneers as the initial scouts, serving as expendable assets. Historically, there have been instances where major powers vied for entry into a galaxy, only to find themselves annihilated by the remnants of perilous ancient defensive systems still operational within the ruins. All the fleets that rushed in were obliterated at the periphery of the galaxy, leaving that hazardous region untouched to this very day. Consequently, lessons have been learned. After several months of exploration and confirming the absence of excessively dangerous ancient artifacts, the formidable entities will commence their large-scale incursions. Furthermore, they need not fret over valuable relics being pilfered, as any site of significant worth typically possesses an active self-defense mechanism, which individual explorers lack the capability to overcome. These ensuing months represent the opportune moment for Tang Hong. One might inquire why the planets within the galaxy are not being selected. The answer lies in the historical accounts from other ancient star regions. Intact planets are generally surrounded by automated orbital defense rings. The natural curvature jump points, being the most crucial locations within a galaxy, are likely to be heavily fortified. Should one venture there, the probability of colliding with ancient, operational space stations is exceedingly high, resulting in immediate obliteration. Many of the initial casualties in previously explored ancient star systems likely met their demise in this manner. For now, Tang Hong can focus on development. Following thorough reconnaissance, it was discovered that this region harbors 19 dwarf planets. Each of these dwarf planets has been cleared of debris along its orbital path. Surrounding them, a plethora of meteoroids and asteroids continues to orbit. After preliminary analysis, Tang Hong opted for one of the medium-sized dwarf planets, approximately 1,400 kilometers in diameter. This celestial body is rich in metallic heavy elements, and a multitude of icy meteoroids and asteroids forms a small ring around it. Tang Hong anticipates the collection of substantial amounts of deuterium and tritium for fusion reactions to generate energy. Essentially, it is akin to boiling water, Tang Hong mused. The warship commenced its descent onto the dwarf planet. This particular dwarf planet features a crater roughly 4 kilometers in diameter, with depths reaching several hundred meters. Not far off lies a range of small mountains. The crater presents an ideal location for base concealment. As the warship landed, Tang Hong, accompanied by tactical humanoid companions, emerged through the open hatch. At that moment, Tang Hong received a notification from the system. Would you like to establish a base in this area? Upon confirmation, the initial base construction template stored within the system's repository will materialize. Yes. In the next moment, radiant beams flickered. A multitude of construction apparatuses materialized from the converging light. The rays coalesced into the formidable form of colossal engineering machinery, which then solidified. Dongxiu, prepare to commence. Tang Hong gazed at the engineering humanoid girl, Dongxiu. Indeed, it was supreme. Dongxiu looked upon those grand machines with uncontainable excitement. At that instant, Tang Hong also heard an advanced system notification. The base location has been established. System functionalities have been perfected. The lottery template has been activated. The faction template has been initiated, and the technological exchange marketplace has been launched. Chapter 14. Wielding this chainsaw sword, chaos is naught but excrement. The system interface presented 4 distinct options: lottery template, faction template, technology exchange, and enhancement mall, and system warehouse. As the name suggests, the lottery template allows one to utilize lottery chances obtained through tasks to participate in draws. The scope of the lottery is vast, with the possibility of winning a myriad of items. The faction template, housed within the lottery template, reflects the current status of the Tang Hong base. Faction name, unnamed. Supreme Unique, Tang Hong, main base, under construction, at present. This is but a simple description. It is anticipated that a more detailed account will emerge upon the completion of the base. The Technology Exchange and Enhancement Mall represents a comprehensive module. Upon opening it, Tang Hong was greeted by a panel divided into 2 sections. To the left, an illustration of a growing sapling was displayed, adorned with 3 branches: mechanical physics, biological genetics, and wisdom and spiritual energy. Notably, the mechanical physics branch extended the furthest and shone the brightest, while the wisdom and spiritual energy branch had only just illuminated. The branch representing biological genetics was yet to emit any light. A line of small text below read, "If new technologies are acquired through alternative means, they may be introduced into this section to enhance the completeness of the technology tree. Furthermore, should the completeness of the introduced technology be lacking, this section will automatically repair and enhance the technology within reasonable bounds to make it usable." This, it seemed, was what was referred to as the technology tree. Tang Hong grasped the concept and turned his attention to the right section. The right side of the panel represented a traditional marketplace, technology mall. Within this mall, one can directly purchase finished designs for warships or weaponry, as well as various miscellaneous items. The warship design schematics were categorized into grades: 3 purities, 4 sovereigns, 5 elders, 6 directors, 7 origins, 8 extremes, 9 luminaries, and 10 capitals. 8 levels delineated by the system. Regrettably, from the level of 7 origins onwards, the subsequent levels appear dimmed and unavailable for selection. To purchase warship design schematics from the system mall, one requires spiritual essence and must meet the technological progress criteria established in the left side technology tree panel. Currently, the highest grade of warship design schematic available for direct purchase with points is 8 extremes. Tang Hong nodded slightly. He was not one to aim excessively high, and thus, he dutifully clicked on 8 extremes. In the next moment, the list refreshed. The first item to catch his eye was the design schematic for the warship: Qian Tian Heavy Assault Battleship, Kuan Di Orbital Strike Heavy Cruiser, Sun Feng High Speed Attack Cruiser, Zhenlei Medium Assault Battleship, Qinshui Medium Logistics Supply Ship, Lihua Medium Assault Battleship, Jinshan Heavy Assault Cruiser, Dyize Large Comprehensive Supply Mothership. In addition to the aforementioned 8 principal warships, Tang Hong discovered that he could select design blueprints from 2 of the warship models and combine them. This interplay could yield a remarkable 64 variations of warships. However, this method was still a bit too advanced for Tang Hong at present. He clicked on the Qian Tian Heavy Attack Battleship and scrolled down without examining any data, eager to see the price. Qian Tian Heavy Attack Battleship Design Blueprint, 500,000 spirit sources. This spirit source served as the currency utilized by the system, represented by an icon resembling a circular copper coin with a square hole. The coin was adorned with images of a male and female deity, each positioned on opposite sides, accompanied by the symbol of yin and yang fish. By defeating enemy warships and achieving victory in battle, one could acquire a corresponding amount of spirit sources based on the technological level and strength of the enemy's fleet. Currently, the amount of spirit sources in your possession is 100. Spirit Source Acquisition Record. Attack the Flamingo warship, secured a total of 60 spirit sources after a successful ambush, with an additional reward of 40 spirit sources for exceptional performance in close-range combat. I'm not worthy. Farewell. Tang Hong promptly closed the 8 extremes panel and shifted his attention to the 9 luminaries and 10 capitals panels. As he perused, he found that the warships in the 9 luminaries category were predominantly designs for cruisers and large destroyers, with prices ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000. Meanwhile, the 10 capitals featured destroyers and frigates, with even the cheapest frigate costing 1,000 spirit sources. I can't afford a single one. Tang Hong lamented his financial plight. At that moment, a system notification appeared. The mall template also offers a function to exchange Interstellar Society's universal currency for spirit sources, albeit in a one-way transaction. The exchange rate is 1 to 10 million. 1 to 10 million. How incredibly reasonable. Tang Hong once more expressed his financial woes. He decisively closed the mall panel and turned his attention to the lottery panel. Time to change my fate. 3 lottery chances await. The moment to determine my destiny has arrived. Lottery panel displayed a colossal circular interface with 5 categories: technology, military, economy, architecture, and miscellaneous, evenly distributed around the panel. A grand pointer sat at the center, spinning mysteriously. Assist me in this lottery. By the decree of the heavens, let it commence. With a resounding shout from Tang Hong, the pointer on the lottery panel spun vigorously, moving without wind. The first lottery. Miscellaneous. Congratulations. You have won a blessing from the abyssal god of terror, a fragment of divine favor. What on earth is this? Tang Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a thing could be drawn from a lottery. Fragment of divine favor. A gift from the bloodthirsty evil god seated upon the brass throne. Effect. You and all your ground forces will be immune to 20 of any enemy long-range attack damage. A certain chaotic deity whispered. Close combat. Flash. 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 Sever their heads. Fear not, for you and all the races under your command are immune to the corruption of the dark gods. Feel free to unleash your might. Tang Hong fell into a prolonged silence before finally exclaiming, Goodness, this is rather unreasonable, isn't it? The army is directly immune to 20 of any ranged attack damage from the enemy. If this effect could be transferred to the warships, it would be an absolute annihilation. Alas, such a transfer is not feasible. The second lottery. Military. Congratulations. You have drawn the design blueprint for the high-energy monomolecular chainsaw sword. It can be produced upon the completion of the base, utilizing the relevant STC construction template. High-energy monomolecular chainsaw sword design blueprint. This chainsaw sword features a monomolecular blade imbued with high-energy particles, its sharpness capable of effortlessly slicing through the outer armor of warships. A certain unknown whisper echoed. Wielding this chainsaw sword, chaos is but refuse. Loyalty. Loyalty. Oh, unwavering loyalty. Tang Hong took a deep breath. This lottery is quite extravagant. Onward to the third and final draw. Chapter 15. Acquisition of the production line for the Fire Phoenix Heavy Strike Cruiser. As Tang Hong gazed at the continuously rotating needle on the panel before him, he mused inwardly, surely, they won't present me with an Interstellar Warrior's power armor next. Soon enough, the results materialized. The needle remained steadfastly fixed on the military category. Congratulations. You have acquired the design blueprint for the Shida-class Black Robe, Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer. Black Robe, Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer. Specifications. Length, 200 meters. Width, 300 meters. Height, 320 meters. Weight, 2 million tons. Armor, 3 layers of composite structural armor, each 1,000 millimeters thick. Energy system, for Tindian Yanluo I-type parallel fusion reactors. Superluminal jump system, Hell Jump Superluminal Curvature Engine. Conventional power system, for parallel Jiama I-type plasma propulsion engines. Maximum distance for spatial node linking, 40 light days. Maximum conventional speed of curvature engine, 10 times the speed of light. Maximum acceleration of conventional propulsion engine, 120 Earth Standard G, standard crew, approximately 26,000 personnel. Minimum personnel required for takeoff, 150 individuals. Operational radar detection range, 1 light day. Weapon systems, main gun, fixed bow-mounted reverse I-type Crimson Black Particle Strike Cannon. Secondary guns, 16 Black Rope Little Hell I-type Plasma Spear Cannons, situated atop. 6 large anti-ship torpedo launchers, 2 at the bow, 2 on each side. Side firepower, 40 Inshin I-type 450 mm caliber electromagnetic naval guns, 20 on each side. 200-unit long-range devastation missile launch silos Array X3, 1 on top, 1 on each side. Defensive firepower system, 100 parallel burning laser close defense Arrays X4, 2 on each side. 240 units of 50 mm electromagnetic rapid-fire machine cannons, 120 on each side. Formidable. This was Tang Hong's immediate impression. He had never anticipated that a warship produced by the system, a Shido-class vessel, would possess such overwhelming might. A destroyer exceeding 2 kilometers in length. If the Shido-class destroyer exhibited such prowess, how extraordinary would the system's reward, the Joyo-class Fire Phoenix Heavy Strike Cruiser, be once the base is fully established? With eager anticipation, Tang Hong stored the design blueprint he had obtained from the lottery into the system's repository, awaiting the completion of the base's construction. Fortunately, the efficiency of the engineering humanoids was remarkably swift. Within the system's warehouse lay an array of large construction machinery gifted by the system. A single engineering humanoid girl could remotely control over 100 units of heavy machinery through data connections. The first structure to be established was the fusion power plant. The interconnected fusion reactors within the plant served as the energy core of the entire base. The Flamingo warship possessed a considerable amount of helium, 3 suitable for fusion. A portion was reserved as fuel for the Flamingo, while the remainder was allocated entirely to the fusion power plant. In the blink of an eye, the Flamingo, once the finest warship of Don Juan, transformed into a transport vessel, piloted by engineering automatons, venturing into the asteroid belt beyond the diminutive planet to gather various elemental materials. As time progressed, the construction of the base unfolded in stages. Control centers, radar combat stations, residential areas, large alloy furnaces, industrial zones, and automated weapon manufacturing facilities rose from the ground, following the meticulously crafted blueprints of the base. This architectural marvel emerged within a 4-kilometer-wide impact crater. To facilitate the establishment of this base, even a portion of the nearby hills was excavated. The entire base sprawled across an area of 1 square kilometer, all accomplished in a mere 3 days. The efficiency with which the engineering automatons operated the colossal machinery was nothing short of astonishing, leaving Don Juan both awed and humbled. Upon the completion of the final structure, Don Juan received a notification from the system. Phase 1 of Faction Ascendancy. Base construction completed. Congratulations. You have received the mission reward, a complete set of STC blueprints for the Hoyao Heavy Assault Cruiser. Furthermore, it instructed him to find a suitable location to install this automated production line, requiring no less than 4 square kilometers of space. Upon reading this notification, Don Juan exclaimed, "How rash!" The selected site was a 4-kilometer crater, but the area at the bottom was quite limited, and the current base had nearly filled it entirely. There was no available space within the crater to accommodate the warship's STC blueprints. Moreover, Don Juan had not anticipated the vastness of the warship's STC construction template. However, he quickly realized that a fully automated production line for a warship requiring just 4 square kilometers was, in fact, rather modest. Taking to the skies aboard the Flamingo, Don Juan gazed down at the crater, and a sudden thought struck him. System, can the warship construction production line be placed underground? Affirmative. A 3-dimensional view will be established, allowing for the selection of an underground location for placement. The warship production line will automatically excavate subterranean space. With this response, Don Juan's mind began to race with ideas. Placing the production line underground would undoubtedly provide the utmost concealment. Furthermore, if conditions permitted in the future, he envisioned overlaying the 4-kilometer crater with armored plating, effectively camouflaging the base as well. Before him, a flicker of light revealed a 3-dimensional representation of the area surrounding the base. Don Juan selected a location not far from the base, at a depth of 400 meters, perfectly aligning with the base's horizontal plane. Soon, he received notification from the system. The production line had been successfully installed, and an underground passage to the base had been automatically excavated. The large underground lift platform for launching the warships was also in place. "Bravo!" Don Juan exclaimed repeatedly. The Flamingo descended once more into the base, landing at a row of massive doors connected to the crater's wall, approximately a dozen in total. The towering gates stand several meters high and wide. As the nearest gate to Tang Hong swings open, a maglev transport vehicle emerges, revealing a profound tunnel within. Riding the maglev vehicle, Tang Hong delves deeper into the tunnel, soon arriving at an incredibly expansive underground space. This vast area is a fully automated production facility, replete with an array of large, automated machinery poised for operation, and immense assembly lines awaiting activation. "Extraordinary!" exclaimed the engineer Dong Xiao, her excitement palpable. "Supreme, allow me to take charge of this factory." Her azure, crystalline eyes blinked pleadingly at Tang Hong. "Ha ha, of course, it shall be your responsibility. Do you expect me to oversee it personally?" Tang Hong chuckled in response. "Yay!" Dong Xiao leapt with joy, her golden twin ponytails bouncing exuberantly behind her. Chapter 16, Poverty. The Sound of Destitution. The Jiao-class STC automatic production template array is capable of manufacturing all warships below the Jiao level. To produce warships of the Bajiao level, please upgrade this automatic production template array to a higher level. Currently producible: Fire Phoenix Heavy Strike Cruiser, Black Rope, Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer, Flamingo Light Fast Assault Ship. Production slots. 1. What a delightful surprise. This automatic production line is not only capable of producing the Fire Phoenix Heavy Strike Cruiser, it can manufacture any warship classified below the Jiao level. Moreover, Tang Hong immediately noticed the production project for the Flamingo warship at the very end of the list. This implies that as long as the warship belongs to him, even if it was seized, the production line will automatically scan and incorporate the relevant design blueprints. Astonishing, indeed. Tang Hong felt a surge of excitement. However, with only one production slot available, it means that at any given time, only one warship can be manufactured. Tang Hong first examined the data specifications of the cruiser that piqued his interest the most. Fire Phoenix Heavy Strike Cruiser. Data parameters. Length 700 meters. Width 200 meters. Height 980 meters. Weight 24 million tons. Standard crew approximately 98,000 personnel. Armor 9 layers of composite structural armor, each 1,000 mm thick. Energy system 24 Fire Phoenix class I parallel fusion reactors. Superluminal jump system. Heavenly God class I superluminal curvature engine. Conventional propulsion system 12 parallel Shinshin class I 20 nozzle plasma propulsion engines. Maximum node connection distance, 40 light days. Curvature engine conventional maximum speed, 10 times the speed of light. Conventional propulsion engine maximum acceleration, 50 Earth standard GS. Military combat radar detection maximum range, 10 light days. Weapon systems, main gun 1, 10-meter caliber fire god devastation ground melting ion torrent launcher, located at the ship's base. Main gun 2, bow-mounted fire god star I large anti-ship thermal melting plasma spear, X-12. Secondary gun array 1, 20 fire rain I thermal melting plasma spears. 56 Mars I anti-ship directional thermal melting particle artillery, evenly distributed. Secondary gun array 2, 125-160 mm fire god meteor ground impact artillery array, located at the ship's base. Defensive firepower system, 500 parallel burning laser close-in defense arrays. X4, 680 50 mm electromagnetic rapid-fire interceptors. The offensive weaponry above predominantly comprises thermal melting types. This vessel is specifically designed for planetary bombardment as a heavy firepower cruiser. In the absence of specialized star-destroying weaponry, several of these ships could utterly incinerate a planet's surface into glass. The construction requirements are straightforward. One need only consider the tonnage, taking into account the manufacturing losses at the large alloy smelting factories within the base. Conservatively estimated, at least 30 million tons of various construction materials are required to fabricate such a heavy cruiser. Remarkably, the battleship STC manufacturing template can produce one of these colossal warships within a month, an astonishingly swift process. The requirements for the Black Robe Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer are considerably less. Excluding construction losses, it necessitates a minimum of 2.5 million tons of assorted materials, which the STC can assemble in just 7 days. Don Juan accessed the faction template within the system to examine the current output capabilities of various materials. Faction name: Unnamed Supreme Authority, Don Juan Main Base, Meteor Crater Base Level, 1 base area, 1 square kilometer base structures, Command Center, Military Operations Radar. Automated Heavy Metal Mining and Refining Furnace Industrial Zone X1, Large Comprehensive Industrial Area X1, Residential Area X1, Tactical Humanoid STC Production Line, Weapons Equipment STC Automated Production Line X1, Base Firepower Defense Array. Base output, 100,000 tons of standard warship alloy. Remaining automated mechanical cores. X2. The automated heavy metal mining and refining furnace within the base can independently handle the processes of extraction, smelting, and production, requiring only a few engineering humanoids for oversight. Adjacent to the meteor crater lies a small mountain range rich in various elements, even lacking certain components. The large comprehensive industrial area can fuse other elements to yield the desired materials, such as silicon crystals, electronic components, and high-strength alloy fibers. This is precisely why Don Juan chose this location for the base. Although the base produces 100,000 tons of standard warship alloy daily, a seemingly ample output, it is, in fact, insufficient. The Black Robe Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer, originally slated for a 7-day construction timeline, is now delayed to over 20 days due to inadequate production capacity. The situation is even more dire for the Firestorm Heavy Strike Cruiser, which requires at least 30 million tons of assorted materials. A mining division must be established. Don Juan rapidly constructed these facilities, an endeavor made possible not only by the engineering humanoids, but also by the automated mechanical cores inherent to the Level 1 base. Once the base was fully operational, only 2 automated mechanical cores remained. Automated mechanical core can be expanded into a mining industrial base, equipped with a certain level of proton layer elemental conversion technology. Although the variety of synthesized minerals is somewhat limited, it can extract and synthesize the required metallic minerals. Price: 500 spirit sources. Constructing an automated heavy metal mining and refining furnace industrial zone requires 1 automated mechanical core. Once all cores are expended, only 2 more can be built, increasing daily output to 300,000 tons. To acquire additional automated mechanical cores, there are 2 avenues. One can purchase them from the system marketplace. Each automated mechanical core costs 500 spirit sources, yet Don Juan possesses a mere 100 spirit sources, rendering such a purchase unattainable. The second avenue involves upgrading the base, yet Tang Hong remains uncertain about the means to achieve such an enhancement. Nevertheless, it is imperative to establish 2 additional mining outposts to increase production capacity. With a daily yield of 300,000 tons of standard battleship alloys, coupled with the diverse elements produced by a large-scale integrated industrial zone, such as silicon crystals and electronic components, production can proceed concurrently, allowing for the construction of a Class 10 Black Robe Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer within a mere 8 days. Upon completion, personnel must also be equipped. The Tactical Humanoid STC production line within the base consumes 10,000 tons of materials daily, including battleship alloys, silicon crystals, electronic components, and high-strength alloy fibers, facilitating the manufacture of 10,000 qualified tactical humanoid mechanical maidens. For the time being, there is no need to worry about energy issues, as the automated mechanical core is equipped with sufficient power for 1 month. The Flamingo battleship has been relegated to the role of a transport vessel, piloted by several engineering humanoid maidens, traversing between dwarf planets and surrounding asteroid belts to gather and transport various fusion energy resources, primarily deuterium and tritium elements. Tang Hong's foremost objective is to possess the first Black Rope Hell-heavy firepower destroyer. Relying solely on a commandeered Flamingo battleship, which has now become a transport vessel, is inadequate. As a seasoned sufferer of firepower deficiency anxiety, Tang Hong is acutely aware of the inadequacy of the current firepower. The available strength is woefully insufficient. Moreover, in order to obtain spiritual essence from the system by defeating enemy battleships and achieving victory in combat, one must possess formidable firepower oneself. Reflecting on this, Tang Hong utilizes 2 automated mechanical cores to establish 2 industrial furnace zones. At this moment, a system notification is received. Automated mechanical cores are depleted. To acquire additional automated mechanical cores, please upgrade the base level. Base upgrade task issued. Please locate the ancient civilization ruins within the mysterious 117 star system and retrieve the core data contained therein for integration into the base, thereby facilitating an upgrade. Chapter 17. The force known as the intelligent machinery. Heaven. Time passes swiftly as the base concurrently produces various materials necessary for the construction of warships. The daily output of 300,000 tons of standard alloy for warships allows Tang Hong to allocate some resources towards the production of tactical humanoid STC templates, thereby generating an increased number of tactical young women. Tang Hong remains unaware of the underlying principles, but the tactical humanoid girls exhibit their own thoughts and intelligence, transcending mere mechanical existence. They truly embody a sentient race. Thanks to the internal mechanical structure of these tactical humanoid girls, they require no sustenance, possessing multiple methods for energy replenishment, such as built-in miniature fusion cores or direct charging. Thus, Tang Hong is relieved from the burden of procuring food to sustain his population. On the 8th day, while exploring the Star Domain network, primarily focusing on the Relic Star Domain sector and gathering various information, Tang Hong received a communication from Dong Xiao. Supreme One, the first warship has been completed. Upon hearing this news, Tang Hong was overcome with excitement. At long last, it was finished. The fully automated warship production module produced by the system is remarkably swift, far surpassing the warship production ports of the Yada Empire. Tang Hong promptly arrived at the warship production base. It was an exceptionally expansive underground space. Upon an enormous lift platform rested a colossal warship, entirely cloaked in a deep black hue. The black coating on the hull does not reflect light and serves as an excellent laser-resistant paint, significantly reducing damage from laser weaponry. The armor structure consists of 3 layers of 1,000 mm thick alloy plates, boasting immense damage resistance. Coupled with the ship's internal honeycomb structure, if a particular area sustains damage, it will actively seal itself off to prevent collateral damage to other sections. The combination of armor and structure grants this vessel tremendous resilience. The massive black warship measures 2,200 meters in length, 300 meters in width, and 320 meters in height. The 16 small Hell I-type plasma lances are arrayed atop the vessel, their menacing muzzles instilling a sense of dread. Numerous missile launch silos are concealed beneath sturdy alloy armor plates. From a lateral perspective, only the 16 plasma lances atop the warship are visible, seemingly the sole armaments present. However, hidden beneath the first layer of armor are large anti-ship torpedo launchers, 40 ancient I-type, 450 mm electromagnetic naval guns, and countless close-in weapon systems. This composite armor layer design effectively protects the weapon systems and close-in systems located on the ship's flanks. When the time for assault arrives, the warship unveils its hellish fangs from the underworld, delivering devastating strikes upon its enemies. The Jidu-class Black Rope Hell-heavy firepower destroyer boasts a precise, sharp-edged hull design. Its pure black primary color, adorned with blood-red lines of hellish paint, presents an imposing, chilling, and terrifying presence, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. It is as if this vessel hails from the depths of the infernal abyss, a formidable warship of the regular army. You have officially acquired your first battleship, and it is time to ascend to the cosmic stage. Before making your debut in the universe, however, you must bestow a name upon your faction. As the system's prompt resonates, Tang Hong ponders this matter, having contemplated it in recent days. What name would be most fitting? The Human Empire? That seems somewhat inaccurate, for he stands alone as humanity's representative. What of Great Tang, given his surname? That feels a bit awkward. After much deliberation, Tang Hong finds himself in a quandary and decides to relinquish the task, simply instructing the system, please generate a name at random. The system randomly selects Celestial Mechanized Court. Shall this be adopted? This is rather appealing. Mechanized signifies the uniqueness of Tang Hong's faction, while Celestial denotes the vast universe. The court embodies the highest authority governing this cosmic realm, reflecting Tang Hong's ambitions. The faction name is thus confirmed, Celestial Mechanized Court, with a name for the faction established. It is imperative to name the fleet as well. His inaugural fleet, barring unforeseen circumstances, will predominantly consist of 10-class warships. 10 refers to the King of Hell. Hence, this fleet shall be named the Celestial Mechanized Abyssal Fleet, destined to make their enemies undergo the cycle of reincarnation. Currently, the Hellish Fleet comprises one warship, the Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer. Does it not carry an air of villainy? So be it. Tang Hong proceeds to allocate personnel for his first large-scale warship. The standard crew for the Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer is 26,000, calculated based on human crew standards. This encompasses a myriad of departments: administration, aviation, security, operations, reactor and electromechanical divisions, deck department, weapons department, medical department, maintenance and systems repair, logistics, and so forth, essentially forming a microcosm of society aboard the warship. However, all those under Tang Hong's command are silicon-based mechanized beings, tactical humanoid maidens. They require no sustenance, no medical care. A mere cadre of engineering units suffices to maintain the vessel, conduct repairs, and oversee the medical needs of the tactical humanoids. Currently, Tang Hong commands 8,130 tactical humanoids. The surplus of 8,000 stems from the new units manufactured during the past 8 days. Among them, 2,000 are engineering units, 1,000 are technical units, and the remaining 5,000 tactical humanoids can be designated as military personnel. Responsibilities are distinctly delineated. Engineering units manage the various maintenance, repair, medical, and logistical systems aboard the warship, while technical units oversee administration, piloting, radar, and fire control. The remaining combat units serve as the Army or Marine Corps stationed aboard the vessel. 2,000 engineering units are allocated to the 1,000 Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyers, with another 1,000 assigned to the base. 500 of the 1,000 technical units are designated for the vessel, while the remaining 500 are tasked with controlling the base's self-defense systems and command center, including defensive radar. 5,000 battle forms are allocated, with 3,000 stationed aboard the warship, while the remaining 2,000 are tasked with defending the base. As for the individual combat equipment for these forms, that is a straightforward matter. Although Tang Hong's spiritual essence is insufficient to purchase a warship from the system's marketplace, acquiring some individual equipment and design blueprints for armored units is still feasible. Design blueprint for Type 1 Celestial Soldier Power Armor, 10 Spiritual Essence. Once equipped with tactical form gear, each unit reaches an impressive height of 2.3 meters, significantly enhancing speed and strength. The small fusion reactor backpack situated on the back endows this armor with remarkable endurance, complemented by a rocket propulsion system that enables a singular soldier to penetrate the atmosphere with ease. Design blueprint for a 20mm caliber electromagnetic explosive rifle, 1 Spiritual Essence. This 20mm caliber electromagnetic rifle typically fires explosive projectiles, which detonate only upon striking a solid target. Otherwise, they pass through unscathed. The shockwave generated by the explosion is sufficient to shatter the internal organs of any individual within a 2-meter radius. Design blueprint for a 60mm caliber electromagnetic rapid-fire armor-piercing cannon, for Spiritual Essence. This suppression-type firepower is designed to deliver devastating strikes against enemy armored targets in land combat. Design blueprint for the Zhuke Combat Transport Aircraft, 40 Spiritual Essence. This flying unit combines combat and transport capabilities, capable of ferrying 100 fully armed tactical forms at once. Equipped with ion beam weaponry, a single aircraft can effectively block the horizon within a planetary environment. Design blueprint for the Xuanwu Heavy Armored Tank, 40 Spiritual Essence. This heavy land combat armored unit is outfitted with high-powered thermal melting plasma launchers and missile launch systems. Thus, Tang Hong's spiritual essence is nearly exhausted, leaving only 5 points remaining. The quality of these newly acquired pieces of equipment is exceptional, and once outfitted onto the battle forms, they present a striking new image. Who could possibly resist a tall and elegant figure, standing at 2.3 meters in fully enveloping power armor, wielding a large-caliber weapon armed with explosive projectiles, with a chainsaw sword at the waist and long, graceful legs encased in armor? Chapter 18. The Supreme Being's endurance. With the advent of warships comes the necessity for a naval fleet. Likewise, the presence of soldiers necessitates the organization of an army. Although Tang Hong currently possesses merely 2 warships and a few thousand soldiers, this does not impede his ambition to establish a framework. He is determined to form a legion. All of the combat androids under his command are to be incorporated into this inaugural legion. Tang Hong harbors aspirations for the future, endowed with the ability to assimilate. He can transform other races into mechanical maidens, thereby envisioning the formation of numerous legions in the foreseeable future. Once he successfully assimilates a second race, a second legion will emerge. However, for now, there exists but a single legion, comprising just over 5,000 members. The categorization of these combat androids is straightforward. 1,000 constitute a combat group, while 100 form a company. A new message has arrived. A notification flickered before Tang Hong. It was from Lu Quan. Spring, we are preparing to depart from the ruined star domain. We can no longer endure. Upon reading this message, Tang Hong immediately initiated a video call. In the next moment, Lu Quan's three-dimensional projection materialized before him. Spring, Lu Quan began. Are you truly leaving the ruined star domain? Indeed, he replied with a sigh. We never anticipated that the influx of interstellar pioneers into the 117-star system would be so overwhelming, far exceeding the numbers seen in previous explorations. The core region of the star system, near the stars and several planets, is populated by the automated machinery of ancient civilizations. As independent pioneers, we simply cannot advance. The central and peripheral areas of the star system, including the asteroid belts and numerous damaged spaceports, are all fiercely contested targets. There are simply too many interstellar pioneers. We can no longer survive here. Tang Hong was well aware of the situation Lu Quan described. In recent days, he had encountered multiple reports concerning skirmishes within the 117-star system on the star domain network. Media outlets had provided statistical data indicating that the current influx of interstellar pioneers was more than triple that of previous occurrences. However, Tang Hong suspected that some of these individuals were not pioneers at all, but rather interstellar pirates already lurking on the fringes of the Yada Empire. These opportunists would swarm to any area promising profit, akin to sharks drawn by the scent of blood. The ruined star domain poses significant risks, yet it is likely that a portion of these interstellar pioneers are not genuine pioneers. What do you mean? Lu Quan inquired, perplexed. I am being hunted by the Jeshuan Corporation. A black warrant for my capture exists within the star domain's dark web. Some interstellar pioneers entered the ruined star domain several days after the Stargate opened, likely seeking me due to this warrant, Tang Hong explained, shrugging in resignation. Access to the star domain's dark web is not something just anyone can achieve. Tang Hong had only been able to enter due to a login device left behind by his late father. Damn, I knew Jeshuan Corporation would make a move. Lu Quan lamented. Lu Quan uttered a curse, then turned his gaze anxiously towards Tang Hong. Spring, is everything all right on your end? Rest assured, I've found a place to hide. There are no remnants around, and few passersby. Don't worry about me. By the way, do you have any news about Ling Wei? She hasn't contacted me for quite some time. Ling Wei? She left the ruined star domain a few days ago in quite a rush. She only mentioned that her sum was accepted by a human-led military company and that she was returning to take up a position. A recruitment by a human-led military company? Tang Hong pondered this statement and inquired further, where is it located? I don't know. Ling Wei didn't tell me. Didn't she mention it to you? All right, I understand. Let us keep in touch. Take care. We're leaving now. As Lu Quan terminated the communication, his 3D projection vanished. Tang Hong inhaled deeply, raising his gaze through the skylight to behold the vast expanse of the cosmos. Countless points of light adorned the dark canvas, each representing a star. It's time to get moving. Tang Hong rose to his feet. The base currently produced 300,000 tons of standard battleship alloy daily. Yet a single Huiyao heavy strike cruiser weighed a staggering 24 million tons. It would take several months to generate enough alloy for construction. Tang Hong had no such luxury of time. Based on previous experiences gleaned from the ruined star system, he estimated that within another month, those powerful factions would infiltrate the ruined star system. He needed to scale up production, which necessitated an automated mechanical core. One automated mechanical core cost 500 spirit sources. Alternatively, he could upgrade the base through system tasks to acquire one. Regardless, he could not remain confined to the base. He needed to venture out and earn some resources. Shi Wei, stay behind at the base. Dong Xiao, continue overseeing the battleship production line. Yu Yi, Ruby, accompany me to the battleship. With that command, Tang Hong strode towards the vessel. Ruby, having heard his words, felt a rush of temptation as her enchanting pink eyes flickered with data, automatically capturing the keywords. Ruby, join me. Supreme. A sudden flush appeared on Ruby's face, and she lunged towards Tang Hong from behind. In a flash, a long, elegant leg struck her face, sending her flying. Yu Yi maintained her poised stance, her graceful figure accentuated by a beautiful silhouette, standing behind Tang Hong. Beneath her short black hair were piercingly beautiful eyes. As she lowered her raised leg, her tone dripping with disdain, stop acting foolishly here. The airborne Ruby was enveloped in flickering arcs of electricity, her body suspended mid-air, her silvery hair swaying without the slightest breeze. Tomboy, mind your own business. In an instant, the temperature around them plummeted by several degrees. Frost began to form on the alloy floor, a testament to the power of spiritual energy. On a moonlit night, with an impassive expression, Yu Yi addressed Ruby, saying, "The Supreme cannot endure such actions. You wouldn't wish to inflict harm upon the Supreme due to your selfishness, would you?" Upon hearing these words, an expression of profound sorrow washed over Ruby's face, her crystalline pink eyes seemingly welling with tears. "Indeed, I nearly overlooked this point. Supreme, I almost caused you harm. Please, punish me. Any punishment will suffice. I have no objections." As she spoke, a blush crept across her cheeks, and her delicate frame trembled slightly. "Ahem. Enough. Enough." Tang Hong swiftly interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Yu Yi, as if suggesting that his previous statement implied a deficiency in a particular aspect. "Let us not dwell on this topic anymore. Everyone aboard the battleship. We have a mission to execute." With that, he stepped onto the gangway. Yu Yi glanced at Ruby, raising her slender fingers to point at her own eyes and then at Ruby's, conveying a clear message. "As long as I am here, do not even think of crossing the line." Ruby, her aura pulsating with energy, floated past Yu Yi and approached Tang Hong, gently and slowly wrapping her arm around his. She twisted her little head back a full 180 degrees, playfully sticking out her tongue at Yu Yi behind her. Chapter 19, The Gorman Corporation. The encirclement of the spaceport ruins in the distance of a crater, the surface of the dwarf planet suddenly trembled. A straight fissure appeared in the ground, subsequently opening wide. A colossal black battleship, measuring 2,200 meters in length, slowly ascended from the depths below, swiftly surpassing the surface. It was the hellish heavy fire destroyer, currently accommodating 503 personnel. The massive vessel adjusted its stance in the air, with dozens of nozzles at the rear propulsion engines emitting azure flames, liberating the ship from the planet's gravitational pull and sailing into the cosmos. In the depths of the M117 star system, a large space station with a diameter of 2 kilometers floated in the void. This station was enveloped in an eerie silence, surrounded by drifting remnants of other space stations and fragments of unknown warships. It had been adrift for countless years, following its own operational trajectory. Undoubtedly, it was a relic of an ancient civilization-esque spaceport. Only a handful of autonomous machines had continued to traverse this forsaken station, with a damaged AI following the last vestiges of its logical framework, patrolling the periphery, returning to utilize the machines for repairs, and then resuming its monotonous rounds. Day in and day out, year after year, this cycle repeated: silence, darkness. Yet today, this tranquility was shattered. Hundreds of varied interstellar vessels, trailing flames and illuminating the void, arrived at the large space station. Dear esteemed viewers, welcome to the live broadcast of Interstellar Curiosities News. Here, the pioneers of the Empire have once again unearthed a relic of an ancient civilization-esque spaceport. Previously, for operational spaceport ruins had been discovered, but regrettably, the remnants' automated defenses proved overwhelmingly formidable. To date, no pioneer has successfully breached any of these spaceport ruins. This marks the 5th spaceport ruin, and judging by its scale, it is considerably smaller than the previous 4. Will this spaceport ruin fall to the pioneers? Let us await the unfolding of events. Before we commence, allow me to proudly introduce our sponsors for this broadcast. A vessel nearly a kilometer in length drifted outside the numerous pioneer ships, adorned with a massive logo of Interstellar Curiosities News. Drones dispatched from the battleship captured footage from all angles. On the bridge, hundreds of Yato were bustling about, while a Yato journalist passionately narrated before the live camera. The battleship of Interstellar Curiosities News did not partake in the exploration of the ruins, aware that whatever treasures might be uncovered would ultimately be acquired by the Yato military at a price they deemed unsatisfactory. Where there is live broadcasting, there is profit. This is no jest. The live broadcasts of Interstellar Curiosities News reach across the entire domain of the Yato Empire, encompassing 207 directly governed planets, amassing trillions of viewers. A quarter of the Yato population within the Empire are their devoted audience. Such a company earns annually more than the total tax revenue of dozens of feeble interstellar civilizations. The live host introduced numerous sponsoring companies in succession before finally turning the camera towards the interstellar vessels that had begun to encircle the remnants of the spaceport. Now, allow me to grandly present the Interstellar Pioneering Force, Gorman Shipbuilding Corporation. Gorman Shipbuilding Corporation is a burgeoning shipbuilding enterprise within the Empire, striving to develop civilian spacecraft that are economically accessible to the common populace. Another lengthy advertisement ensued. Even in the realm of relic exploration, commerce permeated the air. One can only imagine the substantial advertisement fee that Gorman Shipbuilding Corporation paid to the Interstellar Wonders Report for such a live broadcast. It serves the dual purpose of excavating relics to acquire technological data from ancient civilizations while simultaneously advertising. A win-win situation. The flagship of Gorman Shipbuilding Corporation is an 800-meter-long warship, meticulously constructed by themselves, with performance comparable to the Empire's destroyers. Additionally, there are 12 300-meter class frigates, along with 57 armed civilian spacecraft, measuring between 80 to 150 meters, retrofitted with laser emitters, electromagnetic naval guns, and rapid-fire cannons. All these warships and spacecraft were built by Gorman Shipbuilding Corporation itself. The flagship, the Gorman. In the bridge of the Gorman, the young son of the Gorman Shipbuilding Corporation's owner, Wyatt Gorman, sat in the captain's seat, taking a deep breath and gazing at the large virtual display of the spaceport ruins before him. "Young master, are you ready?" inquired the military advisor beside him. "Yes. Prepare to enter. Drive away the other individual interstellar pioneers. This is our home ground," Wyatt replied with a slight nod. In the vastness of space, the vessels of Gorman Corporation dispersed, beginning to transmit communications to the other ships. "Retreat. All ships except those of Gorman Corporation and the Interstellar Wonders report. Retreat. 1,000,000 kilometers back." They mercilessly expelled the ships of other individual pioneers. "What gives you the right? Your Gorman Corporation is so powerful? This is neither the Empire's territory nor your Gorman's domain." A dozen interstellar pioneer ships hovered nearby, protesting fervently. "Young master, look," the military advisor prompted from the bridge of the Gorman. "Lock onto the ship of the loudest protester and destroy it immediately. These vessels pose no threat to our fleet." "Understood." The main cannon of the Gorman swiftly adjusted its aim, the high-powered laser cannon effortlessly locking onto a ship over 100 meters long, situated 100,000 kilometers away. The warship fired, instantly creating a high-temperature laser beam between the two. The laser struck with precision at the core reactor of the moving vessel 100,000 kilometers away. Under the searing intensity of the high-powered laser, the fusion reactor of that ship was instantaneously breached. In an instant, the reactor detonated, and the entire spacecraft disintegrated in the depths of space amidst a fleeting, intense blaze of fire. This act instilled fear in all onlookers. The remaining personal explorer ships hastily altered their course, beginning to retreat. Andy let out a cold snort, turning to gaze at a nearby screen displaying a live broadcast from the Galactic Curiosities report. It perfectly showcased the firing angle of the warship, appearing remarkably impressive. Indeed, it was a burgeoning shipbuilding enterprise, with the warship exhibiting exceptional performance, striking the enemy reactor with pinpoint precision, a fatal blow. "Splendid," the enthusiastic host passionately described the scene, igniting a flurry of comments from viewers remotely watching within the Imperial domain. "So magnificent. Gorman Corporation's vessels seem quite impressive. How do they compare to Jishuan Corporation's? Ha. Real men should watch broadcasts like this. The ruins in the star domain are so thrilling." Previously, other organizations at the spaceport failed multiple times. But now with Gorman Corporation making its debut, they should be able to secure the first spaceport relic. Upon reading these comments, Andy's lips curled into a slight smile of satisfaction. The audience in the various live broadcast rooms set up by Galactic Curiosities report had surpassed 10 billion. It appeared that their advertising efforts had indeed paid off. Just as Andy was about to issue orders to encircle the spaceport relic, an unexpected event unfolded. A burst of colorful light surged from the depths of the cosmos. The curvature bubble state dissipated, revealing a resplendent warship adorned with blood-red patterns, cloaked in darkness, emerging in the vastness of space. Chapter 20. How ridiculous. What use is a battleship, no matter how grand? The heavy firepower destroyer from Hell, Danwan's warship, has made its entrance. It is merely a little over 100,000 kilometers away from the derelict spaceport. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to it. A brand new warship. Good heavens, judging by its length, this resembles a cruiser-sized vessel. The host promptly adjusted the long-range camera's angle to scrutinize the ship, and upon closer inspection, he gasped in astonishment. A cruiser? Its exterior does not resemble any active cruisers of the Empire's. Where did this cruiser originate? The Empire's Stargate spaceport has no records of any large warships docking or traversing. What is happening? Is this not the exclusive domain of the Gorman Corporation? Whose warship is this? The sudden appearance of this unknown large warship left everyone bewildered, further igniting the interest of the viewers watching the live broadcast. Among them, Huante's emotions were particularly intense. What is going on? Where did this warship come from? Huante was acutely aware that, at present, in the ruined star domain, Sector 117, no major powers had dispatched large warships to this location, aside from the Interstellar Curiosities report aiming to scoop the first-hand news. How could this warship have materialized here so unexpectedly? Moreover, if it were to appear, it should have done so earlier. It did not participate in previous assaults on the larger derelict spaceport, yet now it suddenly emerges to compete for the ruins. "Young master, we have just conducted a rapid scan of the Imperial Registry of various ships, but we found no record of that vessel. It bears no insignias from any nation or corporation. Furthermore, there is no information on this ship in the publicly available databases of other interstellar societies and civilizations. It must be a private spacecraft or a large vessel constructed by some organization on its own. Private spacecraft? Huante let out a cold laugh. Upon hearing this news, he suddenly felt a sense of relief. The construction of a warship is an immensely challenging endeavor, requiring the backing of a large empire with thousands of industrial facilities and tens of thousands of researchers to rationally design a well-performing large warship. It is not simply a matter of possessing some shipbuilding equipment to create and design a vessel independently. Furthermore, Huante was acquainted with several wealthy second-generation heirs who, in their desire to show off, invested in the construction of large warships. What was the outcome? The more money they poured in, the larger the warship became. Yet without any endorsement from official scientific personnel. It was merely a mindless accumulation of size, reactors, and engines, leading to a completely unreasonable design. The vessels produced in this manner, while indeed colossal and often several kilometers in length, ultimately amounted to nothing more than massive, flying shells. Typically, such oversized warships, flaunted by those second-generation heirs, could be easily destroyed by a military-grade frigate of several hundred meters in length with sufficient firepower. Huante had witnessed far too many instances of this nature. This appears to be a grandiose display by some wealthy heir, showcasing a self-constructed spacecraft. Huan smirked, drawing his conclusions. An imposing warship from an unknown force had entered the fray. Such a vessel, comparable in size to a cruiser, bore no record in any existing archives. It was likely privately constructed. Although the spacecraft was colossal, its combat capabilities remained uncertain for the time being. Meanwhile, the host of the Interstellar Curiosities report reached a similar conclusion. The heavy firepower destroyer, Hell's Black Rope, commanded attention from the bridge. Tang Hong gazed at the virtual display of the cosmos projected before him, observing the fleet from Gorman Corporation, and nodded slightly. It was quite substantial, probably numbering around 70 vessels. From Tang Hong's perspective, standing on humanity's side, any Yada individual or anyone affiliated with the Turan Interstellar Society could potentially be an adversary. After all, the system had assigned him a late-stage mission to declare war on the Turan Empire and reclaim Earth, currently under its dominion. Of course, that seemed rather distant at the moment. For now, Tang Hong was here to amass wealth. His first objective was to explore the space relics and extract data to upgrade his base. The second goal was to gather sufficient spiritual resources to purchase automated mechanical cores. Presently, it appeared that the opposing fleet would adequately fulfill Tang Hong's ambitions. Nonetheless, prudence dictated that he ordered a thorough scan of the enemy fleet to obtain comparative data. The supreme analysis indicated that his side could decisively defeat the opposing fleet at minimal cost. Hearing the technical humanoid's report from the bridge, Tang Hong nodded slightly. He had no intention of initiating communication with the adversary. In this dark expanse of the universe, any dialogue ultimately hinged on one's own strength. Millennia ago, humanity's lack of power had relegated them to the status of slaves within the Turan Interstellar Society. Even now, humans remained second-class citizens within the Yada Empire. Relay my orders. Arm the fleet, and encircle that warship. Huan was the first to issue commands. In his estimation, aside from the 16 large-caliber cannons atop the massive warship, it appeared devoid of other weaponry. This reinforced his belief that it was merely a showpiece designed by some affluent heir, flaunting in the lawless ruins of the star domain. For such a vessel, armed solely with large-caliber weapons and boasting a massive form, the optimal tactic involved employing small units in coordinated combat, leveraging their agility for flanking maneuvers. However, Huan would refrain from launching the first strike. His aim was to drive the opponent away. Typically, an heir wealthy enough to construct such a formidable warship would have a very affluent father. Given this context, Huan was reluctant to offend the other party. Killing them was unnecessary. Simply forcing them to retreat would suffice. By deploying small armed spacecraft to rapidly maneuver and launch missiles at inconsequential sections of the enemy vessel, he believed they would likely reconsider their position. At least, that was Huan's conviction. The Interstellar Chronicles is currently broadcasting live, and the audience, the Yada viewers, are reveling in the excitement. The opening has commenced. In the upcoming cosmic battle, will the formidable and extensive armed fleet of Gorman Corporation emerge victorious? Or will the solitary yet imposing cruiser claim triumph? The odds stand at 5-1. Bets are being placed. In an instant, viewers in the live channel begin to wager. Surely, Gorman Corporation shall prevail with its impressive 70 spacecraft. Indeed, while that cruiser may appear grand, it does not resemble any known warship. Who can ascertain its capabilities? Furthermore, with both parties merely 100,000 kilometers apart, the nimble armed vessels could swiftly encircle, unleashing powerful missiles to conclude the skirmish. How amusing. Such ostentatiously constructed private warships. What utility do they serve in a genuine space conflict? Though the cruiser boasts a dozen imposing large-caliber naval guns, they only serve as a spectacle. Their slow rotation renders them ineffective at such distances against a multitude of adversaries. Regardless of the era, the species known as keyboard warriors remains ever present. Chapter 21. Should we fear particles traveling at 20 the speed of light? In a virtual reality room within the Star Domain Network, the owner of Jishuan Company, Liatasi, was concluding a business deal for a new batch of warships with a general from the Yada Empire. The two were watching a live broadcast from the ruined Star Domain, specifically the 117th star system. "What is your perspective, Liatasi?" inquired the Imperial General, his gaze fixed on Liatasi with keen interest. "Merely a toy," Liatasi replied with a chuckle. Shaking his head, he offered this assessment. "Even if that warship truly possesses the capabilities of an Imperial fleet cruiser, it is of no consequence." Liatasi's eyes narrowed as he observed the large black warship displayed on the live feed. "We have long since moved past the era where a single large warship can triumph through sheer size and solitary strength. In the context of large-scale space combat, without the coordinated efforts of escort ships and destroyers, even the grandest warship is but a target. General, I believe you understand this better than I do." Liatasi's golden eyes met those of the Imperial General. "Of course, I comprehend that, but I have some hypotheses that require validation. Let us continue to observe," the General responded, raising his hand to signal Liatasi to remain silent and focus on the broadcast. "Very well, I shall watch and see what captivates you about this warship," Liatasi shrugged nonchalantly, turning his attention back to the live feed. In the ruined star domain, the M117 star system, outside the 5th spaceport ruins, the battle commenced under the watchful eyes of countless viewers on the live channel. At once, Huayan commanded the fleet to deploy laser scattering shields, enveloping the entire armada. The laser scattering shield, a remarkable achievement of the Gorman Shipbuilding Company, was developed with substantial investment. This innovative energy force field greatly diminished the potency of enemy warship laser weapons. The principle lay in the deployment of unique particles surrounding the warship, which moved in tandem with it. These particles interlinked, allowing them to absorb much of the power from enemy laser fire when it was directed at them. In the vast expanse of space warfare, the distances between opposing forces often spanned hundreds of thousands or even millions of kilometers. At such ranges, only laser weapons, with their capacity for light-speed attacks, could traverse the distance in mere seconds. Thus, laser weapons became the primary long-range threat for warships, while the laser scattering shields exclusively defended against laser weaponry and did not protect against projectile attacks. The slower nature of physical projectiles made them relatively easy to intercept at such distances. The Gorman Shipbuilding Company had invested heavily in securing a live broadcast from Interstellar Wonders, aiming to elevate the profile of their laser scattering shields and attract orders from the Imperial military and various factions within interstellar society. Haha. Do not be deceived by the size of your warship. It is of no use. Within my fleet, even the armed vessels converted from civilian spacecraft are equipped with laser dispersion shields and military-grade fire control radar. Consequently, both laser and kinetic weapons can be intercepted. Depart at once. This is my domain. Huayan Te, brimming with confidence, commanded the small ships to encircle the Hell of Black Rope's heavy firepower destroyer. Meanwhile, Tang Hong distinctly observed a layer resembling an energy barrier rising over all enemy warships. Extravagant and ostentatious. He locked onto the largest enemy vessel and commanded the main cannon to charge and fire. Upon issuing the order, the I-type crimson-black particle strike cannon at the bow of the Hell of Black Rope's heavy firepower destroyer began its charging sequence. Warning, our position has been locked. A high-energy response has been detected. Preliminary analysis predicts an energy weapon attack. No need to evade. Hundreds of billions are watching us live. This is the perfect opportunity to establish our company's new product's reputation. Huayan Te was supremely confident. The laser dispersion shield developed by his company was specifically designed to counter energy weapons and had undergone extensive testing in the field. Even the power of the laser dispersion shield mounted on the 800-meter-long Gorman ship could withstand an attack from a large laser cannon typically found on a battleship. Huayan Te could not believe that the laser weapon on such a makeshift cruiser could possibly exceed that of a battleship. A visibly black-red energy beam traversed the vast distance of over 100,000 kilometers in an instant, striking the Gorman ship. Yet, wrapped in the laser dispersion shield, the Gorman exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Ha ha ha, I told you so. Huayan Te burst into laughter. Witnessing this scene, the viewers in the live channel were utterly astonished. Good heavens, what kind of energy field is this? That laser appears to possess considerable power, yet the Gorman showed no response. It suffered no damage at all. It seems that cruiser is merely a facade. Gorman Company is impressive. The Imperial generals watching the live broadcast were equally filled with admiration. The latest laser dispersion shield developed by Gorman Company performs remarkably well. The hull remains entirely unaffected. However, just as Huayan Te envisioned a flood of orders from the Imperial military heading towards his company, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The laser beam striking the Gorman suddenly flickered rapidly, as if that black-red laser beam were a conduit through which a dazzling particle was swiftly traversing. In merely 2 seconds, it covered a distance of over 100,000 kilometers. In this era, human cognition, accelerated by internal chips, processes information rapidly. 2 seconds is ample time for them to communicate and react accordingly. What? Huan Tang naturally noticed this change, and a sudden jolt of fear surged through his mind. An alarming thought arose. This beam is not an attack from a laser energy weapon. Rather, it serves as a directed indicator. Indeed, the main cannon of the Hellfire Heavy Destroyer is not a conventional energy weapon. Instead, it is a directed energy particle bombardment cannon. This weapon accelerates a special crimson-black thermonuclear particle to 20 of the speed of light. It then employs a guiding beam to strike its target with remarkable precision. At this moment, it is too late for Huan to command the warship to take alternative actions. In fact, even if he had issued a preemptive order for evasive maneuvers, it would have been futile. The distances between the two vessels are alarmingly close, merely several 100,000 kilometers, at 20 of the speed of light. The crimson-black thermonuclear particles can reach their target in just 2 seconds. The Type 1 crimson-black particle bombardment cannon is specifically designed to engage large enemy targets exceeding several kilometers in length. Such massive targets, spanning several kilometers or more, have slow evasive capabilities, making them easy to hit. To target the relatively modestly sized Gorman, measuring only 800 meters in length, is indeed a testament to its significance. Chapter 22. A warship suppresses an entire fleet. Aboard the Gorman, the moment it was struck by the terrifying red-black molten particles, a chain reaction erupted across its hull. The molten plasma swiftly spread over the entire surface, initiating a catastrophic disintegration of the warship, accompanied by fleeting bursts of fire in the vastness of space. Explosions in the cosmos are always rapid, splendid, and dazzling, yet they vanish in an instant. In the vacuum devoid of oxygen, the flames that surged from the Gorman, after consuming the oxygen released from within, became nothing more than a fleeting spectacle, before anyone could fully comprehend the unfolding chaos. The Gorman transformed into a cloud of space debris, drifting aimlessly. A single strike annihilated the enemy vessel, and a notification echoed in Tang Hong's ears, announcing the acquisition of 100 spirit sources. His eyes gleamed with excitement. The recently destroyed warship was undoubtedly more formidable than the previous Flamingo. With 100 spirit sources in hand, Tang Hong did not hesitate and commanded his ship to unleash its full firepower. On the 200-meter-long hull, the alloy deck of the warship opened up, revealing an array of large-caliber weaponry. What had appeared as a sleek and elegant warship in the vastness of space now transformed into a terrifying beast. The extended weaponry was a sight to behold, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. The 16 plasma lances mounted on the warship unleashed a volley, firing crimson beams that seemed to pierce through the fabric of space itself. Their overwhelming might instantly penetrated the laser-scattering shields of the remaining vessels in the Gorman fleet. The armor of the warships was struck and subsequently melted away in an instant. Hundreds of missiles soared from the lined launch silos, trailing slender tails as they became shooting stars, plummeting toward the remaining vessels of the Gorman fleet. The 450mm electromagnetic naval guns thundered as they discharged their rounds. Massive anti-ship torpedoes erupted from their launchers, slicing through the dark expanse of space. The remaining 60 or so vessels of the Gorman fleet fell into disarray, frantically unleashing their firepower. In an instant, defensive laser beams formed a network of anti-aircraft artillery in the void, as they desperately attempted to intercept the overwhelming firepower directed at them by the Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer. For a moment, despite the fleet still numbering over 60 ships, none could spare the firepower to retaliate against the Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer. One single warship brazenly suppressed a fleet of dozens. Its tremendous firepower left billions of viewers in astonishment across the live broadcast channels. It took a while for them to process the event. My goodness, that unknown warship effortlessly pierced through the Gorman's laser-scattering shield and obliterated it completely. Now, amidst a torrent of concentrated fire, it single-handedly suppressed the remaining vessels of the Gorman fleet. It is worth noting that among the remaining ships in the Gorman fleet were still 12 Imperial-class corvettes. What an astonishing display of firepower! The host of the Interstellar Chronicles, in a state of utter astonishment, shouted fervently while continuing his commentary. What in the world is this battleship? Its firepower is astonishingly formidable. One alone can suppress 12 Imperial military-grade ships and dozens of armed spacecraft. This firepower is utterly insane. This cannot be a privately constructed vessel. It must be a flagship of some interstellar empire. Faced with the spectacular scenes broadcasted live, the audience, equally shocked, erupted in fervent exclamations. In a virtual reality room within the Star Domain network, an Imperial general watching the live stream slammed his hand on the table. as streams of data flickered intensely in his eyes. His entire being trembled with excitement. I knew it. My hypothesis was correct. He bellowed. Beside him, Letisai remained in a state of shock, and upon hearing the general's fervent voice, he quickly inquired, "General, what hypothesis?" Reacting to Letisai's question, the bio-calming agent within the general's system activated, coursing through him. He regained his composure and looked at Letisai, his eyes still sparkling with the brilliance of flowing data. I just checked again, and there are no records of such a battleship passing through any Imperial spaceports or any of the border gates leading to the ruined star domain. This is intriguing. You mean? Letisai suddenly realized something, widening his eyes in shock. Indeed, this battleship must either have been assembled in the ruined star domain from modular components brought in from somewhere, or it was constructed entirely within the 117th star system. However, even if it were modularly assembled, the complexity and time required for such an endeavor would be extraordinarily challenging, especially given the short duration since the 117th star system was opened. It simply doesn't add up. As for the second possibility, that is even more implausible. It has barely been 10 days since the 117th star system opened, and it is inconceivable that such a large battleship could be completed in that time frame. Since neither of those scenarios holds, we are left with a third possibility. The Imperial General's eyes sparkled with data streams, and a smile crept upon his lips, infused with significance. This battleship must be one that some pioneer discovered in the ruined star system, a vessel from an ancient, lost civilization. He pointed emphatically at the live broadcast image of the Hellfire-class heavy destroyer unleashing its formidable firepower. As he spoke, a tremor of excitement coursed through him. His radiant eyes fixed on Letisai. Do you understand what this means? For over a century, since the Empire discovered the border gates to the ruined star domain and opened them to the entire interstellar community, we have explored over 100 ruined star systems without encountering a battleship of this caliber from an ancient civilization. This is the most significant discovery the Empire has made in 100 years. The general of the Empire was overwhelmed with excitement. Among the 117 star systems, there undoubtedly existed significant value far surpassing that of all other relic star systems. Now, a mere individual pioneer has managed to uncover such a formidable battleship. One can only imagine what would transpire if the entire Imperial fleet were to enter the relic star domain. The thought is almost unfathomable. Listening to these words, Letis too became enraptured. In an instant, memories of his son, who had previously entered the relic star domain only to be slain by Tang Hong, flooded his mind. The mere mention of Tang Hong ignited a torrent of unending hatred within him. Tang Hong, if it were not for you, my son would still be alive. Though his heart brimmed with animosity as he gazed upon the dark battleship displayed in the live broadcast, an insatiable greed emerged in his eyes. Had it not been for my son's demise, perhaps it would have been he who discovered this battleship. Chapter 23. You just killed your son, and now you wish to discuss business with me? Greed glimmered in Lieta's eyes, while the Imperial General was filled with excitement. This was a monumental and significant discovery for them. General, what shall we do now? Should we alter the Empire's deployment? Lieta inquired. After pondering over Lieta's question for a moment, the Imperial General resolved to share his thoughts with Lieta. Though Lieta was not a member of the Imperial military, merely a businessman collaborating with it, the current Yada Empire was no longer what it once was, revealing signs of so-called legalized profit acquisition. The upcoming military deployment could indeed be disclosed, contingent upon Lieta's sincerity. Noticing the general's gaze, Lieta nodded slightly, saying, I understand, and I shall demonstrate ample sincerity. Excellent. The Imperial General replied, nodding in satisfaction. Given the significance of this intelligence, the deployment of the Imperial Navy will be modified. We shall devise a new plan, and once it is formulated, I will inform you accordingly. After this exchange, a moment of silence enveloped them. Lieta turned his attention to the live feed displaying the Obsidian warship, asking, what about this vessel? How shall we handle it? Greed flickered in his eyes. The Imperial General responded, this is the first warship we have discovered, yet within the relic star domain, there may be more vessels from lost ancient civilizations awaiting discovery. Rest assured, if your sincerity is sufficient, I shall not hesitate to grant you one. As for this particular ship, it is not yet time for the Imperial Navy to engage. Your company, Jishuan, may approach the individual first, representing the Imperial military. Ideally, you should acquire this warship. If you cannot, you understand my meaning. Lieta nodded, fully comprehending the general's implication. It was evident that the general viewed his company as a pawn. Yet in pursuit of a deeper connection with the Imperial military, why not seize the opportunity? If Jishuan were to align itself entirely with the Imperial forces, what would they not gain in the future? By the way, General, our company has recently acquired some shares. The two engaged in a detailed discussion. Once their conversation concluded, the Imperial General, thoroughly satisfied, logged out of the virtual reality space. Left alone, Lieta continued to gaze at the live feed of the black warship. which had annihilated the remaining vessels. Greed sparkled in his eyes. Warships left behind by ancient civilizations. They are mine. My warship. In a flash of light, he transformed into a cascade of data, vanishing from the virtual reality chamber. Liadas promptly organized his company's fleet, preparing to enter the relic star domain ahead of schedule. This time, Liadas acted with reckless abandon, as various models of warships boldly joined his fleet. Even the Yada Empire has prohibited civilian organizations from possessing warships of the class of destroyers and above. Unlike in the past, when he represented only himself, this time he and his company serve as the vanguard of the imperial military, representing the naval fleet of the Yada Empire. Similar to Lettuce, various factions within the Yada Empire witnessed the live broadcast and took their respective actions. Among them, the most vehement reaction came from the Gorman Company. For the entire fleet that was annihilated belonged to them. You have destroyed an enemy frigate, earning 50 spirit sources. You have destroyed an enemy frigate, earning 50 spirit sources. You have destroyed an enemy armed spaceship, earning 10 spirit sources. In this battle's summary, you have amassed a total of 1,270 spirit sources. 1,270 spirit sources in hand. As Tang Hong listened to the incessant notifications from the system ringing in his ears, his mood soared to extraordinary heights. Indeed, the spoils of war were abundant. Just from this single confrontation, he had directly acquired over 1,000 spirit sources, sufficient to purchase 2 automated mechanical cores and to establish 2 additional mining outposts. The entire fleet of 70 warships from the Gorman Shipbuilding Company was utterly annihilated by Tang Hong's solitary vessel. With a wave of his hand, a virtual display materialized before him, showcasing the status data of the current Hell of Black Rope heavy firepower destroyer. The first layer of armor sustained a mere 7% damage, with no other structural harm. Tang Hong nodded in satisfaction. The warship produced by the system was indeed formidable. Its hull armor suffering only slight damage. Good. Relay my orders for the warship to advance and prepare personnel to explore the forthcoming spaceport ruins. The entire Black Rope Hell warship began to move toward the remnants of the spaceport. The surrounding expanse of space was littered with fresh warship debris. A faint rumble echoed as the massive prow shattered a piece of wreckage, the remnants glimmering with spots of molten metal. Meanwhile, from afar, the host of the Interstellar Curiosities broadcast passionately addressed the audience. Total annihilation. Dear viewers, we have witnessed a breathtaking space battle. Surprisingly, the 70 vessels of the Gorman Shipbuilding Company have been completely obliterated by that unknown faction's warship. What on earth? Are Gorman's ships really that fragile? This has cost me tens of thousands. Could this be a setup by the house to swindle our money? Refund us, for goodness sake. How can we accept that Gorman's ships are so inferior? Refund us. The chat room erupted into chaos as viewers, shocked but regaining their composure, clamored for refunds. Many had placed substantial bets, believing in the formidable scale of the Gorman fleet. Among them, the most agitated was the owner of Gorman Company. As the infernal warship of Don Juan approached the remnants of the spaceport, he received a communication request. An employee from the Interstellar Oddities news agency, Tata, sent forth this request. Don Juan raised an eyebrow, recalling the vessel that had lingered on the battlefield's periphery, observing from a distance. He casually opened the communication to discern Tata's intentions. As the communication commenced, a quintessential Yada appeared before Don Juan, resembling a lizard, clutching a microphone that epitomized his role as a host. Greetings, sir, Tata enthusiastically began. Don Juan, unperturbed by the prospect of revealing his appearance, was enveloped in powered armor, standing at an imposing height of 2.3 meters, a stark contrast to his previous visage. What is it? Don Juan replied in a tone devoid of warmth. His voice transmitted through the fully encompassing helmet, taking on a chilling, mechanical timbre. Good sir, this is a private conversation and will not be broadcasted, Tata promptly clarified. Before continuing, esteemed sir, Mr. Gorman, the owner of Gorman Shipbuilding, wishes to converse with you regarding certain business matters. Chapter 24. A year of billions in dividends? Is it a ruse for beggars? Gorman Shipbuilding Company? Who is the proprietor, Gorman? I am unfamiliar with this individual. Don Juan pondered for a moment. Indeed, he did not recognize the name or the person associated with Gorman Shipbuilding Company. Sir, the commander of the fleet you have just utterly vanquished is none other than the son of Mr. Gorman, Wyatt Gorman. At present, Mr. Gorman wishes to discuss a business proposition with you. What say you? Tata consistently employed formal language, conveying a profound respect for others. Upon hearing this, Don Juan let out a cold, derisive laugh. How intriguing. I have just slain his son and obliterated his entire fleet, yet he now seeks to engage me in business? Business is business. It yields profit, and Mr. Gorman has many sons. The loss of one is inconsequential. This indicates that you possess sufficient value to warrant Mr. Gorman's attention. As long as the benefits are substantial, Mr. Gorman will not concern himself with such trifles, Tata replied with a slight smile, embodying the quintessential demeanor of an Yada. What more could Don Juan say? He could only think that these capitalists are astonishingly audacious. The death of a son could be regarded as a mere triviality. Yet, this piqued Don Juan's curiosity. Bring forth the visuals. I wish to see what business Mr. Gorman intends to discuss with me. Please hold on. The screen flickered, and another Yada appeared before Don Juan. This Yada's scaled visage was adorned with ornamental spectacles, exuding an air of classical elegance. His golden slit-like eyes scrutinized Don Juan, seemingly attempting to discern something. This was Gorman, the proprietor of Gorman Shipbuilding Company. In truth, Gorman harbored an intense desire to consume Don Juan alive, not because of his son's demise, but rather due to the destruction of what could have been a splendid promotional livestream for his company. Hundreds of billions had witnessed this broadcast, and the once favorable reputation of Gorman's company was shattered by Don Juan's actions. The exorbitant investment in the livestream resulted in a counterproductive outcome. In the future, when people mention Gorman Company, their first impression might well be that of a dismal company, whose fleet of 70 vessels was annihilated by a single warship. How much had Gorman's company expended on advertisement fees paid to the Interstellar News Report and the organization of the fleet? Certainly, it surpassed hundreds of billions, with advertisement costs being the major expense. This was the true reason for Gorman's animosity towards Don Juan, yet he sought to rectify the situation through a business negotiation. Speak. What is it you desire from me? Don Juan's crimson electronic eyes regarded Gorman with an icy, ruthless tone. Gorman smiled slightly and said, Esteemed sir, I wonder if you might be inclined to sell your warship? Please trust me. I shall offer you a most satisfactory price, or you may propose your own reasonable figure. Would you care to purchase my battleship? Don Juan scoffed, retorting, You cannot afford it. Sir, I assure you I am financially capable. Our Gorman Shipbuilding Company oversees 3 colonies on distant stars, and not to mention the profits from shipbuilding. These colonies, with a population of 600 billion, contribute an annual tax of 600 trillion Yada coins to the empire. Of this, our Gorman Company retains 5%, resulting in an annual income of 30 trillion Yada coins. Naturally, if you prefer not a one-time gain but a long-term arrangement, that can be arranged. I have the authority to offer you 1% of Gorman Company's shares, which would yield you hundreds of billions of Yada coins in dividends each year. How does that sound? Provided you sell us the battleship and a portion of the treasures you might discover in your subsequent exploration of that space relic? Gorman laid his terms before him. Upon hearing these propositions, Don Juan retorted, Hundreds of billions each year? Indeed, hundreds of billions, if not more. Should you sell us this battleship? Once we decipher its technology, the company's annual profits would soar. In that case, as a shareholder, you could potentially receive dividends in the thousands of billions each year, with no effort required on your part. Gorman's face bore a confident smile, as if he envisioned Don Juan succumbing to the allure of such immense profit and acquiescing. And this battleship would be his. Deep within, Gorman harbored insatiable greed, yet he managed to maintain composure. Am I a beggar? You think to placate me with a mere 1,000 billion in annual income? The crimson electronic eyes behind Don Juan's mask seemed to convey a profound disdain. What? Gorman could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, This is an income of 1,000 billion each year, and you find it insufficient. If indeed there were 1,000 billion in 1 year, then, given the conversion rate with the Yada coin, Don Juan would be able to live in idleness, accruing 10,000 spirit sources annually. Yet, 10,000 spirit sources would take Don Juan 50 years to amass enough to purchase a design blueprint for an octagonal-class battleship from the system's catalog, let alone designs for ships of even higher caliber. Were he to possess those 50 years, with the system's aid, Don Juan could develop independently, potentially building a fleet substantial enough to reclaim Earth, rather than languishing in idleness with you. Moreover, Don Juan harbored no trust in the benevolence of such capitalists. Thus, he declared, Depart to where it is cool. If you are dissatisfied, we can negotiate further. Gorman attempted to say more. Depart to where it is cool. Don Juan interrupted decisively, leaving Gorman speechless. Are you truly not reconsidering? Gorman's words trailed off as Don Juan abruptly severed the communication. The sound ceased, and once the connection was terminated, Tada's visage reappeared before Don Juan. Esteemed sir, before Tada could complete his discourse regarding Mr. Goldman, Don Juan pointed an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, Now you too shall vanish, along with that warship anchored 120,000 kilometers away, and the fleet concealed behind the asteroid belt a billion kilometers distant. How dare you? Tada's countenance manifested profound astonishment. The fleet lurking behind the asteroid belt belonged to the Interstellar Curiosities Gazette. That was the base of the Gazette within this galaxy. Yet how could he possess such knowledge? Typically, the military radar detection range of large Imperial warships is measured in light years, and only supersized terrestrial military detection radars can achieve light speed range. A distance of 1 billion kilometers. How could this individual discern such information? Amidst his shock, Tada maintained his decorum, responding, Very well, sir, we shall depart at once. With the communication severed, the engines of the Interstellar Curiosities Gazette's warship roared to life, accelerating away from the vicinity. Upon receiving the abrupt disconnection from Don Juan, Goldman's expression froze in place. "Boss, did the negotiations not go well?" inquired a subordinate nearby. "Quite the contrary. It went exceedingly well." Goldman's visage contorted with rage. "It has ignited my fury. Relay my orders. Reorganize the fleet. Mobilize the defensive forces from our colonial planets as well. All shall converge upon the ruins star domain. I am determined to seize that warship." With a single command, information swiftly disseminated. The defensive fleets of Goldman's 3 colonial planets commenced their maneuvers. Hundreds of military vessels set sail from the harbor. Chapter 25. Tactical maneuvers and the exploration of ruins surrounding the spaceport ruins. Within a vast expanse of tens of millions of kilometers, only Tang Hong's solitary warship remained. With the surrounding space cleared, Tang Hong finally felt a sense of relief as his battleship began its approach towards the spaceport ruins. This relic floats in the void, following a predetermined orbital path. With a diameter of approximately 2 kilometers, it is slightly smaller than the 200-meter-long Black Rope, heavy firepower destroyer that Tang Hong commands. Countless automated machines drift around the spaceport, serving as the self-defense mechanism that continues to operate within this ancient structure. As the Black Rope, heavy firepower destroyer neared within 50,000 kilometers of the spaceport ruins, these automated defense machines were activated. In vast numbers, they surged through the cosmos like a swarm of locusts, converging upon the Black Rope, warship. The speed and agility of these small machines were remarkable. Various closed defense laser systems and rapid-fire electromagnetic naval guns aboard the Black Rope, immediately came into action. In an instant, a dense web of firepower manifested in the void of space, with laser beams appearing and disappearing in rapid succession, striking at the oncoming swarm of automated machines. However, this firepower, capable of suppressing the entire Gorman Corporation fleet, seemed ineffective against the advancing horde of defense machines. No matter the intensity of the fire, not a single small defense machine could be struck. Data analysis indicated that these small machines could achieve instantaneous accelerations exceeding 1,024 times the standard gravitational force of Earth. They could evade over 10 kilometers in a single second. It appeared they were equipped with remarkably advanced non-inertial engines, enabling them to swiftly dodge in any direction, come to an immediate halt, and then instantaneously dart back again. Their agility was astounding. There were thousands of such small defense machines. Hearing the voice of his technical personnel, Tang Hong was taken aback. How on earth are we supposed to fight this? With a mere 2-kilometer-wide spaceport boasting such formidable defenses, how had the Interstellar Society previously occupied the ruins in this galaxy? The incredibly agile small defense machines dispersed in space, unleashing their firepower upon the 200-meter-long Black Rope, heavy firepower destroyer. Crimson laser beams from all directions struck the armor of the Black Rope. How severely was the warship's armor damaged? Tang Hong's heart raced as he inquired urgently. The first layer of armor sustained 5% damage. These small defense machines appeared to be armed with only minor thermal energy weapons. The warship's armor was coated with a special laser dispersing layer, significantly reducing the damage inflicted by lasers. A mere 5% damage may seem insignificant. However, the high-powered thermal fusion lasers and concentrated live ammunition aboard the 70 vessels of the Gorman fleet inflicted only a 7% damage on the first layer of the warship's armor. These diminutive automated machines could inflict 5% damage per round, and after several rounds, the warship would be unable to withstand the assault. This was merely the defense of a dilapidated spaceport relic with a diameter of 2 kilometers. One must ponder how the previously explored relic star systems were subdued. Tang Hong furrowed his brow and issued the command to temporarily withdraw, retreating from the perimeter of the spaceport relic. As the warship turned to evade the firepower of the small automated machines, they ceased their pursuit once the fleet had exited a 50,000-kilometer radius of the relic. Unbeknownst to Tang Hong, the relic star systems once explored by the formidable factions of Interstellar Society were typically approached by large-scale fleets. The defenses within the relic star domains varied. Some were robust, while others were weak, not all relying on these peculiar small machines. In truth, the major empires of Interstellar Society were also at a loss against these small machines. Yet, with their superior numbers and fleet sizes, they could deploy a portion of their fleets to divert the attention of these machines, buying time for another segment to forcefully land on the relic. After a hasty exploration, often incurring significant casualties and sometimes returning empty-handed, they would promptly withdraw and deploy high-yield hydrogen bombs to obliterate the entire spaceport relic. This ensured that nothing remained for future explorers, an act akin to cutting down all the grass at its roots. Once the spaceport relic was entirely destroyed, the small automated machines, bereft of their protective targets, would disassemble autonomously, breaking down completely on a nano or smaller scale, leaving no trace of their existence. Such specialized machines, equipped with inertial engines, were beyond the experience of Tang Hong or even the entirety of interstellar society. As Tang Hong pondered his next move, he heard Ruby's voice beside him. What is it? Supreme, I can sense a certain psychic energy response emanating from that spaceport relic. Ruby's pink eyes were unusually serious. A psychic energy response. Tang Hong was taken aback. Yes, Supreme, and based on the recent battle observations, it seems those small machines only react to attacks directed at the spaceport relic. Supreme, I have a plan. Ruby's eyes gleamed with a mischievous cunning. Her method was straightforward. Empty the warhead of an anti-ship torpedo and have her sit upon it. The warship would then launch the torpedo, but the target would not be the spaceport relic. The torpedo would skim past the relic at a distance of a mere 10 meters. At that opportune moment, Ruby would disembark from the torpedo and enter the relic, aiming to seize control of the still operational devices within. Tang Hong conducted preliminary experiments, targeting the spaceport relic with a torpedo equipped with a warhead. As the torpedo approached within a 50,000-kilometer radius of the relic, a dozen automated machines immediately sensed its proximity and swiftly flew towards it, employing their onboard small thermal fusion energy weapons to intercept and destroy the torpedo. However, when Dongwon launched a torpedo that was not aimed at the spaceport relic, the torpedo drew near and passed by the relic without eliciting any response from the automated machines. Indeed, the plan proved effective. Yet Dongwon could not help but begin to worry about Ruby. Can you handle this alone? Supreme, are you concerned for me? How touching. Just as Ruby was about to rush over in her usual manner, the ever-watchful Moonlight quickly intervened to restrain her. Ruby turned to Moonlight and spat in disdain, then smiled at Dongwon, assuring him, Supreme, rest assured, I can sense that the energy response from the entity within the relic is not greater than mine. I am fully capable of gaining control over it. Furthermore, it is possible that we could also exert control over these specialized defensive machines afterward. Ruby brimmed with confidence. Chapter 26. Control Room of the Ruins. Peculiar Symbols. Dongwon selected 30 fully armed combat automatons to accompany Ruby on her mission. He chose an anti-ship torpedo, disassembling its warhead and replacing it with a capsule. Thus, the Special Operations Landing Team was formed, comprising a total of 31 members including Ruby. Rest assured, Supreme One. With me here, nothing will go awry, Ruby declared confidently as she led her team into the torpedo's capsule. Subsequently, the torpedo was positioned within the launch tube. Prepare, aim, calculate trajectory, came the command. The trajectory data was finalized. The operational trajectory of the spaceport ruins was computed. Ready for launch. The reports from the technical automatons aboard the bridge reached Dongwon's ears, to which he nodded slightly and commanded, launch. After meticulous calculations, the torpedo commenced its launch. A flash of electromagnetic brilliance surged through the large torpedo launcher at the bow of the Black Rope, Hell-heavy firepower destroyer. The massive torpedo broke free, hurtling forth at a velocity of 500 kilometers per second through the vastness of space. Such a momentous speed could only be endured by the formidable mechanical bodies of the combat automatons. Any ordinary human would have been shattered to pieces the instant the torpedo exited the tube. In 100 seconds, it was expected to pass by the spaceport ruins. Are you ready, Ruby? Dongwon inquired, contacting her within the torpedo. Fear not, Supreme One. I am quite confident, Ruby responded, her excitement palpable. Encased in her full-body, celestial warrior power armor, the other tactical automatons aboard the torpedo remained notably silent. Ha ha ha, here we go, Ruby shouted with uncontainable exhilaration. The large anti-ship torpedo surged forward, swiftly bypassing the first line of defense composed of patrolling automatons. There was no reaction. The automated machines exhibited no response to the torpedo as it zipped past them. 50 seconds later, the torpedo had rapidly traversed 25,000 kilometers, surpassing the halfway mark. At this moment, data streams began to flicker rapidly in Ruby's eyes as she calculated the trajectory of both the spaceport ruins and the torpedo she occupied. It drew closer, ever closer. The torpedo continued its advance, nearing the spaceport ruins, while the automated machines remained unresponsive. Ultimately, the torpedo skimmed past the spaceport ruins, mere dozens of meters away. In that fleeting moment, Ruby harnessed her psychic energy, arcs of electricity dancing across her form. The temperature within the torpedo capsule plummeted, instantly crystallizing into frost. A peculiar force enveloped the entire capsule. In that instant, the capsule detached from the torpedo, plummeting towards the spaceport ruins, a mere stone's throw away. The immense potential energy it carried caused the capsule to descend like a meteor, crashing into the spaceport ruins with tremendous force. At that very moment, the automated sentinels patrolling the remnants of the spaceport seemed to have succumbed to madness, hastily retreating. It was the precise moment to launch the missiles. All electromagnetic naval guns armed with live ammunition opened fire. External support provided cover, diverting their attention and aiding Ruby. A jolt surged through Dongwon's mind as he promptly issued the command. The heavy firepower of the hellish Black Rope destroyer began its operations. The 2,450mm electromagnetic naval guns on the starboard side erupted with formidable force in an instant, accompanied by the vibrations of the elongated barrels. Bursts of electromagnetic brilliance illuminated the scene. Round after round of shells were propelled towards the remnants of the spaceport. Aboard the warship, rows upon rows of parallel missile silos unleashed hundreds, if not thousands, of missiles, trailing flames like a swarm of shooting stars. Detecting the assault, the previously retreating automatons were compelled to divert once more, each one commencing the interception of the dense barrage of shells and missiles. In an instant, a myriad of small energy beams emitted by the automatons flickered against the backdrop of the dark void of space. Each missile and shell released was struck with unerring precision. The distance of 50,000 kilometers between the warship and the spaceport ruins erupted in a dazzling display of violent light. Within the remnants of the spaceport, a capsule, akin to a meteor, plummeted and lay in ruins. Ruby forcefully kicked open the capsule's door, the first to emerge. It was an environment devoid of light, reminiscent of a corridor. Following her, tactical humanoids clad in full-cover celestial combat armor streamed out, armed with 20mm electromagnetic explosive rifles. They immediately began to scan their surroundings. Assuming a defensive stance, there was no need for illumination. Their eyes were equipped with infrared vision, night vision, thermal imaging, electromagnetic sensing, visual layer analysis, and military operational radar. Among other capabilities, safety. A combat humanoid raised a hand, transmitting a secure electromagnetic signal. Supreme Command, we have successfully entered. The surroundings are secure. It appeared that this ruin lacked defensive mechanisms, or perhaps the internal defenses had sustained damage. In the weightless environment, Ruby floated in the air, gazing ahead at a peculiar, damaged mechanical structure drifting in the dark corridor. Scans indicated that this enigmatic construct, likely indicative of the internal layout, was completely destroyed. 50,000 kilometers away aboard the warship, Don Juan exhaled in relief upon receiving Ruby's report, saying, "Good, continue the exploration swiftly. We will maintain cover from the outside." "All right, sisters, let us get to work." Beneath the mechanical visage, Ruby's lips curled into a hint of a manic smile. She raised her 20mm electromagnetic explosive rifle with one hand, activated her propulsion pack, and soared forward. Ruby led 3 squads, 30 combat humanoid maidens, towards the location where she sensed the psychic energy response, advancing through the vast, dark corridors of the space ruins. Encountering no dangers along the way left Ruby feeling somewhat disheartened. The internal passages of this spaceport relic are exceedingly intricate, resembling a labyrinth. Should others venture within without the ability to sense spiritual energy, they might find themselves lost for months. However, Ruby is different. Her pace is swift. In less than 10 minutes, she navigates through the exceedingly complex corridors and arrives at the very heart of the spaceport relic, where a significant spiritual energy response emanates. Ahead lies a vast hatch. Ruby can sense that what she seeks is contained within. A thermal cutter. With a wave of her hand, a combat automaton glides over, brandishing the thermal cutter. It aims at the hatch, and a vibrant crimson light flickers. In the vacuum of space, silence reigns as the searing beam begins to slice through the hatch. The operation proceeds smoothly, resulting in a passageway measuring 3 by 3 feet. As Ruby steps through the hatch, she realizes she has reached the most vital part of this spaceport relic, the control room housing the archived data. Remarkably, this control room has remained operational after countless years. How extraordinary! Is it due to the presence of spiritual energy? Ruby gazes curiously at the control platform before her, which flickers with faint light amidst the darkness. At the center of the platform lies an unremarkable device to the untrained eye, yet from Ruby's perspective of spiritual energy, it radiates an unusual glow. This device bears an enigmatic symbol, 2 interlocking rings from which 8 arrows of varying sizes extend outward. Chapter 27. Acquiring information on inertialess engine technology. A bounty of discoveries. The battle forms commenced their exploration of the central control room. Among the 30 combat automatons, not all were exclusively designed for combat. Some were tasked with emergency repairs on the battlefield, while others provided technical support. The technical automaton began her examination of the control room. "Captain, these machines are still operational, yet from the perspective of mechanical structure and technical diagnostics, they have evidently sustained damage over an extended period. How can they still function?" A look of confusion crossed the young technical automaton's face, her rational mind struggling to comprehend this phenomenon. It was entirely understandable, for Ruby pointed to the peculiar device at the center of the control platform adorned with strange symbols. "What is that?" the technical automaton inquired, her logical reasoning and adherence to physical laws failing to grasp the existence of such an object. "This is a creation from subspace," Ruby explained. "In simpler terms, it is a higher dimensional construct. Unlike the dimensions of our universe, there exists another layer, a realm known as subspace. Subspace is a dimension that, while intertwined with the reality of our universe, subtly surpasses it. Within subspace, the physical laws of the real universe, including time, do not apply and can be distorted. The manifestation of subspace energy in our reality is what we refer to as psychic power. It is precisely this psychic energy that allows these machines, which have been in disrepair for countless years, to continue functioning. However, now these items are all ours. Ruby exclaimed with enthusiasm. If individuals devoid of psychic energy were to come upon them, they would inevitably misunderstand their worth, perceiving them as entirely useless and irreparably damaged. Yet, in my eyes, their value is immense. With a hearty laugh, Ruby directed her companions, dismantle all these machines, including the central device, and bring everything back. Outside the space relic, the densely clustered automated defense drones, which had been operational, suddenly ceased all activity, becoming motionless and adrift in the void of space. Ruby had succeeded. A wave of joy surged through Don Juan as he promptly issued commands. The warship began to advance, and the automated machines exhibited no response, nor did they initiate any self-dismantling. Subsequently, Don Juan dispatched personnel to retrieve these automated machines from the vastness of space, exclaiming, "We've struck gold. An inertialess engine, a splendid find." He gazed from the bridge at the tactical automatons he had sent forth, each recovering the automated machines, his laughter resonating with triumph. "Indeed, we have reclaimed everything salvageable." Ruby's voice reached his ears. "All right, I am on my way to retrieve you." The warship's engines emitted a narrow beam of flame as it approached the spaceport relic. The vessel, extending 2,200 meters in length, docked alongside the spaceport relic, its size rivaling that of the ancient structure. The progress of the exploration mission regarding the relics of this galaxy stands at a mere 1%. Thus far, one subspace psychic energy device, one set of technical storage data, 2 automated mechanical cores, 1 control core for inertialess engine defense machinery, and 1,000 inertialess engine mechanical sentinels have been successfully recovered. The technical storage data is currently undergoing analysis. Analysis complete. Congratulations, you have acquired the technical data for the inertialess engine. Please note that the inertialess engine technical data is currently non-operational, and it is advisable to dispatch a sufficiently capable technical humanoid for further data analysis. A series of system notifications echoed in Tang Hong's ears. The inertialess engine technical data still requires analysis? Indeed, it was as he suspected, nothing comes easily. Tang Hong nodded slightly, accepting this reality, while he felt a surge of joy from having recovered 2 automated mechanical cores from the relics. However, one thing puzzled him. What exactly was this subspace psychic energy device? Never mind. Regardless, it was best to bring it back and discuss it later. This haul was significant. Indeed, a bountiful harvest. Not to mention, coupled with the spiritual essence he had previously acquired, he could purchase a total of 4 automated mechanical cores from the system marketplace. This would allow him to expand production capacity and establish 4 additional mines. The daily standard alloy production of battleships at the base could reach an impressive 70,000 tons. With such an increase in production, concerns regarding the construction of battleships would be alleviated. With his plentiful gains, Tang Hong returned to the base aboard his battleship. Beyond the Relic Star domain lies the territory of the Yada Empire. An interstellar fleet is relentlessly traversing through the spatial nodes of various Yada Empire star systems, continuously jumping from one location to another. This fleet belongs to the Jishuan Corporation. The scale of the fleet is truly monumental. Having received the official endorsement from the Yada Empire Navy, Jishuan Corporation can now openly deploy battleships that they previously would not have dared to showcase. At the core of this fleet are 3 battleships, each stretching 3 kilometers in length, alongside an interstellar mothership exceeding 5 kilometers. Additionally, there are 27 cruisers ranging from 1 to 2 kilometers, 187 destroyers under 1 kilometer, and 409 frigates, varying between 200 to 400 meters, encompassing both active and retired Imperial models. Alongside this, there are 79 logistical support and transport vessels, comparable in size to cruisers. Altogether, the fleet comprises a staggering total of 706 ships. Excluding 1 mothership supported by the Imperial Navy, all the remaining vessels are the accumulated wealth of Jishuan Corporation, built over 2 centuries through various means. The construction cost of a single frigate, measuring 200 meters, exceeds 300 million Yada coins. The total value of this fleet surpasses 30 trillion Yada coins. Although Jishuan Corporation controls several alien colonial planets, with a population exceeding several billion each year, the revenue from taxes is exceedingly substantial. However, the majority of these levies must be surrendered to the Empire, leaving a mere 5% for ourselves. The scale of the company has grown so immense that its expenditures rival those of an entire nation. The funds that remain with Jishuan Corporation for military spending, enabling them to construct their warships, are quite limited. It can be said that this fleet represents the entirety of Jishuan's capital that can be deployed. How much longer until we reach the ruined star domain? Captain Litas inquired of the first officer on the bridge of the interstellar mothership, Truth and Harmony. After 3 more spatial jumps, we will arrive at the Frontier Stargate. It is anticipated that in a month, the fleet will traverse the Stargate and enter the 117-star system of the Ruined Star Domain. A month. Litas sighed deeply, recognizing yet another substantial expenditure. Merely maintaining the personnel of the entire fleet, over 3 million individuals, will incur a monthly wage exceeding 8 billion. This figure does not account for the maintenance costs of various warships. Including these, the total monthly expenditure surpasses 100 billion. Who can sustain such costs? If it were a nation, the personnel wages might be somewhat reduced. But we are a corporation, a capital enterprise. We must rely on financial resources and generous benefits to maintain morale. Such expenses are exorbitant. The sheer cost is staggering. We must hasten to the Ruined Star Domain. I have a premonition that we are not the only ones organizing a large-scale fleet to the 117th star system. Other interstellar societies and civilizations may also send their fleets. We must represent the military of the Yada Empire and secure the lead. Litas' mind was consumed with calculations of various expenditures, his heart heavy with the weight of the financial burden. This time, he had truly exhausted his capital. A return on investment was imperative. Chapter 28. A significant discovery of the subspace device. The psychic shield Litas was astute. The news regarding the suspected emergence of ancient warships from a bygone civilization within the Ruined Star region had already spread among the various factions of interstellar society. Not only the Yada Empire, but other interstellar civilizations also expressed their intent to dispatch fleets to investigate. However, access to the 117th star system's border, Stargate, lies within the frontier of the Yada Empire. Consequently, other interstellar civilizations seeking to send large-scale fleets must engage in negotiations with the Yada Empire. Following several rounds of mutual benefit exchanges, they could successfully dispatch their fleets, which would require some time. Thus far, only various companies and private organizations within the Yada Empire's territory had managed to send smaller fleets through. Meanwhile, the turmoil brewing in interstellar society remained unbeknownst to Tang Hong, who had just returned to his base. Would you like to spend 1,000 spirit sources to purchase 2 automatic mechanical cores? Purchase. With a system prompt, Tang Hong was deducted 1,000 spirit sources, leaving him with a mere 275 points. Nevertheless, with the addition of these 2 mechanical cores, his total reached 4. Without pausing, Tang Hong immediately utilized these 4 cores to establish 4 new automated heavy metal mining and refining industrial zones. Current daily production of standard warship alloy, 700,000 tons. Tang Hong exhaled deeply. Given the current output, he would have sufficient alloy within 3 days to construct a Black Robe, Hell-heavy firepower destroyer. However, the construction of such a vessel would take 7 days, and presently there was only 1 production line for warships. Thus, it would take 7 days to yield a single Black Robe, Hell-heavy firepower destroyer. The materials required for the more advanced Huiyao heavy strike cruiser were even more substantial. Even at the current production rate, it would take over a month to gather enough. This instilled a sense of urgency in Tang Hong. Progress felt too slow. Yet, he understood the adage that one must take small bites to savor a meal. Patience was essential. Shi Wei, how long will it take to complete the analysis of the inertialess engine technology data? Tang Hong inquired, directing his attention to Shi Wei in the research center, employing his formidable computational abilities to decipher the information. According to the current speed, it will take exactly 7 days to complete the analysis of the inertialess engine technology data. Shi Wei responded, her 3D projection appearing before Tang Hong, her visage remaining exquisitely cold and refined. 7 days is acceptable. What of the mechanical sentinels? Tang Hong pressed further. The mechanical sentinels have been rebooted under core control. I have reprogrammed their systems and installed the control core within the base. The 1,000 mechanical sentinels are now serving as the guardians of the base, she reported. Upon hearing this, Tang Hong nodded slightly, feeling a measure of solace in his heart. The mechanical sentinels represent the most significant gain from this endeavor. Equipped with inertia-free engines, these sentinels possess formidable capabilities, rendering any long-range live-fire assault on the Tang Hong base utterly ineffective. With their protection, Tang Hong felt a greater sense of security. After severing communications with Shi Wei, he proceeded to another laboratory. At that moment, Ruby was engrossed in the study of a peculiar subspace device that exhibited psychic responses within a different research room, the Psychic Control Research Center. Ruby, have you comprehended the functions of this apparatus? Upon entering the research center, Tang Hong's gaze was immediately drawn to the device adorned with unique symbols, 2 interlocking rings with 8 arrows extending outward. In that instant, Tang Hong seemed to be struck by an unknown force. Warning, you have confronted the chaos symbol of subspace. The chaotic energy from the subspace deity attempts to taint you. System assessment in progress. Due to your existence as the supreme and singular tactical humanoid mechanical maiden, You are entirely exempt from subspace, chaos, contamination. At that moment, Tang Hong felt a profound psychic connection with thousands of tactical humanoid maidens. It appeared that this connection was the reason for his complete immunity to the chaotic pollution of the subspace. What is this? Merely gazing at this symbol poses a danger. Thankfully, it is I. What would happen if others encountered this symbol? Tang Hong could not help but exclaim. In that instant, he sensed the potential fate of ordinary individuals. Their bodies would begin to distort, their thoughts corrupted. The weak-willed would witness their flesh grotesquely transforming, hundreds or even thousands of eyes sprouting from their forms. Claws, wings, tentacles. Their human flesh would grotesquely mutate into unspeakable, hideous tumors, and then the pollution would spread. Is this what subspace chaos contamination entails? Fortunately, the tactical humanoid mechanical maidens seem naturally immune to such effects. Tang Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Supreme One, you have arrived. Ruby exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Her face flushed with an inexplicable hue as she rushed towards Tang Hong. As your loyal guard, I shall not allow you to stray even a step beyond the bounds. Suddenly, Yuya appeared from nowhere, placing a hand firmly on Ruby's face. Where did you spring from? Ruby's eyes widened in surprise, gazing at Yuya. Humph, Yuya coldly scoffed, ignoring Ruby. All right, enough of that, Ruby. Have you made any progress with this device? Tang Hong inquired. Supreme One, we have results. Ruby, completely disregarding Yuya, focused solely on Tang Hong. I have discovered numerous coordinates within this device. I have reason to believe that these coordinates correspond to the remnants of long-lost ancient civilizations. Ruby declared with enthusiasm. Oh, coordinates of ruins? Don Juan also felt a surge of joy. With these coordinates, he could expedite his exploration of the ruins and acquire the remnants of various materials, technologies, or even technological creations. Moreover, Ruby, brimming with excitement, approached the device before her. This subspace apparatus, though not large, resembled a cube. With a delicate motion of her hand, Ruby effortlessly extracted a small cube, measuring 1 centimeter on each side, from the seemingly intact structure. What is this? Don Juan inquired. Just observe, Ruby replied. Clutching the small cube, she then gestured towards a tactical humanoid girl clad in powered armor and wielding a firearm. You, shoot me. What? The tactical humanoid girl was taken aback. Shoot me. Allow me. Nia interjected, taking the 20mm caliber electromagnetic explosive rifle from her hands and addressing Don Juan. Supreme, please stand back. Don Juan nodded slightly and retreated a short distance. Yuya raised the rifle, aiming it directly at Ruby's form. The 20mm caliber electromagnetic explosive rifle measured approximately 1.2 meters in length. It did not utilize a magazine, but instead employed an ammunition box containing around 200 shell-less explosive rounds, propelled by powerful electromagnetic acceleration. The power was formidable. Bang, 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 bang. A cacophony of gunfire erupted in an instant. In the next moment, Don Juan's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the explosive rounds come to a halt in midair, approximately 1 meter away from Ruby. Thud, thud, thud. A shimmering wall of electrical arcs materialized, embedding the explosive rounds and producing a series of sounds. This emerging arcane barrier completely thwarted the advancing projectiles. All 200 explosive rounds were fired, yet none could breach the shield before Ruby. Is this an energy shield? Don Juan's heart raced in astonishment. To be precise, it is a psychic shield or a subspace shield, Ruby clarified, waving her hand to dissipate the barrier. Supreme, this subspace device can be divided into 15,000 of these small cubes in my hand. Each small cube can generate a psychic shield. Moreover, when 100 small cubes are combined, the resultant psychic shield is capable of enveloping one of our heavy artillery destroyers from the Black Rope Hell. What a remarkable invention. This is truly extraordinary, Don Juan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the 1 centimeter square cube in Ruby's hand. To his knowledge, no faction within the Yada Empire possessed the capability to wield such an advanced technology as the energy shield. Even the warships of the Yada Empire lacked this, relying solely on armor and structural integrity for protection. Chapter 29. The Celestial Celebration Cloud's Spiritual Energy Shield Device. By the way, Ruby, if such a device were to be carelessly installed on a warship, what adverse effects might arise? Tang Hong suddenly pondered this and inquired. After all, in this era, many advanced technologies each possess their own systems, which may not be compatible with others. If two disparate technological systems were roughly stitched together, it would inevitably lead to some negative consequences. Hee, rest assured, Supreme. Ruby chuckled, tossing the spiritual energy cube into the air before catching it and holding it tightly in her hand. She continued, as for other warships, I cannot speak, but our vessel exhibits an astonishingly generous compatibility with various technologies. After proper adjustments, the spiritual energy technology can be directly integrated into our warship for use. Upon hearing this, Tang Hong nodded slightly. This must be one of the many formidable attributes of a system-produced warship, its ability to seamlessly integrate with other technologies. Even the enigmatic subspace spiritual energy allows for direct application on the vessel after minor modifications. So, how long will it take to equip the warship with the spiritual energy shield? Tang Hong asked again, this being his primary concern. I still need to make some adjustments. It will take approximately a day to install it on the warship, Ruby replied. Once installed, what will be the overload limit? Tang Hong inquired further. As for the overload limit, I have only tested the capacity of a single spiritual energy cube. When the shield generated by one cube endures a strike equivalent to the force of our warship's 450 mm electromagnetic cannon, it will overload. The overloaded energy cube will then recharge, drawing energy from another dimension's subspace. After 5 seconds of recharging, the shield will fully restore. However, during this 5-second period, there will be no protection, Ruby explained, her eyes flickering with streams of data as she contemplated. A single strike from the 450 mm electromagnetic cannon could cause an overload? That seems rather low for the threshold. Tang Hong remarked with a slight frown. Not at all. This is merely the limit of a single spiritual energy cube. My suggestion is for each tactical humanoid soldier to carry one energy cube to support the shield. The energy cubes automatically connect to the higher dimensional subspace for recharging, eliminating the need for additional power sources. Furthermore, when multiple energy cubes are combined, their overload limits can be stacked, resulting in a significantly impressive strength when applied to the warship. Ruby gazed at Tang Hong with her sparkling pink eyes and pouted. All right, I suppose I was a bit greedy. Tang Hong laughed heartily. I await your good news. Once the warship's shield is installed, we shall set forth immediately to continue our exploration of the next relic. Having said this, Tang Hong turned to leave, but at that moment, Ruby called out to him, Supreme, wait. What is it? Tang Hong turned back to look. This is for you. Ruby retrieved an exquisitely crafted, entirely golden disc from the side. With a diameter of 50 centimeters, the disc was adorned with intricate engravings depicting a radiant red sun encircled by ethereal clouds. What is this? Don Juan inquired, somewhat perplexed. It is a personal shield device I have created for you, embedded with 100 energy blocks, generating a shield strength comparable to that of a battleship. I have named it Celestial Celebration of Clouds. Celestial Celebration of Clouds? Don Juan was taken aback. What a curious name. Come, let me adorn you with it. Blushing, Ruby approached Don Juan from behind, resembling a delicate little bride, and gently secured the crimson ring to the fusion power pack of his powered armor. A soft beep signaled the activation of the Celestial Celebration of Clouds. Instantly, a divine aura appeared behind him, while a resplendent red sun rose above, surrounded by swirling celestial mist. How enchanting! Ruby exclaimed, waving her hand to conjure a 3D projection mirroring Don Juan's current appearance. This sensation, Don Juan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, when suddenly he recalled that in the Age of Earth, legendary depictions of deities often featured such halos. The Buddha and Bodhisattvas were accompanied by a great radiance symbolizing the illumination of Buddhist teachings, while Taoist deities also bore similar auras, though their names eluded him. Now, this energy shield device was aptly named Celestial Celebration of Clouds. How intriguing! A faint smile curved Don Juan's lips. Indeed, his faction was called the Intelligent Machinery Celestial Court. Thus, the deities were high-tech, intelligent beings. As the supreme and singular entity, it was only fitting that Don Juan safeguard himself. Thank you, Ruby. He patted her shoulder, causing her cheeks to flush even deeper, her pink eyes ablaze with fervor. Supreme One, if you wish to express your gratitude, perhaps, she coughed. Let's discuss that later. We still have grand goals to pursue. I shall go inspect the battleship production line. With that, Don Juan swiftly departed for the battleship manufacturing facility. Ruby huffed in dissatisfaction. At that moment, the heavy firepower destroyer of the Black Rope Hell was undergoing repairs. In the previous battle, the armor had sustained some damage. Though not severely, with the efficiency of the automated production line, it would be fully restored within an hour. The repairs did not occupy the production line slots, which were simultaneously manufacturing a second heavy firepower destroyer. Currently, the damage to the first destroyer was nearly rectified, and it stood on a massive lifting platform. Before such a colossal vessel, measuring 2,200 meters in length, Don Juan appeared as insignificant as an ant. The warship docked here, its height rivaling that of some skyscrapers from the bygone Earth. At long last, you have arrived. Dong Xiao, responsible for the production line, hurried over. Have the ammunition and supplies for the warship been fully replenished? Tang Hong inquired. Everything has been replenished. We are ready to depart at any moment, Dong Xiao declared, hands on hips, brimming with pride. Excellent. Prepare accordingly. Once the new shield system for the warship is installed, we shall set forth again. Tang Hong nodded slightly. With knowledge comes longevity. Without it, brevity prevails. Soon, a day passed, and the energy shield system, composed of energy cubes, was successfully installed on the warship. Tang Hong received various coordinates sent by Ruby, his eyes glimmering with streams of data. There were over a dozen coordinates, likely pertaining to ancient relics. Set sail. For our second exploration. Chapter 30, The Gaseous Giant. Surrounded by deceit this time. The warship was not only equipped with a new psionic shield system, but also carried 100 mechanical sentinels powered by inertial-less engines. The protective system had been significantly enhanced. Moreover, Tang Hong ensured that every tactical humanoid aboard the warship was outfitted with the latest psionic shield devices. Behind each tactical humanoid, precisely at the position equivalent to the back of its head, a circular ring was affixed. This psionic shield activation device housed a psionic cube. The psionic shield device utilized by ordinary tactical humanoids was aptly named the Luminous Phase Shield System. Tang Hong's faction was known as the Intelligent Machinery Celestial Court, with the tactical humanoids akin to celestial soldiers, and the deities must certainly possess the appearance befitting their status. Notably, the source of chaotic contamination stemmed from a peculiar symbol on the subspace apparatus. The psionic cube itself was devoid of subspace chaotic contamination. Thus, even if tactical humanoids activated the luminous phase in the presence of other carbon-based life forms, it would not result in subspace chaotic contamination. The warship ascended once more, departing from the base, breaking free from the gravitational pull of the dwarf planet, and entering the vastness of space. This time, Tang Hong felt an augmented sense of confidence. Ruby, how far are we from the nearest coordinates? Tang Hong inquired from the bridge. Supreme, the nearest coordinates are approximately 5 billion kilometers away. 5 billion kilometers is quite a distance, Tang Hong mused, nodding slightly. However, for the Black String Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer, which boasted a curvature engine capable of reaching speeds 10 times that of light, this distance was relatively trivial. If the journey proceeded unobstructed in a straight line, it would take merely about 25 minutes to arrive. Yet, a straightforward path was unlikely. Tang Hong needed to preemptively navigate around the trajectories of various small asteroids along the route. Consequently, it took an hour to reach their destination. Yet, when Tang Hong gazed at the coordinates a mere 10 million kilometers ahead, his eyes widened in astonishment. This location was unmistakably recognizable. For there, ahead lay a planet. A colossal sphere, with a surface of a dusty yellow hue, was slowly revolving in the expanse of space, just 10 million kilometers away. As previously mentioned, this star system was a single star system, with a magnificent red giant at its core radiating brilliance. Orbiting this red giant were 3 planets, the only ones in the entire system. The planet Tang Hong now faced was the farthest from the star among the trio. This planet was situated approximately 700 million kilometers from the star. A few hundred million kilometers further would lead to the habitable zone at the core of this star system. The other 2 planets resided within this habitable zone. Surrounding the planet in question were over 10 moons, gracefully orbiting in its vicinity. Taking a deep breath, Tang Hong gazed at the immense planet lying 10 million kilometers ahead. In terms of volume, this planet should be classified as a gas giant. However, its surface reveals no irregular signs, appearing to function as a natural celestial body, orbiting serenely in the cosmos. Yet, the debris floating in the surrounding space speaks to Don Juan of a more complex reality. High Command has successfully conducted a long-range scan of the multiple floating remnants scattered across the 10 million kilometers ahead. Preliminary results indicate that some of the debris consists of civilian spacecraft models from the Yada Empire, as well as decommissioned military warships. This suggests that a number of interstellar pioneers' vessels have been obliterated in this expanse of space. Ruby's voice resonated in Don Juan's ear. He nodded slightly and inquired, "Have there been any results from the planetary scan?" "Yes," came the reply. The long-range planetary data scan reveals that the planet ahead has a diameter of approximately 110,000 kilometers, an orbital speed of 45,000 kilometers per hour, and a rotation period of 8 hours and 40 minutes. The surface gravity is measured at 2.4 g, with atmospheric pressure ranging from 20 to 180 megapascals, and a mass estimated at 1 trillion megatons. It is indeed a gas giant. According to the coordinates, a colossal relic is presumed to lie within this planet. Should Don Juan explore this relic, it could lead to monumental discoveries. However, a tinge of trepidation gripped him. An ostensibly defenseless planet bore witness to the remnants of numerous interstellar pioneer ships destroyed in its vicinity. At that moment, it felt as though a gargantuan eye on the gas giant was fixated on the universe, and more specifically, on Don Juan himself. He understood that this so-called eye was merely a colossal storm vortex ceaselessly swirling on the gas giant's surface, merely resembling an eye. Yet, it still imparted an unsettling sensation within him, as if the planet had truly manifested a gigantic eye, scrutinizing his every move, exuding an aura of the uncanny. Coupled with his prior encounters with the chaotic pollution of hyperspace, Don Juan was enveloped in a foreboding sense of apprehension. With a long sigh, he expelled the uncomfortable feeling from his chest. If only he possessed a weapon capable of shattering stars or a formidable interstellar fleet, he would have already advanced decisively. Alas, he found himself lacking sufficient firepower. It was time to retreat and seek alternate coordinates. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to explore other locations. Suddenly, High Command's radar detected an unexpected energy response amidst a field of asteroids, situated 20 million kilometers away. Further radar analysis revealed the presence of energy radiation from the fusion reactors of over 100 warships. It was confirmed an interstellar fleet lay concealed behind the asteroids, 20 million kilometers distant. We have detected radar responses from the opposing side. It is a large terrestrial radar, and they are spying on us. Suddenly, a voice from a technical personnel on the bridge echoed. Someone is peeping. Tang Hong was taken aback, but then quickly realized the truth. Given the nature of this planet, it was improbable that no one was present. Numerous pioneers have entered the 117th star system, and it is no longer solely individual interstellar explorers venturing forth. Several medium and small organizations have begun to infiltrate the 117th star system as well. Tang Hong surmised that there must be multiple factions fleets observing around this planet. These individuals were astute, all in a state of watchfulness, each retreating into their shells like cautious tortoises. However, no one could have anticipated that the radar detection range of Tang Hong's warship could extend so far. Chapter 31, Strange. The terrifying eye of the planet expand the radar scanning range. Tang Hong commanded without hesitation. The warship's radar adjusted its parameters, and after completing a full sweep, it yielded results. Supreme Commander, based on the radar response, we have detected at least 61 large terrestrial radar signatures within a 30 million kilometer radius. 61 large terrestrial radars? Tang Hong was taken aback. He was aware of the presence of many factions, but he had not anticipated such an overwhelming number. This revelation suggested that at least 61 forces had established a foothold in the vicinity, either utilizing asteroids or constructing their own fixed space stations, thereby setting up extensive long-range terrestrial radar systems. At this moment, Tang Hong had identified them, yet they remained oblivious to his awareness. The onboard radar of the hellish heavy fire destroyer was far more advanced than the large terrestrial radar stations they had established. What is this ship dawdling for? Such a massive planet. We should proceed to explore it. Are we really that timid? Just look at the debris surrounding that gaseous planet. Those are likely the remains of foolish warships that arrived here before us. While we may not know how they met their demise, it is certain that such a colossal planet harbors relics and unexpected defensive measures. I suspect we may soon have a new neighbor. Within the 30 million kilometer range of the gas giant, multiple signals were exchanging information. These individuals had no inkling that Tang Hong's warship possessed the capability to intercept their communications from such a vast distance. As he listened to their exchanges, the voice of the technical humanoid on the bridge echoed once more. Supreme Commander, a curvature space response has been detected. A small fleet is approaching this planet. Goodness, is space this bustling? Tang Hong remarked with a hint of sarcasm, then paused thoughtfully before continuing. Let us withdraw a short distance and allow the incoming small fleet to test the waters. Tang Hong decided to join the ranks of the surrounding factions and observe for a while longer. If the situation proved untenable, they would retreat. After all, they still had plenty of coordinates deciphered from the subspace device. They were certain to uncover some hidden relics that had gone unnoticed. The warship retreated 10 million kilometers, maintaining silence and concealing itself within the natural darkness of space. Suddenly, a vibrant beam of light surged from the depths of space, dissipating as the curvature bubble receded. A fleet of approximately 13 interstellar warships emerged into view. Each warship measured between 100 to 300 meters in length. Judging by their models, they were all decommissioned corvette types from the Yada Empire's military, now sold in the civilian market. It was evident that the organization behind this small fleet was also a civilian entity within the interstellar society. On this vast planet, it is astonishing that there are no other interstellar pioneers in the vicinity. Furthermore, the orbital path lacks any protective space stations. I declare that this planet belongs to me. Aboard the flagship of the fleet, a 300-meter-long warship, a young Yadaran laughed heartily as he gazed at the gas giant. Subsequently, the entire fleet of 13 warships began to approach the planet, seemingly intending to dock directly in its low orbit and conduct exploration via orbital airdrops. The surrounding factions, including Tang Hong, could not help but think of two words: foolhardy. Everyone awaited the demise of the fleet. As the 13 warships gradually closed in on the planet's low orbit, the distance dwindled: 300,000 kilometers, 200,000 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers. No incidents? Tang Hong was somewhat perplexed. Could it be that this planet truly lacked defenses? Were the remnants of interstellar pioneer ships in space the result of mutual destruction? All the other lurking factions shared similar doubts. However, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The 13 warships, now fully docked in the planet's low orbit, suddenly exhibited strange behavior. A vessel measuring around 200 meters in length fell silent for a moment before abruptly turning its cannon towards the nearest Allied warship, less than 10 kilometers away. A high-powered laser emitter swiftly pierced through the armor of the Allied ship. Subsequently, missiles and ship-mounted cannons opened fire. A missile, armed with a high-yield warhead, flew directly into the breach of the warship's armor, penetrating into its interior. Instantly, a colossal explosion erupted. The attacked warship had no time to respond and was obliterated in a cataclysmic blast, transforming into a field of debris drifting in the planet's low orbit. The sudden assault on their allies stunned everyone. In the next moment, all communication signals among the warships vanished, and the entire fleet plunged into eerie silence. The remaining ships suddenly turned on each other in a brutal melee. Cannons fired, lasers scorched, and missiles danced through the void. Half an hour later, only the largest flagship, 300 meters long, remained. This flagship bore numerous wounds, its armor battered and torn. Then, for reasons unknown, the flagship voluntarily shut down all its power systems, allowing the planet's gravitational pull to tear it apart along with the surrounding debris, all descending like meteors into the depths of the gas giant. They vanished within the swirling tempest of what appeared to be a colossal eye, disappearing without a trace. The great eye continued to gaze coldly into the expanse of space. Unmoving, silence enveloped the surrounding cosmos once more. Tang Hong stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, utterly at a loss. What transpired? Why did those warships suddenly turn upon one another in a frenzied slaughter? How did the ultimate victor choose to shut down the warship's engines, willingly plunging into the planet below? This planet exudes an aura of the uncanny. In that moment, Don Juan felt a sudden, visceral awareness that the colossal eye upon the gaseous giant's surface seemed to be gazing directly at him. Retreat, Don Juan decisively commanded. The hellbound heavy firepower destroyer swiftly activated its curvature engine. Enveloped in a curvature bubble, it transformed into a radiant beam of color, vanishing into the vastness of space at 10 times the speed of light. After Don Juan's departure, every interstellar fleet within a 30 million kilometer radius ignited their warship engines. Yet, rather than retreating, they appeared entranced, each vessel hurtling towards the gaseous giant like a meteor. All the warships, engaged in self-destruction within the planet's orbit, were reduced to debris, plummeting into the enormous eye on the surface of the gaseous giant. In that instant, it seemed as if the eye blinked as clouds roiled and an immense, indescribable creature writhed. Once again, tranquility descended. That so-called eye appeared to be nothing more than a tempestuous vortex, coldly surveying the cosmos, awaiting the arrival of its next prey. Chapter 32. The unprotected remains of an ancient civilization. Having retreated a staggering billion kilometers at tenfold the speed of light, we finally came to a halt. What was that planet all about? It was exceedingly bizarre. Tang Hong exhaled, relieved yet still shaken. Supreme, he continued, for a fleeting moment, there arose a terrifying surge of psychic energy from that planet. Though it was but an instant, it was unmistakably palpable. It felt as if the planet itself were alive. At that moment, Ruby exhibited an unusual demeanor, her face contorted in deep conflict. It appeared that the recent planet had affected her in some way. Let us avoid that area in the future, Tang Hong sighed, acknowledging the overwhelming unknowns that pervade this universe. We shall designate that planet in a 30 million kilometer radius around it as a no-go zone. Understood. The nearby technical android promptly commenced recording data surrounding the planet once more. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Hong could not shake the peculiar nature of the previous planet. Let us remain here, utilizing long-range optical detection and gravitational lensing to further analyze that planet. I need to rest for a while. Affirmative, Supreme. Once he entrusted the task to the technical androids aboard the bridge, Tang Hong sighed, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped a disaster. The tension in his body eased, and a wave of fatigue washed over him. Having scarcely rested during this period, he seized the opportunity to close his eyes, inadvertently succumbing to slumber in the captain's chair. Supreme, we have an emergency. After an indeterminate amount of time, Tang Hong was roused by an urgent voice. What is it? With a jolt, he awoke to Ruby's exquisite face before him. The planet, it has vanished. What? Tang Hong was momentarily taken aback. Was this some sort of metaphor? However, upon reviewing the optical detection and gravitational lensing results, he realized this was no mere figure of speech. The planet had indeed disappeared. It had vanished from this star system. The once 11,000 kilometer diameter gas giant, along with its numerous moons, had disappeared into the cosmic void. When did it vanish? 55 minutes ago. How long have I been asleep? Also 55 minutes. We woke you immediately after we discovered the planet's disappearance. We left the planet an hour ago, which means it vanished merely 5 minutes after we departed. A chill of horror coursed through Tang Hong. Now his battleship was over 1 billion kilometers from that planet. At that distance, it had taken only 5 minutes at 10 times the speed of light to reach their current location. When the battleship had just anchored here, The disappearance of the planet went unnoticed, as the phenomenon had not yet traversed the vast expanse of 1 billion kilometers. Consequently, Don Juan and his companions were oblivious to the planet's vanishing. However, time has since passed, and the news of the planet's disappearance has finally reached this location, now observable by Don Juan. In the coordinates of the gaseous giant star system, there now remains but a solitary dwarf planet, approximately 2,000 kilometers in diameter, surrounded by the desolate void of space. Hiss! Don Juan inhaled sharply. It is truly gone. Such a colossal gaseous giant, with a diameter of 110,000 kilometers, has vanished, leaving only a dwarf planet that once orbited it. Previous scans indicated that the gaseous giant had disappeared abruptly, taking with it a dozen satellites, completely obliterated. Only this dwarf planet, originally a moon of the gaseous giant, remains in this cosmic expanse. Strangely, was this dwarf planet not a satellite of the gaseous giant? All the other moons vanished alongside the giant. Why does this one linger? Don Juan felt an overwhelming curiosity and turned to Ruby. Was there any observation of its disappearance? Ruby shook her head, stating, "No, that planet vanished suddenly, along with its moons. The gravitational lens only detected the disappearance of the planet's gravitational influence. We are still unaware of the mechanism behind its disappearance. However, I have a theory." Upon hearing this, Don Juan inquired, "What theory? Do you recall the fleeting, immense psychic energy response I sensed earlier? I suspect that the massive planet has retreated into a higher dimensional subspace." Retreated into higher dimensional subspace? Don Juan was taken aback. "Indeed, Don Juan. I can still perceive the residual psychic energy in the surrounding space, as well as the unmistakable signs of higher dimensional subspace. The essence of psychic energy derives from subspace, which makes my perception quite clear. Moreover, this residual subspace energy is not a singular occurrence. I have reason to believe that this planet never truly belonged to this galaxy. It must have migrated here through higher dimensional subspace at an unknown time, and not long ago, it once again transitioned away via the same means." A serious expression crossed Ruby's face. "Is that so?" Don Juan pondered deeply. "Don Juan, the coordinates have reacted. The coordinates obtained from the subspace device have registered a response. Previously, we were mistaken. These coordinates do not pertain to the gaseous giant, but rather to the remaining dwarf planet. This dwarf planet is, in fact, an ancient civilization relic belonging to this galaxy." Suddenly, the technical humanoid girl responsible for navigation on the bridge exclaimed. Upon hearing these words, Don Juan suddenly comprehended the truth. That gaseous giant indeed did not belong to this galaxy. It hailed from an unknown realm, or perhaps it was an enigmatic entity from a higher dimensional space. It had traversed into this galaxy through a dimensional leap and had lingered here for an indeterminate duration. Not long ago, it once again departed via the same high-dimensional transition. The dwarf planet, however, was a genuine relic of an ancient civilization belonging to this galaxy, and thus, unlike the other satellites of the gaseous giant, it did not embark on a journey through high-dimensional space, but was instead left behind. Having clarified this point, Don Juan took a deep breath. While he felt a tinge of trepidation before the vastness of the cosmos, an insatiable curiosity and desire for exploration blossomed within him. The unknown gaseous giant, not of this galaxy, had already departed through high-dimensional space, leaving behind only the ancient relic of civilization, a dwarf planet with a diameter of 2,000 kilometers. Moreover, it seemed that, influenced by the previous gaseous giant, this ancient relic lacked any guardians. An unguarded ancient civilization relic, rich with treasures. Chapter 33. Unable to open the door? The battleship blasts it open in a cautious approach. Don Juan first utilized radar to scan the dwarf planet, which has a diameter of 2,000 kilometers. After confirming the absence of signals indicative of mechanical sentinels with inertial engines, he promptly commanded the fleet to draw nearer to the dwarf planet, preparing for a landing. The engine nozzles at the rear of the warship erupted with a concentrated plume of plasma flames, gradually closing in on the dwarf planet. This celestial body, cloaked in a grayish-white hue, bore resemblance to the moon, yet appeared considerably smaller in size. Further scans revealed no discernible signs of architectural remnants on the surface, suggesting that any ruins lay buried beneath the planet's crust. A technical humanoid girl aboard the bridge spoke up, prompting Don Juan to nod slightly and inquire, "Can we trace the signals further?" "Indeed, the coordinates are becoming increasingly pronounced as we approach," she replied. "Excellent," he affirmed. The warship's radar conducted an extensive scan of the dwarf planet, ultimately pinpointing the precise location of the ruins, at the base of a crater, approximately 3 kilometers underground. "Lunaria, Ruby, you two shall lead the exploration team down," Don Juan instructed, gazing at the coordinates displayed on the virtual screen before him. The scale of the ruins was monumental, revealing a disc-shaped structure at a depth of 3 kilometers, with a diameter of at least 10 kilometers. It could easily accommodate hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. However, with insufficient personnel, a thorough investigation might prove elusive. Moreover, while there were no mechanical sentinels guarding the exterior of the dwarf planet. The vastness of the ruins' interior remained an enigma. The Hell-S Rope heavy fire destroyer docked in a geosynchronous orbit above the dwarf planet. On either side of the vessel, the large armored unit hangars on the lower deck opened. From each hangar, 5 large Phoenix combat transport aircraft emerged, each carrying 100 fully armed tactical humanoids. The 10 Phoenix aircraft formed a dispersed landing formation, commencing their descent to the center of the crater. As the blue flames jetted from the transport aircraft's undersides, the thick layers of grayish-white dust on the surface were blown away, creating a swirling cloud of particles in the vacuum environment. None of the 10 aircraft touched down immediately. Instead, they hovered approximately 30 meters above the ground. The rear hatch of one transport aircraft opened, and a figure clad in powered armor peered downward. Equipped with a high-powered laser scanning device, she initiated a close-range examination of the ground below. Moments later, a rudimentary three-dimensional model materialized, projected for all to see. "Commander, we have results," she reported. Directly beneath us lies a massive lift platform, approximately 500 meters in diameter, with a shaft depth exceeding 3 kilometers. Through this expansive lift platform, one should be able to directly access the ruins below. The technological humanoid girl immediately reported to her companion, Tsukio. Tsukio, a formidable military tactical humanoid girl, had previously been appointed by Don Juan as the commander of the current tactical humanoid 1st Legion. "Is there a way to activate this large lift platform?" Tsukio inquired. "I have yet to find a method. Typically, such subterranean lift platforms are used for transportation and are activated through internal controls, making external activation impossible," the technological humanoid girl responded, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Tsukio contacted Ruby, who was aboard another transport aircraft. "Ruby, do you sense any energy activation devices? Or can you directly employ energy to activate it?" "Huh. Do you think energy is omnipotent? I can only detect an energy response in this ruin that resembles the subspace device we previously acquired. This lift platform is not an energy construct. It is purely a technological creation, and I have no viable means to activate it." Ruby's exasperated voice came through. Contemplating her words for a moment, Tsukio's eyes sparkled with a sharp light beneath her short black hair. "Let's blow it open." "Blow it open?" "The alloy armor plating covering this large lift platform is at least 3 meters thick. To achieve that, we would need to call upon the Supreme to utilize weapons from the warship," Ruby replied. Tsukio nodded, saying, "Then let's call for support. All units, immediately distance yourselves from this location and prepare to request warship assistance." Under Tsukio's command, 10 transport aircraft dispersed, exposing the cratered terrain beneath the warship in low Earth orbit. On board the bridge of the Black Rope Hell warship, Don Juan had been listening to their exchanges. Upon hearing this, he promptly ordered the warship to adjust its position and prepare to utilize the warship's ion plasma sphere cannon to create an opening. The enormous warship, measuring 2,200 meters in length, began to adjust its orientation in low Earth synchronous orbit, aligning its broadside towards the surface. Once assured that all personnel were at a safe distance, the 16 small Hell I-type plasma sphere cannons atop the warship adjusted their barrels, aiming at the cratered terrain of the planet's surface. The dark muzzles began to gather energy. "Fire!" With Don Juan's command, the muzzles of the 16 plasma sphere cannons erupted in a brilliant crimson light. 16 beams of red light descended, resembling colossal crimson spears, and instantaneously connected with the planet's surface. The terrifyingly high temperature evaporated the thick layer of grayish-white dust accumulated on the surface, revealing the alloy plating beneath. In an instant, the 3-meter-thick surface of the large lift platform was melted and pierced through. The plasma sphere cannon ceased firing. The surface at the center of the crater unveiled a gaping hole, 200 meters in diameter. Within this chasm lay a straight, profound passage extending 3 kilometers deep. "Ah, how exhilarating it is to have warship support." Within the communication channel, Ruby's jubilant exclamation resonated. "All right, the passage has been opened. Ruby, lead the advance team to delve into the exploration immediately. Yeah? You will remain on the surface with the remaining troops, prepared to provide support at a moment's notice." The command was issued by Tang Hong. "Understood, Your Excellency. 5th Company, 6th Company, follow me." With Ruby's directive, 2 Phoenix combat transport aircraft etched trails of fiery exhaust in the sky as they began their descent into the profound passage. The gaping opening measured 200 meters in diameter, while the tunnel below expanded to 500 meters. Although spacious, an excessive number of transport aircraft descending simultaneously would hinder operations. Thus, for safety's sake, only 2 Phoenix combat transport aircraft would descend at a time, each carrying 200 fully armed tactical humanoids. Shortly after Tang Hong dispatched personnel for exploration, the battleship's curvature space detection radar registered a response. The technical humanoid responsible for this radar within the command bridge promptly reported, "Your Excellency, multiple fluctuations in curvature space have been detected. Several fleets are en route. They are expected to arrive in 5 minutes." A sense of foreboding washed over Tang Hong. The entire gas giant, with a diameter of 110,000 kilometers, had vanished, inevitably drawing the attention of interstellar pioneers who observed this anomaly. It would be abnormal if no one came at all. Chapter 34. The indigenous people in the ruins? The arrival of other interstellar fleets. As time progresses, the number of interstellar pioneers arriving will only continue to increase. Currently, several fleets are en route, and this is merely a fraction of what is to come. In the 117th star system, an ever-growing influx of medium and small-scale pioneering fleets is evident. Conversely, the individual pioneers that were once prevalent have become increasingly rare. Ruby, have you entered the ruins? Tang Hong immediately reached out to Ruby on the dwarf planet. Supreme, we have successfully entered the ruins and are currently situated at the bottom of the lift shaft. Strange. There seems to be an airlock passage operating at the bottom of this lift shaft. The mention of an operational airlock left Tang Hong somewhat bewildered. Typically, the purpose of an airlock is to isolate external vacuum conditions during personnel transit. Yet, with no one present inside the ruins, how could an airlock be functioning properly? At a depth of 3 kilometers within the expansive lift shaft, measuring 500 meters in diameter, 2 Phoenix-class combat transport aircraft were stationed on the platform. The environment here was not as dark as Ruby had envisioned. Beside the large gate connected to the lift shaft, dim warning lights illuminated the area. A technical humanoid was busily working with instruments in front of the massive gate. Soon, as the warning lights on the gate shifted from red to green, the gate began to open slowly. Approximately 100 meters beyond the gate lay another door. 150 tactical humanoids, clad in heavenly soldier power armor, equipped with a celestial light energy shield device mounted on their power packs, swiftly entered through the gate, wielding 20mm electromagnetic explosive rifles. The remaining 50 tactical humanoids stood guard over the 2 Phoenix-class combat transports, also prepared to assist the subsequent troops descending. Ruby was the first to lead the team into the airlock passage. The gate behind them closed. Hiss. Accompanied by the sound of air being released from the airlock, Ruby discerned a sound that was unlike that of a vacuum environment. Was there air inside? What was the air pressure? 20 megapascals. Sisters, it appears we may have inadvertently intruded upon someone else's domain. Behind the fully enclosed helmet, Ruby's pink eyes sparkled with streams of data. Prompted by Ruby, all tactical humanoids activated their laser scanning capabilities. In this perspective, the scene beyond the gate was swiftly constructed into a three-dimensional model. The view beyond the second airlock was likewise revealed to all. Beyond the gate lay a narrow corridor, within which shadowy, distorted figures swayed, extremely dense. Ruby raised her hand. With a rustle, the front line of tactical humanoids quickly spread out, raising their 20mm electromagnetic explosive rifles. Hiss. The gate ahead, accompanied by a sound, slowly began to open. All tactical humanoid girls beheld the scene beyond the gate with greater clarity. A throng of grotesque figures, their bodies twisted and mangled, barely resembling once human entities, surged within the corridor. With the gate's opening came a cacophony of unsettling howls. As these aberrant creatures rushed forth like a tidal wave, the sound of gunfire erupted in rapid succession, filling the air as concentrated firepower poured into the passageway. The flesh and blood of these monstrosities proved inadequate to withstand the onslaught of 20mm explosive rounds. They did not merely explode upon impact, but penetrated through their forms as effortlessly as one might pierce through tofu. The projectiles, propelled by electromagnetic acceleration, shot forth with astonishing precision, cleaving through the distorted bodies of over 100 monstrosities before finally striking the wall, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The shockwave generated by the detonation shattered the flesh of several creatures within a 2-meter radius. The tactical humanoids, armed with 20mm caliber electromagnetic explosive rifles, formed a formidable barrage that effortlessly cleared the corridor of thousands of these abominations. Cease fire, Ruby commanded, raising her hand. One of the tactical humanoid girls, rifle in hand, kicked aside a twisted mass of flesh, questioning, "What is this?" "Subspace chaos influence," Ruby replied, raising her hand as a surge of psychic energy enveloped a sign immersed in blood and flesh, lifting it towards her. As the gore was removed, it revealed an inscription in an unfamiliar script, one not representative of any known interstellar society or civilization. Do you see? This sign is evidently recent, produced in the past few years, likely by these unknown species. This relic spans a diameter of at least 10 kilometers, capable of sustaining tens of thousands of inhabitants. We have no knowledge of where these unknown beings originated. They have likely resided within this relic and never ventured into the outside world. Not long ago, they were presumably normal intelligent beings until the influence of that gaseous giant planet from the higher dimensional subspace tainted them. They underwent a chaotic mutation, transforming into these monsters, assuming their current forms. With a flick of her finger, Ruby discarded the sign to the ground and continued leading her team forward. However, these are merely my conjectures. The true nature of this situation requires further exploration of the relic. Let us proceed. Under Ruby's leadership, 150 tactical humanoid girls pressed onward. Meanwhile, within the dwarf planet, Ruby and her squad were delving into the relic, while in the vastness of space, the fleets of other interstellar pioneering factions had arrived. From all directions of the cosmos, vibrant beams of colored curvature light surged forth. As the curvature bubbles dissipated, several interstellar fleets materialized within the void. There were a total of 6 fleets. The fleets are not particularly large. The smallest consists of 6 warships, each measuring between 100 and 200 meters in length, comprising retired frigates from the Yada Empire's previous generation. The largest fleet boasts 36 warships, with the centerpiece being an Imperial Standard cruiser exceeding 1 kilometer in length. Collectively, these 6 fleets comprise just over 100 vessels. What has transpired here? Where has that planet gone? My heavens, our previous observations were accurate. That celestial body has truly vanished. What has occurred? Upon the arrival of these fleets, the initial sentiment among all was one of astonishment. However, following the shock, an insatiable greed swiftly emerged. Where are we? The ruined starfield, Galaxy 117. A planet with a diameter of 110,000 kilometers has inexplicably disappeared. After the initial shock, they began to speculate that it was the result of some ancient civilization's relic. How formidable must such a creation from an ancient civilization be? All the fleet's gazes converged upon the solitary dwarf planet, measuring 2,000 kilometers in diameter, lingering in the void of space, as well as the Hell's heavy firepower destroyer, docked in a geosynchronous orbit around the dwarf planet. To them, it was evident that the dwarf planet harbored ancient ruins, and that the artifact responsible for the planet's sudden disappearance must reside within. At this moment, the warship stationed in geosynchronous orbit around the dwarf planet was a considerable eyesore to them. Chapter 35. No nonsense. Let the battle begin. Everyone became acutely aware that within the ancient civilization ruins on the nearby dwarf planet lay terrifying artifacts capable of erasing an entire planet from existence. In an instant, greed surged within them, compelling all to command their fleets to embark on an immediate exploration. Yet, they were not alone in this endeavor. A total of 6 interstellar fleets converged in this region of space, creating an atmosphere charged with tension. Each fleet maintained a distance of several thousand kilometers from one another, with the weapon systems of all warships primed and ready, ever vigilant for any sudden aggression from the others. At that moment, the fleet with the largest number of vessels, comprising 36 ships, was led by a commander aboard a formidable cruiser measuring 1 kilometer in length. This commander, dressed in the military uniform of the Yada Empire, bore a countenance that, even among his own kind, could be deemed unattractive. He initiated communication with the other 5 fleet factions. Greetings, esteemed colleagues. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tet Kylo, a colonial governor of the Yada Empire's frontier star systems. If I am not mistaken, all present here are Yada as well. The title of colonial governor proved advantageous, as the other 5 factions ceased their silence and began to engage with Tet Kylo. Honorable Governor Tet Kylo, greetings. I am the Deputy General Manager of Albert Arms Company. Greetings, Governor. As communication with the other 5 fleets unfolded, the atmosphere gradually softened. Tet Kylo's smile widened. As he had surmised, of the 6 fleet factions present, only he possessed the official backing of the Yada Empire. Consequently, he alone commanded a cruiser exceeding 1 kilometer in length, an asset he had appropriated directly from the colonial defense fleet for the purpose of exploring the ruins, hoping to reap substantial rewards. Little did he expect that upon his arrival in the ruins sector, he would encounter such a significant occurrence. The entire 11,000-kilometer diameter planet had vanished for reasons unknown, yet undoubtedly related to the artifacts of the ancient civilization. The warship anchored in orbit around the dwarf planet was likely the first to arrive. Humph, seeking to get ahead of me. The ancient civilization ruins shall belong solely to me. A greedy glint shone in Tet Kylo's scaly, distinctly Yada lizard-like visage. Among the present factions, only his fleet was the most formidable. In this expanse of space, strength reigned supreme. Despite these thoughts, Tet Kylo extended a proposal to all the fleets. Esteemed colleagues, I propose that we temporarily unite to jointly explore the ruins. Have you noticed that warship stationed in orbit around the dwarf planet? What does this signify? Its close proximity suggests that the ancient civilization ruins on that dwarf planet may be devoid of any defenses. Should we engage in conflict, the longer it drags on, the more opportunistic factions will emerge, ultimately benefiting others. This predicament would yield no advantage for any of us. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing Tet Kylo's proposal, everyone concurred, swiftly reaching a consensus. Thus, a temporary alliance, sustained by the interests of exploring ancient relics, was promptly established. Meanwhile, in the command bridge of the formidable Black Rope-held battleship, anchored in the orbit of a dwarf planet, Don Juan received a communication from Tet Kylo. Esteemed sir, the remnants of ancient civilizations do not belong to any individual. Might we pause your exploration and collaborate with us in this endeavor? United, we possess greater strength. I trust you comprehend this notion. The tone was courteous, yet veiled with an underlying threat. Although Don Juan's battleship appeared imposing, stretching over 2 kilometers in length, it was solitary, merely one vessel. Tedekilo felt no apprehension, believing that such a ship posed little threat to his 36 vessels. Governor, do you truly intend to collaborate with others? An aide inquired. Impossible, Tedekilo scoffed, a sinister smile gracing his face. I am merely deceiving them. Once they are all gathered, we can employ certain specialized weapons. Are you referring to infrasonic hydrogen bombs? The aide's eyes began to glimmer with excitement. Infrasonic hydrogen bombs were strictly prohibited and banned within the military ranks of the Yada Empire, making them unattainable for ordinary civilian organizations. However, as the governor of a frontier colony of the Yada Empire, Tedekilo had access to such weaponry. This formidable armament could effortlessly eliminate all personnel aboard a battleship without causing any damage to the vessel itself. Naturally, such weapons had their limitations. Infrasonic waves could not propagate in a vacuum. Tedekilo's plan was simple: lure everyone into one place, and when they were close enough to be caught off guard, he would unleash a barrage of infrasonic hydrogen bombs to annihilate them all. Furthermore, if the timing was unfavorable in space, he could use the guise of joint exploration of the relics to draw them into a geosynchronous orbit around the dwarf planet. This orbit would place them perilously close for any attacks from his battleships. While some might suspect Tedekilo's ulterior motives, they would never conceive the existence of such a weapon in his arsenal. This, too, was why Tedekilo harbored no fear of Don Juan's seemingly colossal battleship, exceeding 2,200 meters in length. Thus, Tedekilo could not only claim exclusive access to the ancient relics on the dwarf planet, but also potentially acquire a fleet of unmanned interstellar warships. What is not to gain? Be cautious during the operation. That battleship is sizable enough to qualify as our future flagship. As Tedekilo gazed greedily upon the hellship of the Black Rope stationed in the orbit of the dwarf planet, he addressed his subordinates surrounding him. The hellship lay anchored in the orbit of the dwarf star system. Prepare for combat. Now we shall test the resilience of the newly equipped psionic shields on our vessel, commanded Don Juan from the bridge. Don Juan did not discern Tedekilo's treachery. Rather, he had no desire to engage in futile discourse with these individuals. Though his heart brimmed with avarice, he feigned an air of moral rectitude. Why waste words? Let the battle commence. Meanwhile, Tedekilo awaited Don Juan's response. Convinced that the latter would surely capitulate under the threat of his formidable power and willingly relinquish the relics of the ancient civilization. Chapter 36. Why do I feel so much like a villain? Has there been a response? Tedekilo inquired impatiently. Not yet. A subordinate had just begun to speak when suddenly he let out a shocked cry. Your Excellency, the fleet is under attack. The outermost frigate, the Lucky Star, has already sunk. What? From where did this attack originate? Why did the radar not respond? Tedekilo exclaimed, overcome with alarm. Who could have launched such an assault against them? Could it be from other fleets? No, Your Excellency, it's that warship. The one docked in orbit around the dwarf planet. At this revelation, a surge of fury welled up within Tedekilo. How dare they launch an attack after I graciously invited them to explore the cosmic ruins? Yet, simultaneously, he was struck by shock. What kind of weapon was employed? Why did the fleet's air defense radar system fail to provide any warning? Was the enemy's warship so advanced that their radar system could not detect the impending attack? Faced with this possibility, Tedekilo's first instinct was not to retaliate, but rather to negotiate for a ceasefire. He then prepared subsonic hydrogen bombs, planning to deceive the enemy during the truce. Tedekilo commanded his fleet to disperse and maneuver rapidly to evade the attack, while simultaneously sending another communication request to the enemy. Ceasefire. There must be some misunderstanding. As he spoke, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. As long as you cease fire. Oh, you want me to cease fire? Apologies, but my warship has a malfunction. Once it opens fire, it cannot stop. Don Juan smirked, coldly commanding his ship to fire again. The previous strike had merely tested the enemy's defensive capabilities in response, utilizing one of the 16 plasma lance cannons. To his surprise, the shot pierced through one of the enemy's vessels. Seeing this outcome, how could Don Juan hold back? Fire at will. Annihilate them completely. This is all valuable resource. In the next moment, the entire ship unleashed its firepower. The 16 plasma lance cannons on the ship's deck, guided by the swift calculations of the technical personnel in the bridge, simultaneously locked onto the enemy fleet's vessels. 16 crimson beams of molten energy traversed over 100,000 kilometers in an instant, striking precisely at the engine of a rapidly maneuvering frigate within the enemy fleet. The terrifying heat instantly penetrated the frigate's armor, directly hitting its engine. A catastrophic explosion ensued. In a flash, all 16 frigates disintegrated amidst brilliant explosions in the vastness of space. The rapid assault and the destruction of the warships left everyone astounded. In just this one round of attack, Tedekilo's fleet had incurred significant losses. The other 5 interstellar fleets were equally stunned by the terrifying offensive capability of Don Juan's warship. Could it be that this warship is not the vessel of some pioneering faction, but rather the guardian of this ancient civilization's relics? At that moment, Tedesilo contemplated this possibility. After all, there was no response to any communication. The enemy launched an immediate and fierce assault. This warship must undoubtedly be the protective force of the ancient civilization's remnants. Retreat. Activate the curvature engine. Enter hyperspace and withdraw. In unison, Tedesilo and the other 5 interstellar fleets chose to retreat. However, could Tang Hong allow their escape? They were all Yada people, and to Tang Hong, these warships represented a source of spiritual energy. How long until the curvature engine could be activated again? Tedesilo inquired anxiously. Governor, it will take another 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Tedesilo despaired. With that much time, based on the enemy's attack frequency, they could annihilate their entire fleet several times over. Governor, that fleet is not only attacking us, but is also targeting the fleets of other pioneering factions. Upon hearing this news, Tedesilo's heart leaped with joy. This was fortuitous. If they were only attacking him, the others would undoubtedly wish to remain uninvolved. But now, whether they wanted to or not, they were drawn into the conflict. Realizing this, he immediately contacted the other interstellar fleets. Everyone, do not think of fleeing. The curvature engine requires 3 minutes to start. If we do not counterattack and only think of escaping, we are surely doomed. In this critical moment of life and death, we must unite to endure. Let me be clear, my warship is equipped with microwave pulse hydrogen bombs. If we strike successfully, we can incapacitate the enemy's vessels. That warship is most likely the guardian of this ancient civilization's relics, and it should be the sole protective force. If we win, not only will we survive, but the entire ancient civilization's relics will be ours. Tedesilo swiftly rallied the others, and in mere moments, he stirred the resolve of the other interstellar fleets. Each had cognitive enhancement chips, and though his words seemed lengthy, less than a second had passed before they reached a consensus. The microwave pulse hydrogen bomb differs from the infrasound hydrogen bomb. The former is a weapon designed specifically for warships, essentially an electromagnetic pulse capable of incapacitating enemy vessels. In contrast, the infrasound hydrogen bomb targets personnel aboard enemy ships. Both weapons are strictly prohibited and banned for sale by the Yada Empire. Should either be deployed within a planet's atmosphere, the impact on personnel and equipment would be catastrophic. As the governor of a frontier colony planet, Tedesilo possessed both. It was time to take a gamble. The microwave pulse hydrogen bomb was their trump card for turning the tide. If they successfully struck and incapacitated the enemy's warship, victory would be theirs. This was their sole hope. Soon, the 6 fleets combined their forces, and over 100 warships dispersed throughout the cosmos. Before this moment, when the fleets arrived in this expanse of space, the conventional distance between each battleship exceeded 1,000 kilometers. This precaution was taken to avoid significant losses from the enemy's concentrated firepower, as the battleships were arranged in a standard dispersed formation. Although the number of battleships amounted to only a few hundred, they spread out in all directions across the vastness of space, creating an extensive front. Launch all your equipped missiles. Provide fire support for my microwave pulse hydrogen bombs. Tedesilo bellowed. Alas, our weapon systems cannot lock onto that battleship. What kind of vessel is that? How can their anti-fire control radar technology be so advanced? We are unable to achieve a lock. Tedesilo felt a chill in his heart. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the dark battleship remained stationary in orbit around the planet. A surge of joy washed over him. There was no need for a lock. It was completely immobile. This fool could not evade. In an instant, tens of thousands of missiles were launched, streaking through space like a meteor shower, trailing slender tails of fire as they descended towards Don Juan's battleship. Among this multitude of missiles, 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs fired from Tedesilo's flagship were intermingled within the barrage. These 10 hydrogen bombs represented their sole glimmer of hope. Having spent decades to ascend from the ranks to the esteemed position of governor of the colonial planet, Tedesilo's efforts far surpassed anyone's imagination. He was not yet ready to perish. He had grander dreams yet to fulfill. They must hit their target. This was their only hope. Chapter 37, Battle Conclusion. Abundant gains confronted by an onslaught of over 10,000 missiles launched from all directions. The close-in defense system aboard the Hell of Black Rope's battleship sprang into action. The formidable firepower network, comprising 400 close-in laser cannons and 240 50mm electromagnetic rapid-fire defense cannons, was nothing short of terrifying. The laser cannons could precisely encompass a 10,000-kilometer radius around the battleship, delivering rapid and accurate strikes. Each laser cannon was capable of targeting multiple adversaries simultaneously. A mere instant of illumination upon an incoming missile would result in its immediate incineration and subsequent explosion in the vastness of space. Meanwhile, the 240 electromagnetic rapid-fire cannons were tasked with addressing any threats that managed to evade the laser firepower network. However, primarily the laser cannons were in operation. as the electromagnetic cannons proved largely ineffective against the high-speed missiles. Their main function lay in intercepting enemy artillery shells, rendering them less useful against swift missiles. At the same time, the 16 plasma spear macro cannons atop the battleship continued to unleash their fury. 16 crimson beams, akin to impossibly sharp spears, traversed the vast expanse of space, striking precisely at 16 enemy vessels. The plasma spear macro cannons equipped on the Hell of Black Rope's heavy firepower destroyer inflicted devastating damage upon such small warships. A single strike to a critical point in a corvette's engine or reactor could unleash a catastrophic chain reaction, obliterating the entire ship. Tazilio, where are your microwave pulse hydrogen bombs? We can't hold on much longer. In less than 3 minutes, their firepower will annihilate us all. The leaders of other interstellar fleets shouted frantically over the communications channel. Stay calm. Just hold on a little longer. Tazilio bellowed, his eyes fixed intently on the monitoring screen. The 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs he had launched trailed closely behind the dense barrage of missile signals, using the overwhelming number of missiles as a shield. The military missiles of the Yada Empire were equipped with miniature curvature engines, capable of propelling them to 5 of the speed of light. In contrast, the microwave pulse hydrogen bombs launched by Tazilio, being larger, could accommodate more substantial curvature engines, elevating their velocity to 10 of the speed of light. This was the current limit of the Yada Empire's military missile speed. Due to technological constraints, their miniaturized curvature engines could not achieve such rapid speeds, and the missiles possessed limited fuel. Tazilio awaited the opportune moment. The 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs maintained a consistent speed of 5 of the speed of light, matching the other missiles. Once they approached sufficiently, they would suddenly accelerate. The velocity would surge to 10 of the speed of light, catching the enemy completely off guard. 50,000 kilometers, 30,000 kilometers, 20,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers. The final sprint phase commenced. The missiles accelerated. Tedakilo roared with a furious crimson glare. Within a range of 10,000 kilometers from the ominous black warship, 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs, concealed behind other missiles, sprang into action. The built-in compact curvature engine instantaneously accelerated the missiles from 5 the speed of light to 10 the speed of light. At this velocity, the distance of 10,000 kilometers could be traversed in less than a second. Success was within reach. Tedakilo's heart raced with fervor. Under the influence of the cognitive acceleration chip, everything appeared to slow down. He remained fixated on the signals from the 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs. However, while he moved swiftly, the black-corded Hell warship moved even faster. In a mere microsecond, the warship's curvature space detection apparatus had already identified the missile's sudden acceleration. Priority interception target. The close-in laser cannon required no recharging. The crimson laser beam, having obliterated a standard missile, swept across the cosmos like a slender crimson rod. It instantaneously passed by the 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs. 10 projectiles, distinct from the others, glimmered with a cerulean hue, erupting in a dazzling display of flickering arcs in the void. Tedakilo's expression transformed into one of utter despair. They were intercepted. How could this be? That warship, that warship. Tedakilo's hands trembled as he whispered, his voice growing louder and more hoarse. What class of warship is that? His desperate roar echoed like a nightingale lamenting its fate. Boom. 16 thermal lance projectiles swiftly pierced through Tedakilo's flagship, striking with pinpoint accuracy at the fusion energy reactor located in the mid-rear section of the warship. Within the bridge, all Tedakilo could hear was the deafening explosion and the violent tremors beneath his feet. This Yada Empire's active cruiser, over a kilometer in length, was severed in two by the catastrophic detonation of the fusion reactor. Debris scattered throughout the cosmos. The Yada soldiers aboard the warship were cast into the void, unable to emit even a cry of despair. The battle was concluded when the 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs, which Tedakilo had placed such high hopes on, were intercepted in an instant. The conflict was effectively over. Of the remaining missiles launched by the interstellar fleet, fewer than 100 managed to breach the defensive firepower net of the black-corded Hell warship. Meanwhile, the high-energy laser beams fired by the enemy could not be intercepted but were wholly absorbed by the psionic shields that enveloped the warship. Testing complete. Damage to the Tang Hong's black-corded Hell heavy firepower destroyer. 0. Personnel casualties. 0. Only 20% of the psionic shield's energy was expended, along with approximately 40% of the warship's energy reserves. The enemy's fleet of over 100 interstellar warships was annihilated, with an estimated loss of over 200,000 lives. Wreckage littered the surrounding space, extending over 100,000 kilometers. Regardless of how swiftly their warships maneuver or evade, they ultimately cannot escape the targeting of 16 plasma spear cannons. Danwan did not even launch missiles, activate the main cannon, or deploy the 100 mechanical sentinels. Instead, he relied solely on the 16 secondary plasma spear cannons to annihilate them entirely. For the technical humanoids controlling the battleship's fire control system, As long as your vessel is not equipped with inertia-less engines akin to those of the relic mechanical sentinels, capable of dodging over 10 kilometers in an instant and returning just as swiftly, it is hardly a concern. Don Juan's recent acquisition was considerable. As the battle's spoils were being calculated, he noted the following. Destruction of enemy light frigates yielded 30 essence points. Destruction of enemy medium destroyers yielded 80 essence points. Destruction of enemy light cruisers yielded 200 essence points. In total, he amassed 720 essence points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Don Juan nearly burst into laughter. Delightful. Unlike the last encounter, this time, the adversary's warships were predominantly decommissioned or currently active military-grade vessels from the Yada Empire. Over 100 ships directly provided him with 7,620 essence points. With this bounty, Don Juan could purchase 13 automatic mechanical cores in the system's marketplace, further expanding his production capacity. Truly, the spoils of battle are bountiful. Meanwhile, Ruby was leading her team to explore the ancient civilization ruins on the dwarf planet, confident that they too would uncover valuable treasures. This expedition proved to be exceptionally rewarding. Chapter 38. Survivors within the ruins. The battle in the expanse of space has drawn to a close. Beneath the surface of the dwarf planet, 3 kilometers deep within the remnants of an ancient civilization, Ruby continues to lead her team forward. The scale of this ruin is indeed remarkable. Along their path, the combat androids have vanquished numerous grotesque, corrupted flesh creatures that emerged from the chaos of subspace. Despite their bodies possessing a strength akin to steel, far surpassing that of ordinary humans, they prove ineffectual against the combat androids. Not to mention Ruby, who wields psychic powers capable of crushing skulls from a distance. As they advance, the combat androids have suffered no casualties. During their journey, Ruby gradually uncovers the origins of the indigenous inhabitants of this ancient civilization. They pass through a biological incubation facility, where genetic material and nutrient pods designed for cultivating life forms are stored. Upon examining some records, Ruby discovers that, a millennium ago, these nutrient pods were activated due to an unknown accident, resulting in the emergence of intelligent beings. These beings began to thrive within the ancient ruins, forming societies and even nations. Given the vastness of the ruins, accommodating hundreds of thousands, if not millions, is hardly a challenge. As Ruby continues towards the central control room of the ruins, she notices several artificial ecological systems within. These ecosystems are teeming with life, including settlements established by the indigenous people, resembling primitive tribal forms. However, these settlements have also become feasting grounds for the grotesque flesh monsters, which Ruby and her team are systematically clearing out. To fully comprehend the purpose of this ancient civilization, Ruby realizes she must reach the central control room. Unbeknownst to her, this very control room is currently occupied by a group of intelligent beings. The door to the control room trembles violently as thousands of grotesque, flesh monsters gather outside, their distorted bodies hurling themselves against it with ear-piercing roars. Inside the control room, nearly 100 slender, tall intelligent beings huddle together, trembling with despair. They are the last survivors of the indigenous population. They possess no knowledge of their origins, only that they have lived in this place for as long as they can remember, never having ventured beyond its confines, unaware of the vast world outside. The memories embedded in their genes simply inform them that they belong to the spirit clan. For generations, they have dwelled within the natural ecosystems of the ruins, leading a carefree existence of agriculture and hunting. But all of this came to an end a year ago. 1 year ago, for reasons unknown, the clan's folk suddenly descended into madness. Their corporeal forms began to grotesquely distort, transforming into colossal and fearsome beasts, ruthlessly slaughtering their own kin. They are the last remaining survivors, having sought refuge in this sacred place a year prior. This sanctuary has offered them protection. The appearance of the spirit clan resembles that of humans, yet they possess a more slender and towering physique, adorned with pointed ears. However, their internal structure is vastly different from that of humans. Their muscle fibers are denser and more resilient. Moreover, their digestive systems and energy consumption are far more advanced and surprisingly robust than those of humans. With merely a single meal equivalent to what an ordinary human would consume, they can extract energy far exceeding that which a human digestive system could derive. One meal can sustain them for several days. It is precisely for this reason that, despite the limited food offerings stored in this sacred sanctuary, they have endured here for an entire year. Yet, they can no longer persevere. The food was depleted days ago. Sister Adeline, is it merely an illusion? The whispers of the malevolent deity that have filled my ears for the past year have vanished. A frail spirit clan girl lay in the embrace of another weary spirit clan woman, softly murmuring. The woman named Adeline, though her visage appeared haggard at this moment, with her golden hair losing its resplendent luster and her azure eyes no longer shining brightly, could not conceal her astonishing beauty, regardless of her dire circumstances. No, it is not an illusion. I too sense the absence of those sinister whispers. This is a positive omen. Catherine, hold on, we will survive. As the only remaining priestess of her clan, Adeline fervently hoped to lead them to survival. They are the last vestiges of their lineage. Sister Adeline, I am afraid. The door of the control room continued to thud ominously as thousands of monsters outside howled in a frenzy. The cacophony of their roars grew louder and increasingly deranged, interspersed with thunderous sounds they had never encountered before. It was utterly terrifying. This cannot continue. If it does, they will all perish from starvation here. Adeline made her resolve. Darlene, take care of our kin. Gently, she passed the frail girl in her arms to another Spirit Clan woman. Then, disregarding the astonished gazes of the others, she stood up and walked towards the door of the control room. Sister Adeline, what are you doing? The other Spirit Clan girls gazed in shock at her frail, slender figure, which now bore an air of determination. I am going out to find food for you. I am the last priestess of our clan. It is my duty to protect everyone and ensure our survival. Ida, once I step outside, immediately close the door. Standing at the threshold, she listened to the terrifying roars of the monsters and the immense crashes resonating from the outside world. Absolutely. Adeline's shoulders trembled gently, tears welling in her exquisite eyes as her hands quivered. I will certainly ensure that everyone survives. As the most gifted priestess of her clan and the last remaining one, she could not succumb to fear. None of the priestesses who had ventured out before had returned. Sister Adeline, I cannot bear to lose you as well, cried Ida, a young girl of the spirit race, her eyes brimming with tears. Yet, if this continued, we would all perish from hunger, trapped here. Even if there is but a glimmer of hope, I will make sure we endure. Adeline wiped away her tears, a flicker of resolve igniting in her violet gaze. She had to act swiftly. Once the door opened even a crack, she would dash out without hesitation. Bang! With a startling noise, the door slowly revealed a narrow opening. Adeline's expression was resolute. Despite her frail physique, she remained steadfast and resilient. The delicate contours of her slender legs showcased the definition of her perfect muscles. The energy coursing through her body was poised for action. She was ever ready to harness her powers for one final struggle. At that moment, however, Ida suddenly exclaimed, Sister Adeline, I did not open the door. What? Adeline's heart raced in alarm. Bang! A hand clad in iron armor seized the gap of the door from the outside. Chapter 39. The core of two automated warship production lines. Eldrin, the monsters are coming. Ada exclaimed, her small face etched with terror. Eldrin gritted her teeth, summoning a surge of psychic energy into her palm, preparing to unleash her most formidable strike, despite the perilous risk of energy overload. Psychic energy, derived from the higher dimensional space, manifests within the reality of the universe. Each sentient being capable of wielding this energy sees their soul's projection become extraordinarily radiant in the higher dimensional realm, rendering them perilously attractive to the presence of subspace demons. This connection opens a portal between the real universe and higher dimensional space. Energy overload occurs when one recklessly employs psychic energy, reaching the limits of what their being can sustain. At that point, an influx of psychic energy floods into the user from the higher dimensional realm, resulting in an overload that transforms the user into a volatile psychic bomb. Now, Eldrin could no longer afford to hesitate. In her kind, every female possesses the innate ability to harness psychic energy. However, due to its inherent dangers, only a select few can master it and become priestesses. Boom! The door to the control room burst open with a resounding crash. In that instant, the psychic energy Eldrin had gathered surged uncontrollably forward. A torrent of crackling arcs filled the corridor before her, dazzlingly bright. Eldrin instinctively shielded her eyes. As all external noise faded away, had she succeeded? She could not help but wonder. Just moments ago, she was startled to discover that there were still living beings here. Amidst the radiant psychic light, a playful female voice echoed, causing all the surviving members of Eldrin's kind to freeze in astonishment. Outside, were those not monsters? Then, Eldrin witnessed a scene that left her utterly astounded. The most powerful strike she had unleashed, risking energy overload, was effortlessly dispelled by a beautiful girl. Her figure draped in iron armor, yet still revealing an elegant silhouette with pink eyes and pink hair. A series of strange halos radiated from behind the girl, enveloping her in an aura of purity. Behind this pink-eyed maiden stood other women, similarly attired, their forms concealed beneath iron armor, yet their statuesque beauty was evident. The throngs of monsters that had previously filled the corridor had vanished, replaced by a gruesome array of flesh and bone scattered across the ground and walls. Ruby entered, surveying the scene with her hands on her hips. I never imagined there would be so many survivors. However, to retain their sanity amidst such chaotic subspace corruption, and yet remain untainted and unmutated, each possessing psychic talent, truly miraculous. Ruby mused to herself, though none could comprehend her words. As the two parties were separated by a language barrier, from the perspective of Adeline and her companions, a remarkably powerful goddess, resembling their own ethereal kind, entered with a radiant halo of divine light shimmering behind her. This towering figure, aglow with sanctity, spoke in a tongue incomprehensible to them. The formidable fleshly monstrosities from the outside world were effortlessly vanquished by these goddesses. Surely, only a deity could possess such immense power. Is it the goddess who has come to rescue us? A frail spirit girl timidly emerged from Catherine's embrace, softly murmuring. The spirit tribe had dwelled within this relic for millennia, never venturing beyond its confines. Living within a primitive tribal ecology, they had evolved a religion of divine reverence, inspired by the exceptional spiritual talents of their women. At this moment, the sudden appearance of Ruby and her fellow tactical dolls, who effortlessly dispatched thousands of grotesque monsters, appeared to them as the very embodiment of goddesses. Make way, Ruby said softly, as she tread carefully, her powered armor elevating her stature to 3 meters. She needed to manage her strength diligently, lest she inadvertently harm them. Though the surviving spirit women could not comprehend Ruby's words, they instinctively parted to create a path. Kneeling on either side, gazing up at Ruby and her tactical companions with a reverent glow, reminiscent of pilgrims. In the center of the control room stood a subspace device, similar to the one previously obtained, yet devoid of the peculiar symbols that adorned its predecessor, appearing even more pristine. "Oh, goddess, please forgive my earlier indiscretion," Adeline lamented. Kneeling on the ground, overwhelmed with guilt for having inadvertently attacked the goddess with her spiritual energy, an act of great disrespect. The tactical dolls momentarily disregarded the survivors. Focusing on the completion of their mission, they first located the control panel, where the technical dolls commenced their analysis of the residual data, seeking more detailed information about the relic. Soon, they acquired the blueprints of the structure. Before Ruby, a three-dimensional schematic materialized, eliciting a gasp of astonishment from the surviving spirit women. Natural ecological zone, biological cultivation warehouse, and, found it, the industrial sector. The relic's industrial area houses a complete core for an automated battleship production line. Ruby examined the three-dimensional structure of the entire relic, an excited smile breaking across her exquisitely beautiful face, almost resembling madness. The industrial area within this relic was not extensive and was sealed off, inaccessible to the indigenous inhabitants. However, this confinement posed no obstacle for Ruby. "Let me take a closer look at what treasures may await," she exclaimed gleefully. Ruby, filled with excitement, continued her exploration. To her delight, she stumbled upon an entire core for constructing an automated battleship production line. This was not merely an ordinary mechanical core. It was the essence of the STC automated production template for battleships. In fact, there were two. This discovery signified that the base's battleship production capacity could be expanded, enabling the simultaneous production of a greater number of vessels. Regrettably, the ruins did not bear any remnants of ancient civilizations' battleships. Nevertheless, even in the absence of additional artifacts, the mere existence of these two automated battleship production line cores was immensely valuable. This visit had proved to be extraordinarily rewarding. A fleeting smile of delight graced Ruby's exquisite and beautiful face as she pondered the potential rewards from the Supreme Being. How thrilling it would be to find out. Chapter 40. The Emergence of the Psychic Maiden Clan. In the vicinity of the dwarf planet's geosynchronous orbit, the Black Robe, Hell-Heavy Firepower Destroyer, is anchored. Within the bridge, Tang Hong received a communication from Ruby. "Supreme One, we have thoroughly explored the ruins and yielded abundant treasures. Moreover, I have a delightful surprise for you." "A surprise?" Tang Hong's spirits lifted at her words. Judging from the ancient civilization's structural diagrams sent back by Ruby, the scale of these ruins is considerable. There should be plenty of valuable artifacts to uncover. He found himself eagerly anticipating what this surprise might be. Perhaps cutting-edge technological data or formidable weaponry from the ancient civilization. Tang Hong stood in astonishment before a group of beautiful, golden-haired, pointed-eared maidens, all of whom were bowing before him with eyes filled with reverence. "What on earth is happening? Is this what you call a surprise?" he exclaimed, glaring at Ruby. Supreme One, this is indeed the surprise I mentioned," Ruby replied, hands on her hips and an impish grin adorning her delicate face. "Rest assured, I have already communicated with them through psychic energy, and from now on, you shall be their divine father." "What are you talking about?" Tang Hong was utterly bewildered. Ruby then recounted her experiences within the ruins. Realization dawned upon Tang Hong. There were indeed indigenous people residing within these ruins. "Oh great father, please bestow upon us strength." Among the surviving maidens of the psychic clan, the most stunning, Adeline, gazed at Tang Hong with fervent violet eyes. Although they could not speak the same language, Ruby was able to communicate with Adeline through psychic energy. Before their arrival, Ruby had prepared Adeline for this moment. "Tang Hong, you are the magnificent existence of their silicon-based maiden clan, the one and only Supreme." She explained that he could transform their suffering, corporeal forms into powerful silicon-based mechanical bodies devoid of pain and hunger, liberating them from the myriad hardships of the mortal realm, enabling them to become beings comparable to deities. Thus, Ruby brought forth the remaining survivors of the psychic clan. Not only that, but she also retrieved some remaining genetic seeds from the biological cultivation chambers stored within the ruins. Detected potential for increasing the maiden race. Should their genes be integrated into the silicon fire seed? Once integrated, the tactical humanoid maiden STC template will be capable of producing and nurturing a new race, introducing the psychic maiden template. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Tang Hong's mind. Taking a deep breath, he realized that he could not refuse this opportunity. Amidst the devout and hopeful gazes of the beautiful maidens, Tang Hong stepped forward. Behind him, the celestial celebration initiated, and a radiant, mist-enshrouded red sun emerged above his head. Under the divine light, the maidens led by Adeline felt an incomparably warm glow enveloping them. Seeing this, Ruby immediately commanded the delivery of a batch of alloy materials intended to enhance their physical forms. Don Juan closed his eyes, initiating a connection to the enigmatic spark that dwelled in the ether, its precise location unknown. It was this very spark that endowed Don Juan with the strength to transform the corporeal forms of ordinary beings. Meanwhile, Moonlit Knight, who had returned and had been observing silently, suddenly exhibited a visage of concern. Previously, the Supreme had executed a transformation, resulting in a cohort of ascended beings among whom was Ruby, a fervently deranged girl obsessed with the Supreme. Her mind was polluted with impure thoughts regarding him. Would this time yield another batch of similarly unhinged girls as Ruby? The expression of immense worry deepened on Moonlit Knight's face. It seemed as though the power of the spark, emanating from the depths of Don Juan's soul, began to spread. A group of ethereal girls, led by Adeline, knelt devoutly on the ground, preparing to undergo the transformation. Hunger, mutation, suffering, weakness, all of it ends today. Flesh and bone, frail and weak. Mechanical ascension. A glorious evolution awaits. After the radiance of the spark enveloped them, the ethereal girls appeared unchanged at first glance, their carbon-based forms seemingly intact, yet they were irrevocably altered. Their carbon-based skeletal structures had morphed into the alloyed framework of warships. Their hearts transformed into fusion reactors providing energy. Muscle fibers adapted into high-strength carbon composites, balancing resilience and flexibility. Blood vessels became channels for electromagnetic signals. Blood itself morphed into nanomachines capable of perpetually repairing bodily damage. Their brains evolved into supercomputers constructed from silicon-based chips. Yet, they were not frigid machines. They were sentient beings imbued with souls and wisdom. Moreover, akin to all tactical humanoid girls, they retained their reproductive capabilities. Father God, Adeline's exquisitely translucent purple eyes radiated a fervent, devout gaze towards Don Juan. With a crackle, arcs of electricity flickered, awakening the latent powers in the remaining ethereal girls. The template for the psychic girls was complete, and the tactical humanoid girl STC template could now produce a new race, the psychic girl race. Listening to the system's notification, Don Juan nodded in approval. Indeed, Father God, as your angel, I have a request. Adeline's ardent eyes were fixed upon him. What is it? A foreboding sensation washed over Don Juan. Please allow me to. Adeline's demeanor began to shift, reminiscent of Ruby's first encounter with Don Juan, disturbingly enthusiastic. Please permit me to bear your offspring. Good heavens, I knew it. Ruby. Don Juan immediately seized Ruby's ear, who attempted to flee. What have you taught them? Oh, just a little bit, merely a smattering. Ruby's delicate ears were pinched, yet a guiltless smile adorned her face. Don Juan felt a surge of despair. He was not one of those perverse players from P. Unable to do otherwise, Don Juan could only treat the matter as if nothing had occurred and began to tally his recent gains. The rewards were substantial. The previous space battle had yielded an impressive income of 720 spiritual essence. During this expedition to the ruins, he discovered a new subspace device. A data storage disk containing technological information left behind by the ruins, 7 autonomous mechanical cores, and 2 cores for automated battleship production lines. The new subspace device could decompose into 15,000 energy shield blocks. The autonomous mechanical cores could be utilized to expand the production capacity of the base, while the automated battleship production line cores could be integrated into the battleship production lines within the base. Consequently, the battleship production lines would gain 2 additional production slots, enabling the simultaneous construction of 3 battleships. What delighted Don Juan even more was the technology deciphered from the data storage disk. Miniaturization technology for curvature engines. This constituted a complete set of technological documentation that could be manufactured and implemented immediately without the need for additional time to analyze it. With this technology, Don Juan could fully miniaturize the existing tenfold lightspeed curvature engines for battleships without sacrificing any performance, allowing for their complete installation onto missiles and elevating the attack speed of the missiles to tenfold light speed. Chapter 41. Expansion of the warship production line. The base's capacity doubles. It can be unequivocally stated that the most significant acquisition from this journey for Tang Hong is the miniaturization technology of the curvature engine. When applied to missile weaponry, this technology would render missiles the most formidable means of attack currently at Tang Hong's disposal. Various light spears and laser weaponry can only achieve speeds equivalent to that of light. Conversely, the military missiles employed by the Yada Empire, utilizing their most advanced miniature curvature engines, only reach a mere 10 of the speed of light. The prospect of missiles traveling at 10 times the speed of light is nothing short of terrifying. At the very least, the Yada Empire's fleet possesses no means to intercept them. However, it is somewhat regrettable that the inertialess engine and the miniature curvature engine cannot be simultaneously outfitted on a missile. Otherwise, the combination of a 10-fold light-speed curvature engine with inertialess maneuverability would be truly formidable, Tang Hong mused. The curvature engine and the inertialess engine cannot coexist. After all, the principle of the curvature engine involves distorting the spatial dimensions behind it, thereby pulling the space in which the warship resides forward. Essentially, the warship remains stationary while the surrounding space advances. In this scenario, the curvature engine functions similarly to an inertialess engine. Indeed, a warship utilizing curvature can instantaneously advance and halt. However, it is the space itself that is devoid of inertia, not the warship. In contrast, a genuine inertialess engine directly affects the warship, and under the curvature bubble generated by the curvature engine, the warship loses the maneuverability granted by an inertialess engine. The same principle applies to missiles. With a heart brimming with newfound knowledge and a newly acquired tactical unit, the Psionic Girl Brigade, Tang Hong returned to the base. He promptly summoned Dong Xiao, instructing her to integrate the 2 automated warship production line cores obtained from the ruins into the base's production line. The Jiuyou-class STC automated production template array can be utilized to produce all warships below the Jiuyou level. Should one wish to manufacture warships of the Beiji level, please upgrade this automated production template array to a higher echelon. Currently producible: Hui Yin Heavy Strike Cruiser, Hei Sheng Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer, Hua Lai Niao Light Rapid Fire Assault Ship. Production slots: 3. Upon the successful installation of the 2 automated warship production line cores, the production slots for warships expanded to 3, allowing for the simultaneous construction of 3 vessels. Presently, the base's daily output stands at 700,000 tons of standard warship alloys. However, the yield of silicon crystal chips, electromagnetic components, and various other essential products generated by the base's large comprehensive industrial sector is proving insufficient. Previously, the output from a single large comprehensive industrial sector over 7 days could adequately support the construction of 2 warships. Yet now, the capability to produce 3 Hei Sheng Hell warships every 7 days has rendered the industrial sector's output inadequate, necessitating the use of automated mechanical cores for capacity expansion. However, it is merely necessary to expand a large-scale comprehensive industrial production zone. Furthermore, Tang Hong is poised to continue the expansion of the automated heavy metal mining and refining furnace industrial area. At the very least, it must yield sufficient output to simultaneously satisfy 3 production lines. Tang Hong intends to allocate 1 production line for the construction of the Huiyuan Heavy Strike Cruiser, while the other 2 will persist in the production of the Heisheng Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer. Given the anticipated increase in warship numbers, one can envision the terrifying firepower of this future fleet. After all, based on the current combat capabilities exhibited by the Heisheng Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer, it is entirely feasible for one vessel to suppress over 100 destroyers and frigates of the Yada Empire. Tang Hong accessed the system marketplace, where the first sight that greeted him was the technology tree on the left side of the marketplace page. On this tree, 2 luminous points extended from the branches of the physical science and technology sector. Tang Hong understood that these additional luminous points represented the inertialess engine technology and miniaturization of curvature engine technology he had acquired. This progress would increase in tandem with the number of new technologies he obtained, gradually unlocking higher purchasing privileges within the system marketplace. At the bottom right of the marketplace page, the remaining number of spiritual sources Tang Hong possessed was displayed: 970. If he were to expend all of it on automated mechanical cores, he could procure 13. Coupled with the recent gains from the space relics, he would have precisely 20 automated mechanical cores. Currently, the 3 warship production lines consist of 1 dedicated to constructing the Huiyuan Heavy Strike Cruiser and 2 for the Heisheng Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyers. Within a month, this setup could yield 1 Huiyuan Heavy Strike Cruiser and 8 Heisheng Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyers. To maintain these 3 warship production lines, a monthly output of at least 40 million tons of standard warship alloys is required. Presently, the daily production stands at 700,000 tons. Should this figure rise to 1,500,000 tons per day, it would adequately meet the demands of the current warship production lines. Thus, Tang Hong would only need to purchase 2 additional automated mechanical cores. With 9 automated mechanical cores, 8 to augment the production capacity of standard warship alloys, and 1 to establish a new large-scale comprehensive industrial zone. Tang Hong decisively spent 1,000 spiritual source points to acquire the 2 cores, leaving him with 5,970 spiritual sources. Tang Hong resolved to further explore what else the system marketplace might offer. In the system marketplace, the section for warship firing diagrams and weaponry data. The classifications: 3 purities, for guardians, 5 elders, 6 directors, 7 origins, 8 extremes, 9 radiances, and 10 capitals, categorize weapon technology data, akin to the warship design blueprints. Presently, Tang Hong can only purchase weapons technology of the 9 radiances level. Although he could also acquire 8 extremes level technology, his financial constraints render it unattainable. He aims to investigate whether there are any high-powered missile-related technologies compatible with the miniaturization of curvature engine technology available for purchase. The land plate shockwave, a weapon designed specifically for terrestrial strikes, capable of devastating geological structures within a certain radius of a planet's landmass, thereby triggering cataclysmic earthquakes. 500 spirit sources. The supermagnetic railgun. This formidable weapon can accelerate massive projectiles to 15 of the speed of light, serving as an extraordinary armor-piercing armament. Its use against planetary surfaces is not recommended. 500 spirit sources. The Thunder God's Hammer Orbital Strike Platform, an automated space-based laser platform, which, once deployed in the outer orbit of a planet, comprises 3 Thunder God's Hammers sufficient to cover an entire planet with a diameter not exceeding 40,000 kilometers. It will execute precise strikes to obliterate all surface targets and effectively seal off the planet. 1,200 spirit sources. Goodness, why are all these weapons aimed at planetary surfaces? Don Juan remarked in exasperation. Chapter 42. A time for caution amidst the various weapon technologies. Don Juan's gaze was immediately drawn to the super magnetic railgun. The description indicated its capability to accelerate massive solid projectiles to 15 of the speed of light. This stood in stark contrast to the main cannon of his current Black Rope-held battleship, the Type 1 Crimson Black Particle Strike Cannon. While the Crimson Black Particle Strike Cannon could propel a mass of molten particles to 20 of the speed of light, it is crucial to note that it does not launch a solid projectile. The molten particle mass emitted by the Crimson Black Particle Strike Cannon lacks armor-piercing capabilities, relying instead on delivering high-energy particles into the enemy vessel to completely melt the target. Upon impact, the energy generated by the shockwave would envelop and liquefy a smaller enemy ship entirely. Conversely, the supermagnetic railgun fires solid projectiles, making it a true armor-piercing weapon. As Don Juan scrolled through the array of powerful weaponry presented on the marketplace page, he found them impressive yet not aligned with his current needs. Continuing his descent through the offerings, he finally encountered what he sought. Missile warhead technology, Rahu hydrogen bomb, 50 essence points. Description: this technology requires little introduction. It is a supercharged version of the original hydrogen bomb, with a vacuum coverage radius of 10,000 kilometers. Exercise caution when deploying within a planetary atmosphere. Missile warhead technology, microwave pulse, 50 essence points. Description: a non-lethal missile warhead technology that, upon detonation, releases a microwave pulse capable of disabling all electronic devices within a 10,000 kilometer radius, paralyzing enemy vessels. Missile warhead technology, infrasound, 50 essence points. Description: specifically designed for inflicting casualties on enemy personnel, this infrasound technology requires a non-vacuum environment for propagation. Upon detonation, the infrasound shockwave can penetrate all forms of cover, resulting in the demise of all living beings within a 1,000 kilometer radius. Caution is advised against utilizing this weapon within a planetary atmosphere. Missile warhead technology, high-energy laser cutting, 50 essence points. Description: tailored for ships with composite multi-layer armor structures. The high-energy laser generated upon impact can sever entire armor plates from enemy vessels. If the width of the enemy ship is less than 50 meters, it will be cleaved in two. Missile warhead technology, chaos contamination terror, 1,000 essence points. Description: this is a specialized psychic missile. Upon striking an enemy vessel or planet, it will disseminate the ideational pollution of the chaotic deity of terror over a vast area. All personnel aboard the enemy ship will undergo physical distortion, transforming into chaotic eggs that turn upon one another. Be warned, if misused, the consequences of this missile may extend throughout an entire star system and even propagate across the galaxy. Missile warhead technology, chaotic contamination, 1,000 spiritual sources introduction. This is a special energy missile. Upon striking an enemy warship or celestial body, it will disseminate the blessings of the chaotic contamination on a vast scale. This unique plague has the potential to annihilate all personnel aboard enemy vessels or inhabiting a planet. Caution is advised, as if misused, The repercussions of this missile could extend throughout an entire star system and potentially propagate across the galaxy. When Tang Hong beheld the final entries, he fell silent. What on earth were those last two items? Could there not be a few more conventional options? Nonetheless, there are indeed some standard offerings. The types of missiles are rather limited, and one cannot expect to innovate too much in that arena. The most powerful conventional missile is undoubtedly the hydrogen bomb. Indeed, hydrogen bombs are devices that even the old Earth was capable of manufacturing. Theoretically, there is no upper limit to the power of a hydrogen bomb. With sufficient expertise, one could infinitely augment its potency. After reviewing these options, Tang Hong resolved to remain prudent and refrain from fanciful endeavors. He decided to purchase the technologies related to the Luoho hydrogen bomb, microwave pulse, infrasound, and high-energy laser cutting, all for a modest sum of 200 spiritual sources. Why had he not encountered missiles with antimatter warheads? After a moment's contemplation, he realized that such technology likely did not fall within the realm of missile technology. With this thought in mind, Tang Hong promptly began to explore other technological pages and finally discovered the relevant technology within the category of 8 extremes. Antimatter production and rapid storage technology, beginner 50,000 spiritual sources. Introduction. This technology enables the production of substantial quantities of antimatter, which can be stored for a degree of utilization. However, caution is advised. As this technology does not allow for the long-term storage of antimatter, it should be used promptly after production. If there exists a formidable explosive that could somewhat alleviate the fear of insufficient firepower, it would undoubtedly be the antimatter bomb. Unfortunately, Tang Hong could currently only purchase technologies at the 8 extremes level or below. While he could produce a significant amount of antimatter, he could not stabilize its storage over an extended period. If he could achieve long-term stability in storing antimatter and harness the energy released from the annihilation of matter and antimatter, the energy reactor of his warships could transition from fusion energy directly to antimatter energy. Closing the marketplace page, Tang Hong found himself with 5,770 spiritual sources remaining. He decided to save them for now. Regarding the acquisition of new warship designs, he felt no immediate need. At present, the fleet comprising the Hoi Yin heavy strike cruiser and the Haisheng Hellfire heavy-duty destroyer was sufficient for his purposes. The remaining 5,770 spiritual sources could indeed procure 1 or 2 10 cities, level small frigates, but that seemed unnecessary. With only 3 production lines at the base, it would be wiser to expand the capacity of the warships he already possessed rather than divert resources to manufacture new ones. A more cautious approach would be prudent for the time being. In the coming period, Tang Hong prepared to adopt a more conservative strategy. Seek out some minor relics to explore until the scale of one's fleet has expanded. When the time comes, venture forth to engage with the 2 planets within the comforting embrace of the central zone of the 117th star system. Though these 2 planets are indeed alluring, Tang Hong has already glimpsed them through various video fragments shared by other interstellar pioneers on the Star Domain network. One of these planets orbits perilously close to its star, devoid of any life, a desolate orb that truly offers nothing. In fact, there is indeed nothing to be found, as none of the coordinates acquired from the subspace apparatus point towards that lifeless sphere. The other planet, ostensibly teeming with life, is encased in a colossal energy shield system and remnants of ancient defense mechanisms still operationally active. Approaching it would surely result in demise, given its formidable protective capabilities. Tang Hong also witnessed, through video snippets disseminated on the Star Domain network, the almost despairingly vast number of inertial-less engine mechanical sentinels guarding this planet. Thus, during this period, Tang Hong resolved to first augment the scale of his fleet, while occasionally venturing out to explore some minor relics for which he already possessed coordinates. At the very least, he aimed to acquire additional subspace devices to extract more energy blocks, as he had only recently learned that expanding his cadre of energy maidens would necessitate the use of these energy blocks. Chapter 43. The Turin Interstellar Society. The 4 major interstellar powers in the border star system of the Yada Empire, at the gateway of the ruined star domain, the spaceport is currently bustling with activity. Fleets from various large and medium-sized civilian organizations within the Yada Empire have completely filled this spaceport, which has the capacity to accommodate tens of thousands of interstellar vessels. In fact, even more fleets from other civilian organizations and companies within the Empire are on their way, though they have yet to arrive due to the considerable distance. Moreover, representatives from other interstellar civilizations within the Turin Interstellar Society are also en route. The personnel from the Yada Empire's border management had no choice but to deploy additional staff and border patrol fleets to manage the situation. At the 114,514th passage of the spaceport, an employee from the border management office gazed out at the vast expanse of space, observing the nearly endless line of interstellar ships waiting to enter. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a magnificent sight!" After all, The gateway is merely an equilateral triangle with sides measuring 600 kilometers. According to regulations, there is a mandatory minimum safety distance of at least 100 kilometers between each interstellar vessel. In truth, this distance is hardly considered safe. The standard safety distance is set at 1,000 kilometers. However, the sheer number of vessels from various civilian organizations makes adherence to this distance impossible. The nearest spaceport to the gateway has simply reached its limit. Despite the vastness of space, all movements must comply with the designated routes set by the Yada Empire's patrol fleets, with no room for deviation. The two massive stars at the center of the border star system have maintained their orbits for billions of years, balancing their gravitational forces. These colossal stars constantly emit terrifying amounts of heat, illuminating everything around them. Between the stars lies the gravitational equilibrium point, which the Yada Empire designates as the standard space jump node exit. With a flash of light, a vast interstellar fleet, comprising over 700 ships of various types, materialized in this expanse of space. Within the largest vessel, an interstellar mothership exceeding 5 kilometers in length, Chief Lieta let out a breath of relief. We've finally arrived. As the view of space unfolded before him, Lieta was taken aback. How can there be so many fleets? Are they all trying to pass through the gateway? The docking area surrounding the gateway was nearly overwhelmed by the presence of interstellar ships. Under such circumstances, the management by the Yada Empire has become even more stringent. After all, each of these vessels is armed. If chaos were to ensue, the consequences would be unimaginable. Subsequent fleets wishing to dock would have to travel further, seeking refuge in other legitimate docking areas designated by the Yada Empire within this star system. Lieta gasped in astonishment, realizing that the news regarding the suspected ancient civilization warships discovered in the 117 ruined star system had created such a significant impact after just a month of speculation. Currently, there are at least tens of thousands of interstellar spacecraft eager to traverse the frontier stargates, venturing into the realm of the relics for exploration. This unprecedented spectacle has never been witnessed before. Within the frontier star system lies a sprawling spaceport city. At the heart of this metropolis stands a towering edifice, several kilometers in height. At the pinnacle of this tower, a room adorned with opulence and luxury beckons. Surrounding a semicircular table are 4 beings of various appearances, each representing distinct interstellar intelligent races. This is the most picturesque vantage point in the spaceport city of the Yada Empire. Standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, a mere touch of a finger grants an unobstructed view of the happenings at the Stargate, revealing every detail with remarkable clarity. These 4 beings clearly belong to different interstellar intelligent races. Among them is a Yada, characterized by a scaly visage reminiscent of a lizard. Gazing out at the bustling scene beyond the vast window, he bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha. Most of the vessels passing through the Stargate belong to our Yada Empire's civilian organizations. I don't see any ships from your civilization among them. My friends, I'm afraid it seems the 117 relic star system will once again belong to us. Commander Pharos, do not rejoice too soon, interjects a being with a raven-like head, a sardonic smile gracing its features. You are aware of the perilous nature of the relic planet within the 117 relic star system. With just these civilian fleets? Humph. It is not that I underestimate them, but I suspect we will still require the regular armies of our civilizations to resolve this matter. Clearly, these interstellar intelligent beings are high-ranking officials from several prominent interstellar civilizations within the dueling interstellar society. Commander Pharos represents the Yada Empire, home to over 4 trillion inhabitants. The avian-headed being represents another interstellar civilization of comparable magnitude within the dueling interstellar society, the Ivry Interstellar Federation. The other 2 beings are equally intriguing. 1. An imposing figure standing at least 4 meters tall, possesses a disc-like torso, supported by 3 sturdy limbs. Its upper body boasts 6 arms, crowned with a triangular head reminiscent of a mantis. The 2 longest of the 6 arms, each measuring 4 meters, serve as its primary appendages, while the 2 shorter ones are curled protectively against its chest, and the remaining 2 are of intermediate length, functioning as secondary limbs. This is a high-ranking official from the Mantis Capital Union civilization within the dueling interstellar society. Despite its fearsome appearance, beneath this facade lies a heart driven by the machinations of greed. The final interstellar being is rather unremarkable in stature, standing approximately 1.8 meters tall, encased in a layer of alloy armor that gives it the appearance of either a robotic entity or a high-tech medieval knight. However, within this high-tech armored knight towering at approximately 1 meter 80, resides a diminutive humanoid being measuring less than 20 centimeters in height. Who is the true essence of this figure? Another interstellar civilization of considerable stature within the Turian Interstellar Society, comparable to the Yada Empire, is the Jinran Interstellar Empire. The Yada Empire, the Yifli Interstellar Federation, the Giant Mantis Capital Coalition, and the Jinran Interstellar Empire constitute the four largest interstellar civilizational forces within the Turian Interstellar Society. Aside from the sovereign Turian Empire, under the auspices of the sovereign Turian Empire, these four interstellar civilizations have forged an accord concerning the Ruins star domain. This agreement stipulates that during the initial phase of the Ruins star domain's opening, the regular armies of the four great interstellar civilizations are prohibited from intervening. Rather, it is the responsibility of civilian organizations to undertake exploration, as the regular armies of other interstellar civilizations require time to arrive. Should these civilian organizations encounter insurmountable challenges, only then may the regular armies of the four interstellar civilizational powers intervene. This elucidates the reason why the regular army fleet of the Yada Empire refrains from action during the initial phase of the Ruins star domain's opening, contradicting Don Juan's earlier speculation that the civilian organizations were merely being used as cannon fodder. Of course, this possibility cannot be entirely dismissed. Beyond the Turian Interstellar Society, there exist other interstellar societies, albeit they are exceedingly distant. Chapter 44, The Formation of the Fleet. The application of inertialess engines in the presence of the sovereign Turinese Empire. The four interstellar powers have entered into a pact pertaining to the Ruins star domain, which can only await collective exploration. No formal interstellar fleet from any party is permitted to enter prematurely. However, prior to the arrival of the official fleets, civilian organizations are granted access. In this regard, the Yada Empire has maneuvered adeptly. After all, the gateway to the Ruins star domain lies within the borders of the Yada Empire, granting it a significant home field advantage. Before the fleets of the other three interstellar civilizations arrive, the Yada Empire clandestinely supports civilian fleets, enabling them to explore the Ruins star domain as extensively as possible. Subsequently, the items procured from this domain will be acquired by the Yada military, although the offered prices seldom reflect the true value of these discoveries. According to the Yada military, the rationale is that the financial backing provided for the warships can be offset against the value of the acquired items. Despite this, numerous civilian organizations view such dealings as an opportune moment to establish connections with the military, leading to a steady influx of participants. Thus, many of these organizations are not primarily interested in the high-value items within the Ruins star domain, but rather in nurturing favorable relationships with the military. Of course, some larger civilian factions are genuinely intent on obtaining the resources that can be developed from the Ruins star domain. Ladies and gentlemen, since we have some leisure time, let us indulge in a live broadcast and observe the situation within the 117 star system of the Ruins star domain, shall we? Commander Phalos smiled, addressing the high-ranking officials of the other three interstellar civilizations. What is there to behold? Just witness how your civilian fleets from the Yada Empire are decimated by the remnants of ancient defenses within the star system. Sneered the avian leader from the Ivry Interstellar Federation. I concede that every time the Ruins star system opens, these civilian fleets do suffer considerable casualties. However, such losses are deemed necessary. Phalos waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You need not mock me with talk of those inevitable casualties." On this point, I find myself in agreement with Phalos. Indeed, as long as sufficient benefits can be gained, the scale of casualties becomes a secondary consideration, provided the rewards are substantial. A senior member of the giant mantis capital consortium extended its slender, elongated appendage with elegance, delicately grasping a cup of special red tea from the table and savoring it slowly. With a wave of his hand, Phalos transformed the vast floor-to-ceiling window before them into a screen, still displaying a celestial panorama. Yet, this view had clearly shifted from the frontier star systems and gateways to the Ruins star domain 117. A colossal red giant star blazed fiercely at the center of the system, evidently nearing the end of its life cycle. The live broadcast they were watching continued to be provided by the Interstellar Wonders Report. The Interstellar News, as the largest media conglomerate of the Yada Empire, promptly dispatched a multitude of broadcasting vessels into the realm of the relic stars. Numerous starships traversed the stargates and entered the 117th star system. At this moment, Tang Hong also became aware of this news, as he remained connected to the star domain network, diligently monitoring the movements of the outside world. Now, after a month of development, Tang Hong's base has undergone tremendous transformation. During this span, he explored several small-scale spaceport ruins. Thanks to the newly formed Psychic Girl Battalion, Tang Hong was able to delve into the spaceport remnants with greater ease. He acquired 4 subspace devices and 27 automated mechanical cores, along with 12,000 inertialess engine mechanical sentinels. Regrettably, he did not obtain any new technical data. The space relics were in an even more dilapidated state, and without the remnants of subspace devices sustaining them, he would have struggled to secure intact automated mechanical cores. These cores were entirely utilized by Tang Hong for mining operations. In merely a month's time, his base, situated on a dwarf planet with a diameter of 1/400 kilometers, is now adorned with a sprawling industrial zone dedicated to large-scale automated heavy metal mining and refining. The planet is dotted with extraction pits and mineral veins. Fortunately, the resources on these dwarf planets, formed anew after fragmentation, are remarkably abundant, albeit challenging to mine. Currently, the daily production of standard warship alloys at Tang Hong's base has surged to 4.2 million tons. The appearance of the base has also transformed significantly, with an increase in construction that nearly fills the entire meteorite crater. Tang Hong originally intended to cover the entire surface of the 4-kilometer-wide crater with a 3-meter-thick layer of alloy armor. The strength of the warship alloys produced at the base far exceeds that of steel, while weighing only 30% of steel's heft. However, upon calculation, he realized that this would require nearly 100 billion tons of alloy, a matter to be addressed at a later date. Regarding the population, after a month of growth, new tactical humanoid girls continually emerged from the STC production line, pushing the total population of Tang Hong's base beyond 450,000. This includes 20,000 psychic girl soldiers, 40,000 technical humanoids, and 100,000 engineering humanoids. The remaining 290,000 are combat humanoids, with the majority allocated to the fleet. Now, the main event awaits. After a month of anticipation, a 700-meter long, 200-meter wide, and 980-meter high heavy strike cruiser, with a conventional weight exceeding 24 million tons, has finally been completed. With a standard crew capacity of 98,000, this brand new heavy strike cruiser has become Tang Hong's flagship. Additionally, there are 8 newly constructed Hellfire-class heavy firepower destroyers, alongside an existing one. Now, under the command of Don Juan, a formidable fleet has finally been assembled, comprising 10 primary battleships. This fleet is manned by a total of 350,000 personnel. Among these, 35,000 are technical personnel, 70,000 are engineering personnel, and 227,000 are military combat personnel, organized into 227 battle groups, alongside an elite force of 18,000 psychic girls. Furthermore, the technologies of inertialess engines and tenfold light-speed curvature engine missiles have been fully implemented. Each of the 10 battleships is equipped with high-powered inertialess engines, significantly enhancing their evasion capabilities. Imagine, when you behold a colossal battleship nearly 8 kilometers in length, what would your reaction be? Your first instinct would undoubtedly be to acknowledge its formidable firepower, while your second thought might be that such a massive vessel must be cumbersome. Yet, equipped with inertialess engines, this nearly 8-kilometer-long behemoth can execute dazzling evasive maneuvers in the vastness of space, rivaling those of smaller fighter aircraft. How terrifying that prospect truly is. Chapter 45. The United Fleet of 108 Yada Organizations. The Dome Assault upon thorough technical analysis. Tang Hong realized that the inertialess engine technology he possessed was merely a rudimentary version of such engines. This primitive state of the inertialess engine consumed substantial energy and could not sustain prolonged operation. It was capable only of enabling the warship to maneuver without inertia, making it unsuitable for long-distance interstellar travel. In theory, a sophisticated inertialess engine could operate indefinitely, evading the constraints of relativity and allowing the vessel to traverse faster than light. This speed would be limitless, capable of traversing the entire galaxy in an instant. Clearly, the advanced inertialess engine depicted in the technical documentation was currently beyond Tang Hong's reach. Nonetheless, even in its elementary stage, the ability to facilitate inertial maneuvers for warships was formidable. Regarding the warship's defenses, in addition to its inherent structural armor, it boasted an energy shield system composed of energy blocks. The Huiyao heavy strike cruiser, nearly 8 kilometers in length, required 1,000 energy blocks layered together to form its protective shield. In contrast, the Haixing Hell heavy firepower destroyer needed significantly fewer energy blocks, with a minimum of just 100 blocks being sufficient. The existing 20,000 energy maidens had consumed Tang Hong's 20,000 energy blocks. Coupled with the 1,900 needed for the warship, Tang Hong still possessed 68,100 energy blocks. Among these, 10,000 blocks were allocated to the base, creating a protective energy shield for the entire facility. Additionally, 100 blocks were installed in his powered armor, forming a personal shield system of the same caliber as the warship's protective shield. The remaining 58,000 energy blocks were crafted into 58,000 sets of photonic energy shield devices, which were equipped to a portion of the combat entities. When the time came to execute offensive operations, these 58,000 combat entities would serve as Tang Hong's sharpest weapon. The base's warship production line unfolded within an expansive subterranean space. At this moment, within this newly developed underground area, measuring a staggering 100 kilometers in length and width, 10 colossal warships were docked. The largest among them was the Huiyao heavy strike cruiser, measuring 7,700 meters in length, 1,200 meters in width, 980 meters in height, and weighing over 24 million tons. The remaining 9 vessels were identical in design, each measuring 2,200 meters in length, 300 meters in width, 320 meters in height, and weighing over 2 million tons. Each warship stood taller than an old Earth skyscraper, with a spacing of over 3 kilometers between each vessel. Beside each Haisheng Hell warship, there was a formation of 28 tactical combat maidens, arranged in 1,000-strong phalanx. The sight was one of impeccable order and symmetry. Beside the colossal warship, an impressive formation of 1,000 tactical humanoids comprised of 98 units stands in perfect alignment. Towering over a kilometer high, a magnificent spire looms, at the pinnacle of which stands Don Juan, enveloped in a completely black power armor, surveying the scene before him with an all-encompassing gaze. Standing at a height of 2-3 meters, this bespoke full-coverage power armor is adorned with a wealth of traditional Chinese armor elements. From head to toe, the armor features classical components, including a helmet crowned with fluttering red tassels, decorative phoenix wings flanking the face, and a seamless faceplate housing mechanical eyes that gleam with a red light. The armor's intricate details, including the collar, blade, shoulder plates, arm guards, chest armor, and abdomen pieces, are both exquisite and formidable, a perfect amalgamation of tradition and cutting-edge technology. The red tassels atop the helmet sway gently, while a crimson cloak, pressed by the shoulders, billows behind him. The celestial cloud spirit energy shield system, situated at his back, resembles a radiant sun suspended in the sky, shrouded in mist, with dazzling halos expanding outward in tandem with its brilliance. Through the mechanical eyes of his faceplate, Don Juan surveys the vastness ahead. 10 warships, each as towering as skyscrapers, are arranged in formation, flanked by meticulously aligned tactical humanoid soldiers, totaling an impressive 350,000 troops. In nearly a month, he has achieved this formidable scale. Don Juan understands that the time has come. Although his fleet consists of only 10 ships, it suffices to completely seal off the star gates and this entire star system. He has procured a strategic tool from the system's marketplace specifically designed for area lockdown, the Thunder God's Hammer orbital platform. 3 such platforms are sufficient to encircle an entire planet with a diameter not exceeding 40,000 kilometers. It is more than adequate to secure a stargate shaped like an equilateral triangle with a side length of 600 kilometers. Don Juan aspires to fully dominate this star system, amassing strength without interference. When his power grows even more substantial, he takes a deep breath, softly whispering 2 words, Earth. In this interstellar age, Earth represents not merely a task assigned by the system for Don Juan, but also a personal obsession. The resplendent landscapes of Earth still resonate vividly in his mind. One day, he will reclaim the Earth from the clutches of alien invaders. The latest report from the Interstellar Chronicles, Mr. Letas, CEO of the Jishuan Company, calls for the formation of a united organization among the various interstellar pioneering forces within the 117-star system to jointly assault the largest relic planet designated as Sky Star. Below are the remarks from Executive Letas. Esteemed compatriots of Yada, currently in the Tauran Interstellar Society, fleets from 3 other interstellar civilizations of equal standing to ours are en route. Under the watchful gaze of the Turanese Empire, an accord was reluctantly forged, preventing the Imperial fleet from entering the relic star system until the arrival of other interstellar civilizations. However, we must make it abundantly clear that the Stargate is a discovery of our Yada Empire. It belongs to us, the Yada people. We ought to unite and seize the largest relic planet before they arrive. Currently, 108 Yada civilian enterprises have registered their participation. Our numbers are vast, and our power is formidable. Join us in this endeavor, the Dome Offensive. The Empire shall take pride in us. Don Juan listened intently to the news broadcast. His brow arched slightly at the mention of the Dome Offensive and the alliance of 108 Yada civilian fleets. It sounded quite exhilarating. As he aimed to conquer the 117-star system, it was imperative that he take action. Shiwei, Dongxiu, remain at the base. Ruby, you should stay as well. Yu Yi, Adeline, order the 1st Legion and the psychic troops to board the ships. Don Juan issued his command without hesitation. Chapter 46, Don Juan? Merely a minor character, not worth mentioning. Fear not, Supreme, I shall diligently oversee the production line of the warships. Dongxiu proclaimed, patting his modest chest. It seems quite lively this time, Supreme. I wish to join. However, upon hearing that she was to be left behind, Ruby's reluctance was palpable, her voice echoing through the communications from the central research facility of the base to Don Juan's ears. Ruby, you must remain to continue leading the research on the subspace device. We must master the technology for manufacturing psychic shields independently. Your psychic energy is unparalleled, and I require your assistance to expedite the development of relevant technology, came the cold, unyielding voice of Shiwei. Indeed, Shiwei speaks the truth, Don Juan nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Yi exhaled in relief, finally free from having to take Ruby along. Each time she witnessed Ruby's audacious closeness to Don Juan, a sense of discomfort would swell within her, leaving her feeling somewhat sour. Naturally, Yi attributed this sentiment to the fundamental incompatibility of their personalities. Yet this reasoning seemed less than convincing, even to herself. Ultimately, Ruby was indeed retained at the base. Liatasi was in splendid spirits. He had transformed remarkably from his former self. Though he had previously wielded considerable power as the CEO of a large corporation, he now held the esteemed position of the Imperial appointed commander of the United Fleet of the 117th Star System. He commanded the entirety of the civilian joint fleet, comprising 108 organizations from the Yada Empire, forming an immensely formidable alliance. Among them, there were over 4,000 military-grade warships of various types. Additionally, there were more than 6,000 assorted civilian-modified armed spacecraft. Such a vast number was a formidable force not to be underestimated. Altogether, there were over 10,000 warships under his command. At that moment, Liatasi felt an overwhelming swell of pride as he stood on the bridge of a starship exceeding 5 kilometers in length, gazing at the verdant planet situated 1,000,000 kilometers away, directing thousands of warships. What an exhilarating spectacle it was. This verdant planet was the only one within the 117th star system that bore the remnants of a grand ancient civilization, with a diameter of 14,000 kilometers. Liatasi named it Dome Star. Following numerous explorations, it was discovered that the planet's surface was enveloped in an unknown protective energy shield. The outer space orbit of the planet still harbored a certain number of automated defense platforms. Moreover, between these automated platforms, there existed a vast number of mechanical sentinels. These mechanical sentinels possessed terrifying mobility, rendering them nearly impervious to destruction. Yet, Liatasi had identified a breakthrough point. The unknown energy shield that cloaked the planet's surface contained vulnerabilities. Previously, a solitary interstellar pioneer was relentlessly pursued by mechanical sentinels, leading him to an unexpected discovery along the equatorial region of the dome planet. Here, the enigmatic energy shield was notably weaker than in other areas. This was rather expected, considering the shield apparatus of this celestial body had been operational for an indeterminate number of years. If there were absolutely no vulnerabilities, that would indeed be truly terrifying. Liatas firmly believed that with sufficient firepower, concentrating their assault on the energy shield near the equator of the dome planet would inevitably breach it. The plan was outlined as follows. The entire Allied fleet would be divided into 3 contingents. The first contingent, the most formidable, comprised a staggering 6,000 armed vessels. These ships were tasked with diverting the attention of the mechanical sentinels and the orbital defense platforms surrounding the planet, ensuring that the main fleet remained unimpeded. The second contingent consisted of an array of formidable warships, directing their firepower towards the energy shield at the equator of the dome planet. Once a breach was established, the third contingent, composed entirely of highly agile vessels, would execute an orbital drop. Upon deploying a significant force onto the surface, they would seek the heart of the ruins and subsequently disable the planet's defense systems, allowing the main fleet to land unimpeded. Then, this planet would belong to Liatas, no? To the Yada Empire. Even though many relics on this planet lay in disrepair, the vast quantity ensured that a considerable amount of technological data and ancient artifacts would remain. Was it unreasonable for Liatas to quietly seize a portion for himself? He was already enraptured by visions of a splendid future. At this moment, the entire Allied fleet had arrived, maintaining a safe distance of 10 million kilometers from the dome. Over 10,000 warships were meticulously arrayed in the vast expanse of space, each vessel separated by a kilometer of safety. From afar, the multitude of interstellar warships created a formidable line across the cosmos, poised for action. Countless personnel, numbering in the millions, stood ready, awaiting orders. Liatas inhaled deeply, relishing the sensation. Yet, inexplicably, he was suddenly reminded of the foe who had slain his son, Don Juan. Why did this insignificant figure resurface in his mind at such a moment? Surely, someone of Don Juan's stature had perished in some corner of this galaxy or had fled in disgrace from the relic system. If he were indeed dead, that would be an acceptable outcome. However, if he still drew breath, Liatas would not hesitate to unleash his power and resources to hunt him down once this operation concluded. After all, Don Juan had taken his son's life. Yet, considering the nature of such a minor character, he would likely be struggling for survival. How pitiful. Previously, Liatas had dismissed Don Juan as inconsequential and felt no differently now. Soon enough, he cast those thoughts aside. Before commencing the assault on the dome, Liatas needed to contact the high command of the Yada Empire, particularly Admiral Pharos of the Imperial Navy. Through the mediation of an Imperial general, Liatas became acquainted with him. At this moment, Pharos remained outside the ruined star domain, within the towering spaceport city of the Yada Empire's border Stargate system. The live broadcast of the front line at the Dome Star was being displayed before Pharos and 3 other high-ranking officials from Interstellar factions. "Gentlemen, do not be alarmed," Pharos stated confidently, even to the point of arrogance, as he raised his chin and surveyed the leaders of the 3 interstellar civilizations: the Yada Empire, the Ivli Interstellar Federation, the Giant Mantis Capital Consortium, and the Shinran Interstellar Empire. While all members of the Ling Star Interstellar Society and neighbors have historically maintained a contentious relationship. Throughout the ages, conflicts over territorial expansion and civil armed disputes have been rampant. The discovery of the Stargate in the ruined star domain has only exacerbated their strained relations. In response to Pharos's provocation, the other 3 remained inscrutable, their thoughts concealed beneath an impassive facade. Chapter 47. The Yada Empire, a promising future in the face of provocation. The most effective response is often to disregard the provocateur. Commander Pharos, observing the 3 individuals who remained utterly unresponsive, found himself in a rather dismal position. A sardonic smile crept across his lips, revealing his disdain. He understood that despite their impassive expressions, a sense of urgency must surely be brewing within them. After all, if the sole large relic planet within the 117-star system were to fall to the incursions of the Yada Empire's civilian organizations, their subsequent fleet of regular warships would arrive to find the opportunity irrevocably lost. The Yada Empire had made substantial sacrifices to ensure the voluntary participation of these civilian entities in the forthcoming assault on the dome. The treaty governing the development of the relic star domain not only constrained the Yada Empire, but also bound the 3 other interstellar factions. Pharos wore an expression of immense satisfaction, as he envisioned the relic planet being overwhelmed by the united forces of the Yada Empire's civilian fleet. Such a vast planet surely harbored a wealth of intact relic data. Perhaps they might even unearth a complete production line for ancient civilization warships. Should they succeed in locating a fully intact standard template construct (STC) for the production of ancient warships, the Yada Empire would possess the capability to extricate itself from the confines of the Turan Interstellar Society, establishing dominance over a vast expanse of the cosmos. It would not be far-fetched to envision them ascending to the status of a sovereign power akin to the Turan Empire. Just imagine the prospect of ruling over countless interstellar sentient beings across vast light years, liberated from the constraints imposed by a sovereign nation. What a magnificent scenario that would be. With such visions swirling in his mind, Pharos could no longer suppress his amusement. A slight upward curve remained on his lips as he gazed at the live footage displayed on the enormous floor-to-ceiling window before him. "Let us commence, Liata." The dome assault had begun. On Dome Star, a multitude of cosmic warships arranged themselves meticulously in the void of space, each vessel entering its designated position in accordance with the plan, poised for action. The first wave of the fleet, comprised of 6,000 armed ships, initiated its maneuvers. Countless slender trails of engine flames illuminated the darkness, cascading through space like a torrential downpour. Simultaneously, the other 2 fleets commenced their synchronized operations. The entirety of Dome Star, with a diameter of 14,000 kilometers, was enveloped in an energy shield, its defense mechanisms evidently aware that the shield's strength was weakest along the planet's equator. Thus, a massive orbital defense space station stood guard in this critical area, possibly the sole operational space-based platform remaining. The United Fleet drew closer to Dome Star. 10 million kilometers, 5 million kilometers, 2 million kilometers, 1 million kilometers, 500,000 kilometers. As the 6,000 armed vessels, acting as decoys, approached within 500,000 kilometers of the celestial body known as Dome Star, the orbiting space station above the verdant planet sprang into action. A swarm of mechanical sentinels surged forth, sometimes coalescing into a dense formation that resembled an impenetrable hive, and at other times dispersing like meteors dancing through the cosmos. Their maneuverability was astonishing, enabling them to shift from tightly packed to scattered formations in the blink of an eye. Crimson energy beams erupted from these mechanical guardians, raining down with the ferocity of a tempest upon the fleet array of 6,000 armed ships. In the wake of these sentinels, the ancient civilization's operational orbital defense stations activated their formidable arsenal. Terrifying subliminal particle beams, missiles propelled by curvature engines exceeding twice the speed of light, modular high-yield hydrogen warheads, and supermagnetic rail cannons from space-based platforms unleashed a relentless barrage. In an instant, a merciless and horrifying torrent of firepower spread across the space surrounding Dome Star's equator. Within that vast 500,000 kilometers, the small armed vessels were met with a devastating onslaught, and the explosions illuminated the void, casting a myriad of colors across the expanse. Panic ensued among the ranks of the decoy fleet as they flailed chaotically in the void, desperately evading the onslaught of attacks. Requesting support. Requesting support. The defensive firepower of this planet is overwhelming. We need the main fleet's assistance. We can barely hold on. Inundated with distress signals. The communication channels buzzed with frantic pleas for help. The assault from the celestial defense platform's various high-caliber weaponry was merciless. Even a single hit spelled instant annihilation for these small vessels. What is the casualty count for the decoy fleet? Casualties have exceeded 10%. What? We've only just engaged, and losses are already over 10%. The response from his subordinates left Lita in a state of disbelief. The pace of destruction was alarming. If this continued, the decoy fleet would surely collapse. Just a single operational space-based defense platform could unleash such terrifying firepower. How formidable must the planet's defenses have been during the zenith of its ancient civilization? Order the forward decoy fleet to execute the plan. Rapidly reposition. Divert the planet's defensive fire away. Now, intensify the assault on the planetary equatorial defense shield. All capital ships equipped with large magnetic rail cannons. Open fire with full force. Prepare the rapid response fleet for immediate action. Under Lita's command, a substantial portion of the decoy fleet began maneuvering to the left, aiming to draw the firepower and swarms of mechanical sentinels away from Dome Star. After countless years, the orbital defense platforms and their mechanical sentinels seemed somewhat lethargic. As the armed vessels shifted laterally to the planet's flank, they indeed shifted their firepower. Now, the equatorial region behind the Dome Star has been laid bare. What a splendid opportunity. All capital ships equipped with large magnetic railguns. Unleash your full might. Target the vulnerabilities in the enemy's firepower network. As the gaps in their defenses became evident, the main fleet, which had been lurking behind the decoy ships, sprang into action. One by one, the massive warships charged their magnetic railguns. Heavy solid projectiles accelerated relentlessly within the confines of the railgun. Boom! A slight tremor coursed through the bow of a warship, the sound reverberating through the solid structure and echoing within. A colossal projectile was expelled at 1% of the speed of light, hurtling through the vastness of space, relentlessly striking towards the exposed energy shield of the Dome Star's equator. The kinetic energy carried by such a massive projectile, upon impact, would equate to an explosion exceeding 1 billion tons of TNT. This is akin to 77,000 atomic bombs from the era of old Earth. As the perspective widens, one can see hundreds, if not thousands, of similar massive projectiles. Like a meteor shower, they bombard the energy shield of the Dome Star in a clustered formation. What a magnificent sight it is. A fleet of 10 large warships lay concealed in the distant dark expanse of space, as Don Juan gazed upon the spectacle of battle with a sense of wonder. Chapter 48. The Shattering of the Dome Star's Shield. Don Juan takes action. Don Juan had long since brought his fleet to the scene, yet upon arrival, he merely observed the unfolding drama. At this juncture, he deemed the timing not quite right, allowing the allied civilian fleet of the Yada Empire to take the lead. It was not yet his moment to intervene. Nearly 1,000 massive kinetic projectiles hurtled towards the equatorial energy shield of Dome Star at 1% the speed of light. Here lay the weak point of the shield enveloping the entire Dome Star. The main fleet was poised to unleash its firepower only upon drawing closer to the star. At a distance of less than 500,000 kilometers, these magnetically accelerated projectiles could traverse the void in under 3 minutes. However, those 3 minutes represented a crucial window of life or death for the decoy fleet. A solitary large space-based defensive platform, along with an indeterminate number of mechanical sentinels, relentlessly suppressed the thousands of armed vessels that served as decoys. Leaders understood that the fate of the mission hinged on this decisive moment. After unleashing a volley of magnetically accelerated shells, the main fleet remained active, continuing to launch various missiles equipped with miniature curvature engines, exceeding 5% of the speed of light, along with an array of energy weapons targeting the planet's equatorial shield. A dense barrage of crimson and azure energy beams rained down upon the Dome Star's shield from the depths of space. Upon detecting the extensive firepower directed at the equatorial shield, the space-based defensive platform attempted to redistribute its fire, initiating interception protocols. Their initial focus was on the numerous missiles equipped with miniature curvature engines, which were not intended to breach the energy shield, but rather to serve as a distraction to draw fire away from the decoy fleet, to effectively compromise the energy shield. It was the massive kinetic projectiles launched by the magnetically accelerated cannons that were designated as the armor-piercing weaponry. A portion of the firepower from the Dome Star's defensive platform was diverted to intercept the multitude of missiles launched by the main fleet. This diversion alleviated some pressure on the decoy fleet. However, this reduction in pressure led to unforeseen consequences. Several armed vessels within the decoy fleet, disobeying orders, began a premature retreat. The reasons were simple. Fear had overtaken them. After all, this fleet was composed of various civilian organizations. Although they had received ample incentives from the Empire prior to this engagement, such benefits were of little use if one did not survive to enjoy them. In just a few minutes, the casualties within the decoy fleet had already surpassed 30%. Previously, under the terrifying pressure from the space-based defensive platform and the multitude of mechanical sentinels, they had been afforded no opportunity to withdraw. However, with some of the firepower now redirected to intercept the missiles launched by the main fleet, a few members found their chance to flee. Commander, there are reports of a partial rout within the decoy fleet. Litas received the urgent report from his subordinate. The commander had anticipated such a scenario. The assault brigade is ready to move. At this, Litas burst into hearty laughter. The 6,000 vessels comprising the decoy fleet, all piloted by individual pioneers, were mere pawns in this grand scheme. In contrast, the major corporations and organizations within the Yada Empire possessed the capability to assemble fleets of genuine military-grade warships. These individuals constituted the backbone of the main fleet. A contingent of military-grade warships, having remained stationary in the rear, now formed a blockade along the retreat path of the armed vessels. There would be no retreat. Think of your families and kin still within the Imperial Star Domain. Those who flee without authorization shall be condemned for treason against their entire clan. Advance forward. A barrage of warning energy weapons was unleashed, obstructing the retreat of the armed vessels. In the Yada Empire's frontier star system, at the Stargate Spaceport City, within a high tower room. Commander Pharos, do you not think this is rather despicable? The high-ranking officials of the Mantis Capital Consortium observed the live broadcast before them, casting a glance at Commander Pharos, who languidly replied, his 6 arms crossed over his chest. Despicable? Do you still have the audacity to call me despicable? These are merely necessary sacrifices. Pharos retorted with a sardonic tone. Indeed, the Mantis Capital Consortium, driven by the bloody and sordid forces of capital, was likely to be far darker than the Yada Empire itself. Rather than casting blame upon me, you should be more concerned about the conditions of your own houses. The Yada Empire is on the brink of success, Pharos proclaimed with unbridled pride, pointing at the live feed. As anticipated, under the pressure of the assault brigade, the retreating armed vessels reluctantly returned to the battlefield, once again drawing the fire of the orbital defense platform above Dome Star. Waves of energy weapons from the main fleet relentlessly struck the vulnerable sections of the energy shield encasing the equator of Dome Star. Ripples cascaded across the localized areas of the planet's energy shield. Portions of the orbital platform struggled to intercept the subsequent barrage of miniature curvature engine missiles. Countless explosions illuminated the near-Earth orbit of the planet. At that moment, nearly 1,000 massive kinetic projectiles finally arrived. The defensive fire of the orbital platform, distracted by the decoy fleet and numerous missiles, was rendered ineffective. A massive projectile, traveling at 1% of the speed of light, collided with terrifying kinetic force against the energy shield at the equator of Dome Star. With a thunderous roar, the unleashed energy resonated across the entire planet. The energy shield over the equator trembled violently. It worked. Lieta's heart soared with elation upon witnessing this. Prepare the rapid deployment forces. With a single command, the quick response fleet, laden with substantial ground forces, sprang into action, ever ready for deployment. As soon as a breach is created in the energy shield encircling the planet's equator, the warships will immediately surge forward, forcibly deploying their entire ground forces into the planet's interior via orbital drop. Massive projectiles, imbued with terrifying kinetic energy, strike relentlessly against the vulnerable points of the energy shield above the equatorial dome. While silence reigns in the vastness of space, within the planet itself, one would undoubtedly hear the continuous, resounding echoes of cataclysmic proportions, akin to the very collapse of the heavens and the earth. The final colossal projectile crashes into the planet's shield. Crack. Boom. At last, the weakened section of the planetary equatorial shield can no longer withstand the assault, beginning to fracture and reveal a breach. The quantity of projectiles launched by the magnetic railgun has been meticulously calculated. Prior to this, they had conducted thorough reconnaissance on the shield's defenses, engaging in extensive calculations to ensure that the last projectile would indeed obliterate the shield. Otherwise, should any excess projectiles penetrate the planetary shield and strike the surface, the subsequent rapid deployment forces would find their landing efforts thwarted. Success! Lieta's jubilation knew no bounds as the rapid assault fleet accelerated to full throttle, charging toward the damaged section of the energy shield. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The ever-watchful Tang Hong made his move. Chapter 49. The Celestial Mechanism of Justice. Executing the Purification Protocol. A fleet of nearly 1,000 rapid maneuvering warships, laden with substantial landing forces, surged forth at full speed towards the planetary breach. At this moment, the main fleet also advanced, intercepting the torrent of firepower cascading from the space-based platforms directed at the rapid maneuvering fleet. Yet, unbeknownst to all, their radar systems utterly failed to detect a terrifying microwave pulse hydrogen bomb, equipped with a curvature engine. hurtling towards the rapid maneuvering fleet at speeds exceeding 10 times that of light. Ha ha! Success! Lieta's exultant laughter echoed through the air. As long as the rapid maneuvering fleet reached the breach and swiftly deployed the landing forces, no more than 100,000 troops, the mission would be declared a resounding triumph. Lieta had already begun to envision his splendid future. Upon the success of this mission, he would undoubtedly earn significant merit, propelling him into the political arena of the Yada Empire. No longer would he be merely the CEO of a civilian company. With his capabilities, he could very well ascend to the role of governor presiding over hundreds of colonial planets within an entire star domain. As the colossal energy shield above the equator of the dome planet was breached, revealing a vast gap at least 100 kilometers in diameter, Commander Pharos, who had been intently monitoring the live battlefield broadcast from the outer ruined star domain, was also filled with elation. Ha ha ha! He suddenly sprang from his seat, turning to address the other 3 high-ranking officials of different interstellar factions. My apologies, esteemed colleagues, but we of the Yada Empire have succeeded. I regret that our Yada compatriots are simply that united. With a shared purpose and concerted effort, we have achieved this victory. Huh? The 117 ruined star system belongs to us now. Pharos erupted in a series of hearty laughs, while the expressions of the other high-ranking officials darkened. Damn it! The executives of the Titan Capital Coalition cursed under their breath, astonished that they had indeed succeeded. It was sheer luck that allowed them to stumble upon a flaw in the energy shield of a planet. Suddenly, a senior official from the Jinran Interstellar Empire voiced a note of skepticism, then smirked. Commander Pharos, is your rapid maneuvering fleet moving too swiftly? The emphasis on each word from the Jinran official was particularly pronounced. What? Commander Pharos was taken aback, quickly regaining his composure and turning to observe the live feed from the front lines. To his shock, the rapid maneuvering fleet, which should have immediately surged towards the breach in the planetary energy shield, had inexplicably come to a halt when it was merely 100,000 kilometers away from the breach. What is happening? What is the situation? Commander Pharos was furious. Why had the rapid maneuvering fleet stopped? Time on the battlefield was fleeting. A single error could lead to utter defeat. What was Lieta thinking? He immediately contacted Lieta, roaring with indignation. Lieta, why has the rapid maneuver fleet not yet launched its assault? What are you waiting for? Are you hoping for the orbital platform of the dome star to dig your grave? In the command bridge of the starship, Lieutenant Tars was taken aback by the sudden inquiry. What? What is happening? He quickly attempted to ascertain the status of the various fleets. Commander, the rapid maneuver fleet has lost contact. Lost contact? Tars was utterly bewildered. No matter how he tried to reach the rapid maneuver fleet, there was no response. When he employed long-range optical detection, he was shocked to discover that nearly 1,000 light warships of the rapid maneuver fleet had come to a complete halt, positioned 100,000 kilometers from the energy shield gap of the dome star's equator. Such a grand fleet, composed of nearly 1,000 light warships, was adrift in the void of space, utterly motionless. The engines of the warships had ceased functioning entirely. Commander, it is a microwave pulse hydrogen bomb. We detected remnants of microwave pulses near the rapid maneuver fleet. The entire fleet had been subjected to a massive attack from microwave pulse hydrogen bombs, incapacitating all warships and bringing the fleet to a standstill. The long-range radar personnel in the command bridge immediately shouted in alarm. How could this be? Our radar detected no signs of an attack on the rapid maneuver fleet. Where did the microwave pulse hydrogen bombs come from? Tars could no longer contain himself, frustration surging within him. Just when success was within reach, everything fell apart at this critical juncture. Commander, we have detected a small fleet rapidly approaching the dome star. They are in a curvature state. My heavens! To activate the curvature engine in such a chaotic battlefield environment, has that small fleet lost its mind? A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted as the curvature space detection apparatus registered the swift approach of a small fleet enveloped in a curvature bubble. They were all aware of the peril inherent in initiating a curvature engine amidst such tumultuous conditions. As the fleet drew near, exiting the curvature state at a distance of 100,000 kilometers from the completely immobilized rapid response fleet, it revealed itself in full view of space. Everyone was astonished. What manner of fleet was this? Though it comprised only 10 vessels, each was extraordinarily large. The obsidian hulls, adorned with crimson lines, presented a striking visual, with the geometrically precise, angular designs exuding an air of magnificence and formidable presence. The central warship, measuring nearly 8 kilometers in length, far surpassed the 5-kilometer length of the Yada Empire's interstellar mothership. Those warships were the very ones that had appeared during the Gorman Company relic exploration livestream. Suspected remnants of an ancient civilization's creations. Someone recognized the Black Rope Hellfire heavy firepower destroyer among the Tang Hong fleet. And at that moment, under the gaze of all, the scene unfolded. The dark fleet advanced directly towards the stationary rapid maneuver fleet, situated 100,000 kilometers away, launching several high-yield hydrogen bombs. In a bid to allow all warships to swiftly breach the 100-kilometer diameter gap in the energy shield of the dome, the Rapid Maneuver Fleet maintained an exceptionally dense formation. Suddenly, several blazing lights, as radiant as the sun, erupted amidst the Rapid Maneuver Fleet. In an instant, nearly 1,000 warships of the stationary fleet, along with millions of surviving ground troops on board, were utterly annihilated in the void of space, without a shred of resistance. The complete destruction of the Rapid Maneuver Fleet nearly signified the failure of the dome's offensive operation. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, Liadas was left in utter shock. At that moment, within the bridge of the Interstellar mothership, a virtual screen materialized before him. On the screen stood Don Juan, encased entirely in a powered armor suit. "Do you remember me, Liadas?" Don Juan inquired, his voice unembellished. Liadas racked his brain, desperately searching his memories for a voice that matched. Suddenly, his heart felt as if struck by lightning, trembling violently. Gritting his teeth, he let out a hoarse roar from his throat. "Don Juan." In that instant, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Anger over the failure of the dome operation, humiliation, and the shattering of his dreams for the future. He had never anticipated that the commander of that small fleet would be the very nemesis who had slain his son. At such a critical juncture, the one who had thwarted the entire dome offensive and jeopardized his ascent within the ranks of the Yada Empire was someone he had always underestimated. A mere inconsequential figure in his eyes. "It seems you do remember me. However, Liadas, my appearance here is not for you. To me, you are merely a minor character. I am aware that high-ranking officials of the Yada Empire are watching you from behind." With that, the mechanical eyes of Don Juan's powered helmet glowed a fierce crimson, and he uttered words that left everyone in shock. "I, from the intelligent machinery heaven, am now executing the purification protocol, preparing to cleanse the Yada lizard species." Chapter 50. Thousands against 10. The advantage is mine. What does this mean? Is this a declaration of war against the Yada Empire? Upon hearing these words, Lettuce's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, his astonishment palpable as his jaw trembled, his upper teeth clashing against his lower ones. Meanwhile, behind Lettuce, Pharos, who was observing Lettuce's movements from the border star systems of the Yada Empire, also caught wind of this proclamation. His reaction was immediate. First, shock, followed by contemplation. What sort of force is this so-called intelligent machinery heaven, and what strength do they possess to challenge the Yada Empire? Should he report this to the Empire and suggest diplomatic engagement with this entity to avert conflict? After all, as the esteemed commander of the Imperial Navy, it was inconceivable that he had never heard of Tang Hong before this moment. The high-ranking officials of the other three interstellar factions exhibited a range of expressions, clearly pondering the sudden emergence of this so-called intelligent machinery heaven and the extent of its power. It was reasonable to assume that any entity bold enough to declare war on the Yada Empire must possess formidable strength. Thus, could they not consider forming an alliance with this intelligent machinery heaven to collectively counter the Yada Empire? Each faction harbored its own thoughts and calculations. Yet Lettuce was not inclined to delve into such complexities. After his initial shock, he erupted into a boisterous laugh. His laughter resonated wildly from his throat. "Ha ha ha! What utter nonsense are you spouting? You dare to wage war against a colossal interstellar civilization with mere ships salvaged from ancient ruins? Have you lost your senses? Or are you so oblivious to the vast chasm between you and the Empire?" Lettuce's laughter morphed abruptly into a furious shout. The Yada Empire boasts over 600 colonized planets, with a total population exceeding 12 trillion. Even if one considers only the pure-blooded Yada, their numbers surpass 4 trillion. What is Tang Hong in comparison? Just a fortunate soul who stumbled upon some warships in ancient ruins, presuming to establish a faction and audaciously naming it Intelligent Machinery Heaven? And to challenge the Yada Empire? Let me tell you, there is no need for the Empire's regular forces. I could obliterate you right here today. This Tang Hong has not only disrupted the critical offensive against the Dome, but has also thwarted the Empire's grand designs. He has ruined the opportunity for Lettuce to advance within the political arena of the Empire. All of this has been destroyed by Tang Hong. Lettuce's emotions, a tempest of fury, had reached their zenith. At this moment, he harbored a singular thought: to eradicate Tang Hong. To eliminate this insignificant character he had never deemed worthy of respect. At this juncture, even the tranquilizers that would typically be administered automatically to stabilize his emotional fluctuations proved ineffective against his burgeoning resistance. Upon hearing the voice of Lettuce emanating from the screen, Commander Pharos was momentarily taken aback. What? This so-called intelligent mechanical heaven is merely a creation of that individual named Don Juan. How absurd. In an instant, Pharos found the notion utterly laughable. His second feeling was one of overwhelming arrogance. On what grounds? How dare he? Has he lost his mind? The other high-ranking officials of the three interstellar powers, upon hearing this, also found their earlier thoughts of allying with this so-called intelligent mechanical heaven to be somewhat ridiculous. However, beneath that amusement, they felt a flicker of delight, for this intelligent mechanical heaven had, at a crucial moment, thwarted the actions of the Yada Empire. If this Don Juan and his faction could endure this trial, perhaps in the future, my great Mantis United Capital could invest in him, thus gaining an ally against the Yada Empire. The executives of Great Mantis Capital, with their long, segmented arms folded, pondered thoughtfully while stroking their chins. Commander Ferros, unable to contain himself any longer, shouted into the communicator, "Lettuce, what are you prattling on about? Dispatch some fleets immediately to eliminate him. The main fleet must continue its assault. We have not yet failed. There is still hope." His words instantly jolted Lettuce into action. Indeed, the energy shield gap over the equator of Dome Star exceeded 100 kilometers, with no signs of repair to date. They still possessed a main fleet composed of 3,000 genuine military-grade warships, all of which remained unscathed. As long as the main fleet could advance, there was still a chance to breach the firepower of the Dome Star's orbital platform. The reason for not launching a direct assault on the orbital platform initially was that dismantling it, heavily guarded by numerous mechanical sentinels, was a challenge far greater than breaching the planet's energy shield. The Dome Star's orbital platform was operational, and although the inertial engine mechanical sentinels were somewhat clumsy, they fiercely protected the platform. The massive projectiles employed by their fleet to penetrate armor and shields would simply be intercepted. Energy weapons caused far less damage to structures compared to conventional munitions. With this in mind, Lettuce allocated a fleet to deal with Don Juan. The fleet assigned to this task was one that Don Juan had encountered previously. Fortuitously, it belonged to Gorman Shipbuilding Company. Originally, the fleet dispatched by Gorman had over 400 vessels of various types, but now only about 200 remained, all vessels exceeding 700 meters in length. The smaller, faster ships from Gorman's fleet had already been assigned to the Rapid Response Fleet. Currently, the entire Rapid Response Fleet, consisting of nearly 1,000 warships, had been annihilated by several of Don Juan's high-yield hydrogen bombs due to their overly dense formation. So, you are Don Juan, young man. If you surrender your warships to us and capitulate, I might consider sparing your life and discreetly letting you go. What do you say? Gorman, still fixated on Don Juan's warships, sent a communication. However, Don Juan did not respond at all. For him, the current primary objectives are twofold. First, to venture into the Celestial Dome and explore the remnants of the ancient civilization that once inhabited this planet. Second, to annihilate the Yada Coalition fleet, thereby amassing a substantial amount of spiritual essence. Although the Yada Coalition fleet boasts a multitude of warships, Tang Hong is confident that, under his absolute technological superiority and the generational advantage of his vessels, their destruction would pose little challenge. Consequently, Tang Hong made a decision that stunned and infuriated all members of the Yada fleet to divide his forces. 3 heavy artillery destroyers, the Black Rope Hell, detached from the fleet, advancing towards the more than 200 ships of the Gorman fleet. Meanwhile, the remaining 7 ships surged forward, charging towards the main force of the Yada Coalition fleet, which was pressing towards the Celestial Dome. Chapter 51. Want to enter? I'll directly block the planetary shield S breach. Commander, they have split their forces. The voice of the technicians under my command echoed in Lita's ears, nearly causing his molars to shatter. You possess merely 10 warships against our thousands, and yet you dare to divide your forces. I dispatched over 200 warships to confront you, while you only sent 3 to engage. How audacious are you, or have you truly lost your sanity? Don Juan's warships boasted formidable firepower and exceptional performance. Lita had previously observed the live broadcasts of Gorman Corporation's relic explorations and knew that a single vessel of that black class could suppress 12 military corvettes and countless armed spacecraft. However, that was the extent of it. More than 200 destroyers of genuine military-grade warships could not be compared to the hastily assembled fleet of armed spacecraft organized by Gorman Shipbuilding Company. Don Juan, allow me to demonstrate to you the true might of Gorman Corporation's fleet. Over 200 Gorman warships spread out, directly heading towards the 3 warships that had split from the mechanized Heavenly Court fleet, evidently intending to encircle those 3 vessels. At this juncture, it is essential to discuss the battlefield situation. Currently, the primary fleets of all factions are dispersed in the void beyond the Dome Star. Don Juan's fleet lies closest to the breach in the planetary equatorial energy shield. Referring to the breach in the planetary equatorial energy shield, to its right, armed spacecraft have already attracted the attention of the space-based platform defense station and numerous armed vessels engaged in combat. To the left, 100,000 kilometers away, lies Don Juan's Heavenly Court fleet. The Yada Civilian Joint Fleet is positioned directly in front of the planetary energy shield breach, 30,000 kilometers away. Lita dispatched over 200 warships from the Gorman Corporation fleet within the joint fleet to confront the mechanized Heavenly Court fleet to the left. while the main force advanced directly towards the breach in the energy shield. In contrast, Dongwon sent 3 warships to intercept the more than 200 warships of the Gorman Corporation fleet. The remaining 7 warships did not head directly towards the breach in the planetary shield, but rather surged straight towards the position where the Yada Joint Fleet was advancing. Launch the Thunderhammer space-based platforms. As the fleet advanced, Dongwon issued the command. The 700-meter-long Huo heavy strike cruiser was towing 2 large space-based platforms behind it. The Thunderhammer space-based platforms were intended for planetary blockade, and these platforms were relatively small, measuring less than a kilometer. They were equipped with curvature engine power systems, allowing for autonomous movement. However, the preparation time for the curvature engines was lengthy, and their speed was far inferior to that of warships. As Dongwon's main fleet moved to intercept the Yada civilian main fleet, the 2 Thunderhammer large space-based platforms towed by the Huo heavy strike cruiser had already been prepared to initiate their curvature engines. Detaching from the entire fleet, they crossed the distance of 100,000 kilometers and plunged into the breach in the energy shield, vanishing from sight. This is the deployment of the Dongwon project. The 3 Thunderhammers, orbital platforms capable of encircling an entire planet, possess not only the ability to blockade celestial bodies, but also a myriad of extensive applications. In this instance, Dongwon has brought forth 2 of these platforms, which are now being launched directly into the energy shield S breach at the planet S equator. This act effectively seals the entire energy gap. Do you still wish to enter? I'm afraid you will meet your demise if you attempt to do so. The Thunderhammer orbital platforms are designed to operate in outer space. Entering the energy shield breach is akin to penetrating the planet's atmosphere. Consequently, their proximity to the planet, influenced by its gravitational pull, will limit their operational duration, yet it will suffice to obstruct the energy shield breach for a significant period. Moreover, these 2 platforms guard a breach with a mere 100-kilometer diameter, concealing themselves beneath the intact sections of the energy shield, rendering them impervious to attack. Your only recourse is to employ a desperate assault on the breach. Are you frustrated? As a result, Dongwon can confidently engage with the external Yada fleet. Commander, they have launched something into the planet's energy breach. It's charging in at warp speed. This is madness. We cannot intercept it. Let us naturally observe this maneuver, but dismiss it. Do not worry. It is likely a transport vessel of the landing troops, attempting to enter the planet before us. Let them come. Although their warships are impressive in performance, their numbers are far too scant. Do they hope to intercept us? They are utterly deluded. Thousands against tens. Dongwon, how will you contend with me? Lettuce cackled as he issued orders to the fleet. No matter how exceptional your warships may be, facing our overwhelming number of vessels in a concentrated barrage, what waves could you possibly stir? Currently, the primary force of the Yada Coalition fleet, excluding those engaged in combat with the orbital platforms on the far right, consists of 3,000 main warships. While this number is substantial, they are not all assembled together. The distance between each ship in the main fleet exceeds 1,000 kilometers, a precaution against formidable enemy weaponry, such as ultra-high-yield hydrogen bombs. Should they cluster too closely, a few well-aimed shots could lead to total annihilation. All Yada warships are strategically dispersed throughout the 3-dimensional expanse of space, with the fleet's horizontal line extending an impressive 400,000 kilometers. This vastness ensures that a considerable portion of the fleet cannot engage the Heavenly Court fleet, as they have already commenced skirmishes with the orbital defensive space station on the right side of the dome planet, prioritizing necessary safety due to the extensive front. Under Lettuce's command, over 700 warships from the main fleet have been dispatched to besiege Dongwon's South Mechanical Heavenly Court fleet. Presently, the space beyond the dome planet can be categorized into 3 distinct battlefields. Using the dome star as a reference point on the right side, the orbital defense platform and armed spacecraft engage in combat with a newly arrived fleet of 1,000 Yada warships. To the left, the Gorman Corporation S fleet of over 200 warships intercepts 3 mechanized celestial warships. In the center, the Yada main fleet dispatches an additional 700 warships to besiege and intercept the remaining 7 mechanized celestial warships. The final contingent of 1,000 Yada warships is making a determined charge towards a breach in the planet's energy shield. It can be said that the dynamics of the battlefield are in a constant state of flux, with both sides making various adjustments based on the opponent's tactics. Particularly in space warfare, the vast fleets must adapt in a multitude of ways, as the situation is anything but static. Chapter 52. Are your 700 warships surrounded by 7? When the 2 fleets encountered one another, the initial exchange of fire typically involved energy weapons. These weapons strike at the speed of light, rapidly traversing the vast distances of space. The Yada warships, of course, were equipped with a multitude of energy weapons, all high-powered laser systems. In contrast, Tang Hong's vessels, whether the Hellfire-class heavy firepower destroyers or the flagship, the Inferno-class heavy strike cruiser, did not primarily rely on laser weaponry. Instead, they were armed with plasma lances, essentially ion beams. The distinction between laser weapons and ion beams is substantial. Ion beams are generated by accelerating subatomic particles to high velocities, creating a dense, high-energy beam through electromagnetic confinement, which then strikes the target, utilizing the kinetic energy of the particles to disrupt the target's structural integrity. The high-energy particles carry immense energy, dispersing further into the enemy's vessel upon impact, inflicting catastrophic internal damage. This results in horrifying destruction, as the damage is not merely superficial but rather deep within the enemy's ship. In other civilizations, such weaponry is referred to as disintegration cannons. Typically, the speed of ion beams approaches but does not quite reach the speed of light. Hence they are classified as near-light-speed weapons, though the difference is negligible. They can also be regarded as light-speed weapons. Generally, ion beams have a broader dispersion, making them inferior in range compared to laser weapons. However, the technological systems employed by Tang Hong's fleet have effectively mitigated this drawback. As the 700 warships tasked with intercepting the Celestial Machine fleet engaged in battle with the 7 Celestial Machine vessels, each of the latter was capable of facing 100 adversaries. After dispatching his forces, Liatasi largely ceased to monitor the developments on Tang Hong's side. Liatasi, how goes the situation? Commander Phelos, filled with anxiety, reached out to Liatasi once more. Fear not, Commander. I have already dispatched a fleet to deal with that arrogant madman. Liatasi replied with a smirk. Having calmed down, he held Tang Hong in utter disdain. Do not err, Phelos warned gravely, for they believed Tang Hong's warships were remnants of an ancient civilization. The dome operation was of paramount importance to the Yada Empire. Failure was not an option. Should they falter, the Yada Empire would have to wait for the fleets of the other 3 interstellar powers to arrive before they could organize regular forces to re-enter the relic star domain. While the regular fleet of the Yada Empire was indeed stronger, the 3 other interstellar factions loomed ominously. Ha ha ha, Commander, do not worry, there will be no mistakes. With such a massive advantage in forces, if I were to be defeated by that mad lad Tang Hong, I would be less than a fool. In that case, I might as well forego food altogether and resort to dung. Liatasi laughed heartily, brimming with confidence. In his mind, the prospect of being bested by Tang Hong was utterly impossible. Yet, despite his bravado, Liatasi still needed to confirm the status of the forces intercepting the Celestial Machine fleet. Gorman, how is Tatakiral faring? Tatakiral is the head of another large private enterprise, responsible for commanding a segment of the fleet, directing over 700 warships to besiege the remaining 7 capital ships of Tang Hong. From Lidas's perspective, the absence of activity for such a prolonged period suggested that Tang Hong had undoubtedly been dealt with. However, the communication channel crackled to life with Tatakiral's anxious voice. Commander, the situation is dire. We are surrounded. What? Lidas's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, are there ambushers? Damn it. I knew they couldn't possibly have only 10 warships in total. No. Commander, there are no ambushers, nor reinforcements. Tatakiral took a deep breath, his voice trembling with fear. We are encircled by their 7 warships. What? Lidas was utterly stunned. He then roared, are you jesting with me? You command over 700 warships. If the enemy has no support and no ambush, how could just 7 warships encircle your fleet? Lidas was bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend the situation, which had exceeded the limits of his imagination. Yet, this time Tatakiral remained silent, and all Lidas could hear were the frantic and chaotic sounds from the other end of the communication. Commander, the Edmund and Simon have sunk. Our attacks are utterly ineffective. What manner of beasts are they? The right-wing fleet has already lost 37 warships. My God, what kind of weaponry is that? The radar systems are down. We cannot intercept. We cannot intercept. Warning, warning. The warship's engines are damaged. The communication abruptly cut off, leaving Lidas with wide eyes, frozen in place. Then a sudden realization struck him. He could observe Tatakiral's situation firsthand. After all, the distance was not too great, merely within several 100,000 kilometers. Previously, he had been wholly focused on commanding and coordinating his own fleet, directing the assault on the Dome Star's space-based defense station, neglecting the fleet attacking Tang Hong. Lidas swiftly activated the optical detection system images of the left flank of the fleet, his golden eyes widening in disbelief, bloodshot with intensity. The battlefield had escalated to a level he could scarcely comprehend. 7 pitch-black warships circled Tatakiral's fleet with astonishing speed, defying the laws of physics. They maintained a safe distance while launching attacks, akin to flying a kite. Every strike was executed with pinpoint precision, as if they had meticulously calculated the trajectory of each vessel within Tatakiral's fleet. Furthermore, the destructive power was terrifying. A single hit on a warship's reactor resulted in an instantaneous catastrophic explosion, disintegrating the ship before they moved on to the next target. As for the formidable fleet of the Tataki, no matter how concentrated their firepower or how saturated their assaults, it proved utterly futile. Lieutenant Lietow witnessed a warship nearly 8 kilometers in length, far larger than the 5-kilometer interstellar mothership beneath him, executing a myriad of maneuvers that even the smallest and most agile spacecraft of the Yada Empire could not replicate. This massive vessel continuously darted through space, deftly evading the energy weapons of the Tataki fleet. Yet, due to its immense size, it was inevitably struck by the saturation fire of energy weapons, only to be shielded by an ethereal unknown barrier that arose on its surface. As for the kinetic weaponry of the Tataki fleet, there was no need for evasion. The warship's own defensive fire network intercepted them effortlessly. This. Lieutenant Lietow was suddenly rendered speechless. He gazed at the cosmic spectacle before him, utterly at a loss for words. However, within, a tempest of dread surged. What unprecedented agility exhibited by this warship! 7 vessels danced through the void, tracing a vast circle, effectively encircling over 700 ships. This exemplified the extraordinary value of the inertialess engine. He felt as if he were suffocating, gasping for air, his heart racing furiously, his chest rising and falling like a bellows. No, it was all right. He was nearing the energy shield breach above the equator of the dome planet. If he could deploy a substantial force through this breach, he could secure it entirely. The breach spanned merely 100 kilometers, and as long as he held it, the enemy could not penetrate. Victory would still be his. The dominion of the dome planet would remain with the Yada Empire. Lieutenant Lietow felt on the verge of madness. Closer, ever closer. The main fleet approached the energy shield breach with increasing urgency. His excitement grew, and he immediately commanded his fleet to adopt a tight formation. They would traverse the breach and enter the planet's atmosphere. However, just as the fleet consolidated into a dense formation, preparing to pass through the energy shield breach above the dome planet's equator, a torrent of varied energy beams erupted from within the breach with lightning speed, crashing forth like a tempest. Chapter 53 Allies. The onslaught from allies faced with the sudden surge of energy, the main fleet of Yada was utterly caught off guard. In an instant, dozens of warships, poised to breach the energy shield gap at the equator of the dome star, were engulfed by this torrent of energy. Explosions occurred, ships disintegrated, and they transformed into a multitude of debris. Yet, this was not the end. Following that initial wave of energy, countless crimson beams shot forth from the breach in the energy shield. One Yada warship after another was struck. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosions echoed across the planet, and flickering flames illuminated the sky. What? Litas was astonished. How could there be an attack from within the planet? In that moment, he recalled the 2 unknown objects previously launched by the heavenly fleet towards the energy gap. Could it be? Turn around. The following fleet, all units, turn around. Litas had no time to ponder. He urgently issued the command. There was no time to stop the ships. The inertia from their forward momentum would propel them directly into the breach of the energy shield. That would be tantamount to a death sentence. They could only urgently change course. In that instant, nearly 1,000 Yada warships, tightly packed together, hastily adjusted their trajectories to evade disaster. The speed of their emergency maneuvers was akin to drifting through space. The foremost warships watched helplessly as their comrades were obliterated ahead of them, desperately attempting to veer away. However, the large turning radius during their sprint proved to be a significant hindrance. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of Yada warships, in their abrupt turn, collided directly with the intact section of the energy shield. Under the influence of high energy forces on the shield's surface, explosions erupted once more. Large fragments of warships were repelled off the surface of the energy shield. The Yada fleet trailing behind not only faced the barrage of beams emerging from the energy shield breach, but also the onslaught of debris from their own downed vessels. One unfortunate Yada warship was struck head-on by a powerful crimson ion beam, instantly allowing high-energy particles, laden with tremendous kinetic energy, to penetrate its armored structure. The ensuing high-energy eruption melted the bow of the warship, exposing even the internal structures to the planet's surface. Survivors within the ship screamed in despair, akin to ants swarming, as they were swiftly cast into the planet's low orbit. At that moment, a piece of debris from an allied warship crashed violently into the damaged front of the unfortunate vessel. The entire ship shook violently before ultimately succumbing to the depths. The wreckage that erupted from the ships that collided with the energy shield was propelled with immense kinetic force due to the high-energy interaction on the shield's surface. This ill-fated Yada warship, already maneuvering at high speed, was further struck by the overwhelming kinetic impact. In an instant, the entire hull lost control and veered, colliding with a nearby allied warship. "Evade! Watch out for friendly fire!" echoed the terrified shouts of personnel within the allied vessel. With a thunderous impact, the 2 ships crashed into one another. At such high speeds, the forces at play were immense. In that moment, all aboard could hear the agonizing creaks and groans of the colliding hulls. Ultimately, with a resounding explosion, The overwhelmed hull fractured in the depths of space. Debris from the shattered ship scattered in all directions, striking more Allied vessels. Such chaos was not an isolated incident. As similar scenes unfolded in this sector of space near the breach in the energy shield. Activate laser weapons. Engage the point defense systems to intercept the debris from the Allied ships. Some Yada warships, determined to avoid the same fate as their comrades and to ensure their survival, promptly activated their point defense systems. In an instant, a barrage of friendly fire erupted in the vastness of space, with high-energy laser beams and rapid-fire point defense cannon shells filling the void. Now, these Yada warships faced an urgent dilemma. Not only did they have to maneuver away from the lethal energy beams shooting from the breach in the shield and the wreckage of Allied vessels, but they also had to dodge the incoming fire from their own side. The situation descended into chaos. Ultimately, these Yada ships were not a regular army, but rather a coalition of military-grade vessels assembled by civilian organizations, lacking the discipline of a true military force. Once the disorder began, it became exceedingly difficult to regain control, spiraling into fierce exchanges of fire between Allied ships. However, this turmoil was fleeting. As the Yada fleet managed to execute an emergency maneuver, narrowly skirting past the edge of the energy shield, they turned sharply away from the planet, transforming their initial headlong charge into a retreat. It was then they realized, to their dismay, that their once formidable fleet of 1,000 ships had dwindled to fewer than 600. Almost half of their vessels had perished at the breach in the energy shield. Some were destroyed by the ion beams emerging from the gap, others collided due to late turns against the shield, or crashed into fellow warships, resulting in mutual destruction. Additionally, some ships fell victim to the sudden onslaught of friendly fire. In less than 10 minutes, the fleet had been reduced to half its original strength. At this moment, the surviving commanders recognized the folly of a hasty order given in panic. The reason for their survival lay in the fact that their flagship, a massive 5-kilometer-long vessel situated at the rear of the fleet, was able to break through the wreckage of Allied ships and successfully turn to flee. Yet, even the flagship bore significant damage on its surface. Yet nearly half of the fleet, over 400 warships, succumbed to the depths, while nearly 2 million souls floated lifeless in the void beyond the breach of the energy shield. Damn it, Letta's cursed in deep regret, realizing he might as well have commanded everyone to charge forward. In such a frantic maneuver, countless vessels collided against the energy shield, and many more were lost to the impacts of their allies. Just as Letta's was consumed by remorse, the entire fleet, having completed its turn, found itself under assault once more, now retreating from the planet. A mass of crimson-black particles trailed a slender, beam-like wake through the cosmos, crashing into the 5-kilometer-long interstellar mothership in an instant. In a heartbeat, a significant portion of the armored structure was obliterated by high-energy particles, as the devastating energy spread across the mothership's surface, creating a horrific gash hundreds of meters long. It was Tang Hong. Tang Hong had entirely neutralized the Yada fleet that sought to intercept him. Chapter 54. Entering the Dome Star. Commander, we are under attack. It is the Celestial Fleet. The Tadakyle and Gorman fleets have been completely annihilated. What? From where is the assault originating? Where is the Celestial Fleet? Lietas shouted in terror, realizing that the combined forces of their enemies amounted to merely 10 warships. 10. What manner of technological marvel were the ships of Don Juan's mechanical Celestial Fleet, that they could inspire such dread? Above us. The source of the attack is from above. A cry, imbued with profound despair and fear, echoed through the air. Lietas, startled, abruptly looked up. Through the transparent dome of the bridge, which offered a view of the vastness of outer space, he beheld an immense, ominous battleship, so colossal that it overshadowed his entire flagship. At the vessel's base, a terrifying cannon, 10 meters in diameter, was gathering energy. Fear filled Lietas' eyes, and a sense of helplessness gripped him anew. This feeling of powerlessness was only the second time he had encountered such a sensation in his long life of several centuries. The first instance of this paralyzing fear occurred during his childhood, many years prior. Lietas was born into an aristocratic family on a major Yada planet, a life that should have been carefree. However, that year, the emperor of the Yada Empire, father to the current emperor, offended the suzerain Dueling Empire. In retaliation, the Dueling Empire dispatched a fleet to punish and slaughter a Yada planet. That besieged planet was Lietas' home. As a child, Lietas knelt in despair, gazing at the sky, where a terrifying fleet blotted out the sun, casting a shadow over the entire planet. His eyes were filled with tears of fear and hopelessness though the suzerain state, the Dueling Empire, spared most of the children. The profound despair and helplessness that surged from within while facing that celestial fleet remained etched in his memory. In that moment, it was eerily reminiscent of the present. He stood frozen in place, his gaze fixed upward at the massive battleship, its base glowing ominously, the cannon resembling a blinding miniature sun of 10 meters in diameter. At that moment, he, the esteemed CEO of Jishuan Corporation and commander of thousands of ships, whose flagship was a 5-kilometer-long interstellar mothership, questioned why he felt such overwhelming fear. From the depths of his suffocating heart, from his constricted throat, and from the abyss of despair within, Lieda's unleashed a heart-wrenching scream filled with desperation, terror, anger, and defiance. Boom! The 10-meter cannon of the fire god heavy strike cruiser erupted, releasing a catastrophic torrent of particles that surged downward. In an instant, what was meant to be a cataclysmic assault of terrifying particle torrents upon the planetary surface struck the interstellar mothership of Letas, the Truth and Harmony. The high-energy particles cascaded across the 5-kilometer-long vessel, enveloping it entirely. The sudden surge of energy transformed the entire mothership into a mass of molten metal debris adrift in the void of space. Within the ship, personnel and the docked escort vessels were consumed by the relentless torrent of searing particles, utterly obliterated. Surrounding the beleaguered surviving Yada fleet, formidable heavy firepower destroyers of the Black Rope Hell emerged, encircling them. With fewer than 600 warships, they found themselves besieged by 10 ships of the intelligent machinery Celestial Fleet. The commander had fallen. The mission had failed. Retreat! Retreat! The captains of the Yada warships cried out in terror. Yet, the 10 celestial warships that had them surrounded offered no chance for escape. Ion spears rained down from all directions, mercilessly decimating the remaining Yada vessels. Meanwhile, the flagship, the Pyro Heavy Strike Cruiser, under the command of Don Juan, pivoted swiftly after annihilating Letas' mothership, plunging directly into the breach of the energy shield above the equator of the Dome Star. The Yada Empire's fleet had been vanquished. If they did not breach the energy shield now, the orbital defense platform and mechanical sentinels on the periphery of the Dome Star would soon react, making entry exceedingly difficult. You have destroyed a Yada Empire escort vessel, gaining 60 essence. You have destroyed a Yada Empire escort vessel, gaining 55 essence. You have destroyed a Yada Empire heavy destroyer, gaining 140 essence. You have destroyed a Yada Empire light cruiser, gaining 150 essence. You have destroyed a Yada Empire heavy cruiser, gaining 300 essence. Don Juan reveled in the continuous notifications echoing in his ears, along with the steady influx of energy credits, erupting into joyous laughter. Exhilarating. Even if there were no treasures to be found within the ruins, the essence acquired was already a tremendous profit. Now, Don Juan's flagship had entered the breach of the energy shield, penetrating into the Dome Star. The remaining 9 Black Rope, Hell heavy firepower destroyers continued to eliminate the remnants of Letas' main fleet. Once their task was completed, they would join Don Juan's flagship. Upon breaching the energy shield, Don Juan experienced a profound sense of clarity. The nearly 8-kilometer-long interstellar warship had now entered the planet's atmospheric dispersal layer. Meanwhile, the 2 Thunderhammer orbital platforms he had previously launched were now suspended beneath the energy shield, within the atmospheric dispersal layer of the Dome Star. Don Juan surveyed the entirety of Dome Star from the bridge, a commanding view unfolding before him. Without the obstruction of the energy shield, the verdant surface of the planet lay fully unveiled before Don Juan. The land masses upon the celestial dome were not scattered, but rather formed a cohesive whole, reminiscent of the ancient Earth before the drift of tectonic plates. All the continents were interconnected. What a magnificent planet it was, cloaked in lush greenery and teeming with vitality. Standing upon the bridge of the ship, Don Juan inhaled deeply, as though he could breathe in the pristine air he envisioned enveloping the planet. However, before descending onto this sphere, a series of scans and probes were necessary. Soon, the results emerged. The gravity on this planet, known as the Celestial Dome, was a remarkable one. For times that of standard Earth gravity, with a surface atmospheric pressure of approximately 0.2 megapascals. The composition of the planet's atmosphere was approximately 76 nitrogen, 23, 1 oxygen, with the remaining rare gases such as helium, neon, argon, krypton, and xenon, constituting about 0.1. This planet, devoid of the need for maintenance equipment, could sustain human life. As he listened to the reports from his technical personnel, a gleam of joy appeared in Don Juan's eyes. Indeed, this planet was a treasure. Chapter 55, a windfall of abundant spiritual resources. Remarkably, we have observed the presence of artificial structures on the surface of this planet. The technical humanoid aboard the bridge reported to Tang Hong. Artificial structures? Are they remnants of an ancient civilization? Tang Hong inquired. No, Your Excellency, they are not remnants of an ancient civilization. The technologies and design methods employed in those creations are equivalent to those of the feudal era of old Earth. The feudal era? Tang Hong pondered, nodding thoughtfully. In other words, are there indigenous inhabitants on the Dome Star? Indeed, the Dome Star resides within the habitable zone of the 117th star system. It has existed for an unknown number of years. It is another life-bearing planet that may have evolved sentient beings, and these sentient beings could potentially develop their own civilization. That cannot be right. The star of the 117th system has already evolved into a red giant, expanding manyfold compared to its previous size. The dome star, situated within the habitable zone, must surely be affected by the heat of the red giant. It should have long ceased to be a life-bearing planet. Its atmosphere and ozone layer could not possibly exist. It should resemble another planet close to the red giant, transformed into a lifeless world. Tang Hong furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. No, Your Excellency, you have overlooked a crucial factor. Yi, who had been seated beside Tang Hong, interjected. What factor? Tang Hong turned to Yi. Your Excellency, have you forgotten the existence of the energy shield? Yi sighed, prompting a realization. Ah, of course, Tang Hong exclaimed, coming to a sudden understanding. The energy shield has enveloped the entire dome star for countless years. The terrifying heat and various high-energy particles emitted by the expanding red giant have all been thwarted by the energy shield. Thus, the dome star has remained a life-bearing planet throughout these countless years. However, wait. Tang Hong suddenly recalled that the energy shield had been breached, leaving a gap with a diameter of 100 kilometers. This meant that, seemingly perceiving Tang Hong's thoughts, Yi nodded earnestly, saying, Your Excellency, you are correct. With the breach in the energy shield, over the coming years, solar winds, radiation, and high-energy particles from the red giant will pass through the gap, completely devastating the planet's atmosphere. In other words, this planet will soon transition from a life-bearing world to a lifeless one. The remnants on this planet must have encountered some mishap. The energy shield should have restored itself by now, yet it remains compromised. Upon hearing this, Tang Hong remarked, This cannot be allowed. I have a particular fondness for this planet, and I was hoping to establish it as our home base, if possible. Our warship must enter the planet's atmosphere to search for the remnants. We must fully occupy this planet. It would be best if we could repair the planet's shield system, allowing it to function perfectly as our home base in the future. Under the command of Don Juan, the formidable heavy strike cruiser, the Fire Glimmer, gradually descended into the atmosphere of the planet. The immense hull of the ship created friction with the atmospheric layers, causing countless currents to split from its underside and flow upward along the smooth armored surface of the warship, reminiscent of water cascading in a stream. As the descent accelerated, these currents, akin to liquid, generated heat through friction, transforming into swirling flames that continued to writhe and flow. Soon, the entire surface of the Fire Glimmer was enveloped in a fiery mantle, resembling a colossal fireball. The warship swiftly traversed the middle layers of the planet, piercing through the stratosphere and rapidly breaching the ozone layer to enter the troposphere. At this juncture, the immense Fire Glimmer had thoroughly ascended into the high altitudes of the dome star's interior. Fortunately, with a mass of only 24 million tons, the ship was not significantly affected by the gravitational pull of the dome star. However, if in the future, Don Juan were to possess vessels weighing billions or even trillions of tons, such ships would generate a slight gravitational field of their own. At that point, entering the planet's interior would no longer be feasible. An enormous interstellar warship with substantial mass and a mild gravitational influence, if it ventured too close to a planet and exceeded the Roche limit, would be torn apart by the planet's gravity. Once the Fire Glimmer had fully entered the interior of the dome star, Don Juan stood in the bridge, enveloped in a black power armor, with his hands clasped behind him. A crimson sun hung amidst swirling celestial mists behind his head, while the red tassels atop his helmet and the flowing red cloak at his back fluttered gently under the influence of the celestial celebration shield device. He gazed down at the planet's continental surface, his mechanical electronic eyes flashing with a scarlet glow, contemplating such a vast planet. If I had not brought my psychic troops, it would indeed be a challenge to locate any remnants of ancient civilization. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Battle settlement. You have gained a total of 437,540 spirit sources from this battle. Oh, the battle outside has concluded. Listening to the delightful sound of spirit source acquisition, Don Juan felt a surge of joy. After purchasing the design blueprint for the Thunder Hammer orbital platform, he had 570 spirit sources remaining. Now, this wave of victory had elevated his spirit source balance to an impressive 440,000. Current spirit source balance, 440,210. With this ample supply, he was now able to purchase the design blueprint for an 8th-level warship. The rewards from this expedition were immense, akin to a sudden windfall. Next, he would explore how many remnants of the ancient civilization remained on this dome star and what treasures they might hold. A magnificent city, reminiscent of the Gothic style of the medieval era of Old Earth, stood proudly atop a plateau. Towering gates flanked by loyal royal guards, the Blackwing Knights, stood vigilant on either side. They are encased in heavy knightly armor, with their slender waists adorned by 2 openings at the back, from which a pair of jet black wings emerge, positioned above their hips and at the delicate small of their backs. These ebony wings are fused together, standing erect upon their backs. They observe the throngs of common folk traversing the city gates. The native sentient beings of the Dome Star possess a humanoid form, their bodies slender and ethereal, with broad wings sprouting from the small of their backs. However, these wings have lost their capacity for flight, allowing only for gliding through the air. An urgent call arises. A multitude of inquiries demand immediate attention. Report to His Majesty the King. A grave matter has arisen. Suddenly, a winged steed descends from the distant sky. As a knight above bellows and leaps from the flying horse, unfurling their wings at the small of their back, swiftly gliding into the heart of the city. Chapter 56. The terrified indigenous of the planet. The arrival of the malevolent cosmic deity. What transpired? I cannot say. What is the matter? Is this urgency truly pressing? Such a level of crisis has not been witnessed in many years, has it? Indeed, the last time it occurred was during the widespread contamination by malevolent deities in the neighboring nation. The common folk traversing the city gates gazed in astonishment as the winged knights glided overhead. Are you not aware? It is said that in the northwest sky, a massive rift has suddenly appeared. From that great chasm, fireballs are plummeting earthward. These colossal fireballs, upon striking the ground, create craters the size of entire cities. Some farmers arriving from the outskirts excitedly recounted their tales to the city dwellers. What? Is that true? Fireballs falling from the sky, creating craters the size of cities? Are you jesting? I have only heard of rain and snow from the heavens, never of fireballs descending. Most of the townsfolk were skeptical, for neither now nor in historical records had there ever been mention of fireballs raining down from above. Did you not see? We witnessed it with our own eyes. Oh, but that is true. You reside within the city, shielded by high walls, so it is understandable that you cannot see. Yet, did you not perceive the numerous minor tremors occurring today? At this, many of the townspeople nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, while they were confined within the city, the towering walls obscured their view of the distant sky, yet they had felt the tremors distinctly. Moreover, this royal city was established upon a granite plateau. Beneath its thick soil lay solid granite mountains. Earthquakes were virtually impossible, yet today, the repeated minor quakes had frightened them considerably, leading them to believe the royal city might collapse. Could this be an omen wrought by a malevolent deity? One anxious villager expressed their concern. In the past, whenever the contamination of malevolent deities spread, peculiar phenomena always accompanied it. Alas, we must exercise caution. Let us refrain from venturing outside the city for now. Come, let us return. Most of the residents who had intended to leave upon hearing these words hesitated, feeling a sudden reluctance to depart. Only within the confines of the royal city, surrounded by towering walls, could they find solace. Humph, you city dwellers, forever hiding behind your walls, oblivious to the vast expanse of the sky. A farmer from the outskirts scoffed, stretching his wings behind him, relishing the freedom of his life. Able to leap from the mountains and experience the thrill of gliding through the air. What was once a sunlit expanse, where the hard stone ground occasionally reflected light, suddenly became shrouded in shadow. Has the sky grown dim? It does not feel as though rain is imminent. The light of day unexpectedly faded. He curiously raised his gaze, his red, slit-like eyes scanning the azure heavens. Suddenly, his mouth fell agape in sheer astonishment. Suddenly, an enormous entity appeared in the sky, obscuring both the sun and the heavens. This colossal, shadowy creature, with its stark lines and sharp angles, hovered above the royal city, suspended amidst the clouds. It cast an immense shadow, enveloping a significant portion of the kingdom beneath its dark embrace. Countless onlookers beheld this unprecedented presence, a sight they had never encountered in their lifetimes. Many stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of it all. At the city gates, the black-winged knights of the royal guard instinctively tightened their grip on their long spears, gazing upward in astonishment. As noble warriors, their immediate instinct was to ponder how to confront such a formidable, metallic creature. Could their weapons pierce its hide? The vast shadow hovering above the clouds, if indeed a living being, could likely crush the kingdom's robust walls with a mere sweep. The mere sight of it sapped the resolve of the kingdom's elite knights. Within the heart of the royal city stood the tallest and most central architectural ensemble, a cluster of spire-like castles adorned with distinctive ribbed vaults, flying buttresses, and towering pinnacles, exuding classical beauty. Young King Rilia stood atop a prominent semicircular platform on one of the palace towers, equally astounded as he gazed at the immense shadow above the clouds, the harbinger of an otherworldly malevolence. A complex array of emotions crossed the youthful and beautiful visage of King Rilia, his silver teeth biting down lightly as he recalled the ancient teachings passed down through the royal lineage. It had been foretold that one day, the sky would be pierced, and a great metallic construct would descend upon the world. When the malevolent deities from beyond the stars appeared, they must vow to fight to the death to protect their realm, ensuring that no desecration befell the sacred temples of the gods. Until this moment, Rilia had regarded these ancestral teachings as mere myths. Throughout the kingdom's history, many powerful sorcerers had soared into the skies, yearning to glimpse the world beyond. Yet, those who returned were few and far between. One such sorcerer, upon returning from the heights, left behind a final testament. Above the heavens lies a transparent barrier that separates our pure world of light from the endless realms of darkness. No one could breach it, nor survive. With a bite of his lip, King Rilia contemplated the implications of an extraterrestrial visitor. Surely, it would be a malevolent deity emerging from the abyss of darkness. Resolute, he inhaled deeply, for he was the king, the noblest of souls beneath the dome of the heavens. He could not permit the encroachment of these otherworldly fiends upon his kingdom or the sacred temples. Dispatch my orders. Assemble all Blackwing Knights. Prepare for battle. I shall stand at the forefront, fighting alongside you to defend our kingdom with unwavering determination. The fire-red heavy strike cruiser, on the lower deck, with its hangar doors wide open. This world is imbued with abundant psychic energy. I can sense it even aboard the battleship. Adeline, leading the psychic forces, stood beside Don Juan, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and exclaimed in admiration. Can you feel the presence of ancient civilization ruins? Don Juan inquired. Indeed, I can sense it, right beneath that indigenous city. It emanates the strongest psychic response. It must be the largest relic on this planet, Adeline replied, her stunning violet eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. Very well, let us descend, Don Juan nodded slightly. 10 Phoenix heavy combat transport ships, trailing flames from their rear and stirring the air with their wings, departed from the battleship, heading towards the royal city below. Chapter 57. The unique winged people and the humiliated king of Relia this time. Don Juan also took part in the expedition, albeit remaining outside the ruins. Instead immersing himself in the indigenous city of the planet below to savor the scenery of this otherworldly realm. After spending an extended period in the vastness of outer space aboard the warship, he yearned to once again experience the sensation of solid ground beneath his feet. As for how he would engage with the planet's natives, preparations had already been meticulously arranged. Prior to arriving in the city, Don Juan had dispatched individuals to capture some of the local intelligent beings. Their attire resembled that of farmers, and upon being brought aboard the warship, they fervently bowed and prayed. The power of psychic energy enabled direct communication with the beings' thoughts, eliminating any concerns regarding language barriers. However, Don Juan himself lacked psychic abilities. Fortunately, Adeline had thoughtfully provided him with a translator, a device that deciphered the language of the indigenous beings after utilizing psychic energy for communication. Don Juan was also immensely curious about the native intelligent species of the Dome Star. The samples previously captured appeared, in terms of appearance and physique, strikingly similar to what humans would recognize as females. Yet, scans of their biological structures revealed that these beings did not possess distinct genders. They were devoid of any male or female classification, each individual possessing only a singular gender and a unified set of reproductive organs. Remarkably, they had the capability to both conceive and bear offspring, engaging in oviparous reproduction rather than viviparous. Their reproductive organs were situated at the lower back, nestled between their wings. Akin to the human coccyx, typically concealed, these organs would extend as a hollow tail when required. The twin wings at their lower back also served a protective function, safeguarding the reproductive area and enveloping the eggs with warmth after gestation. Despite their singular gender, subjective distinctions existed within their society. For instance, those imbued with confidence and a sense of noble lineage would not permit others to impregnate them, instead assuming the role of the sole husband. Such individuals typically represented the so-called nobility or royalty within this world. Consequently, commoners took pride in their ability to bear offspring for the nobility and royal families. Don Juan named these humanoid, winged intelligent beings the winged people. As for the research samples, he conducted scans and analyses of their biological structures, deciphered their language, and subsequently released them without further intervention. High atop the towering walls, exceeding 100 meters in height, the vigilant guards of the Royal Knights gripped their long spears and various weapons, anxiously gazing at the colossal shadow looming above in the clouds. Within the palace complex, various magical defensive crossbows and rapid-fire ballistae stationed on the defensive platforms were fully prepared for any impending threat. The Royal Guardians wielded defensive weaponry, aimed towards the heavens. Atop the highest tower of the palace, on a prominent, massive semicircular platform, countless Blackwing Knights donned iron armor, gripping long halberds, their wings unfurled behind them, ever poised to ascend into the sky alongside Queen Rilia to confront the foe. The ordinary winged populace possessed no ability to fly. They could only leap from great heights and glide. However, those adept in magic could unfurl their wings and soar for extended durations. The kingdom's most elite Blackwing Knights were also masters of magic. Queen Rilia stood before all the Blackwing Guardians, her delicate and graceful form encased in robust armor adorned with intricate runes. Behind her slender waist, a pair of white wings spread out, and her strikingly beautiful visage was etched with determination as she brandished her longsword, gazing skyward. Brave warriors, let us engage in battle. Queen Rilia was prepared for a fierce struggle, ready to defend the royal city and the sacred temple of the gods beneath it. With her sword pointed towards the vast sky, she indicated the immense shadow above the clouds, and with a powerful beat of her wings, she ascended gracefully into the air. A cacophony of flapping wings erupted as the black-winged knights took flight. For a moment, the sky above the royal city was filled with an array of wings, fluttering incessantly. Suddenly, a ferocious gale howled, sweeping in like a tempest. The airborne black-winged knights were immediately scattered by the force of the wind. Queen Rilia clenched her silver teeth, using magic to stabilize her form, desperately striving to maintain her balance amidst the tumultuous winds. 10 colossal iron airships appeared in the sky, their metallic wings motionless, yet capable of conjuring fierce gales as they soared through the air. Heavenly Fiend. Knights. Queen Rilia sought to command her knights to launch an assault against the enemy. However, she soon realized that apart from herself, only a handful of magically adept guardians could hold their ground against the overwhelming tempest. The rest of the ordinary black-winged knights had already been blown apart. How could this be? Queen Rilia was incredulous. How do these indigenous races cope? The vermilion bird heavy combat transport hovered in the air, its hatch opening as Adeline inquired of Tang Hong beside her. This race possesses the ability to harness psychic energy. They are indeed gifted. Do not slay them. If I can subdue them for my use, they will become even more formidable. Tang Hong gazed at the winged beings, who managed to maintain their stance within the turbulent atmospheric currents beneath the vermilion bird heavy transport. Indeed, following Tang Hong's directive, Adeline promptly led the Psychic Girls Battalion away from the transport. The disparity between the two forces was insurmountable. Even though the winged folk had their own psychic units, they remained fundamentally entrenched in a feudal era, powerless against the celestial army. The Psychic Girls effortlessly seized control of the entire palace. They have not harmed a single member of the winged race. In Don Juan's perspective, a race endowed with such extraordinary psychic abilities and a considerable population is best utilized for his own purposes. It is indeed a pity that these winged beings are confined within an energy shield encasing the entire planet. The Zhuke heavy combat transport aircraft descended upon the platform of the palace's towering spire. Under the protection of moonlight and a cadre of tactical young women, Don Juan stepped onto this platform. Meanwhile, Adeline followed Don Juan's instructions to search for the entrance to the ancient civilization's ruins located deep beneath the royal city. Oh, what a splendid environment, an enchanting vista from another world. Stepping away from the transport, the alloy boots of his powered armor thudded on the ground as Don Juan stood upon the platform of the palace's spire, inhaling deeply and reflecting on his surroundings. Before him sat a group of local sentient beings, shackled and restrained, their limbs bound, seated on the ground with their legs drawn together. Heavenly Fiend, what do you intend to do? Queen Rilia, with silver fangs tightly clenched, glared at Don Juan with her crimson-slit pupils, filled with resentment. She was obstinate, and as a monarch, she possessed her own pride. In the face of overwhelming disparity, their resistance was but a child's play. Even when effortlessly defeated and reduced to prisoners, they remained unwilling to yield to Don Juan. Chapter 58. We must assemble over 100,000 warships. With a scoff, Tang Hong removed his fully enclosed helmet, revealing a strikingly handsome visage, marked by strong, defined features, so unlike the delicate countenances of the winged ones. Although the atmospheric pressure on this planet was twice that of Earth, Tang Hong's physique in this interstellar era was quite resilient. However, it paled in comparison to the formidable strength of the combat-ready, humanoid maidens. Upon removing his helmet, Tang Hong initially felt a twinge of discomfort, but he swiftly acclimated to the planet's atmospheric pressure. In fact, his body had evolved since the days of Earth, enabling him to adapt more readily to the environmental changes of other worlds. Ah, what pristine air this planet possesses. Taking a deep breath, he savored the purity of the atmosphere, a rarity he had not experienced in ages. In his memories, the harsh conditions of the Yada Empire's colonial planets contrasted starkly with this. The Yada people merely beautified their own living spaces, while they regarded humans, whom they deemed inferior, as mere survivors, barely worthy of consideration. The quality of air he breathed now was reminiscent of his time at the Yada Military Academy, marking only the second occasion he enjoyed such freshness. It was only then that he turned his gaze towards King Relia and the cadre of captured Blackwing Knights, shackled and subdued. Addressing them slowly, he inquired, "Are you aware that the world you inhabit is, in fact, a prison shrouded in illusion?" To his surprise, he spoke in their comprehensible tongue, startling King Relia. The extraterrestrial entity understood their language. "Prison? What nonsense are you spouting?" The holy barrier protects our world from the encroaching darkness of the outer realms. You, vile beings from beyond, have shattered our sacred barrier and invaded us, attempting to ensnare our minds. We, the resolute holy Blackwing Knights, cannot be swayed by your insidious temptations. A furious knight bellowed at Tang Hong. Vile beings from beyond. Holy knights? Ah. The insidious grip of feudalistic religious thought, Tang Hong sighed. Dismayed by the rigidity of minds ensnared by dogma. Such individuals were obstinate, clinging to their beliefs while dismissing all other truths. Do you share this belief? He asked, directing his gaze at Relia. Clad in regal attire and adorned with a splendid crown, she was undoubtedly the sovereign of this realm. Indeed, vile god. Bring upon me whatever torment you wish. Do not dare to desecrate the sacred temple. Relia retorted, her crimson slit-pupiled eyes filled with defiance. Her delicate and beautiful visage betraying not a hint of the cowardice expected of a captive. With a wave of his hand, a shimmering blue light enveloped Relia. Your Majesty, what vile intentions does this accursed god harbor towards our sovereign? The other Blackwing Knights suddenly erupted in exclamations, their beautiful slit-like eyes glaring furiously at Tang Hong. A manifestation of the power derived from the ember of his soul, the force of assimilation. This power could transform carbon-based beings into silicon-based mechanical forms. The malevolent deity. Relia found herself utterly powerless to resist, forced to witness the transformation of her own body. What filled her with terror was the disappearance of her tail, a hollow appendage that served as her reproductive organ, which had remained concealed until now. What is happening? Relia's eyes widened, her red-slit pupils contracting in a violent tremor. The tail, once hidden at the base of her spine, was gone. This had always been a source of pride for her as a member of the royal lineage. Without her tail, would she no longer be capable of enabling others to reproduce, destined instead to be the sole bearer of life? No. The once proud and obstinate Relia was suddenly engulfed in a profound panic. Gasping, she felt her previously fitted armor constricting uncomfortably, heavy and suffocating, almost robbing her of breath. Malevolent deity, what have you done to me? Relia gazed at Tang Hong in sheer terror as her body underwent rapid transformation beneath the radiant light. Before she could finish her thought, the metamorphosis was complete, the glow enveloping her entirely. When the light receded, Relia collapsed to the ground. The shackled Blackwing Knights around her were in a state of utter disarray, shouting, Your Majesty, what has happened to you? You wretched deity, what have you done to her? This transformation is a revelation to me. Tang Hong mused, sensing Relia's change. He had always believed that the ember of his soul merely transformed carbon-based life forms into silicon-based ones. Yet, he now realized that there was an additional transformation at play. It appeared that regardless of the original gender of the being transformed, the result would always align with the biological concept of femininity as understood by humanity. Moreover, without the integration of other alloy materials, the direct transformation from carbon to silicon would yield a body of lesser strength than those of other combat forms. Relia, lying on the ground, let out a soft moan, slowly opening her eyes, her crimson slit pupils gazing up at Tang Hong. Tail, she murmured softly, seemingly fixated on the absence of her tail. This obsession morphed into, tail. Supreme, grant me your tail. Relia regarded Tang Hong with a fervent gaze, entirely different from before. Upon hearing her words, Tang Hong felt a sense of bewilderment. Tail? I have no tail. Wait, he suddenly realized what Relia meant by her so-called tail. Indeed, he possessed a tail, and it was rather substantial. I am astounded. Unconsciously, Donwan pressed his hand against his forehead, uttering a curse. How could it be that even a silicon-based mechanical tactical girl, born from carbon-based life forms, harbored such impure thoughts towards him? Your Majesty. The remaining Blackwing Knights stared in wide-eyed astonishment at Relia, whose demeanor had shifted dramatically. What transpired? What wickedness has this malevolent god wrought upon our sovereign? She has been thoroughly tainted by the dark deity. Her body and soul are no longer those of a winged being, but have transformed into the very shape of this sinister god before us. Next, it shall be your turn. Donwan shook his head slightly, exhaling a sigh. Regardless, the winged race possesses remarkable innate abilities and vast numbers, which could greatly assist him. Do not approach, I implore you. At that moment, as Donwan entered the celestial dome, capturing winged beings and exploring ancient ruins in the Yada Empire. On the outskirts of the star system, within the towering chambers of the spaceport city, an oppressive silence reigned. I have failed. Pharos gazed at the already terminated live broadcast, his hands trembling. The terrifying capabilities of the mechanical heavenly fleet had imposed an immense shock upon him and the other three leaders of interstellar factions. What monstrous warships they are! What extraordinary technology lies within them! Amidst his overwhelming fear, Pharos also felt a flicker of relief. Thankfully, there are only 10 such vessels. Only 10. After this moment of relief, a sudden thought struck Pharos. If the Yada Empire could acquire such warships and decipher their technology, then Pharos abruptly rose to his feet, dispatch more fleets, reinforce the fleet entering the ruined star domain. He must secure a heavenly warship, even if it is merely one. Moreover, not only the heavenly warship, but he also desires that planet harboring ancient ruins. Once the Empire's formal fleet enters, they will undoubtedly triumph over the scanty mechanical heavenly fleet. At that moment, everything will belong to the Yada Empire. Everything will be his. Should he succeed in obtaining such a warship, then the Yada Empire, the throne, would also be his. Pharos's. In an instant, an insatiable craving for greed surged within Pharos's heart. Pharos, have you forgotten the Turin Agreement? Do you wish to continue sending warships into the ruined star domain? Very well. However, you must wait until our fleets have also arrived before we can enter together. A high-ranking official from the Ivli Interstellar Federation, resembling a bird, trembled slightly, its beak agape, emitting a chilling cackle. Indeed, that so-called mechanical heavenly warship is desired by all of us. In that case, let each of our factions reinforce our fleets, and may the best prevail. The higher-ups of the Giant Mantis United Capital also looked at Pharos and laughed. The Jinran Empire shall also deploy additional fleets. The higher echelons of the Jinran Star Empire, though typically reticent, have also expressed their stance. Fury flickered in Pharos's eyes. The situation had escalated beyond redemption. However, he could muster more warships and fleets than the other factions combined. The Yada Empire still enjoyed a home field advantage. Gather all the defensive fleets from the current Star Domain province. No, summon the fleets from the nearby Star Domain provinces as well. Whether it amounts to 100,000 or 200,000 vessels, the more warships we assemble, the better. We must outnumber them decisively. Engaging in battle with them is a risk we are prepared to take. His Majesty will undoubtedly consent to such a significant mobilization of fleets. Commander Pharos, filled with determination, cast an angry glare at the other interstellar factions, who wore expressions of amusement. Chapter 59, Don Juan. Oh no, I've become a high-dimensional malevolent deity. As Don Juan's flagship, the heavy assault cruiser, descended upon the winged people's royal city on the Granite Highlands, Adeline led a contingent of psychic troops to explore the ancient civilization ruins beneath the city. Meanwhile, the remaining 9 heavy firepower destroyers of Hell scattered across various locations on the celestial dome star, initiating their own investigations into other potential sites of ancient civilization. They directed the psychic troops to detect any strong psychic reactions, while the warships conducted continuous microwave scans of the entire continent of the celestial dome star. Amidst these scans, additional results emerged, inadvertently conducting a population census of the entire celestial dome star. The scanning was comprehensive and yielded remarkably precise results. By the time the heavenly fleet had completed its survey of the continent, the total population of the winged people on the celestial dome star reached 37,697,381,000. This figure encompassed the entire population of the celestial dome star, excluding unhatched winged eggs and the eggs developing within pregnant females. The celestial dome star was not a monolithic entity. It was divided into over 100 nations. The realm ruled by Queen Relia was merely one of these nations. Known as the Celestial Kingdom, celebrated as the most illustrious winged nation in the history of the celestial dome star, with records of events that had evolved into ancient myths and legends. With a staggering 37 billion inhabitants and a multitude of nations, the thought of converting them all was daunting. Seated upon the throne in the royal palace of the Celestial Kingdom, Don Juan gazed at the data transmitted by the other exploration teams, letting out a faint sigh. Regrettably, he lacked an effective method for the mass conversion of carbon-based life forms into mechanical beings. His only recourse was to approach the carbon-based entities with the power of his own spark, instigating silicon-based assimilation. While this process was manageable with smaller numbers, the total population of the celestial dome star was overwhelming. Was he to convert them one by one? Such a task would surely exhaust him. If only he could discover a more efficient method, he mused. Relia, having completely transformed in her allegiance, stood by his side. Noticing the hint of sorrow on Don Juan's face, her delicate waist and a pair of pristine wings fluttered slightly as she addressed him. Your Supreme Majesty, you seem deeply troubled. Is there anything I can do to alleviate your burdens? Although transformed into a silicon-based mechanical entity, Relia's intellect and character remained unchanged, now imbued with unwavering loyalty to Don Juan. From her traditional feudal noble perspective, he was her sovereign, a being exalted above kings, an emperor. Relia had fully embraced her femininity, adhering to feudal customs, and began to regard herself as a servant in Don Juan's presence. As she gazed at him with her endlessly tender crimson vertical pupils, which quickly averted their focus upon his glance, Don Juan revealed the source of his distress. Upon hearing these words, Relia gently nodded and said, Your Majesty, I understand your sorrow. The power of transformation should stem from your soul and your thoughts. If that is the case, why do you not study spiritual energy? By learning it, you would be able to wield your strength more effectively and expand the scope of transformation, enabling the conversion of more of my kin. Tang Hong paused in astonishment. Can spiritual energy be learned? His understanding of it had always been limited. He merely knew that spiritual energy was the manifestation of higher dimensional power within the reality of the universe. The spiritual energy maidens among the tactical constructs utilized cubes of spiritual energy derived from subspace devices found in ancient relics. He had long believed that only those with innate talent could learn and wield spiritual energy, unaware of any such talent within himself. While Rilia's spiritual energy may not have been particularly strong compared to the spiritual energy maidens, her theoretical knowledge was unparalleled. The kingdom of the celestial dome, though a feudal state, had a rich history of studying spiritual energy, with many ancient sages documenting methods to extract and utilize more spiritual power from subspace, along with knowledge on evading the invasions of higher dimensional demons. Many of these texts were sealed within the Temple of the Gods, an ancient civilization relic beneath the royal city, accessible only to those of noble status like Rilia, which allowed her to amass considerable knowledge regarding higher dimensions and spiritual energy. Your Majesty, you possess the ability to completely transform carbon-based life forms into silicon-based mechanical beings. Those transformed become akin to your kin. This ability, Rilia hesitated before continuing. Forgive my frankness, but your power bears significant resemblance to that of the malevolent deities in higher dimensional space. Upon uttering these words, Rilia knelt before Tang Hong, proclaiming loudly, "To liken you to a malevolent deity is a grave disrespect. I have committed a capital offense and beseech you to grant me death." Tang Hong raised an eyebrow, bemused by her declaration. What sort of nonsense is this about capital offenses? He chuckled, responding, "Rise, I am not so burdened by feudalistic notions. Perhaps among the winged race, equating one with malevolent deities is a serious crime, but here, I hold no such taboos." Though he was not well versed in spiritual energy, he sensed that the spark of power within him shielded him and his kin from the so-called malevolent deities of subspace. Observing Rilia still kneeling, Tang Hong, with a hint of exasperation, adopted the tone of a feudal emperor and said, "Rise, I absolve you of any wrongdoing." Only then did Rilia stand. The feudal system of the winged race had existed on the Dome Star for tens of thousands of years. As previously mentioned, transforming them into silicon-based beings, tactical constructs, would not alter their intrinsic thought processes or personalities. They would remain as they always were. It is simply an unwavering loyalty towards Don Juan that has blossomed in their hearts. Although Reelia likens Don Juan to an evil deity from the higher dimensional realm, he has grasped her implication. What she conveys is that Don Juan does not require psychic talent, for his essence of power is the very embodiment of this concept. Much like the other deities from the higher dimensional space, these malevolent beings possess a force of intellect, enabling them to create their own demonic progeny. Don Juan, too, is capable of conjuring his own demons, manifesting as tactical humanoid maidens. The distinction lies in the fact that both Don Juan and the tactical humanoid maidens possess rational thought, devoid of the extreme madness that characterizes the emotions of deities and demons. According to Reelia, for malevolent deities are known within the higher dimensional space. They include the blood god, embodying the pinnacle of madness, slaughter, and courage, the cunning one, representing the unknown, hope, and boundless wisdom, the father of filth, signifying the primal forces of life and decay, embracing all, and the emotion god, the embodiment of desire, joy, and passion. Previously, Reelia dared not utter the names of these four malevolent deities directly, yet now she finds herself liberated in doing so. The mental corruption of one deity cannot taint another deity or their demonic followers. Understanding this, Don Juan slapped his forehead in realization. Oh no, he has become the fifth malevolent deity of the subspace. By all that is good, he is truly a benevolent soul. How has he, in all fairness, been transformed into a malevolent deity? Chapter 60. The Ascendancy of Don Juan and the Power of Transformation. Although Don Juan does not regard himself as a malevolent deity, he cannot deny that his ability to transmute ordinary carbon-based life forms into silicon-based beings bears a striking resemblance to the powers of higher dimensional malevolent gods. This raises the intriguing possibility that one day, his own powers may evolve to that exalted level. While the extent of this potential remains uncertain, he is acutely aware of the immense latent capabilities within him. Upon learning from Rilia about the location of the library containing arcane knowledge within the ancient ruins beneath the capital of the Celestial Empire, Don Juan promptly reached out to Adeline, who was currently leading an expedition in those ruins. The state of the winged people, who have languished for millennia during the feudal era, vividly illustrates their complete inability to utilize the artifacts of the ancient civilization. Influenced by indigenous religious beliefs, they have not even considered harnessing spiritual energy to explore these ruins. Rather, they are incapable of doing so. For merely possessing spiritual energy is insufficient. A certain level of technological advancement is imperative. At the very least, their technological capabilities must surpass those of Earth during Don Juan's previous life. Technology and spiritual energy complement each other, enabling a thorough exploration of the ancient civilization's remnants. Otherwise, meandering at the surface of these ruins and establishing a so-called temple of the gods proves to be of little utility. According to Adeline's reports, their exploration has been remarkably successful and relatively effortless. Within the depths of the dome-shaped star, the ancient ruins harbored no dangers. Moreover, Adeline dispatched individuals back to the surface of the ruins, successfully locating the library of spiritual knowledge. Although she had previously discovered this library, it had not captured her attention, as their focus remained on the formidable spiritual devices and technological apparatuses. Boxes of meticulously organized books pertaining to spiritual knowledge were brought before Don Juan. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the substantial tomes etched upon stone tablets and commenced his reading, learning how to draw upon the primordial forces of higher dimensional space to fortify himself. It was high time for him to cultivate his strength. As the supreme being of the tactical doll race, it would be utterly disgraceful if he were unable to match even a single tactical doll in prowess. Don Juan firmly believed that as the one holding the highest position, he must also be the most formidable. Having already mastered the language of the winged people, he found reading these tablets infused with spiritual knowledge to be a remarkably effortless endeavor. In fact, it was exceedingly easy. As he perused the text, he felt an undeniable connection to the existence of higher dimensional space. This sensation enveloped him like a return to a cherished home, bathing him in a soothing and nurturing energy. As time gradually slipped by, Don Juan became increasingly engrossed in his studies. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze and surveyed his surroundings. It was only then that he realized his thoughts had ventured into a realm of extraordinary, uncharted space. Within this domain, the passage of time was non-existent, and everything manifested as a surreal, distorted chaos. Don Juan sensed that the physical laws of the real universe had utterly vanished in this space, and he found himself immersed in this chaotic expanse, soaring freely. A radiant light illuminated this tumult, clearing vast areas of pristine clarity. Gazing upward, Don Juan beheld a star above him, its surface perpetually ablaze with black flames, its size seemingly surpassing that of all celestial bodies. It emitted a chilling luminescence that bathed everything around it. Was this the spark? Don Juan felt as if he were that very spark, and that spark was, in essence, him. Surrounding him were countless ethereal figures, tactical humanoid maidens connected to him. This was the subspace, and he could feel its power. After a brief sojourn in this high-dimensional subspace, Don Juan returned to the reality of the universe, bringing with him the energy of subspace, materializing as psychic energy within the tangible universe. As Don Juan opened his eyes, a trace of psychic energy radiated from within him. Boom! The air trembled as a subtle leak of psychic energy swiftly spread outward. The palace tower where Don Juan stood cracked with a resounding noise, showing signs of imminent collapse. He had initially grasped the essence of psychic energy. After all, this was the physical universe, separated by formidable barriers from the high-dimensional subspace. Presently, Don Juan's psychic energy remained feeble, allowing him only this extent of manifestation. Ding dong, a system notification chimed. You have preliminarily mastered psychic energy. However, your current level does not meet the system's classification standards. The system had automatically categorized the psychic energy into levels, akin to the classification of warships, ranked from top to bottom as 3 pure, 4 sovereigns, 5 elders, 10 capitals. Don Juan's psychic energy was far from reaching even the minimum, 10 capitals, level, which required the capability to project one's will across an entire dome-like planet. A prior note, the theme of this book remains rooted in technology, with colossal starships, while psychic energy serves merely as an auxiliary. At present, Don Juan could at most extend the transformative power of the spark to encompass the entire royal city inhabited by millions of winged beings. Yet, this was already a significant enhancement compared to his previous ability, which only allowed him to affect a radius of 100 meters around himself. Having mastered psychic energy, Don Juan hesitated not, directly enveloping the entire royal city with the power of the spark. Within the city, the millions of winged beings began, under Don Juan's will, to absorb all elements within reach, converting them into metallic elements to merge with themselves, thereby augmenting their own mass, swiftly completing the transformation from frail, flesh and blood carbon-based beings to robust, silicon-based mechanical entities. Don Juan has commenced his true dominion over this planet. Once absolute control is achieved, the population of the tactical humanoid maidens under Don Juan's command will experience an unprecedented and monumental breakthrough. However, this number, when juxtaposed against the Yada Empire, which rules over a plethora of intelligent races with a total population exceeding 12 trillion, remains a mere speck. In the days to come, I have myriad tasks to undertake. I must thoroughly explore the ancient ruins of the planet's primordial civilization, restore the energy shield system of the dome star, acquire new technologies, relocate the base, expand the production lines for warships, and procure octuple-level warship technology from the system marketplace. I aim to transform every member of the winged race residing on Dome Star. Don Juan meticulously enumerated the forthcoming actions he would embark upon, letting out a soft sigh, knowing the weight of responsibility that lay ahead. Chapter 61, Elevation of Base Level. The onslaught begins in the forthcoming period. All of Tang Hong's endeavors revolved around the dome-shaped star. The tactical humanoid units commenced operations throughout the entirety of the dome star, albeit facing certain hindrances. These obstacles did not solely arise from the winged races of various nations on the dome star. They were also compounded by the presence of heretical cults. These sinister sects comprised individuals who, having studied psychic energy, were susceptible to the insidious influence of high-dimensional space demons. Fortuitously, due to reasons yet unknown, some speculated it is because this tangible universe is distanced from the subspace deities. The intensity of subspace corruption remains relatively weak. This is not difficult to comprehend. After all, within the vast expanse of the galaxy, spanning tens of thousands of light-years across the entire dueling interstellar society, there exists a profound ignorance regarding the so-called subspace. The lack of awareness regarding subspace significantly diminishes the potency of its corruption. Currently, within the galaxy, the only known locations of psychic energy exist within relic star domains that are entirely isolated from other ordinary interstellar societies, with the newly discovered 117 star systems being the only regions exhibiting minor high-dimensional subspace pollution. Naturally, over the past century since the discovery of the relic star domain, various interstellar factions within the dueling society have been clandestinely studying the phenomenon of psychic energy. Although a century of research has yielded little in terms of tangible results, as time progresses, no one can predict whether the concept of subspace will ultimately become common knowledge. Should that eventuality arise, the consequences could indeed be dire. On the Dome Star, the only known entities include certain winged nations that harbor cults devoted to the deity Qianqi. Unlike the followers of the other three gods, Qianqi, as the master of unknown transformations and wisdom, possesses followers who are exceptionally cunning and adept at disguise. They appear outwardly unaffected by any subspace corruption, rendering it exceedingly difficult for the native winged inhabitants to discern their true nature. However, the psychic energy female units possess an innate sensitivity that enables them to detect the existence of heretical sections. As the tactical humanoid units swept across the Dome Star to eradicate subspace pollution, they uncovered that several nations' high-ranking officials, even winged kings, had secretly pledged allegiance to Qianqi. It is not surprising that Qianqi's cult has reached such a level of proliferation. Only followers of Qianqi could achieve such a feat, as adherents of the other three gods would find it impossible to maintain such faades. All nations on the Dome Star remain exceedingly vigilant against the taint of the heretical deities, mobilizing to extinguish any signs of such influence at the first hint of its emergence. Those Qianqi followers, who had initially concealed their true identities with remarkable finesse, unfortunately encountered the tactical humanoid units and were met with unyielding extermination. Meanwhile, the celestial forces tasked with exploring ancient civilization relics on the Dome Star discovered an island isolated by treacherous oceans, distinct from the surrounding continent. On the island, millions of indigenous winged inhabitants have been corrupted by the influence of subspace, resulting in horrific fleshly mutations and relentless internecine warfare. Upon investigation, it was startlingly revealed that this entirely tainted island harbors a relic brimming with subspace devices. An individual inadvertently trespassed into this area and, upon activating the subspace device with psychic energy, became ensnared within the subspace realm. When that individual's consciousness returned, it was invaded by a higher-dimensional subspace demon, subsequently leading to the affliction of the entire island and its millions of residents. In desperation, the only recourse was to forcibly reclaim those subspace devices and deploy thermal ion light spears to thoroughly cleanse the island. Days later, the celestial forces explored a myriad of scattered medium and small relics across the entire Dome Star, yielding significant discoveries. Some of these medium and small relics resembled the afflicted island, cluttered with subspace devices, while others served as manufacturing facilities for mechanical sentinels, data repositories, or concealed shipbuilding lines buried deep underground. The environments of these relics starkly contrasted with the vastness of space, and over time, many relics had become utterly devoid of usable materials. Nonetheless, Tang Hong still made considerable gains, acquiring over 500 intact subspace devices, which were securely stored for future use, along with 120,000 operational inertial-less engine mechanical sentinels, 307 automated mechanical cores, and 5 automated warship production cores. Moreover, 2 technology data storage devices, still decipherable, remained, although the nature of the technological contents within them remains unknown. As for the ancient civilization relic beneath the Grand Celestial King City, it stands apart from the others. This relic more closely resembles a compilation of a planetary system. Within the relic, Adeline discovered numerous chambers dedicated to monitoring the ecological environment of the entire planet. Unfortunately, these chambers had been abandoned, yielding little of utility. However, Adeline and her team finally accessed the innermost area of the relic, where she uncovered what could be deemed the planet's most precious find, a machine, still intact within the relic, capable of producing vast quantities of antimatter and stabilizing it for storage. This machine appeared to be a backup device for the relic's energy reactor. Regrettably, other machines of the same type seemed to have been damaged beyond use, bearing marks of ancient destruction, likely inflicted when the inhabitants of this ancient civilization vacated the relic. For reasons unknown, they left behind this one well-preserved machine in the warehouse, a discovery that thrilled Tang Hong immensely, representing perhaps the most significant gain from this expedition. Additionally, there exists the planetary shield system maintained by countless subspace devices at the very core of the relic. This also constitutes the shield system of the entire dome star, the most expansive and largest entity within the ruins. These subspace devices, due to their unique properties, remain intact, capable of self-communicating with higher dimensional subspace to establish secure channels for the absorption of psychic energy. However, while the subspace devices themselves are unscathed, several auxiliary instruments have encountered malfunctions. These issues with the auxiliary instruments are precisely the reason why the shield enveloping the entire dome star has suffered damage without automatic repair. Adeline is currently organizing the psychic forces to swiftly decode the residual data, striving to restore the damaged auxiliary instruments of the shield as soon as possible. The thousands of subspace devices are crucial for maintaining the planetary shield and must not be disturbed. Overall, this expedition has proven immensely fruitful for Don Juan. After previously engaging in a battle in space and acquiring a substantial amount of psychic essence, he has now discovered an abundance of valuable resources on the planet. Upon the complete exploration of the dome star's ruins, the system's notification finally echoed. Base upgrade mission completed. Base level elevated. You may now construct planetary bases around the planet. A wealth of related data was dispatched to the system repository. Technological data acquired from the ancient civilization's ruins has been automatically classified within the system. You have unlocked the purchasing privilege for the design schematics of 7th-tier warship technology. Please check the system marketplace. Upon hearing this announcement, a brilliant light ignited in Don Juan's eyes. The spirit of construction within him stirred restlessly. He is eager to embark on grand renovations, expanding the base and augmenting its production capacity. He yearns for a surge in troops and warships. Chapter 62. The construction of the new base and the acquisition of new starship designs. As for the subsequent transformation of the dome star, it requires a certain degree of expertise. The dome star is positioned at a distance of approximately 210 million kilometers, while it is situated about 4.9 billion kilometers from Tang Hong's base. More precisely, Tang Hong's base resides within the stellar wind envelope of the 117th galaxy star, positioned slightly outward. The distance from Tang Hong's base to the Stargate is around 3.2 billion kilometers, while the Stargate itself is approximately 8.3 billion kilometers from the central star of the galaxy. If Tang Hong aspires to dominate the entirety of the 117th galaxy, he must first grasp the complete situation within it and expel the scattered remnants of the Yada Empire's minor pioneering forces that continue to linger in the region. Having previously vanquished the Yada Empire's civilian coalition fleet, it is inevitable that the Yada Empire would respond to such a significant defeat. Therefore, Tang Hong must promptly organize defensive measures. In conjunction with establishing these defenses, he intends to erect a new base on Dome Star. He has decided against relocating his previous base, opting instead to construct a new one on Dome Star to serve as his primary stronghold. After all, Dome Star boasts a comprehensive energy shield, rendering its protective capabilities vastly superior to those of his former base. The previous base will now be repurposed by Tang Hong as a forward outpost in proximity to the Stargate, transforming it into a defensive bastion. The Stargate at the galaxy's edge is not static. It, like other celestial bodies within the galaxy, follows a fixed orbital path. Should he choose to build a new main base on Dome Star, a substantial quantity of minerals will be required for construction. While Dome Star retains a wealth of residual mineral resources, they cannot withstand extensive extraction. Thus, Tang Hong has set his sights on the planet closest to the star. The star of the 117th galaxy is an aging red giant, with a staggering diameter of 230 million kilometers. Upon his initial arrival in this galaxy through the Stargate, Tang Hong observed 3 intact planets, all situated relatively close to the star. The first planet he reached was the gaseous giant that had mysteriously vanished into higher dimensional space. Prior to its disappearance, it was located 700 million kilometers from the star. The second planet is Dome Star, which lies approximately 210 million kilometers from the star. The third and closest planet to the star, now a desolate world, was merely 40 million kilometers away. According to the research conducted by the technological humanoid girls, before the star expanded into a red giant, its diameter was likely around 1.2 million kilometers, making it slightly smaller than the Sun. It is believed that several planets once existed in front of this desolate planet, but they were entirely consumed by the expanding red giant star, leaving no trace behind. The desolate planet, which lies closest to the star, has become the target for Tang Hong's mineral extraction endeavors. This lifeless sphere, with a diameter of approximately 20,000 kilometers, is orbited by three dwarf planets, measuring 900, 1,700, and 2,400 kilometers in diameter, respectively. Tang Hong dispatched a warship for reconnaissance. Following initial exploration, it was confirmed that these celestial bodies harbor a wealth of mineral resources capable of sustaining large-scale extraction and utilization. The desolate planet is situated a mere 170 million kilometers from the Dome Star, a relatively short distance. Regarding the construction, Tang Hong has procured over 500 complete subspace devices from ancient relics scattered across the Dome Star. These have been meticulously preserved, alongside 120,000 operational inertial-less mechanical sentinels, in addition to more than 10,000 mechanical sentinels from the existing near-Earth orbital defense platforms beyond the Dome Star's shield, and an additional 13,000 previously acquired sentinels. Thus, Tang Hong possesses a total of 143,000 mechanical sentinels. Originally, 13,000 of these were stationed at the original base. Tang Hong decided to allocate an additional 30,000 to this base, retaining 100,000 sentinels for the protection of the forthcoming near-Earth orbital defense perimeter. There are 307 automated mechanical cores and 5 automated warship production cores. The desolate planet and its 3 satellites contain a vast array of mineral resources, including coal, iron, copper, aluminum, lead, tungsten, gold, and rare earth elements, amounting to over 30 trillion tons in total. Notably, coal constitutes 30% of this reserve, followed by iron, aluminum, and tungsten. Furthermore, the 3 satellites collectively harbor over 3 million tons of helium-3, suitable for fusion. Although coal may seem obsolete in this interstellar age, having been replaced by more advanced power sources, it still holds significant utility in various industrial applications. The transformation of carbon into graphene, electrodes, and carbon fibers necessitates the use of carbon elements. If Tang Hong were to convert the 307 automated mechanical cores into automated heavy metal mining and refining furnace factories, as well as various large-scale integrated industrial plants, it would take over 260 years to completely deplete the planet's resources. However, it is impractical for Tang Hong to establish all automated mechanical cores solely on the desolate planet for mining purposes. Despite the planet's surface temperatures averaging over 400 degrees, which is not particularly daunting, the various factories are entirely capable of enduring extreme temperature fluctuations. Nevertheless, the desolate planet contains an excess of less critical minerals, while the more essential mineral reserves are relatively scarce. For instance, while iron, a common heavy element, is not in short supply, Tang Hong requires a substantial amount of rare earth minerals. Thus, it is imperative for Tang Hong to distribute the factories evenly throughout the star system to ensure a balanced acquisition of resources. The nearby asteroid belt of the original base is rich in diverse elements. However, the challenge lies in the logistics of transporting these mined resources. Currently, all of Tang Hong's vessels are combat ships, and there are no dedicated transport ships. He must acquire the blueprints for large transport vessels. With this thought in mind, Tang Hong opened the system's marketplace. Within the marketplace, he discovered that the blueprints for warships of the 7 Yuan level had been unlocked for purchase. However, after a cursory glance, he shifted his focus to the 9 Yao level marketplace. The reason was simple. The various technologies and warship blueprints at the 7 Yuan level were excessively expensive, starting at a staggering 1 million spiritual sources. Presently, Tang Hong possessed just over 440,000 spiritual sources, having recently experienced a modest windfall. As for transport ships, a high level was unnecessary. The Tindu level was too small to meet Tang Hong's substantial cargo requirements. The 9 Yao level would suffice. Chapter 63, Thunderstorm-class medium assault battleship data parameters. Length, 600 meters. Width, 970 meters. Height, 713 meters. Empty weight, 16 million tons. Full load weight, 2 million tons. Standard crew, 32,000 personnel. Armor, 10-meter comprehensive reactive armor. Newly added shield system, shipborne psychic energy shield device. Energy system, 72 parallel fusion reactors. Faster-than-light jump system. Type 1 celestial jump FTL curvature engine system. Conventional power system. 24 parallel Type 1 Shinjo, 20 nozzle plasma propulsion engines. Special power system. Primary inertialess engine. Maximum distance to connect space nodes, 40 light days. Curvature engine, standard maximum speed, 10 times the speed of light. Conventional propulsion engine, maximum acceleration, 70 Earth, standard G. Military radar detection, maximum range, 1 light day. Weapon systems, single-barrel heavy ion beam cannon X3, 1,200mm magnetic railgun X5, 100-cell missile launch silos X2. Closed defense systems, 200-cell close defense laser arrays X4. Cargo systems, upper, middle, and lower deck cargo holds with a capacity of 100,000 tons X100. Lower deck large armored unit transport bays X24. Personnel orbital deployment bays X6400. Large armored unit orbital deployment bays X240. The design blueprint for such a colossal integrated transport vessel is not exorbitantly priced, costing Tang Hong merely 20,000 spirit sources. It possesses the capacity to transport goods weighing in the tens of millions of tons, and can also ferry a considerable number of armored units and army soldiers, boasting planetary orbital deployment capabilities. The armament configuration is not extensive, comprising primarily self-defense weapon systems, as this is fundamentally a large transport vessel, and expectations cannot be excessively high. At a price of 20,000 spirit sources, one could argue it is quite economical, at least for the foreseeable future. The capabilities of the Saturday Large Integrated Transport Ship will sufficiently meet Tang Hong's operational needs. After expending 20,000 spirit sources, Tang Hong retains 420,110. In terms of warship production, alongside the newly acquired 5 automated warship production cores, Tang Hong is able to establish 8 warship production lines. Among these, 3 will remain at the original base, now intended for use as a forward base. The remaining 5 production lines are planned to be situated at a stable Lagrange point between the desolate planet closest to the star and its 3 satellites, to be developed into a spaceport, which will also include a warship production line dedicated to the manufacture of Saturday Large Integrated Transport Ships. The last 4 warship production lines will be installed on the dome star, due to its energy shield that envelopes the entire planet, ensuring utmost safety. Additionally, one of the 3 production lines at the forward base will also be temporarily repurposed for the production of Saturday Large Integrated Transport Ships, though this will not be a permanent arrangement. Thus, the various bases of Tang Hong coalesced into the Silent Planet, the Dome Star, and the Frontier Base, forming a linear arrangement. However, it would be inappropriate to continually refer to the Silent Planet by that name, as it also serves as an essential mineral base for Tang Hong. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to bestow upon the Silent Planet a new name, Emperor Ku Star. Emperor Ku, the third of the ancient 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of Huaxia, was a descendant of the Yellow Emperor and the true progenitor of metal smelting technology in ancient times. As for whether to rename the Dome Star, Tang Hong felt that its current designation was quite satisfactory, although it was named by Lieta, who has since passed away. Tang Hong saw no reason to contest the name with someone deceased. Having finalized the design blueprint for a specialized transport vessel, Tang Hong commenced browsing the 8 Extremes level system marketplace. Currently, his main battle fleet consisted of the Huayin Heavy Strike Cruiser and the Heisheng Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer. He sought a capital ship with even greater firepower and size. After all, the Huayin Heavy Strike Cruiser's role primarily involved surface bombardment, while the Heisheng model was limited to its bow-mounted Type 1CH in red-black particle cannon for engaging larger vessels. Within the 8 Extremes level system marketplace panel, 8 representative designs for major warships were available: the Qiantian Heavy Attack Battleship, the Kuan-D Orbital Strike Heavy Cruiser, the Sun Feng High-Speed Assault Cruiser, the Zhunlei Medium Attack Battleship, the Kanshui Medium Logistics Supply Ship, the Lihua Medium Attack Battleship, the Jinshan Heavy Assault Cruiser, and the Duize Large Integrated Supply Mothership. Each vessel possessed its unique role, and Tang Hong desired a formidable capital ship with heavy firepower. Thus, the Qiantian Heavy Attack Battleship was undoubtedly the optimal choice. However, the design blueprint for the Qiantian-class vessel had a drawback. It required 500,000 spiritual sources, while Tang Hong currently possessed just over 420,000. This was not a shortcoming of the Qiantian itself, but rather a reflection of Tang Hong's own impoverishment. He contemplated waiting to accumulate more spiritual sources before making a purchase, but the pressing concern was that he was uncertain when the Yada Empire would launch its next large-scale offensive. Tang Hong needed to establish the combat capabilities of the new capital ship as swiftly as possible. Reluctantly, he decided to forego the imposing Qiantian Heavy Attack Battleship, which spanned over 10 kilometers, in search of an alternative model. After careful comparison, one particular battleship model caught his eye. Zhunlei Medium Attack Battleship. 390,000 spiritual sources. Zhunlei Medium Attack Battleship data parameters. Length 15 kilometers. Width 2. 1 kilometers. Height 1. 5 kilometers. Empty ship mass. 3. 7 billion tons. Standard crew. 320,000 personnel. Armor. 20-meter multi-layer composite defense armor. Shield system. Subspace device. Spiritual energy shield. Energy system. 64 interconnected quark fusion reactors. Superluminal leap system. 10 parallel type 2 superluminal curvature engines. Conventional power system. 120 parallel type 1 Shinhung 20 nozzle plasma propulsion engines. Special power system. Primary inertial-less engine. Maximum distance for connecting spatial nodes. 1 light year. Maximum speed of curvature engine. 15 times the speed of light. Maximum acceleration of conventional propulsion engine. 12 standard Earth GS. Military radar detection range. 20 light days. Weaponry system. Main cannon. Dual-mounted Type 1 energy arc destruction cannon at the bow of the ship. First-class secondary weapons. 2 units of 2,400 mm caliber Type 1 Thundercone supermagnetic rail accelerator. Second-class secondary weapons. Dual-mounted heavy ion beam cannon X-78. 1,200 mm caliber dual-mounted magnetic rail naval gun X-40. Quad 400-unit missile launch silos X-4. Quad 500-unit small laser parallel close defense interception arrays X-4. The recent technological advancements acquired by Tang Hong have been systematically integrated into the battleship's design schematics, which is quite commendable. After expending 390,000 Ling Yuan to select a new flagship, Tang Hong retains 32,110 Ling Yuan, which he intends to save. The production of such a large battleship requires a timeline of 2 months on the production line. Chapter 64. Occupying the star system and blocking the Stargate, the Thunderclap-class medium attack battleship boasts its most formidable weapon, the twin-mounted Hammer I energy arc destruction cannon. This energy arc weapon stands unparalleled among its peers. Its energy decay is remarkably low, endowing it with a range that far exceeds that of other energy weapons. Coupled with its exceptional fire control radar and military operational radar, its range can even span half a star system to obliterate enemy vessels. The energy arc possesses the unique ability to partially bypass enemy energy shields and armor, delivering high-energy destructive strikes directly to the structural integrity of enemy ships. In summary, this battleship is an epitome of power. With an impressive length of 15 kilometers, its armament is not overly complex, embodying simplicity and efficiency. This marks the next flagship of Tang Hong's celestial fleet. Upon confirming the new warship, Tang Hong commenced the deployment of his strategic plans. While the construction was underway, Tang Hong dispatched warships to conduct searches and expulsion operations throughout the star system. The objective was to drive out all remaining interstellar pioneers from the 117th star system. Subsequently, he intended to utilize the Thunderclap orbital platform to completely seal the Stargate. Once the Stargate was blocked by Tang Hong, no one could enter or exit the 117th star system without his consent. Although the 117th star system contains natural spatial nodes for jumps, the Stargate's connection to these nodes means that any ships attempting to jump from outside into the 117th system would automatically emerge from the Stargate at the system's periphery, rather than near the central star. This serves as a defensive mechanism of the star system itself, effectively preventing enemies from employing large-scale spatial node leap tactics to directly invade the heart of the system. Conversely, exiting from the system allows for direct jumps, bypassing the need for the Stargate. Therefore, Tang Hong merely needed to establish a blockade using numerous Thunderclap orbital platforms, encircling the Stargate to complete the blockade and create the first defensive line. The second defensive line would be constructed around a forward base located 2 billion kilometers from the Stargate. Tang Hong would likewise establish a second defensive line using the Thunderclap orbital platform as its foundation. During this period, 3 Hellfire-class heavy firepower destroyers commenced their search and expulsion rounds across the entire star system. Under the watchful eye of military radar, their search radius extended to a light day's distance. Even if the warships remained stationary, they could still cover the 117th star system, bounded by the solar sphere. However, due to the limitations of conventional military radar, which cannot exceed the speed of light, the full activation of their radar search requires a certain amount of feedback time. Due to this very reason, Dongwon had previously refrained from fully activating the radar for searches, merely setting it to a sufficient level to surpass the range of other Yada warships. Now, with the intent to scan the entire star system, it was imperative to engage the radar at full capacity. The warship's curvature space monitoring radar could transcend the limitations of light speed, enabling it to observe the curvature space within a range of 40 light days. However, as its name suggests, it could only detect warships that had activated their curvature engines and were in a state of curvature. It served as an early warning system to ascertain whether enemy vessels approached while in curvature mode. In the border territories of the Yada Empire, at the spaceport city, another group of civilian pioneers aspiring to enter the relic star domain gathered their ships near the spaceport. Among these pioneers was an unremarkable presence, an inconspicuous Yada Empire Thunderbird-class fast reconnaissance ship, measuring less than 200 meters in length, blending in with the fleet of explorers. The proprietor of this vessel was a quintessential Yada individual. If placed among a crowd of other Yada, he would be utterly forgettable upon a fleeting glance. One might hardly remember his appearance. Aubrey, you have arrived at the spaceport, correct? On the bridge of the Thunderbird-class reconnaissance ship, this Yada individual initiated a highly encrypted communication. Indeed, Commander Ferros, I have reached the spaceport and am prepared to enter the Stargate. Beyond the Stargate lies the 117th star system. I will remember the task you have assigned to me. However, Commander, I am quite curious. Does this so-called Heavenly Court organization truly possess such formidable capabilities that warrant your personal directive for me to proceed? Although the Yada individual known as Aubrey expressed curiosity, his tone bore no fluctuations, rendering any semblance of intrigue imperceptible. Aubrey, you ought to refrain from asking what is not to be questioned. Are you inquiring on behalf of His Majesty? Can I not trust you at all? Or do you doubt my trustworthiness? The voice of Admiral Ferros of the Yada Empire Navy resonated through the communication line. In response, Aubrey stated, No. My inquiry is genuinely my own, for I am also hearing of this exaggerated tale for the first time, that 10 warships annihilated thousands of others. Were it not for your assertion, I would scarcely believe it and would not have come to assist you in this mission. The Yada individual named Aubrey was, in truth, a spy affiliated with the imperial family of the Yada Empire. However, this time, he was not executing a command from the imperial court, but rather clandestinely undertaking a task for Commander Ferros. This mission was not, and could not be, made public. It was imperative that it remained unknown not only to the other 3 interstellar powers, but also to the Emperor of Yada himself. In truth, Aubrey is a clandestine agent strategically placed by Commander Ferros within the espionage network of the Yada Empire's royal court. For quite some time, Commander Ferros has harbored ambitions towards the imperial throne of the Yada Empire. Their interaction was brief, concluding the communication without further exchange. In fact, even those 2 sentences of dialogue seemed superfluous, as Aubrey, finding the situation utterly absurd, could not restrain his curiosity and posed a couple of inquiries. A faction possessing 10 warships not only declared war on the Empire, but also managed to vanquish a civilian fleet comprising thousands of capital ships. Intriguing, yet, regardless of the enigmatic force behind this celestial realm, it is implausible that they could operate beneath my very gaze without revealing a trace of their true nature. In the solitude of his surroundings, a faint smirk crept upon Aubrey's lips, barely betraying a glimpse of his genuine emotions. Just as his warship was on the verge of traversing the Stargate, the surface of the gate, resembling a shimmering water surface, abruptly quivered, and subsequently, a multitude of starships surged forth, leaping into the void. These vessels erupted chaotically from the Stargate, disregarding all safety protocols. One ship even collided directly with another that was preparing to enter, resulting in a catastrophic crash. Do not enter the Stargate. The other side is fraught with peril. Run. One after another, the starships emerged from the Stargate. Their crews, in a state of terror, issued warnings to others intending to enter, before hastily retreating from both the Stargate and the spaceport. What on earth is happening? Aubrey pondered, a flicker of concern stirring within him. Chapter 65, The Armed Factions. What has happened in the celestial realm? What transpired? Why is entry prohibited? Outside the Stargate, within the spaceport, vessels awaiting passage through the Stargate have come to a standstill. They are utterly perplexed. Was everything not functioning smoothly just moments ago? Why, all of a sudden, has entry been barred? What calamity has befallen the 117th star system on the other side of the Stargate? Immediately, the vigilant ships of the Yada Empire stationed in the spaceport intercepted those fleeing from the Stargate. Vessels ahead, reduce speed immediately. You have violated the security regulations of the Stargate and the frontier spaceport. Alter your course to the designated docking area and submit to our inquiries and inspections. The swift ships of the Yada Empire halted the fleeing vessels. The personnel aboard those panicked ships, having escaped the Stargate, glanced back to find no ominous warships pursuing them through the portal. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Commander, we are reducing speed and halting our ships. Please, ask whatever you wish. All vessels complied with the commands of the Yada Empire's warships, beginning to decelerate, changing course, and docking in the designated area of space. In mere moments, they found themselves thousands of kilometers away from the Stargate. A Yada Empire warship commenced docking procedures with a starship belonging to the Interstellar Pioneers. An officer from the Yada Empire, accompanied by soldiers, boarded the vessel and immediately unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon the crew of Pioneers. Why did you breach the safety regulations? Do you possess intellect the size of a fruit pit? Is this your first time piloting a ship? Do you comprehend that your disregard for safety regulations has resulted in over a dozen vessels within the Stargate vicinity suffering varying degrees of damage, with 2 ships sunk? At least hundreds have perished, and thousands have sustained injuries of varying severity. Faced with this scolding, the leader of the Interstellar Pioneers stammered an explanation. Commander, it is not that we failed to adhere to the safety protocols. We simply could not comply. If we had slowed down any further, we would have lost our lives. What? The Yada officer was taken aback and quickly inquired. What transpired on the other side of the Stargate? On the other side, in the ruined star domain of the 117th star system, a faction has emerged. They have begun expelling pioneers across the entire star system, and had we delayed, even slightly, we would indeed have lost our lives. Upon hearing this, the Yada officer was left in a state of bewilderment. What is this faction? What is its name? Cannot you be more specific? I cannot divulge more, Commander. I am bound by a confidentiality agreement regarding Operation Dome, replied the Interstellar Pioneer, swallowing hard, still trembling with fear. The earlier Operation Dome had been a grand endeavor, with numerous civilian factions of the Yada Empire participating, 4,000 capital ships, and 6,000 armed vessels. Yet, the result was a dismal defeat. The naval commander of the Yada Empire, Pharos, publicly asserted that the defenses of the ancient civilization ruins were insurmountably strong, and that the combined forces of the civilian fleet lacked sufficient combat power, leading to their utter defeat and near total annihilation. However, in truth, numerous survivors managed to escape. Primarily a group of private pioneers equipped with armed spacecraft. These survivors were located by Pharos through the Star Domain Network, and either coerced or lured by promises of profit, were compelled to sign non-disclosure agreements, forbidding them from revealing any specific details regarding the Dome operation. The previous broadcasts were merely live updates of the frontline situation for Pharos and other high-ranking officials of interstellar factions, without disseminating further information. Consequently, the outside world is only aware of the failure of the Dome operation, yet remains oblivious to the precise reasons and details behind it. Pharos intends to temporarily suppress the matter, especially the existence of the mechanized Heavenly Court fleet. Of course, it is impossible to entirely conceal this issue, as the other 3 interstellar factions are also aware of the mechanized Heavenly Court's presence. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. Deceiving other interstellar factions is not paramount. What truly matters is that the longer Emperor Yada remains unaware of the mechanized Heavenly Court fleet's existence, the more advantageous it is for Pharos. The Emperor is surrounded by numerous individuals secretly placed by Pharos, who have constructed a deceptive local network to create an information cocoon. He possesses ample confidence in obscuring the knowledge of the mechanized Heavenly Court fleet from the Emperor. It has been previously mentioned that Pharos has coveted the imperial throne for quite some time. Next, he will proceed with his other clandestine preparations. Just as this Yada officer was left in confusion while questioning the leader of the Interstellar Pioneers, a virtual light screen suddenly materialized before him. This screen flickered several times, followed by a disruption of data, which was then restructured into an incredibly lifelike 3-dimensional projection. Greetings, citizens of the Yada Empire from the frontier star domains. The 3-dimensional projection began to speak. The Yada officer was momentarily taken aback, glancing at those around him, and realized that not only he but also the soldiers beside him and the crew of Interstellar Pioneers were all confronted with this projection. The half-length 3-dimensional figure was enveloped in powered armor, a model unlike any they were familiar with. Allow me to introduce myself. You may call me the Supreme One or the Emperor. Either is acceptable. I am the singular entity of the mechanized Heavenly Court, the de facto ruler of the 117 star system of the Ruins Star Domain. Through the Star Domain Network, I convey this announcement to you, not with any ulterior motive, but simply to inform you that, without the Master's permission, you are not to intrude upon my domain. Particularly, those arriving with large interstellar battleships or substantial fleets without prior approval. While I am a person of hospitality, such a visit would present a minor inconvenience for me. I also do not mind resolving this minor inconvenience. The gateway to the 117th star system has now been sealed by me. No one may enter the 117th star system without the Heavenly Court's consent. This is my official announcement. Armed separatist forces. The mechanized Heavenly Court? Rebels. The immediate reaction of the Yada officer was one of profound shock. However, he remained acutely aware of his duties. We must depart swiftly. This matter requires immediate communication through the special stellar network to the Central Imperial Province. He commanded his soldiers behind him. According to the Yada Empire's constitution, any actions that jeopardize the security of the Empire or attempt to fragment it through armed insurrection must be reported directly via the special stellar network to the Emperor himself for adjudication. Yet, the soldiers remained unmoved. The Yada officer was taken aback. Suddenly, a gunshot resounded, and the officer's head shattered like a watermelon. scattering debris across the metallic floor of the spacecraft. One soldier, wielding an electromagnetic pistol, then turned to the astonished crew members of the Interstellar Pioneer ship and stated, "There is no need to report this matter to the Central Province. It suffices to inform Commander Pharos." Chapter 66. At any cost, I shall seize the starships of the Mechanical Celestial Court throughout the border star systems surrounding the Stargate. All inhabitants received a startling communication. The spaceport city erupted into chaos, particularly among the interstellar pioneers poised to enter the Stargate and venture into the 117th star system. Who is this individual? What organization is the Mechanical Celestial Court? Has he truly seized control of the 117th star system? Surely this is a jest. Previously, the fleet organized by the Jetstream Corporation, known as LETAs, had amassed over 10,000 vessels, yet failed to conquer the 117th star system. What audacity does the Mechanical Celestial Court possess to claim dominion over it and the Stargate? How absurd. They even warned us against entering. Just a single human, daring to aspire to become a militarized faction? Countless human factions have emerged in the Empire, only to be obliterated, perhaps not 1,000, but certainly 800. Today, I shall defy them and enter. What can they possibly do to me? A small fleet of over 10 interstellar ships, which ordinarily would not qualify to traverse the Stargate, immediately accelerated their engines following Tang Hong's announcement. They maneuvered past other ships and entered the Stargate. I have entered. What can they do to me? The leader of this small fleet chuckled with pride. Yet, in the next moment, his laughter was silenced. As the fleet passed through the Stargate, a dozen crimson beams of light instantaneously materialized in space, striking each ship with unparalleled precision. Not a single attack was wasted. The powerful laser beams swiftly penetrated the vessel's outer armor, precisely targeting their reactors. A series of explosive flashes ensued, and the ships were reduced to debris, drifting in the cold expanse of space. They did not even catch a glimpse of their assailants. On the other side of the Stargate, at the Yada Border Star System spaceport, onlookers beheld the small fleet entering the gate, and in less than a second, fragments of the ships began to drift back through the portal. My heavens, they have truly sealed the Stargate. How dare they? A militarized faction. Yet another armed faction. Shock, fear, excitement, curiosity, an array of emotions surged within the hearts of these interstellar pioneers. Soon, they received another notification, this time from the official Imperial Navy. Dear citizens of the Empire, rest assured. The Imperial fleet will arrive shortly to decisively eliminate this illegal armed faction known as the Mechanical Celestial Court. A mere sentence, lightly spoken, yet it provided immense psychological reassurance to the Yada interstellar pioneers. After their initial shock, they began to regain their composure, their spirits gradually stabilizing. The Imperial Navy currently boasts a staggering fleet of over 1 million vessels, a colossal force indeed. A mere armed faction occupying a star system is hardly worth noting. After issuing a communique to reassure the interstellar pioneers in the border systems, Commander Pharos entrusted the aftermath to his subordinates. Although some individuals had been silenced to prevent information leaks, Pharos was indifferent to the dissemination of intelligence regarding an armed faction known as the Mechanical Celestial Court, provided that the terrifying capabilities and technological prowess exhibited by their vessels during the Dome operation remained unknown to the Emperor and other factions within the Empire. Thus, those who had been eliminated perished in vain, a fact of little concern to Pharos. He continued to analyze footage from the previous Dome offensive with his staff. To study the vessels of the Mechanical Celestial Court that had emerged during the Dome operation, Pharos meticulously constructed a three-dimensional virtual world to replicate the scene. In truth, he paid little heed to the announcement made by Don Juan. A blockade of the 117th star system? Even if such a blockade were to occur, it would only be temporary. Furthermore, how much force could one muster to effectively blockade a star system? Yes, Pharos acknowledged the formidable strength of the Mechanical Celestial Court's vessels. Yet their numbers were too few to provoke any real concern. Once his army arrived, all such measures would be rendered futile. The most pressing matter for Pharos was to swiftly uncover the vulnerabilities of the Mechanical Celestial Court's ships, allowing him to secure these vessels intact in future confrontations. Pharos had already envisioned Don Juan's fleet as his own prize, one that even Emperor Yada could not contest. To monopolize these ships, he was prepared to fully mobilize his resources, including those positioned near Emperor Yada, to construct a web of misinformation. Among the fleets dispatched from the various provinces of the Yada Empire, 50% consisted of his loyal forces, while the remaining 50, which did not belong to his direct command, he intended to eliminate by means both reasonable and calculated within the 117th star system. Additionally, Pharos needed to remain vigilant against the impending fleets of other interstellar factions. Compared to deceiving the Emperor of the Empire, this posed the greater challenge. Commander, please observe closely. The energy weapons employed by these ships are not high-powered lasers, but rather ion beams. A staff officer's voice interrupted Pharos' contemplation. Ion beams. Upon hearing this, Pharos was immediately skeptical. While the potency of ion beams is indeed remarkable, their significantly higher dispersion renders their range inferior to that of laser weapons. Yet, according to the simulations, the range of these celestial vessels' ion beams appeared to exceed even that of Yada's lasers. How could this be possible? This was precisely what made them so terrifying. A staff officer sighed and remarked, the Empire's ion beam weapons, due to their inability to achieve effective convergence, possess limited range. Yet, their warships have seemingly employed some method to resolve this issue, allowing their ion beams to strike farther than our high-powered lasers, and with greater force. Furthermore, observe the terrifying maneuverability of these vessels. A colossal ship measuring 8 kilometers in length can execute evasive maneuvers that seem to defy the laws of physics. Additionally, the shields that rise on the surfaces of these warships resemble the dome-like star shields. I am gravely suspicious that this mechanized celestial court has mastered the technology of inertial-less maneuvering engines and high-intensity energy shields. A sharp intake of breath escaped Pharos as he heard these two terms, his heart racing within his chest, almost threatening to leap from his ribcage. During the previous exploration of the ruined star domain, they had encountered ancient mechanical sentinels equipped with inertial-less maneuvering engines. However, upon the destruction of the ruins, those mechanical guardians disassembled automatically, leaving them devoid of any relevant research materials. As for genuine energy shields, they had not even the slightest clue. Now, the presence of such technology aboard the vessels of the mechanized celestial court sent Pharos into a frenzy. It was worth it, even if only for the sake of that inertial-less maneuvering engine. All his actions, deceiving the Emperor, constructing an information cocoon, silencing disobedient military officers, would be justified, no matter the cost. He yearned for those warships. An insatiable greed surged within Pharos. Chapter 67. If one is too weak. There is no challenge. An organization known as the Intelligent Mechanical Heavenly Court has taken control of the remnant star domain, specifically the 117 star system. News of its open defiance against the Yada Empire has spread in a limited manner across the star domain network, yet it has failed to stir significant commotion. Although the Imperial Constitution stipulates that any armed insurrection threatening the Empire must be reported directly to the Emperor through special channels, this law is rather antiquated. A relic from the Empire's inception, and remains unaltered to this day. Only the most rigid adherents would abide by it. Regulations may be immutable, but humanity is not. The vastness of the star domain network renders such occurrences commonplace. Instances of minor organizations venturing beyond imperial borders to seize uninhabited star systems and declare their opposition to the Empire have long ceased to surprise anyone. Such small factions typically do not survive beyond a month, often falling prey to the patrol fleets of the Empire. Some perish within a day, extinguished by passing merchant vessels that report their bounties to the Imperial Navy, negating the need for a dedicated fleet to eradicate them. Hence, such news fails to incite any waves of unrest. In proximity to the border star domain, a small fleet of armed and transport vessels navigates a lonely interstellar trade route. Among them, one armed ship's crew, having set the vessel to AI autopilot, is resting when a sudden exclamation breaks the silence. Hey, Lu Quan, look at this news. A faction called the Intelligent Mechanical Heavenly Court has emerged in the 117 star system. Judging by its form and structure, the leader appears to be human. Claiming to be an emperor, what audacity. Isn't Tang Hong still in the 117 star system? He hasn't contacted us yet. Could he be in danger? Lu Quan, upon hearing this, was immediately alarmed, a stream of data flickering in his eyes as he hastily checked the star domain network. His apprehension grew. Indeed, Tang Hong had yet to emerge from the 117 star system, and they had not heard from him. Would he be in peril? Surely not. That clever lad would have escaped by now and avoided any danger. The individual who had initially spoken waved his hand dismissively. Do you think it's possible that this so-called Intelligent Mechanical Heavenly Court is actually established by Tang Hong? He pondered for a moment before jokingly suggesting. Tang Hong founded it. Come now, I know him well. He lacks the capacity for such an endeavor. Lu Quan shook his head at this notion. What if Tang Hong has encountered some anti-Yada human organization and has joined them, receiving their support? Let us not speculate. We don't even know if Tang Hong is truly still in the 117 star system. We can't even get in touch with him. True, while Tang Hong is quite capable, orchestrating an armed takeover of a star system seems beyond his reach. Let us conserve our strength and remain vigilant for the potential emergence of pirates. Although this news has circulated from the frontier star regions, it has not caused significant upheaval. Yet, discerning individuals have taken note. Beyond the territory of the Yada Empire lies the ruined star domain, specifically the 076 star system. This system has been identified as a site of ancient relics, but due to the scarcity of such remnants, it was abandoned by the Yada Empire. Consequently, It has transformed into a playground for numerous interstellar pirates and various chaotic organizations. Within this star system, amidst a seemingly ordinary asteroid belt, lie several massive asteroids that have been developed into facilities featuring an array of factories and even some warship production lines, thereby possessing the capability of self-manufacturing spacecraft. The organization responsible for constructing these factories and bases is known as the Human Destiny Autonomous Union, abbreviated as the Human League. This organization is dedicated to opposing the Yada Empire and strives to save humanity from peril. The Human League wields considerable influence, with many of their branches established within the territory of the Yada Empire. Naturally, they are keenly aware of the aforementioned news. A group named the Mechanical Celestial Court has purportedly seized control of the entire Ruins Star Domain 117 star system, allegedly led by a human. President Kinlan of the Human League gazes thoughtfully at the news report displayed on his virtual screen. President Kinlan, should we dispatch someone to contact this compatriot? Inquired a subordinate. After a moment of contemplation, President Kinlan shook his head and replied, there have been countless instances like this. An organization calling itself the Mechanical Celestial Court, led by someone claiming to be the supreme unique entity, is rather audacious and, frankly, rather childish. Moreover, their assertion of occupying the 117 star system is not something we have not encountered before. Organizations with a few ships often claim dominion over a star system, and such occurrences are far too common. I estimate that it will not be long before this Mechanical Celestial Court is eradicated by the Yada Empire. Recently, the pressure from those reptilian scoundrels has intensified considerably. We cannot save everyone. Alas, I do admire his courage. Though it is unfortunate that we are likely to lose yet another brave compatriot willing to resist the Yada. With a sigh, President Kinlan waved his hand, dismissing the news from his mind. Meanwhile, as this information spread across the star domain networks, at the Stargate spaceport in the frontier regions, a group of civilian pioneers once again banded together. However, this coalition is significantly smaller than the previous dome operation, comprising only a little over 800 ships. Fellow compatriots, this so-called Mechanical Celestial Court is truly overstepping their bounds. The Interstellar Society's common civilizational constitution explicitly states that no faction shall monopolize a Ruins star system. The Ruins galaxy does not belong to any faction. It is the domain of us, the intrepid pioneers. Yet now, an unknown force has emerged, intent on seizing the entire star system. What do you say? Shall we acquiesce? The newly transformed Aubrey, through the star domain network, delivered highly provocative rhetoric to the more than 800 ships he had rallied. Indeed, the Ruins star domain belongs to no one. And what right does this Mechanical Celestial Court have to deny us entry? Let us unite and force our way in. Strength lies in numbers. With a few instigators among them, the atmosphere quickly became charged. The newly arrived, courageous pioneers erupted in fervor, shouting as they prepared to breach the star domain network with their ships. Meanwhile, a flicker of disdain crossed Aubrey's mind. Let me see just how effective this so-called blockade of the star system truly is. However, he mused, given the short time frame, the blockade's strength would likely not be formidable. Aubrey even harbored concerns that the opposing force's blockade might be too weak. If his assembled group were to simply surge through, it would lack the thrill of challenge. Chapter 68. All trends under my command. What can you use to compete with me? Within the confines of the spaceport city, in a room atop a towering structure, Pharos stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the colossal Stargate suspended in the cosmos. This immense equilateral triangle, measuring 600 kilometers on each side, emitted a soft, ethereal glow. Though not particularly bright, from a distance, it appeared as a radiant torch, shining brilliantly in the border star system. What a magnificent creation, how utterly astonishing, Pharos mused. Commander, I fail to comprehend. This is merely a Stargate. The Empire possesses the technology to construct Stargates as well, and all major provinces have operated their own for quite some time. Moreover, our Stargate, being close to the sun, absorbs and reflects its light through its solar panels, which must be even more beautiful, right? The aide beside Pharos, his nephew, regarded the Stargate with a puzzled expression, emboldened to lightly challenge Pharos due to their familial bond. Unlike the other aloof Yada, Pharos, owing to certain shortcomings, placed immense value on familial ties. You truly do not understand. This Stargate is unlike any built by our Empire. While the Empire's gates may be larger and also covered in solar panels to directly harness stellar energy, that alone is insufficient. Much of their internal structure is reserved for accommodating reactors. The brilliance of reflected stellar light is indeed striking, but from the perspective of energy utilization, the disparity between our Stargate and this one is akin to an ant feeling the warmth of a randomly lifted flaming leaf compared to a being that has begun to harness the annihilation energy of matter and antimatter. My analogy may not fully capture it. The gap is far greater than I can articulate. It is beyond imagination. As Pharos spoke, he felt a surge of astonishment within himself. The information emerging from the Empire's Advanced Physics Research Institute was known only to the upper echelons, who had yet to thoroughly explore the nature of the energy utilized by this stargate. There was no discernible method of energy extraction that we could comprehend, as if it conjured energy from thin air. Why do I even share this with you? Pharos chuckled lightly, shaking his head. His gaze turned fervently towards the stargate. The technology of this stargate is beyond our imagination, but the relic star system beyond it, the 117 relics. I shall claim it. As he spoke, within the spaceport, over 800 interstellar pioneer ships began to depart. They distanced themselves from the port, drawing near to the stargate, gradually accelerating. The rear engine exhausts expelled a long, luminous plasma trail, stretching several kilometers in the void of space, resembling a meteor shower as they sped towards the stargate. Oh, they are beginning to breach the stargate, Pharos observed, his golden slit-like eyes sparkling with excitement, a broader smile gracing his scaled lizard-like face. Commander, if the intention is to test the strength of the Heavenly Realm's blockade beyond the stargate, is it not excessive to deploy so many ships? We could simply send a single vessel equipped with thousands of optical probes to the other side of the stargate and ascertain the situation of the blockade. Could we not? At this moment, the aide raised a question. You, my dear nephew, should learn more. Every step I take is deliberate, laughed Pharos. The aide's assertion held merit. Indeed, if the sole purpose was to assess the blockade's strength, such complexity was unnecessary. However, Pharos had grander ambitions than merely probing the blockade. He intended to send Aubrey into the 117th star system to gather intelligence and attain a deeper understanding of its conditions. Yet, if the blockade on the other side of the stargate was indeed formidable, it seemed improbable that any of the 800 vessels would successfully breach it. The aide, undeterred, clung to his viewpoint. Have you forgotten a fundamental principle? Pharos chuckled softly. A principle? The aide paused, puzzled. Indeed, a ship traveling at multiple times the speed of light can only be pursued by another ship also traveling at such speeds, Pharos explained slowly. Within the Tauran Interstellar Society, particularly among the Yada Empire and other technologically comparable factions, there exists a common understanding regarding curvature engines. A vessel that has activated its curvature engine can only be overtaken by another vessel that has similarly engaged its engine. Energy weapons travel at the speed of light, and due to technological limitations, even the missiles propelled by miniature curvature engines cannot exceed light speed. The Yada Empire and the other three interstellar powers lack weaponry capable of catching up to ships traveling at such extraordinary velocities. This situation has persisted for over a millennium. In essence, the Yada Empire and its fellow factions within the Tauran Interstellar Society have seen no progress in 1,000 years. Thus, this knowledge has evolved into a universally accepted principle over the ages. Relying on this principle, Pharos was confident that it provided a means to break the deadlock. The 800 interstellar vessels had all preheated their curvature engines in anticipation. As soon as they passed through the stargate, they would swiftly enter curvature mode. Pharos doubted that such vessels, moving at multiple times the speed of light, could be intercepted as they dispersed in various directions throughout the cosmos. Naturally, he was aware that the Heavenly Realm's interstellar warships possessed curvature engines far superior in speed to their own. However, activating a curvature engine requires time. Their ships had already preheated their engines in preparation. No matter how advanced the Heavenly Realm's warships were, they could not instantaneously activate their curvature engines. Moreover, through thorough research by Pharos and his staff, it was determined that the inertialess engines of the mechanical Heavenly Realm were merely a special evasion engine. Pharos had his own trump card. The high-speed reconnaissance vessel entrusted to Aubrey appears, at first glance, to be a Yada Empire military Thunderbird-class ship equipped with a 5 times light-speed curvature engine. However, the true internal structure of this warship is a rare acquisition by Pharos, obtained from a prominent figure within the Tauran Empire. It is, in fact, a vessel of the Tauran Empire itself. This ship is unique in the entire Yada Empire, and serves as Pharos's cherished personal flagship. This time, he has indeed invested heavily. Not only does the curvature engine reach a staggering speed of 8 times the speed of light, but the ship's stealth capabilities are also extraordinarily formidable. There is currently no technological means within the Yada Empire that can detect it. It even possesses devices capable of concealing curvature space fluctuations to a certain extent. At a distance, one would be utterly unable to discern the spatial fluctuations of the ship's curvature engine. In summary, by the time the warships of the Mechanical Celestial Court activate their curvature engines in pursuit, Aubrey, blending in among 800 interstellar vessels, will have already escaped to an unknown distance. As long as Aubrey can successfully enter the 117th star system, the formidable stealth capabilities of his ship will allow me to monitor every movement of the Mechanical Celestial Court with precision. Aubrey is a spy, and when a spy acquires such a vessel, The potential for what can be accomplished is undeniable. There is even a possibility that Aubrey might be able to steal some technological data. The mere thought of this possibility caused Pharos to break into an uncontrollable grin. Chapter 69. The Speed of Light and the Hierarchy of Interstellar Civilizations. Pharos remained oblivious to the fact that the starships of the Machine Divine Court were equipped with miniature curvature engine missiles capable of traveling at 10 times the speed of light. Although he had simulated the dome operation in collaboration with the General Staff and had observed the majestic appearance of the Machine Divine Court's vessels during these simulations, he was unaware that Tang Hong had not employed the tenfold light-speed curvature missiles during his direct confrontation with the enemy. There was no necessity for such an approach. Initially, a single missile armed with a tenfold light-speed miniature curvature engine was launched, designed to incapacitate nearly 1,000 enemy warships within a tightly packed fleet. Subsequently, a barrage of powerful Rahu hydrogen bombs obliterated the entire opposing fleet. The battlefield simulations conducted by Pharos merely replicated the footage captured during the live broadcast. While he and the senior leaders of the three major interstellar factions had witnessed some complete live footage of the swift maneuvering fleet during the dome operation, they could only detect residual microwave pulse radiation in space, which indicated that Tang Hong had utilized microwave pulse hydrogen bombs to disable the entire rapid maneuvering fleet. However, they remained unaware of the precise method through which Tang Hong had deployed the microwave pulse hydrogen bomb. When an object exceeds the speed of light, its current state cannot be observed through conventional means. One can only perceive the residual phenomena left behind after such a superluminal object has passed. A simpler explanation would be that light is a wave, a manifestation of energy in motion. Once the light waves emitted from a tenfold light-speed curvature engine missile propagate, they become disconnected from the original object, continuing to travel at the normal speed of light. However, since the object's velocity surpasses that of light, one cannot observe its passage until the light, traveling at normal speed, reaches the observer. By that time, it is already too late. To anticipate the approach of a superluminal object, there exist only two methods. The first involves detecting fluctuations in the curvature of space to ascertain whether an object traveling faster than light is nearing. This method relies on the warship's curvature space monitoring apparatus. However, this monitoring device is linked to the warship's curvature engine. If the speed of your warship's curvature engine is limited to 5 times the speed of light, you would be unable to detect an approaching object traveling at 10 times that speed. Furthermore, the range of curvature space monitoring correlates with the capabilities of your warship's curvature engine. For instance, Tang Hong's latest Thunder-class medium attack battleship can reach a maximum speed of 15 times the speed of light and can engage with spatial nodes within a 1 light-year radius, enabling it to execute spatial jumps. Thus, the Thunder-class battleship is capable of detecting curvature space fluctuations caused by objects traveling below 15 times the speed of light within a 1 light-year radius in advance. The majority of warships in the Yada Empire possess conventional curvature engines that achieve a mere 5 times the speed of light. Even the most advanced vessels, capable of linking to spatial nodes, can only traverse distances of approximately 10 light days. This leads one to ponder why, during the previous dome offensive, the fleet of Letas was able to detect the approach of the Tang Hong fleet. Wasn't the maximum velocity of the Tang Hong fleet 10 times the speed of light? The answer is quite simple. The Tang Hong warships did not approach at 10 times the speed of light. Given the relatively short distance of just a few million kilometers, it was unnecessary to exert full power. A few times the speed sufficed. Furthermore, the Tang Hong fleet intentionally concealed its capabilities to a certain extent. Another method of observation involves higher dimensional perspectives. Yet how many civilizations possess the means to achieve this? Consequently, the level of civilization in the galaxy is intrinsically linked to the multiples of light speed one can attain. Below the speed of light, a civilization will not be recognized as an intelligent species by true interstellar civilizations. Only when a civilization can transcend the limitations of light speed does it earn the designation of a qualified interstellar civilization or a Type 1 civilization. From the aforementioned, it is evident that superior civilizations exert absolute dominance over those of lesser standing, even if the disparity is minimal. In the 117th star system, within the solar layer, the Stargate awaits. Pass through the Stargate. Activate the curvature engine. Hurry. The moment over 800 interstellar vessels traversed the Stargate, all personnel aboard exerted their utmost effort, employing the neural connections linked to the ship's operational systems, along with the frantic acceleration of the auxiliary computational AI aboard the ships. Nevertheless, over 600 vessels were struck by a barrage of high-energy laser beams the instant they crossed the threshold, leading to their immediate destruction. The debris from these catastrophic explosions once again flowed through the Stargate, returning to the frontier star domains of the Yada Empire. Additionally, more than 100 interstellar vessels had barely activated their curvature engines. The curvature bubbles had not yet enveloped their entirety when they too fell victim to the relentless onslaught of high-energy laser beams, meeting the same fate as their predecessors. Among the over 800 vessels, only one successfully activated its curvature engine and enveloped itself in a curvature bubble, entering superluminal curvature mode. This solitary vessel was the Tauran warship, commanded by Aubrey. Aubrey, being cunning, did not rush out with the first wave. Instead, he capitalized on the formidable performance of his warship, which far surpassed that of the other Yada vessels, positioning himself securely within the angles formed by several ships, thus ensuring his vessel remained safely encased in the curvature bubble. At this location of the Stargate, due to time constraints, the number of Thunder Hammer orbital platforms deployed by Tang Hong was limited to 2, with more yet to be positioned, inevitably leaving some blind spots. Thus, Aubrey was able to evade the fate of being obliterated the moment he passed through the Stargate. In the realm of curvilinear vibrations, the Tauran battleship, where Aubrey resided, vanished in an instant from its position, successfully entering the 117th star system. Yet, the perilous reality that only his ship survived among the over 800 vessels left Aubrey with a sense of trepidation. However, more than fear, exhilaration surged within him. Commander Pharos, I have succeeded. I have traversed the Stargate and am now advancing into the depths of the 117th star system at 8 times the speed of light. I have just recorded the blockade situation on this side of the Stargate and will send it to you now. Even someone of Aubrey's temperament could not help but reveal a torrent of emotions after narrowly escaping such grave danger. Ha! Splendid. Indeed, my conjectures were correct. Pharos, situated in the towering spire of the frontier spaceport, was overcome with joy upon reviewing Aubrey's findings. On the other side of the Stargate, there were only 2 defensive space stations, each approximately 1 kilometer in diameter, enforcing the blockade. Just 2. Pharos felt a wave of relief wash over him. No matter how formidable the firepower of these 2 stations, a well-organized fleet could surely breach through. Yet, the intensity of the blockade was inconsequential. What truly mattered to Pharos was the next pivotal act he anticipated. Aubrey, immediately gather all intelligence and movements of the Celestial Court within the 117th star system. Report directly to me. Pharos commanded without delay. A silence ensued. Aubrey. Pharos sensed something amiss and called out again, but silence persisted, devoid of any response. This is not right. Pharos hastily summoned the long-distance monitoring panel of the lone Tauran battleship. After all, it was his solitary ship, the only one in the entire Yada Empire. How could he not establish some means of communication to ensure Aubrey's safety? Yet, every connection method failed to link to the battleship. There was a 95% probability that it had been completely annihilated by the enemy. These 2 lines of text extinguished the elation within Pharos, replacing it with an icy dread that coursed down his spine and gripped his heart, plunging him into despair. Destroyed? How is this even possible? Chapter 70. Gratitude for the new technology sent by my esteemed brother in the ruins star domain, within the 117th star system. A colossal battleship, measuring 2,200 meters in length, is stationed in the vast expanse of space, 30 million kilometers from the Stargate. This formidable vessel is a 10 Capitals class heavy firepower destroyer belonging to the Heavenly Court, known as the Black Ropel. Adjacent to this immense battleship, fragments of other warships drift through the void. Unlike the scattered remnants of other vessels attacked by Black Ropel, these wreckages appear to have been dismembered, disintegrating gracefully in the cosmos. At this moment, amidst the stark contrast of the dark battleship and the diminutive fragments, several Zhuge heavy combat transport aircraft are gracefully maneuvering back and forth, diligently collecting the debris. Within the command bridge of the Black Ropel, Adeline is engaged in a conversation with Don Juan. Indeed, Supreme Commander. A curvature spacecraft traveling at 8 times the speed of light has unexpectedly breached the blockade at the Stargate, but it has already been destroyed. Recovery operations are currently underway. Upon hearing Adeline's report, Don Juan nodded slightly and remarked, "You have performed admirably, Adeline. A vessel moving at such velocity could not possibly belong to the Yada Empire. At least, none of their publicly disclosed warships possess such speed." When the spacecraft broke through the Stargate, Adeline was on duty nearby, and the battleship's curvature monitoring system directly detected the speed and trajectory of the approaching vessel. She immediately recognized its extraordinary nature. Consequently, when she engaged and destroyed the enemy's ship, she employed a specialized missile equipped with a curvature engine capable of releasing high-energy cutting lasers. Upon impact, this missile unleashed intense lasers that cleaved the adversary's ship, allowing for the preservation of certain components for optimal recovery and subsequent utilization. Based on Adeline's report, Don Juan speculated that this vessel was either not affiliated with the Yada Empire at all or belonged to a clandestine segment of their military operations. Regardless of which scenario is true, both have now become advantageous for Don Juan. Once recovered, He could enlist the expertise of Shi Wei to conduct a thorough analysis of the salvageable remnants, thereby gaining a more comprehensive understanding of the enemy's technology. The analysis of the warship's remnants proceeded swiftly. Given Shi Wei's capabilities, the technologies present on this vessel could not possibly exceed the complexity of the inertial-less maneuvering engine. System notification, warship technology analysis complete, filtering for the most valuable technologies. Filtering complete. Congratulations, you have acquired curvature space fluctuation cloaking technology. Curvature space fluctuation cloaking technology. This technology can diminish the fluctuations of a warship's curvature engine in space to a certain extent. However, if within 1 light-year proximity of an enemy vessel, the likelihood of detection will significantly increase. Would you like to integrate this technology into the system's technology tree? After expending a certain amount of spiritual essence, the system will automatically enhance its capabilities further. When Tang Hong heard this system notification, he was taken aback. He had only just realized that even incomplete technologies within the system's tech tree could be further refined with spiritual essence. Until now, the technologies Tang Hong had invested in were either the inertial-less engine or the miniaturized tenfold light-speed curvature engine, both advanced technologies. He had little interest in the ordinary battleship technologies of the Yada Empire. It was only because this particular battleship outperformed typical Yada Empire vessels, achieving speeds of 8 times light, that Tang Hong decided to reclaim it for examination. Thus, he became aware of this functionality within the system's tech tree. How much spiritual essence is required? Tang Hong inquired directly. The curvature space wave concealment technology was significant to him. However, the system store was not omnipotent when it came to technology. The disparities among interstellar civilizations, be it in terms of species differences or ideologies, would invariably lead to subtle variations in their respective tech trees. These discrepancies were not indicative of technological levels, but stemmed purely from cognitive differences. For instance, a civilization on the brink of becoming a Tier 1 civilization, still bound to its home planet and the constraints of light speed, might serendipitously develop a technology that even true Tier 1 civilizations had not achieved. This was not due to inferiority in technological prowess, but rather a consequence of differing mindsets that had precluded the Tier 1 civilization from discovering that particular technology. Consequently, high-level civilizations might resort to plundering the technologies of lower-level civilizations, seeking to fill gaps in their own tech trees and leveraging the distinct thought processes of other races to further enhance their own capabilities. It requires 10,000 spiritual essence to complete. Tang Hong was astonished upon hearing this. So expensive. Once the system completes the enhancement, this technology will surpass the previous technological level significantly. Upon hearing this, Tang Hong nodded slightly and ultimately decided to invest the 10,000 spiritual essence. He still had over 30,000 in reserves. This technology was worth the expenditure. After deducting the 10,000 essence, the system integrated the enhancement into the tech tree, further refining it. Curvature Space Wave Complete Invisibility Technology. This technology enables one's battleship to entirely conceal the waves emitted by its curvature engine in space, thereby evading detection by enemy ships' curvature space monitoring systems. Note, this technology can only mask the spatial waves of the curvature engine and cannot evade observation from higher dimensions. Powerful. Truly formidable. Henceforth, even if Tang Hong encountered a civilization of a higher tier, they would be unable to detect his battleship traveling through curvature space. The investment of 10,000 spiritual essence was indeed worthwhile. Ha ha ha, my sincere gratitude for the new technology. But on a serious note, Don Juan increasingly felt that a warship equipped with such curvature wave concealment technology could not possibly belong to the Yada Empire. From the initial description of the underdeveloped curvature space wave concealment technology, it was evident that within 1 light-year of proximity to enemy vessels, it would be largely ineffective. This alone reveals the combat style of warships originally outfitted with this technology. They would initiate their curvature engines from a distance, swiftly launching an attack from approximately 1 light-year, about 11 billion kilometers, away, taking advantage of the enemy's complete unawareness to strike rapidly. Consider this. The ability to launch an assault from roughly 11 billion kilometers away indicates an extraordinarily advanced level of technology. At the very least, such a vessel would be equipped with various superluminal weaponry, which the current Yada Empire could not possibly possess. Yet, curiously, the other technologies deciphered from the wreckage of this warship were rather commonplace, aligning with the typical capabilities of the Yada Empire. The only remarkable technologies were the 8-fold light-speed curvature engine and the original curvature space wave concealment technology. Within the Turan Interstellar Society, which interstellar power surpasses the Yada Empire, the Turan Empire. Thus, a plausible hypothesis began to form in Don Juan's mind. Could it be that this warship was a modified version provided by the Turan Empire, the suzerain state, to the Yada Empire? If this were the case, It would elucidate why the other technologies aboard this vessel were entirely mismatched with the curvature space wave concealment technology. Chapter 71. The arrival of the Yada fleet. If only there were a true warship from the Turan Empire. With such a vessel, Don Juan could analyze it and gain further insight into the legendary Turan Empire, a realm often described as elusive and enigmatic. Although the Turan Empire is the founder of the Turan Interstellar Society and serves as the sovereign authority over various interstellar civilizations, including the Yada Empire, both Don Juan and the majority of the Yada people possess scant knowledge of this empire. Most citizens of the Yada Empire are merely aware that the Turan Empire is their sovereign, dutifully collecting taxes from them annually. That is the extent of their understanding. Despite the extensive coverage of the interstellar network across the Turan Interstellar Society, each interstellar civilization renting this network from the Turan Empire is granted an independent server. In essence, there exists a barrier that cannot be surmounted even with the aid of a ladder. It must be crossed physically. Furthermore, the Turan Empire has never opened its borders for immigration, maintaining strict closure against other nations. Only tax officials dispatched from the Turan Empire periodically collect dues from various countries. Don Juan yearns to acquire more information about the Turan Empire. Being a person of prudence, he naturally wishes to understand this prospective adversary better. Knowledge of oneself and one's enemy is the key to triumph in every battle. Alas, he finds no additional avenues to explore, and thus must resign himself to the situation. He integrates the newly perfected technology of curvature space complete invisibility into the design of his warships and orders the commencement of technological enhancements on the existing fleet. Following this, he focuses on steady development and extensive construction. As time swiftly passes, 2 months elapse. During this period, significant changes occur within the galaxy. The 117th galaxy has been renamed by Don Juan to the Lingxiao Galaxy. Faction name: Intelligent Mechanized Heaven Sovereign. Don Juan current faction level: Armed Faction Territorial Range. Lingxiao Galaxy Faction Core. Dome Star Warship Production Lines. 8 total population. 3. 765 billion population composition. Ordinary Tactical Humanoids. 650,000 Tactical Humanoids. Psychic Maidens. 400,000 Tactical Humanoids. Mechanized Wing Maidens. 3. 763 billion Resource Output Bases. Emperor Ku Star. Imperial Guard 1. Imperial Guard 2. Imperial Guard 3. Click to expand, and 46 others. Available warship classes: 8 Extremes, 1, 9 Luminaries, 2, 10 Cities, 1. The faction panel on Don Juan's system interface has undergone considerable transformation. During this time, Don Juan has completed the conversion of the entire population of the Dome Star Wing people. The mechanized maiden population now exceeds 3,765 billion, with the vast majority derived from the transformation of the winged people. Initially, prior to Don Juan's arrival, the population of the winged people was approximately 3,769 billion. Due to Don Juan's extensive purging activities against the cult of the evil god, the population has diminished. Tang Hong currently operates 8 production lines for warships. One of these lines is strategically located at the Lagrange point between the planet Emperor and its satellite, dedicated to the manufacture of the formidable Tuyo large integrated transport ships. 4 of the production lines have been transformed into space stations, suspended at an altitude of 300 kilometers above the surface of the planet Xiongding, shielded by the planet's protective barrier. Among these 4 lines, one is tasked with the production of the Thunder Hammer orbital defense platforms, capable of completing a single unit in just 3 days. Over the past 2 months, 20 Thunder Hammer platforms have been produced. Furthermore, the ancient orbital defense platform, a remnant of a bygone era, has also come under Tang Hong's control. Leveraging this ancient platform as the core, along with the newly manufactured 20 Thunder Hammer platforms, Tang Hong has established a new orbital defense ring encircling the planet. Given the strength of this defense, even if the number of Yada warships from the initial assault on Xiongding were to increase tenfold, they would still be unable to breach the formidable firepower net of the new orbital defense ring. Not to mention, the energy shield of Xiongding has been fully repaired. Additionally, 3 more production lines are situated within a forward defense base, located 3,200,000,000 kilometers from the Southern Gateway, a name bestowed by Tang Hong upon this stargate. All 3 of these lines are dedicated to the production of Thunder Hammer defense platforms. Within 2 months, over 60 Thunder Hammer platforms have been produced, with 50 of them deployed into the Southern Gateway defense formation, effectively enclosing the entire area. The remaining 10 Thunder Hammer platforms have been stationed around the forward defense base. There are 3 methods to enter the Lingxiao star system. The first is through the Star Gate at the borders of the Yada Empire, which would lead directly to the Southern Gateway, facing Tang Hong's deployed space defense formation head-on. The second method involves jumping through natural spatial nodes from the remaining 116 explored star systems within the ruined star domain, yet as previously mentioned. The southern gateway automatically connects to all spatial nodes within the system, ensuring that any fleet attempting to jump directly from other systems will ultimately emerge at the southern gateway. The third option is to bypass any form of spatial jumping and approach from the nearest star system to the Ling Xiao star system at several times the speed of light. In this case, Tang Hong would be caught off guard. However, the nearest explored ruined star system is located 25 light-years from the Ling Xiao star system. And with the Yada Empire's typical military vessels traveling at 5 times the speed of light, it would take no less than 5 years to reach the Ling Xiao star system. Therefore, Tang Hong currently only needs to focus on defending the southern gateway, without the necessity to consider threats from other directions. Among the 8 production lines, 4 are engaged in the production of Thunderhammer defense platforms. 1 is dedicated to transport ships, while the remaining 3 lines include 1 focused on the manufacture of the Zhonglei medium attack battleships. Moreover, 2 additional heavy firepower destroyers of the Black Robe Hell are continuing production. Over the past 2 months, Tang Hong has launched 1 medium-sized Thunder Strike battleship and 15 heavy firepower destroyers of the Black Robe Hell. Now, Tang Hong boasts a total of 32 vessels, 1 Thunder Strike medium attack battleship, measuring 15 kilometers in length and weighing 3.7 billion tons, serving as Tang Hong's flagship. 1 Fire Phoenix heavy strike cruiser, 24 Black Robe Hell heavy firepower destroyers, and 6 large comprehensive transport ships of the Earth Star class. In the border star regions of the Yada Empire, a massive interstellar fleet is orderly emerging from the Stargate. This Stargate not only leads to the ruined star region, but also connects to other Stargates, serving as an entry and exit point. Today, an interstellar fleet has passed through the Stargate, arriving at the border star system. This fleet belongs to the Yada Empire and is designated as the Yada Empire's 054 Ruins Star System Second Defense Fleet, comprising over 3,400 warships of various types. It is the first regular military fleet of the Yada Empire to reach the border star region. Chapter 72. With over 150,000 warships at our disposal, Commander, in the relic star domain of the 054 star system. The Second Guardian Fleet originally possessed a total of 3,400 vessels, and I report that we are still at that count, while extending to you our utmost respect. A Yada officer's 3-dimensional projection saluted before Pharos. Pharos nodded slightly, instructing, let the guiding vessels dock in the designated area. After that, he fell silent. 2 months prior, the demise of Aubrey had profoundly impacted him, leaving Pharos in a state of unrest that lingered long after. The mere recollection would trigger a moment of heartache, though it soon subsided thanks to the medication circulating within his body. Yet, this cycle of fleeting panic and subsequent calm, only to be followed by renewed distress, proved to be a tormenting experience for Pharos. He could not fathom how a warship equipped with the technology of the Tornian Empire could be annihilated in an instant by the Machina Celestial. Beneath this turmoil lay a fear that Pharos was reluctant to confront. The Machina Celestial possessed a terrifying superluminal weapon, one that exceeded 8 times the speed of light. This realization weighed heavily on him, a truth he was unwilling to accept. He found his thoughts spiraling into other concerns. If the Machina Celestial truly wielded such a superluminal weapon, could it be deployed on a large scale? If it could be widely utilized, then this led Pharos to reflect on events centuries prior. He had accompanied his father, the previous Navy commander, who had been ordered by the Emperor at the time to resist the punitive fleet of the Tornian Empire. Faced with their warships, they had been utterly powerless. The disparity in technological advancement between the two sides insurmountable. Pharos could only watch helplessly as the Tornian fleet decimated an entire planet, his own homeworld, Lettuce. The profound despair of being unable to save his slaughtered kin. Even now, Pharos would awaken in the dead of night, haunted by nightmares. In his dreams, it seemed as though the souls of over 30 billion Yada compatriots, slaughtered on that planet, gazed at him with hollow, despairing eyes, silently accusing and cursing him. In the aftermath, his father, as the Imperial Navy commander, and the Yada Emperor at that time were both cast into a black hole as punishment. It was only then that Pharos ascended to the position of the new admiral of the Yada Imperial Navy, and the current emperor rose to power. Yet, more fleets were needed. This was far from sufficient. The thought ignited a fierce blaze in Pharos's eyes, causing his heart to pound violently within his chest, as if it were about to burst forth. The Machina Celestial, though their warships were few in number, if he could successfully vanquish them, he would gain access to superior technology. With advanced technology, he could construct a multitude of Machina Celestial vessels. Perhaps he could leverage these advanced technologies from the ruined star domain to expand his private army, coercing Emperor Yada to abdicate in his favor. With these technologies, he could lead the entire Yada Empire to flourish and ultimately defeat the Turan Empire. This is the nightmare that has long been harbored in the depths of Pharos's heart, as well as the monumental ambition he has pursued throughout his life. Now, with the nightmare and ambition entwined, Pharos finds himself driven to madness. What of the remaining fleet? How long until they arrive? Pharos abruptly inquired of his aide beside him. The aide, upon meeting the furious, bloodshot gaze, felt a chill run down his spine, swallowing hard and stammering. The assembly has been completed, and they are en route to the border star domain. However, most of the fleets we can deploy are not particularly close to the local stargate. It is estimated that in another month, the remaining 44 fleets will arrive one after another. By then, our total naval strength will exceed 150,000 warships. And what of the fleets from the other three civilizations? Pharos pressed further. According to the current intelligence, the fleet of the Jinran Empire has already reached a stargate 200 light-years away, stationed there with over 32,000 warships, poised to pass through the local stargate and arrive at the border star system. However, they have yet to take action. I suspect they intend to wait for subsequent support fleets to rendezvous before advancing together. The situations of the other two factions, the Ivlite Interstellar Federation and the Giant Mantis Capital Alliance, are similarly aligned. Commander, the total number of warships mobilized by these three factions already exceeds 100,000. And with additional support fleets on the way, it appears they have invested heavily, recalling all fleets originally assigned to defend the ruined star system, thereby amassing a naval might far surpassing any previous expedition into the ruins. Listening to the aide's report, Pharos closed his eyes, feeling the calming medication surge within him, restoring his composure. The territory of the Yada Empire stretches over 1,000 light-years, with the other three interstellar civilizations possessing similar expanses. If they are to temporarily redeploy fleets from their home territories, it will require considerable time. Given such vast distances, the fact that these fleets can be gathered within mere months underscores the significance of this expedition into the ruined star domain. To expedite the process and gather as many warships as possible, they have mobilized the majority of the defensive fleets within the ruined star system they control, utilizing the fastest routes available. The ancient stargates leading to the ruined star domain are not limited to the single one located in the current border star domain. In fact, there are 7. These 7 ancient stargates are situated within the 7 border star systems of the Yada Empire. It was noted earlier that beyond the border star systems of the Yada Empire lies an expanse devoid of space, a realm of void. These 7 stargates were discovered during the initial expansion of the Yada Empire into this region. Within each stargate, one can discover coordinates of various relic star domains. Each stargate is capable of leading to more than a dozen distinct relic star systems. The 7th ancient stargate of the 7th frontier system is able to access the 117 relic star systems, which represents the final coordinates deciphered from the stargate. However, their observations reveal that over 97% of the relic star domains remain unexplored. Consequently, should they wish to venture into new relic star systems, they must first enter the 117 star system through this ancient stargate, using it as a launching point to dispatch fleets across the tumultuous cosmic storms of the starry sea, ultimately reaching the latest relic star systems. Thus, the significance of the 117 star system cannot be overstated. Previously, they had not emphasized its importance, believing their only adversaries to be other interstellar factions. Yet, who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of a force known as the celestial mechanism, which has now encircled the 117 star system? Chapter 73, The Stellar Path and the Terrifying Military Might. 300,000 warships. While Tang Hong was engaged in defense and preparations within the star system, the major interstellar civilizations were exerting every effort to swiftly assemble vast fleets. However, in the Lingxiao star system, also known as the 117th star system, an incident occurred. The entire relic star domain, apart from the 117 known relic star systems, was largely shrouded in peril and enveloped by treacherous spatial storms, rendering direct passage for fleets impossible. Suddenly, amidst the myriad of stars in this relic star domain, one point's luminosity surged dramatically. It was a star whose brightness intensified so resplendently that it dimmed the radiance of other luminous stars in the relic star domain. A supernova had erupted. Upon observing this phenomenon, Tang Hong immediately recognized its significance. Were it an ordinary supernova, he would not have paid it much heed, for supernovae abound in the cosmos. However, accompanying this supernova was the revelation of a stellar path. Invisible to the naked eye, it could only be discerned through the perspective of gravitational lensing, revealing a winding and intricately twisted pathway, akin to a vein, illuminated by the supernova's brilliance, capable of safely traversing the tumultuous spatial storms to reach other unknown relic star systems. This indicated that natural spatial nodes for jumping existed along this secure path. At present, this site was newly transmitted and could only be observed within the Lingxiao star system. The nearest star system, the 116th relic star system, lay 25 light-years away, and this phenomenon would only reach it in 25 years at the speed of light. Thus, only Tang Hong, who controlled and occupied the Lingxiao star system, was privy to the existence of this stellar path. When Tang Hong first perceived its presence, his immediate thought was, could this be a trap? Were there malefactors seeking to ensnare me? Since his exploration of the ancient civilization relics, where he witnessed a gaseous giant planet seemingly alive, migrating through higher dimensional space, he had grown particularly wary of such sudden anomalies. Yet upon further reflection, he deemed his suspicions excessive. According to gravitational lensing observations, the star that erupted in supernova was located 1,200 light-years away from the Lingxiao star system. This meant that the supernova had occurred over a millennium ago. It was implausible for anyone to have the foresight to devise a scheme against Tang Hong, anticipating his emergence over 12 centuries later. Alas, when did I become so suspicious? Akin to the likes of Cao Cao, my doubts verge on the neurotic. Nevertheless, I can uphold another of Cao Cao's traditions. This stellar path can be temporarily disregarded. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Commanding Shi Wei to meticulously document the entire star route, Tang Hong subsequently focused on the vigorous expansion of his fleet. Presently, the defense system at the southern celestial gate comprises 50 Thunder Hammer space-based platforms. With the formidable firepower of the Thunder Hammer defense platforms, 3 are sufficient to blockade a planet. Thus, 50 are more than adequate for securing the southern celestial gate. Consequently, Tang Hong suspended 4 production lines for the Thunder Hammer platforms and 1 for the production of the Tuyo large integrated transport ships, redirecting efforts towards the manufacture of additional warships to augment his fleet. For Tang Hong, the defenses of the Stargate were satisfactory enough to prevent incursions. Now, it was time to contemplate an offensive. According to intelligence gathered from spies positioned in the border systems of the Yada Empire, Tang Hong had indeed deployed his own spies. These operatives had infiltrated during his earlier expulsion of the entire Lingxiao star system's interstellar pioneers, mingling with their ships to relay information back through the guise of a psionic girl. Currently, fleets of the Yada Empire had arrived within the border systems, and it was anticipated that they would soon initiate an assault. However, they would be utterly unprepared for Tang Hong's decision to strike first. This offensive needed to occur before they fully assembled and launched their own attack. In the interim, Tang Hong aimed to amass strength within the limited time frame available. 8 warship production lines commenced the comprehensive manufacture of the Black Robe Hell Heavy Firepower destroyers. However, this new version of the Black Robe Hell destroyer differed significantly from its predecessor. The original CHNI-type Crimson Black Particle Strike cannon fired heat-melted particle clusters traveling at 20 the speed of light. Upon striking an enemy vessel, the cluster would disperse within the target, inflicting catastrophic damage throughout the entire ship. If the enemy vessel measured less than a kilometer in size and possessed relatively thin armor, this strike could obliterate the ship from within, vaporizing all personnel aboard. While formidable, the weapon's single-function nature was insufficient. Based on recent intelligence, the psionic girl spies stationed in the border systems observed that some specialized shield ships were present among the Yada fleet. It was conservatively estimated that the armor of these shield vessels exceeded 10 meters in thickness. Such solid armor would diminish the effectiveness of the Crimson Black Particle Strike cannon significantly. Aside from the Thunderclap battleship, which was equipped with armor-piercing railguns, the remaining warships in Tang Hong's fleet utilized only heat-melted ion weapons. However, Tang Hong could not afford to acquire entirely new designs for warships as his resources were depleted. Thus, following Tang Hong's directive, Shi Wei ingeniously modified the existing armaments of the Black Robe Hell Heavy Firepower destroyers' bows, integrating railguns to create a new weapon model, the Magnetic Rail Special Assault Strike Cannon. This new cannon utilized massive solid projectiles, each embedded with a warhead containing crimson black particle clusters bound by magnetic fields. As a massive projectile, advancing at 15% of the speed of light, penetrates the enemy's armor and subsequently disintegrates, the boundless crimson-black particles within erupt uncontrollably, wreaking havoc within the adversary's warships. The devastation is intensified, more formidable, more tyrannical. A month later, in the border star systems of the Yada Empire, an inconceivable multitude of warships has assembled beyond the Stargate. Fleets of countless vessels are scattered across the expanse of space, encompassing a radius of 100 million kilometers from the Stargate. In addition to the Yada Empire, the other 3 interstellar powers, the Ivry Interstellar Federation, the Giant Mantis Capital Consortium, and the Zhenren Interstellar Empire, have also arrived in full force. Among them, the Yada Empire possesses the home field advantage, mustering the largest number of warships. A standard large fleet of the Yada Empire comprises 3,400 vessels. However, the number of Yada fleets congregating in the border star systems amounts to 45, with a total of 153,000 starships of various classes. The Ivry Interstellar Federation fields 15 fleets, each equipped with 2,400 vessels, bringing their total to 36,000 ships. The Giant Mantis Capital Consortium has 11 fleets, each comprising 5,100 vessels, totaling 56,100 ships. The Jinren Interstellar Empire commands 20 fleets, each consisting of 3,800 vessels, amounting to 79,800 ships. In total, the four interstellar civilizations have assembled 91 fleets in the Yada border star systems, culminating in a staggering total of 324,900 warships. Chapter 74. A high probability of victory. Rounded up, it is total triumph within a span of 100 million kilometers around the southern gate. Over 320,000 warships from four interstellar civilizations are dispersed throughout the vastness of space, an impressive display of military might. All civilian organizations and individual interstellar pioneers have long been expelled from this domain. Here lies the heart of the Tauran Interstellar Society, the stronghold of the four great interstellar civilizations. At this moment, the spaceport city, which was once in close proximity to the Stargate, has been relocated to an area approximately 500 million kilometers away. Inside the spaceport city remains that towering chamber, where the leaders of the four civilizations have convened. Among them are Farlos, commander of the Yada Empire Navy, the Archon of the YVRY Interstellar Federation's Relic Star Domain, the Vice General Manager of the Giant Mantis Capital S subsidiary in the Relic Star Domain, and the General of the Jinren Interstellar Empire's Relic Star Domain. Farlos, your Yada Empire has dispatched quite a formidable fleet, remarked the Archon of the YVRY Federation, glancing at the densely packed armada belonging to the Yada Empire outside, a mocking smile gracing their beak-like visage. Do you truly lack confidence to contend with us that you require such a multitude of ships? Among the four factions present, only the YVRY Federation has sent the least number of warships, a mere 30,000, while the Yada Empire boasts nearly 5 times that number. Thus, it was only natural for him to indulge in some derision. Who has to blame for your distance? At such a range, it is improbable that you could swiftly mobilize your domestic fleets, Farlos retorted with a cold sneer, surveying the assembly. Given the scale of your fleet, it seems you have nearly summoned all the ships stationed in other relic star systems. Be wary that in this battle, you may find yourselves utterly annihilated, leaving your relic systems unguarded, ultimately benefiting my Yada Empire. Benefiting you? That statement implies that we three factions are so feeble, scoffed the Vice General Manager of Giant Mantis, arms crossed defiantly, his triangular head held high, exuding palpable disdain. The General of the Jinren Empire stood rigidly, devoid of movement or expression. After all, this approximately 1.8-meter-tall mechanical frame is not the true embodiment of a Jinren, but rather a large mech, with the actual Jinren General, who measures no more than 20 centimeters, residing within. As long as he refrained from speaking, none could discern his emotions or stance. The Yada Empire holds the advantage of home territory, having mobilized the largest fleet. The combined forces of the other three factions barely surpass that of the Yada Empire. Consequently, they had already conspired in private. Once they launch their assault on the Relic Star system and defeat the so-called Celestial Court, they will strike suddenly. Together, they will vanquish the fleet of the Yada Empire. Thereafter, they will share everything obtained from the 117 star systems. In their minds, the three of them have little regard for the blockade imposed by the mechanized Celestial Court. The warship technology of the mechanical Celestial Court is undeniably formidable, yet its numbers are woefully inadequate in the face of their overwhelming military superiority. Even if their warships possess remarkable maneuverability and inertia-free characteristics, it is implausible for them to evade an assault spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers in an instant. Can they truly escape the saturation firepower of our countless warships? Thus, for them, the Yada Empire, with its vast fleet, stands as their ultimate adversary. However, what Pharos contemplates diverges significantly from their thoughts. He harbors a critical piece of intelligence unknown to the other three factions. The mechanical Celestial Court undoubtedly possesses superluminal weaponry, with speeds exceeding 8 times the speed of light. Consequently, he has been ruminating on strategies to counter the warships armed with such formidable armaments. Yet, after much contemplation, Pharos finds himself at a loss for a flawless solution. The terror of superluminal weapons is overwhelming. Their velocities are so extreme that no monitoring system can anticipate them in advance, leaving one to passively endure the onslaught. In the face of such weaponry, the most viable, indeed the only, course of action is to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. But how many lives must be sacrificed for this endeavor? As the supreme commander of the Yada Empire's fleet, Pharos must carefully weigh this decision. Data streams flicker in his eyes, and the cognitive enhancement chip in his mind rapidly computes possibilities. He begins by considering 3 hypotheses under the premise that the Celestial Court wields superluminal weaponry. The first hypothesis posits that the superluminal weapons of the mechanical Celestial Court are relics from ancient civilizations, limited in number and irreplaceable. This scenario would be ideal for Pharos, allowing him to expend minimal military resources to swiftly achieve his objectives. The second hypothesis suggests that the Celestial Court possesses a method for producing superluminal weapons autonomously. However, Due to their limited capacity, the quantity would not be substantial. This second scenario is not unfavorable for Pharos. In fact, it might be advantageous. If the superluminal weapons are depleted and his fleet suffers minimal losses, he could still emerge victorious. The potential benefit lies in the possibility of seizing the Celestial Court's technology for superluminal weaponry post-conflict, enabling him to manufacture them himself. A tremendous advantage. The third hypothesis, however, is the most daunting, invoking dread in Pharos and the least desire to accept its validity. It posits that the mechanical Celestial Court can effortlessly manufacture superluminal weapons in large quantities. In such a case, combined with the terrifying capabilities of their warships, their fleet of hundreds of thousands could face annihilation. Yet, the likelihood of this third hypothesis is minimal, as the scale of the Celestial Court cannot be vast. Although Pharos is unaware of the true size of the mechanical Celestial Court, he surmises it cannot be substantial. The creation of such high-tech weaponry must be supported by a formidable industrial base, particularly for mass production. Take, for instance, the Yada Empire. Boasting a staggering population of 12 trillion, with hundreds of colonized planets and an abundance of high-end talent across various industries. This is what one might refer to as a substantial entity. The celestial mechanism has only recently emerged, a mere few months ago. As for the possibility of the celestial mechanism discovering efficient and convenient STC templates within the relics of ancient civilizations, templates that would allow for the straightforward and mass production of faster-than-light weaponry with merely the input of materials, such a possibility exists. However, the mechanism still lacks the capability for large-scale production of faster-than-light weaponry. The Yada Empire had previously unearthed certain STC templates for the production of specific items within the relic star domains, alongside some incomprehensible cubic devices. Yet, they were utterly unable to decipher the encryption that bound them. Such enigmas were beyond their understanding and utility. Ultimately, they had no recourse but to relinquish these artifacts to the Tauran Empire in exchange for various preferential policies and rewards from their suzerain. With a population of 12 trillion, how many scientists does the Yada Empire possess? All utterly helpless, not to mention the mechanism itself. Hence, Pharos concluded that the first hypothesis was the most plausible, while the second hypothesis would maximize his own interests. The third hypothesis, however, was utterly impossible. It seems I had previously succumbed to an unfounded dread of this militarized splinter faction known as the Celestial Mechanism. With these thoughts clarified, Pharos felt a significant lift in his spirits. In this battle, he harbored over a 90% certainty of victory. Rounded off, that amounts to a complete triumph. Chapter 75. Do you dare to take the initiative? Who granted you such audacity? Upon reflecting on everything, Pharos found that the mechanical Celestial Court was not as formidable a threat as he had initially perceived. The greater danger lay with the other 3 interstellar factions. It was time to deliberate on a strategy for offense. The first challenge would be to breach the Stargate, which formed an equilateral triangle with each side measuring 600 kilometers. During the discussions, Pharos subtly hinted multiple times that he had no desire for his fleet to take the lead in the assault. He deliberately suggested that the defenses beyond the Stargate would be formidable. After all, how vast could the Stargate be? Any frontline troops attempting to penetrate the Celestial Court's blockade would undoubtedly suffer severe casualties. Indeed, following Pharos's insinuations, none of the other factions were eager to take the forefront in attacking the Stargate. They were all aware that breaching the blockade would lead to losses, and their fleets were already inferior in number to that of the Yada Empire. Furthermore, everyone understood that once the mechanical Celestial Court was vanquished, the alliances would quickly dissolve into conflict, resulting in intense debates where no one would yield to the others. Tensions escalated to the brink of violence among the fleets. It appeared that an internal conflict might erupt, but ultimately, they all exercised remarkable restraint. They could engage in infighting, but not at this juncture. Thus, Pharos finally exhaled deeply, as if the decision weighed heavily upon him, and declared, "The task of breaching the Stargate shall be entrusted to our Yada fleet. Once we succeed, the primary offensive position will need to be exchanged. At that time, it will be your fleets that are responsible for annihilating the Celestial Court's forces." Upon hearing this, the others felt a sense of triumph, believing that Pharos could not withstand the combined strength of their 3 factions. They dismissed the threat posed by the mechanical Celestial Court entirely and readily acquiesced. However, unbeknownst to them, Pharos, who outwardly appeared to make a difficult decision, was secretly elated. They likely had no inkling that the Celestial Court's fleet was equipped with faster-than-light weaponry. For Pharos, possessing 2 pieces of intelligence gave him an advantage. The first was indeed the existence of faster-than-light weaponry. The second was that the defenses at the Stargate were not particularly strong. When he previously dispatched Aubrey, he learned that there were only 2 orbital defense platforms, and in the 3 months that had elapsed, how much could the blockade's defensive capabilities have increased? The time frame was too short for significant enhancements. Currently, Pharos commanded 45 fleets of the Yada Empire, nearly half of which were not directly under his command. He harbored intentions of sacrificing this half of the fleet in the 117th star system. Ideally, after completely annihilating the mechanical celestial court, he would turn against the other three factions in battle and ensure that their fleets met a similar fate. In this way, all the benefits would rightfully belong to him, Pharos, rather than to the Yada Empire. The task assignments were concluded. With all preparations in place, 91 interstellar fleets of varying compositions, comprising over 320,000 starships, were now positioned within a space of 100 million kilometers surrounding the Stargate. The temporary fleet of the Yada Empire is organized, with the Vanguard Army's first fleet of 400 shield ships initiating their engines and commencing the advance. Following closely is the Vanguard Army's second fleet of 400 assault warships, approaching the Stargate. Engage. Within the Vanguard Army's first fleet, all vessels are shield ships. These ships resemble an upturned umbrella, with a thick, expansive shield at the bow exceeding 10 meters in thickness. The Stargate takes the form of an equilateral triangle with a side length of 600 kilometers, and the 400 shield ships are closely arranged, forming a space shield slightly smaller than the entrance of the Stargate. This type of shield ship is a specialized war vessel developed by the Yada Empire over a millennium of conflict with surrounding interstellar civilizations. Designed specifically for breaching Stargates, the shield ships advance, and, upon passing through the Stargate, withstand the concentrated fire from the opposing side, thereby providing cover for the subsequent fleet to launch an attack while relying on the shield ships as a protective barrier. Notably, these ships are devoid of offensive weaponry, equipped solely with close-range defenses to intercept high-yield hydrogen bombs and similar armaments. Overall, these vessels prove useful only during assaults on Stargates. However, since Stargates represent the most common portals in contemporary interstellar society, many civilizations possess analogous ship types. Yet, these shield ships have a drawback. During the breach of a Stargate, they obstruct the visibility of the fleet behind them. Consequently, a dedicated fleet control command is established within the shield ship formation to direct the trailing vessels. Just as the shield ship fleet nears the Stargate, with less than 100,000 kilometers remaining, an unexpected event unfolds. Before the astonished eyes of many, a pitch-black fleet emerges from within the Stargate. This small fleet comprises 47 warships. While the number pales in comparison to any of the large interstellar forces present, the sheer size of even the smallest ship within this fleet is astonishing. The dark hulls are adorned with vivid crimson depictions of infernal scenes. At its core lies a colossal battleship, measuring 15 kilometers in length, with sharp angles and straight lines. This design belongs to the mechanical celestial court fleet. At this precise moment, Tang Hong has chosen to strike. No one, including Pharos, anticipated that Tang Hong would dare to take the initiative. Such a reckless act. Remaining docile within the galaxy could prolong their existence, yet they have chosen to venture forth to meet their demise. Governor Ivley chuckled heartily, but amidst his laughter, a sudden tremor coursed through a bird-like appendage. He raised a hand to pluck a feather from the nape of his neck, observing that this feather stood out distinctly from the others, resembling a colorful scale. He had forgotten to take his medication, but it mattered little. Casually tossing the feather aside, he remained unconcerned. As for the others, their attention was entirely captivated by the mechanical celestial court fleet that had just emerged from the Stargate. The moment the mechanical celestial court fleet appeared, it did not face any form of attack. The fleet positioned at the forefront, a mere 100,000 kilometers away, is the shield fleet, whose vessels lack the capability for offensive maneuvers. The other fleets either are too distant, unable to reach with their firepower, even lasers requiring several seconds to traverse, or they are positioned behind the shield fleet, preparing to pass through the Stargate, their firing lines entirely obstructed by the shield fleet. However, this was precisely within Tang Hong's calculations. He deliberately chose this moment to launch a proactive assault from the Stargate. Since you are unable to strike first, I shall commence my attack. In the next instant, to the astonishment of all present, the fleet of the intelligent machinery celestial court vanished into thin air. None of their radars or curvature space monitoring devices could detect the existence of that fleet. It was as if the recently emerged Obsidian fleet were but an illusion, never having existed at all. Chapter 76. The Drift of Curvature in Space. The fleet from the Netherworld prior to passing through the Stargate. All warships within the fleet were engaged in the preheating of their curvature engines. Once they traversed the Stargate, the engines were activated instantaneously. The entire fleet was enveloped in a vast curvature bubble, coalescing into a singular entity, advancing at a terrifying velocity of 10 times the speed of light. At such a speed, even if Don Juan's warships lacked the curvature space monitoring stealth technology, the enemy fleet, which was typically equipped with only 5 times the speed of light curvature engines, would be utterly incapable of detecting the presence of Don Juan's fleet. In this scenario, The entire mechanical celestial fleet existed in a state of complete invisibility. Indeed, among these interstellar forces, comprising over 320,000 warships, not a single vessel was able to discern the presence of the mechanical celestial fleet through any means. Adjust the curvature values slightly to the right rear of the fleet. Execute a minor course correction. The adjustments were completed, and the fleet began to maneuver. The technical humanoids operating each warship exhibited glimmers of data streams reminiscent of the ocean within their eyes, as their thoughts interconnected, forming a supercomputer. With an unfathomable computational speed, they calculated every curvature space value, continuously fine-tuning the curvature parameters at the rear of the fleet within the span of billionths of a second. Upon completion of these calculations, the moment arrived for curvature drift. What is drifting in racing compared to this? Now, Don Juan's entire fleet was drifting through the spatial curvature at 10 times the speed of light. Such formidable computational and operational capabilities could only be achieved by these humanoids. Akin to supercomputers, in an instant, the fleet maneuvered to the side of the shield fleet, launching several high-yield Rohu hydrogen bombs at its flank. As these bombs exited the curvature bubble, they initially possessed no kinetic energy or inertia. After a moment of stillness, they locked onto their target and activated their propulsion systems. Striking from the flank of the 3,400 shield vessels. Where are the enemies? They've completely vanished. Pharos was aware of the formidable capabilities of the mechanical celestial warships, yet he had never encountered such an eerie phenomenon. He was utterly oblivious to the whereabouts of the celestial fleet. No, it could only be described as paranormal. It was as if they had become specters. We are entirely incapable of detecting their existence. What has transpired? Inquire at the command center of the shield fleet on the front lines. Pharos bellowed, but at that moment, several dazzling and brilliant luminous clusters erupted in the void of space, rising among the 3,400 neatly arranged shield vessels. These clusters of white light resembled miniature stars, swiftly engulfing the entire shield fleet. You have destroyed a special warship of the Yada Empire, earning 200 spiritual energy. You have obliterated 3,400 special warships of the Yada Empire, totaling 680,000 spiritual energy. Listening to the system notifications in his ears, Don Juan exclaimed, "Delightful." Immediately, his gaze shifted towards the vast expanse of space, where over 300,000 warships floated within a 1,000,000-kilometer radius. Spiritual essence. All of these vessels were imbued with it. The entire Vanguard fleet's first division of 3,400 shield ships had been utterly obliterated, while the command center, composed of the upper echelons of the 4 interstellar powers, remained oblivious to the unfolding catastrophe. What had transpired? The Vanguard fleet had been annihilated. But where was the enemy? We still could not discern their whereabouts. Our military radar and curvature space monitoring devices failed to detect any sign of their existence. Damn it. Could it be that we were not facing humans at all? Were we engaged in battle with the legendary specters? Hundreds of staff members and tens of thousands of operational strategists were thrown into chaos. Pharos, Governor Yvrit, Vice President Juding, and General Jean were left bewildered, exchanging glances filled with confusion and dread, their minds a tumultuous storm of emotions, rendering them speechless. In the vastness of space, the mechanical celestial fleet, encased within a tenfold light-speed curvature bubble, moved like true phantoms, evading the detection of the combined forces of over 300,000 warships from the 4 interstellar powers. Suddenly, a staff officer bellowed, "We've detected the enemy's position." "Where?" Pharos exclaimed, his bloodshot eyes wide with urgency. "At the standard 3-dimensional coordinates centered around the Stargate O point, 30 million kilometers along the right y-axis. 30 million kilometers. That was the location of the 17th Fleet. In an instant, Pharos' scaly lizard-like visage turned ashen. In just 10 seconds, they had covered such a distance. At tenfold light speed, the mechanical celestial fleet emerged from its curvature state less than 100,000 kilometers from the Yada 17th Fleet, revealing its presence. The entire 17th Fleet of 3,400 warships was caught completely off guard. The 47 ships of the mechanical celestial fleet, including a medium-sized Thunder-class battleship and 46 heavy firepower destroyers from Hell's Black Rope, unleashed a tremendous barrage upon the 3,400 vessels of the Yada 17th Fleet. Not to mention the battleship. Just the 46 destroyers wielded a staggering total of 736 Black Rope, Hell-type 1-ion cannon turrets, and 138 arrays of 200 missile launchers. What sheer terror lay in such firepower? In that fleeting second, a multitude of crimson ion beams filled the void of space, mingling with an array of ordinary and curvature missiles, surging like a tidal wave towards the Yada fleet. Caught completely off guard, the Yada vessels were pierced by the crimson beams, struck by the new magnetic railgun turrets, and impacted by curvature engine missiles. A series of ephemeral explosions flickered in the darkness of space, resembling a newly formed starry sky, filled with countless twinkling points of light. Within a minute, the 400 Yada warships were utterly annihilated. Before the arrival of additional fleet reinforcements, the mechanical celestial fleet once again entered a state of curvature, continuing its warp drift at tenfold the speed of light through the vast expanse of space. 20 seconds later, the mechanical celestial fleet materialized alongside another fleet from the Yifli Interstellar Federation, located 60 million kilometers away. What followed was a familiar sequence of events, elusive and spectral. This fleet commanded by Tang Hong resembled true phantoms. It is no wonder that Tang Hong bestowed upon this fleet the name Ghost Fleet. The warships predominantly comprised the 10 cities class of the Black Robe Hell battleships. In Chinese mythology, Black Robe Hell is the domain of the third king of the 10 halls of the underworld, presided over by the Song Emperor. Now, this fleet is indeed a genuine manifestation from the depths of the netherworld. Chapter 77. Their curvature missiles are dwindling. Only a little over 60,000 remain. The enemy has appeared near the 7th fleet. The 7th fleet is under attack. We can hardly hold on. Oh my god. Damn it, they vanished again. Requesting assistance. Requesting assistance. Our fleet is on the brink of annihilation. The machine ghost fleet appears as true phantoms, drifting throughout the battlefield. Within this vast expanse of space, spanning 100 million kilometers, numerous large interstellar fleets dash back and forth in a frenzied effort to support one another. Yet, not a trace of the machine ghost fleet can be captured. Mere minutes have passed, and several complete fleets have already met their demise. At this rate, the annihilation of their fleet is merely a matter of time. A change must be made. Pharos cannot pin his hopes on the enemy fleet's dwindling ammunition or energy reserves. The Stargate. Yes, the Stargate. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Pharos, and he gazed intently at the colossal Stargate floating in space. He dispatched his fleet to launch a forceful assault on the Stargate, certain that the machine heavenly fleet would be drawn in to defend it. Once the machine heavenly fleet is attracted, they will be compelled to exit their curvature state to mount a defense. After all, while enveloped in a curvature bubble, the energy weapons aboard the battleships cannot penetrate the bubble to fire outward. Only physical projectiles can breach the curvature bubble. Missiles and railgun shells are among the projectiles capable of penetrating it. However, standard missiles and shells travel too slowly and can be easily intercepted. As for the machine heavenly fleet's curvature engine missiles, they too rely on the curvature engine and must first be launched outside the curvature bubble before they can re-establish the curvature bubble and enter superluminal speed, automatically seeking and tracking down their targets. Previously, the machine heavenly fleet swiftly decimated several large fleets by instantaneously arriving beside them using the curvature engine, exiting the curvature state to utilize all their weapons effectively. After quickly annihilating a fleet, they would re-enter the curvature state before other fleets could arrive for support, gliding through the battlefield. To swiftly eliminate these fleets, the machine heavenly fleet has expended a significant number of curvature engine missiles. Thus, Pharos deduced that the remaining curvature engine missiles within the machine heavenly fleet are limited. If they launch a strong assault on the Stargate, the heavenly fleet will be compelled to retreat, providing them with a crucial opportunity during the brief interval when they exit the curvature engine state to counterattack with energy weapons. Fleet 27, 39, and 43. Heed my command. Activate the curvature engines and immediately approach the Stargate. Attack the Stargate, forcing the heavenly fleet to defend. Pharos issued the command without hesitation, simultaneously addressing the high-ranking officials of the other 3 interstellar factions. Order your fleets to move in unison. If we do not eliminate the heavenly fleet here, we shall never occupy the 117-star system beyond the Stargate. This is of utmost importance. At this moment, the other 3 factions cast aside their minor concerns and began to unite against the machine heavenly fleet. Though the 3 fleets recently commanded by Pharos are indeed part of the Yada Empire, they do not belong to his core forces, and their loss would not be of great concern. Simultaneously, these fleets are the farthest from the Stargate and possess the time to activate their curvature engines, enabling them to swiftly approach the vicinity of the Stargate at 5 times the speed of light before exiting the curvature state to mount an assault on the gate. Fleets in curvature state cannot traverse the Stargate. They must disengage from the curvature state beforehand. Furthermore, the activation speed of their curvature engines is not as rapid as that of the celestial warships, generally requiring 3 minutes. Within that span, another giant Mantis capital joint fleet was annihilated by the intelligent mechanical celestial fleet. Pharos, having observed the recently destroyed giant Mantis capital joint fleet, reached a conclusion that filled him with immense joy. Their stock of curvature engine missiles was dwindling. Upon the reappearance of the intelligent mechanical celestial fleet and its subsequent attack on a giant Mantis capital joint fleet, they had utilized curvature engine missiles solely to destroy a large warship. The majority of the giant Mantis capital warships had fallen to ion beams. The frequency of utilizing curvature engine missiles was far lower than before. Indeed, my prior conjecture was correct. Their supply of curvature engine missiles is running low. Pharos was suddenly elated. Victory was within his grasp. As long as the intelligent mechanical celestial fleet was devoid of the ultra-light speed offensive capability provided by curvature engine missiles, he stood a chance to prevail. As for how Pharos discerned the use of curvature engine missiles, which eluded their detection, it was straightforward. Whenever a warship was destroyed by means imperceptible to them, it was undoubtedly due to the deployment of curvature engine missiles. The three Yada fleets successfully activated their curvature engines, totaling 12,200 warships. At the very moment they engaged their curvature engines, Tang Hong had already been informed through curvature space monitoring devices. The three Yada fleets entered superluminal status, traveling at 5 times the speed of light. With estimated arrivals at the Stargate in 32 seconds, 45 seconds, and 51 seconds, respectively. Should they be intercepted? Villia, how many curvature engine missiles do we have remaining? Tang Hong inquired. The total stock of curvature engine missiles across all warships stands at 62,000, replied a technical humanoid girl named Villia. 62,000. Tang Hong pondered briefly before stating, that should suffice. Let us launch the remaining missiles all at once, then retreat to replenish our stock. You all deserve a moment of respite. With a smile, Tang Hong gently patted Villia's shoulder. Villia's fair visage flushed instantly. Yet her upper face remained concealed beneath the black glass visor of her helmet, revealing only her delicate pink lips and petite chin, thus rendering her blush imperceptible. In that brief moment, her silicon brain conducted an astonishing 596 trillion calculations of curvature space values. Villia was among the earliest of the technical humanoid girls, boasting the second highest computational ability, surpassed only by Zivi. The tactic currently employed by Tang Hong, which can be deemed a curvature drift strategy, is not easily executable. The numerical computations involved in curvature space are immensely vast, comparable to calculating every single atom in the surrounding expanse of space. At present, among all the warships, the formidable computational capability formed by the collective consciousness of 100,000 technologically advanced humanoid maidens is nearing its limits. Should this persist, their silicon-based computational brains may overheat and malfunction. In such a scenario, if the enemy fails to inflict casualties upon Tang Hong, it would be a grave misfortune if this cohort of technological maidens were to suffer irreversible damage to their brains. Under Tang Hong's command, the fleet withdrew from the curvature state in space and commenced the deployment of curvature engine missiles in all directions. Countless curvature engine missiles ascended from the aligned launch silos of 47 warships, dispersing towards 300,000 enemy vessels within a range of 100 million kilometers. Of these, 10,200 missiles locked onto 3 Yada fleets, each comprising 10,200 warships, which were approaching the Stargate while in curvature state. The remaining 51,800 curvature engine missiles were not deliberately targeted at any particular warship. Instead, they were allowed to autonomously seek out their objectives. The enemy still possessed a considerable number of warships, and it remained to be seen which vessel would be fortunate enough to receive a curvature engine missile. Chapter 78. The destruction of the fleet and the splendor of the scene after launching all the curvature engine missiles. Tang Hong refrained from re-entering the curvature state and commanded all warships to activate the inertial-less engines. The celestial warships boasted 3 types of engines: curvature engines, inertial-less engines, and the most basic plasma propulsion engines. The inertial-less engines were not solely designed for maneuverability, they could also facilitate acceleration. However, being a rudimentary model, Tang Hong's variant could not surpass the speed of light, and due to its lack of inertia, maintaining velocity necessitated continuous activation, consuming more energy than the curvature engines. Once deactivated, the vessels would come to an immediate halt. The highest-tier inertial-less engines theoretically could achieve infinite light speed, in an instant, accelerating to sublight speeds. The vessels would retain their form, even if structural integrity was compromised, requiring no additional protection. At this moment, Tang Hong's command for the fleet to utilize the inertial-less engines was deliberate. With their engines engaged, the 47 warships of the fleet accelerated to sublight speed, advancing toward the Stargate. This maneuver did not go unnoticed by several major fleets. Commander, the enemy fleet has exited the curvature state. They have instantaneously accelerated to sublight speed and are heading toward the Stargate. A report reached Pharos's ears, startling him and igniting an uncontrollable wave of elation. Could it be that the celestial fleet had depleted its energy reserves, rendering them unable to re-enter the curvature state? Victory was within reach. If only he could seize this opportunity. Everyone, the enemy fleet is running on fumes. We still possess a formidable number of ships. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Pharos burst into laughter. The anxious hearts of the other 3 interstellar factions leaders were instantly calmed upon hearing his words. Then let us not waste any more time. Pursue them at once. Governor Ivley shouted, promptly issuing pursuit orders to his fleet. The other two interstellar leaders followed suit, issuing the same commands. This was a rare opportunity. They could not afford to let the celestial fleet escape, lest they face endless repercussions. Yes, pursue. We must pursue. Previously, when Tang Hong commanded his fleet with overwhelming force, these interstellar fleets had been reticent, fearful that Tang Hong would single them out among many. Now, perceiving the celestial fleet's signs of fatigue, they surged forward with renewed vigor. In the vastness of space surrounding the Stargate, 100 million kilometers away, a considerable number of ships belonging to the four major interstellar factions advanced toward the Stargate. Hurry, hurry. The flagship has relayed the order. Attack the Stargate. Those scoundrels are faltering. Based on the flagship. Where's the flagship? Ah, it's so blinding. My eyes. Within a fleet of Yada. The personnel stationed aboard each warship stood ready for orders. However, when all their vessels directed their observational instruments towards the flagship at the heart of the fleet, they were met only with a blinding sphere of white light. No signs of an impending attack were detected. The flagship abruptly transformed into a dazzling orb of light amidst the void of space. This radiant spectacle appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Once the brilliance faded, the immense body of the flagship was reduced to cosmic debris, drifting aimlessly. This was merely the beginning. Within a radius of 100 million kilometers, warships across the fleet erupted into explosions, shattering into fragments of wreckage in the vastness of space. In an instant, the explosions illuminated the starry sky, their brilliance rivaling the myriad points of light forming the Milky Way. What? Pharaohs exclaimed in astonishment. This method of attack was a curvature engine missile. How could the heavenly fleet possess so many curvature engine missiles? Yet, he quickly realized the truth. This must be the last resort of the mechanized heavenly fleet, unleashing all their curvature engine missiles in a desperate bid to cover the passage of their energy-depleted fleet through the Stargate. Ha ha ha, you are deluded. Fortunately, I had already ordered 3 fleets to advance to the Stargate ahead of time. They should have arrived by now. Pharaoh's laughter abruptly ceased as he observed the same blinding light, emanating from over 10,000 warships, flashing around the Stargate. At that moment, as the multitude of warships surrounding the Stargate detonated in unison, the flagship of the mechanized Nether Fleet, a 15-kilometer-long Thunderstrike-class attack battleship, commanded by Tang Hong and alongside him, Vilya, reveled in the uniquely captivating scenery. The fleet was advancing at sublight speed, nearing the speed of light, yet not quite reaching it. According to Einstein's theory of relativity, while time outside the fleet remained constant, the internal time within each warship was infinitely decelerated. As the fleet traversed through the darkness of space, illuminated by the flickering explosions of thousands of interstellar vessels, a remarkably unique spectacle unfolded against the backdrop of countless stars. Vilya, utilizing her formidable computational capabilities, surveyed the external landscape. Countless meteor-like points of light flickered instantaneously upon the black glass mask that partially concealed her delicate features. So beautiful. Gazing at the myriad lights in the expanse of space, Vilya became entranced, her soft, unmasked lips whispering gently. With a subtle motion, her slender hands reached out, wrapping around Tang Hong's arm unbeknownst to him. From the perspective of the external world, the sublight-speed fleet of the Heavenly Court traversed a distance of 1 million kilometers, covered by 3 Yada fleets in a mere 33 seconds. As a myriad of warships, 10,200 in total, erupted in a dazzling display of explosions resembling a sky full of stars. However, within the fleet, Tang Hong experienced less than a second of time, having already passed through the Stargate. As he regained his senses after that fleeting moment, he felt a heaviness in his arm, only to turn and discover Vilya had, unbeknownst to him, wrapped her arms around it. Yet, Tang Hong did not pull away. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "Did you witness the scenery just now? Though my cognitive abilities may not match yours, and I only glimpsed a moment of beauty. That instant was breathtaking. You, with your advanced technological minds, must have seen it all. This is precisely why I refrained from activating the curvature engine and chose to advance at sublight speed. To behold such a vista, even for a moment, is invaluable." Although Vilya could presently perceive only the glint of red light emanating from the mechanical eyes of Tang Hong's power helmet, she imagined beneath that mask his handsome visage adorned with a gentle smile. At that moment, the cold fusion reactor within her chest seemed to momentarily pause, while her silicon brain, engaged in high-intensity calculations of curvature values, felt a warmth. Previously, she had been unable to comprehend and even looked down upon the fervent actions of the psychic girls led by Ruby, deeming their fervor a desecration of the sublime. Yet, in this instant, Vilya appeared to understand. She even found herself contemplating desecration. Tang Hong remained oblivious to this, unaware that Vilya's thoughts and emotions, at that moment, were seamlessly transmitted through the unbroken mental link connecting her to the other technological beings. In that singular instant, the entire fleet of 100,000 technological girls shared the same sentiments as Vilya. Chapter 79. The Unfinished Business. It was only after the mechanical celestial fleet passed through the Stargate that Pharos realized the gravity of their situation. They had been startled by the sudden spectacle that had just unfolded. Damn, the mechanical celestial fleet must be utterly exhausted. Yet, we were paralyzed by their momentary resurgence. There's no time to wait. Continue the pursuit. Follow them through the Stargate. They are fleeing in haste, clearly lacking confidence. Pharos bellowed his orders. In the vastness of space, several factions had united, with over 200,000 warships still remaining. The densely packed armada advanced through the cosmos, weaving past the drifting remnants of allied vessels, and reached the Stargate. On the other side of the gate lay the Lingxiao star system, guarded by the Nanshiman Defensive Space Station Array. 52 Thunderhammer orbital platforms formed a semicircular perimeter with a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Strategically positioned to tightly encircle the Nanshiman, the sole ingress into the Lingxiao star system. Suddenly, the tranquil surface of the Stargate, akin to a placid lake, rippled as a Yata-class light cruiser, approximately 1 kilometer in length, emerged swiftly from the gate, shattering a drifting wreckage in its path. Surrounding this Yata cruiser were over 100 warships that also traversed the Stargate and entered the Lingxiao star system. However, this was where their fortune ended. The moment these vessels revealed themselves, they were met with a deluge of fire from the Thunderhammer defense platforms, converging from all directions. The initial Yata cruiser was instantaneously struck by thousands of crimson beams. Its armor was melted, its hull pierced, leaving it riddled with holes. Debris scattered about. A large-caliber ion beam cannon from a nearby Thunderhammer platform unleashed a massive red beam that penetrated its hull and subsequently struck another Yata frigate in parallel proximity. Even if these warships had activated their laser-scattering shield fields in advance, it would have done nothing to mitigate the ion beam's ferocity. Though both are energy weapons, the ion beam is fundamentally distinct from laser beams. The relentless onslaught of warships emerging from the Stargate faced catastrophic assaults. Indeed, the multitude of wreckage floating beyond the Nanshiman obstructed the advance of the following fleets. The Stargate itself was merely an equilateral triangle with sides measuring 600 kilometers, and the entrance was limited in size. Whether one had 200,000 warships or 1,000,000, they could not spread out, but were forced to enter in small contingents. This, in turn, became a tactic of exacerbation. Commander, there is now an exceptionally complete spatial defense array established beyond the Stargate. Every direction is impenetrable. The attacking 23rd Fleet has already suffered the loss of half its warships. Casualties are in the millions. They have ceased their offensive. Pharos listened in astonishment to the report from the fleet command stationed at the front lines. What? How could the defenses on the other side of the Stargate be so formidable? Clenching his sharp, jagged teeth, Pharos commanded, "Order the 23rd Fleet to continue the assault. Make it known that this order comes directly from me. Commander, the 23rd Fleet is not our primary force. General Florence has refused the order to advance, stating he will not engage in another attack. Refuse to attack? Then let Florence be dismissed. Replace him with someone eager to achieve glory and willing to fight." Pharos bellowed in fury. However, the next report from the front lines sent Pharos teetering on the brink of madness. "Commander, it is worse than we thought. General Florence has defied orders. He has commanded his remaining fleet to block the Stargate, preventing any other fleets from passing through. Moreover, he has incited other fleets to resist your commands. Esteemed colleagues of the Empire, I am General Florence of the 23rd Fleet. This is a senseless war. No, this is not a war. It is a march to death. For the sake of his own ambitions, Pharos has already sacrificed the lives of millions of valiant Imperial soldiers. We are the brave soldiers of the Yata Empire, loyally serving the crown and our Emperor. I now seriously doubt whether Pharos's orders to mobilize troops truly originate from His Majesty. Therefore, until it is clarified whether this war was indeed commanded by the Emperor himself, I refuse to obey any orders from Pharos, and I call upon you to stand with me." Madness! Madness! Pharos's heart surged with an unquenchable rage. A mutiny! A mutiny in the midst of battle. Traitors, they are all traitors. Amidst the endless fury, Pharos felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. In this war, it seemed every prediction he made, every pivotal decision he took regarding the war's trajectory, was erroneous. It appeared as if he had personally orchestrated this disastrous outcome. Damn it! Pharos murmured, lost in a trance, before his emotions erupted violently as he pounded the glass screen before him. Damn! 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 Capture that defiant Florence. I want him executed. Execute him. All those who defy orders, who mutiny, off with their heads. Pharos had finally lost his sanity, unleashing a roar from the depths of his constricted throat, as though it were tearing his vocal cords apart. In that instant, his bloodshot eyes widened with furious intensity. and he suddenly began to hear the hushed whispers of countless voices around him. Your failures stem from your strategies being too simplistic. And you are far too weak, far too weak. If you possessed a higher echelon of technology, if you wielded unparalleled wisdom and almost boundless capabilities, would you still succumb to failure? Do you yearn for all that success entails? This sudden whisper echoed in Feros's ear, as if a multitude of disparate voices from myriad races, speaking in varied tongues, softly conversed around him. It felt akin to a temptation from the devil. Behind Feros, unnoticed by all, the iridescent feather casually discarded by the governor Ivry fluttered gently in the air. The feather danced, transforming into an elusive, stout, pinkish figure, resembling a distorted humanoid. Hee. This conjured figure opened its maw, lined with fangs, and extended a twisted tongue, emitting a soundless, piercing laughter. It then entered Feros's body. The entire army retreated when Don Juan commanded his fleet, now replenished with energy and munitions, to pass through the Stargate into the Yada Frontier system. He was met with an empty expanse. The Yada Frontier system lay desolate, devoid of life, save for the drifting remnants of warships in the void. In the very center of the system, two massive stars continued their celestial dance along their established orbits. All the warships had vanished without a trace. What? I haven't had my fill of battle, and they fled? They still had over 200,000 vessels. How could they all have retreated? Such cowardice. Don Juan, perplexed, scanned his surroundings and confirmed what he had witnessed. All interstellar forces had indeed disappeared. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to return home, commencing a meticulous tally of his spoils. This time, he had obliterated over 82,000 enemy ships. The total yield of spiritual essence amounted to 1,240,005. Don Juan was momentarily taken aback by this staggering quantity. Previously hesitant to expend spiritual essence, he was now a millionaire. His gaze swept over the vast wreckage of warships scattered throughout space. These were resources. They could be salvaged and refined anew. Although he had suddenly become immensely wealthy, he could not afford to be wasteful. Chapter 80. Return to the Dome Star. The Black-Winged Maiden's Forbidden Army. Is this what we call an event? It ends so abruptly. Tang Hong gazed at the battlefield littered with the remnants of warships amidst the vastness of space, alongside several colossal transport vessels engaged in the recovery of these wrecks. Feeling quite perplexed, Villia, please scan the surrounding space for any significant fluctuations in curvature. Understood, Supreme. Tang Hong resolved to ascertain the retreating direction of the Yada fleet, intent on pursuing them to seize additional spiritual essence. He could not allow the fleeing enemies to escape. Throughout his endeavors, Tang Hong's approach had always been thorough, leaving no room for future repercussions. With over 200,000 enemy warships remaining, the potential gain in spiritual essence from their annihilation was immense. Moreover, Tang Hong's fleet predominantly utilized tenfold light-speed curvature engines, allowing them to effortlessly close in on the Yada fleet, which operated at a mere fivefold light speed. The Jinlei-class medium attack battleship activated its curvature engine, entering a state of curvature space monitoring. From its core, any fluctuations within a 1 light-year radius would not escape its scrutiny. A wealth of monitored data was automatically processed by the battleship, subsequently relayed to Villia. After conducting a manual analysis of the information, Villia reported to Tang Hong, Supreme. We have detected tens of thousands of distinct curvature space fluctuations. However, the data is insufficient and does not align with the vast number of fleeing enemy vessels. No corresponding spatial curvature fluctuations? Tang Hong paused, then inquired, are there any traces of spatial transitions? After a moment, Villia shook her head. While we have identified signs of large-scale spatial transitions, these appear to indicate arrival to this star system rather than departure from it. Upon hearing this, Tang Hong fell silent. This situation was rather peculiar. The absence of curvature fluctuations and spatial transition traces, coupled with the remaining 20,000 enemy warships, made it implausible for them to return at sublight speeds. Furthermore, even if they attempted to escape the star system at sublight speeds, Tang Hong could easily track their trajectory. It was impossible for there to be no traces whatsoever. Could it be? A sudden epiphany struck Tang Hong as he closed his eyes. The next moment, upon reopening them, the radiant glow of his mechanical electronic eyes shifted from red to blue. Spiritual energy perspective. As Tang Hong opened his eyes and surveyed the cosmos, he was taken aback. In this heightened state, he perceived a multitude of residual subspace activities dissipating throughout the star system. Spiritual energy transition. Tang Hong understood why the enemies had vanished. All remaining warships in the border star system had utilized spiritual energy transitions to slip into subspace. Moreover, from the spiritual energy perspective, it appeared they did not enter subspace voluntarily. Rather, it seemed as though a powerful, unknown entity from a higher dimensional subspace had, through some medium, drawn them all into the subspace. Hiss! Tang Hong inhaled sharply. Initially, he believed that such traces of subspace existed solely within the ruined star region. However, to his astonishment, they had spread beyond this realm to the Yada frontier star system. Given time, the extent of this phenomenon would undoubtedly expand. Should it reach its zenith, it could potentially culminate in a catastrophic event sweeping across the galaxy. Although this remains speculative, the possibility is not to be dismissed. Contemplating this, Tang Hong felt a sense of discomfort. How much better it would have been had he eradicated those fleets in their entirety. The abundance of spiritual resources at stake now seemed elusive, as these fleets had vanished into subspace, their whereabouts unknown. Reluctantly, Tang Hong decided to retreat and return to court, leaving several large terrestrial transport vessels behind to continue salvaging the wreckage of warships in this expanse of space. While he held little regard for the technology of the Yada Empire, the recovery of these shipwrecks could be reprocessed. Even though the majority of the debris was beyond salvage, there remained enough recoverable material to refine hundreds of billions of tons of usable alloys. At this moment, in the celestial dome city of Cheongding Star, the landscape bore little resemblance to its medieval origins. In just a few months, a plethora of interstellar-era structures had sprung up, with skyscrapers rising like a steel jungle. Numerous factories operated day and night, producing various industrial goods. Tang Hong refrained from utilizing the system's construction capabilities, as there were still over 3 billion mechanical winged girls on Cheongding Star. Prior to their transformation, they were at the level of ordinary medieval citizens. Yet upon becoming tactical entities, a vast array of interstellar knowledge had been seamlessly imprinted into their memories. It could be asserted that even the most mundane tactical entity under Tang Hong's command would surpass the intellectual prowess of the greatest scientists of the Earth era. At the heart of the royal city lies an expansive palace complex covering an area of 120 square kilometers. From a distance, one might mistake it for an ancient imperial palace of China. Within the complex, intricate eaves and majestic gates abound, with countless towering halls reaching heights of several hundred meters, resembling a forest of grand pavilions. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that these palaces are infused with a distinctly mechanical aesthetic. The predominant color scheme is a cold steel alloy. The halls bear names such as the Hall of Righteousness, Iron Heart Palace, Intelligent Machinery Pavilion, and the mechanical Three Pure Ones Temple. All necessary components are present: alloys, steel, fusion reactors, large-scale computational research centers, and land-based defense artillery and missile silos. In front of the main palace complex, a vast square is filled with tens of thousands of black-winged girls arranged in impeccably organized formations. Clad in full sets of celestial soldier power armor, their slender waists adorned with folded black wings, they wield long halberds equipped with monomolecular blades and high-energy laser emitters, while luminous energy shield devices shimmer behind them. Rilia hovered gracefully in midair, approximately 4 or 5 meters above the ground, adorned in imperial attire. A pair of delicate white wings unfurled from her slender waist, shimmering with flecks of azure energy. With an air of ennui, she nonchalantly crossed her legs, her fair feet, subtly tinged with a rosy hue, lightly tapping the air beneath her. Not far away, Moonlight stood with her arms crossed, a deep furrow etched on her brow, her striking eyes radiating palpable impatience. At that moment, the sound of something slicing through the sky resonated. A crimson-hued heavy combat transport aircraft descended, stirring a gust of wind that billowed Rilia's opulent gown. The aircraft landed upon a platform in the square, its doors swung open, and Tang Hong emerged, clad in powered armor, the crimson tassel atop his helmet dancing gently in the breeze. "Your Excellency, you have returned. I have awaited your arrival with great longing." Rilia's previously bored expression instantly brightened, and with a graceful leap, she landed delicately beside Tang Hong, her wings folding behind her, fully embodying the role of an imperial consort. Playfully affectionate, with a flourish of her alabaster arm, she gestured toward the square, where thousands of dark-winged maidens stood. "Behold, these are the ones I have meticulously chosen for you. They may serve as your elite guards. Should I ever be absent from your side, any one of them can." Chapter 81. The terrifying 7 yuan level technology stop. "Your words imply that there exists some ambiguity between us," Tang Hong interjected hastily, gazing intently at Rilia. By all that is sacred, he had not wronged her in any way. "What ambiguity? I do not comprehend. I have long been yours. You may do as you please." Rilia feigned a delicate demeanor, yet before she could complete her sentence, a thunderous voice erupted. "Vixen, do you think that in my absence you can take advantage of the situation?" With a crackle, a bolt of psychic lightning surged forth, and Rilia, with a graceful maneuver, evaded it. Turning back, she beheld Ruby, her face contorted with rage, accompanied by Shiwei and a cadre of other psychic maidens who soared towards her. "I must tell you, any ambiguity that exists ought to pertain to the Supreme and myself. Supreme, Ruby misses you dearly. You have left me languishing in the psychic research chamber for far too long, without a visit," Ruby exclaimed, making a beeline for Tang Hong. She vividly recalled that the previous Tang Hong, untrained in psychic energy, could barely withstand her presence. Now, though his psychic prowess was modest, his physical constitution had undergone a remarkable transformation due to psychic enhancement. Heh, the Supreme has grown stronger, surely. Her mind filled with impure thoughts. Ruby's cheeks flushed once more. With a swift gust, a lithe and graceful figure arrived, legs sweeping out to send Ruby and Rillia tumbling away. As tactical entities, can you not conduct yourselves with decorum? Must your thoughts be so unwholesome? Yu Yi once again shielded Tang Hong, her heart heavy with exhaustion. Had she not been there to protect the Supreme, he might have already fallen victim to the vile intentions of these irreverent women. Oh heavens! Is there truly no serious tactical entity left to accompany the Supreme? Supreme, Ruby and I have come to report a significant breakthrough. A voice, cold and devoid of emotion, announced. Shi Wei, adorned in a snug white research suit, approached with her high-heeled armor boots clicking against the floor. Thank goodness. Shi Wei, you remain quite composed. Yu Yi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Shi Wei, as if she had finally found a proper tactical entity amidst the chaos. Oh, results have emerged from the psychic research chamber? Tang Hong inquired, his interest piqued. Indeed, Supreme. Through rubies and my research, we have successfully mastered the technology to autonomously manufacture psychic shields. In the future, those subspace devices will no longer need to be dismantled into psychic cubes for use as shield devices. Shi Wei nodded slightly, her beautifully shaped phoenix-like eyes glinting with cold purple light as she transmitted relevant data to Tang Hong. Excellent. Tang Hong assessed the information briefly and exclaimed, wonderful. Shi Wei, Ruby, you have both accomplished a great feat this time. I have reaped considerable rewards. In the forthcoming period, we shall embrace a significant phase of development. You have performed admirably. Yet, regrettably, I find myself lacking in means to reward you. With a slight sigh, Tang Hong remarked, no reward is necessary. Your commendation serves as the finest accolade. However, this sentiment remained unspoken by Shi Wei, confined to her thoughts. Let us proceed to the research facility. Tang Hong waved his hand and advanced ahead. A lively entourage of tactical girl figures followed closely behind him, while Shi Wei lingered momentarily in place. In the absence of attention from the others, she gently raised her hand. Her fingers slender and her palm as pale as jade, caressing her icy cheek. The utmost praise. With a subtle lift of her chin, her phoenix-like eyes narrowed. A most unusual blush gracing her cheeks, and a deranged smile tugging at the corners of her lips. In an instant, her countenance returned to its frigid demeanor, as if all had been but an illusion, and she hurriedly caught up. Once Shi Wei departed, within the Zhuke combat transport craft stationed on the platform, a puzzled expression emerged on Villia's face as she peeked out, having been organizing some documents inside. In the central research facility, Tang Hong activated the system panel. Although the system panel could be accessed anywhere, doing so in a dedicated research environment imbued the action with a sense of ceremony. Moreover, Tang Hong needed to input the energy shield technology into the system's tech tree. Ding! Recording energy shield technology, now incorporated into the system's tech tree. On the dual panels of the system, the left page's tech tree indicated that the branches of physical technology and psychic energy had both advanced a notch, bringing them one step closer to the 6th-order level. After seizing the entirety of the Dome Star, the system had already notified him of the unlocking of the 7th-order technology blueprints. However, Tang Hong had yet to peruse them. Even if he did, he could not afford them. The most expensive item at the 8th order level required 500,000 energy units. One could only imagine the cost of the 7th order items. Yet now, Tang Hong found himself suddenly affluent. With a staggering total of 12,471,110 energy units at his disposal, he was ready to indulge. Without hesitation, he clicked into this 7th order system market page. Upon entering, 7 options were available for selection. Greed Wolf, Giant Gate, Wealth Preservation, Literary Star, Honest Virtue, Martial Star, Breaking Army. Beneath these 7 options lay 7 technological advancements. Greed Wolf, Star Desire Thought Canopy Influence Device, 4. 2 million energy units. Giant Gate Star Planetary Canopy Shield Technology, 1. 5 million energy units. Wealth Preservation, Star Instant Gamma Pulse Generator, 5. 2 million energy units. Literary Star Planetary Computer Matrix Array Technology, 2 million energy units. Honest Virtue, Star Non-Action Thought Canopy Influence Device, 4. 5 million energy units. Martial Star Energy Weapon Power Amplification Crystal Synthesis Technology, 1. 5 million energy units. Breaking Army, Star Neutron Pulse Weapon Technology, 3. 7 million energy units. What is this? Tang Hong felt somewhat bewildered as he perused the information. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that within the 7 elements tiered system marketplace, the offerings were not merely starship blueprints or similar technologies, but a plethora of diverse and distinct techniques. Each of the 7 subpanels showcased an array of unique technologies, encompassing all conceivable types. Among these, the 7 highlighted techniques represented the most remarkable innovations within the 7-star panel. For instance, the Greedy Wolf Desire Thought Canopy Influence Device. This apparatus possesses the ability to manipulate the thoughts of sentient beings. When deployed on a certain civilized planet, it will exponentially amplify the reproductive desires of all intelligent life on that planet. Consequently, all scientific advancements, technological research, industrial endeavors, and even fundamental sustenance behaviors of this civilization will be rendered obsolete, thereby completely severing their path to progress, ultimately leading to their extinction beneath the vast cosmic filter. Additionally, there exists the Luzhong Star System Instant Gamma Pulse Emitter. Once activated, this device will instantaneously unleash a formidable gamma radiation blast, engulfing the entire star system and extinguishing all life within it. Tang Hong gasped in astonishment. These technologies seemed excessively terrifying, either utterly annihilating the prospects of other civilizations or obliterating all life within an entire star system. Chapter 82. Upgrading the Warship. Emperor Yada. Saint Laletti 17 among the 7 elements. Tier. The weapon technologies that can be effectively utilized on warships are primarily the Martial Tune and Breaking Army branches. The Martial Tune branch specializes in shipborne weaponry and certain materials pertinent to warships, while the Breaking Army branch is dedicated to technologies for planetary weapons. Notably, some techniques within the Martial Tune branch can also be employed against celestial bodies. For instance, the exceptional energy weapon power amplification crystal synthesis technology may appear unremarkable at first glance, yet its proper application can yield terrifying enhancements to laser weaponry, making it feasible for direct use against stars. Within the panel of the 7 elements, tier, aside from Greedy Wolf and Honest Star, which primarily affect cognitive processes, there exist several pivotal technologies. The technologies for the Planetary Canopy Shield and the Planetary Computer Matrix Array are crucial for the construction of battle planets. What constitutes a battle planet, you may ask? It is a combat-ready celestial body. Imagine an entire planet traversing the vastness of space. The scale of its firepower would be nothing short of formidable. The Planetary Canopy Shield protects the battle planet, while the robust and enduring computational capabilities of the Planetary Computer Matrix Array ensure the seamless operation of all systems aboard. Planetary engines and planet-class curvature engines facilitate the calculation of extensive curvature fields enveloping an entire planet, encompassing all metrics within the realm of curvature space. When coupled with the weapon technologies of Martial Tune and Breaking Army, one possesses both spear and shield. Tang Hong pondered, inadvertently gazing towards the ground. Could he transform the entire arcane dome star into a battle planet? Presently, the star of the Lingxiao galaxy had already evolved into a red giant. Although a supernova explosion was still a distant prospect, remaining here indefinitely was not a viable strategy. After all, who wouldn't desire a home planet capable of entering superluminal speeds at will, allowing for boundless exploration? Driving a car, piloting a plane, or commanding an interstellar warship paled in comparison, he could simply commandeer a planet. Initially, he believed that the over 10 million spirit sources in his possession had catapulted him into wealth. Yet he soon realized that the prices in the system marketplace had escalated dramatically, abruptly reminding him of reality. A glance at the technologies within the 7 elements tier, often costing millions or even tens of millions, left him feeling impoverished. This sum of over 10 million spirit sources barely sufficed. The acquisition of the Planetary Computer Matrix Array was imperative. This technology was vital, capable of filling the current void left by Tang Hong's lack of a super-large computer while providing formidable computational power. Previously, he had relied solely on the processing capabilities of technological avatars and those produced by them for technical analysis. Furthermore, purchasing this technology would lay the foundation for him to construct a battle planet. Subsequently, the energy weapon power amplification crystal synthesis technology of the Wuxing will undoubtedly be acquired as well. This technology can enhance the power threshold of the energy weapons aboard the Tang Hong battleship, amplifying their might. Merely the combined cost of these 2 necessities amounts to 3,500,000 spiritual sources. Furthermore, these 2 technologies are considered relatively affordable among the elite Qiyuan technologies. Let me ponder what else might be necessary. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Hong gritted his teeth and made the decision to purchase the instantaneous gamma pulse generator from the Luzhong star system. This device possesses the terrifying capability to annihilate an entire star system, serving as a formidable trump card. Woe betide anyone who dares to provoke me. Should they incite my wrath, I shall obliterate their star system without hesitation. Altogether, Tang Hong expended 8,700,000 spiritual sources on these 3 technologies. Now, he is left with 3,721,110 spiritual sources. Gazing at his remaining spiritual sources, He glanced at the neutron pulse weapon technology available in the system's marketplace. Ultimately, he refrained from making that purchase. With the instantaneous gamma pulse generator as his secret weapon, the neutron pulse weapon technology became unnecessary. Moreover, after a more detailed introduction from the system, it was revealed that the power of the instantaneous gamma pulse generator is adjustable, with the minimum threshold being capable of targeting a planet. Therefore, the neutron pulse aimed at planets seemed somewhat superfluous. Next, Tang Hong examined the Wuxing technology branch in the marketplace and discovered a commendable technology. Wuxing Special Coating Alloy Armor Technology, 700,000 spiritual sources. Description: this technology can upgrade the armor layer of a battleship, significantly enhancing its strength to withstand temperatures in the hundreds of thousands of degrees. After acquiring this technology, Tang Hong closed the system marketplace panel, deciding to reserve the remaining 3,200,000 spiritual sources for future use. He then began arranging the application of the newly acquired technologies from the system marketplace. The energy weapon power amplification crystal synthesis technology would be implemented first, allowing for an upgrade of weaponry across various models of battleships. Additionally, the technology from the planetary-level computer matrix could also be partially allocated to enhance the computational power of the battleship's onboard computers. In the core star domain of the Yada Empire, within the St. Relitas star system, lies the Yada St. Relitas planet. The surface of this planet is dominated by a colossal city that, when viewed from outer space, resembles a massive triangle towering over the planet's surface. The apex of this structure even surpasses the troposphere of the planet's atmosphere. This is the capital city of the Yada Emperor, known as Glory City. Within Glory City live billions of pure-blooded Yada people, with those of higher status residing at greater altitudes. The Emperor of the Yada Empire, St. Relitas 17, resides in the palace at the pinnacle of Glory City, which is often referred to as the City of High Flowers due to its elevated position. The entire palace occupies an expanse of several 100,000 square kilometers, an exceedingly vast territory. One might ponder, with the palace situated at such an elevated position, does it not fear a precise strike from adversaries? Such considerations, however, overlook the formidable defensive capabilities of the entire St. Relitas star system. Common foes would find it nearly impossible to penetrate the system, and any enemy capable of breaching the star system's defenses would render the situation dire. In such an event, His Majesty, St. Relitas 17, would not grant adversaries the opportunity to launch orbital strikes on the palace. When faced with such overwhelming circumstances, surrendering would be a reasonable course of action. After all, preserving one's life is not a matter of shame or disgrace. Under the protection of the Turanian Empire, it can be said that St. Relitas 17 rests easy. As long as he does not defy the Turanian Empire, he is assured of eternal dominion. Chapter 83: Disappearance. The shock of Emperor Yada within the palace. His Majesty Emperor St. Relitas 17 of Yada was savoring his daily nutritional meal. While this repast appeared deceptively simple, its ingredients were derived from a rather unsettling source, a specific cell growth hormone extracted from newborns, aptly named the essence of life. This remarkable concoction had the ability to decelerate cellular aging significantly and greatly extend one's lifespan. The genetically enhanced Yatans were already long-lived, and the aristocracy often indulged in this nutritional delicacy to further prolong their already extended existences. As St. Relitas 17 gazed at the nutrient-laden dish before him, he suddenly sighed. "Alas, Your Majesty, what troubles you?" inquired a concerned court attendant nearby. "It is nothing, merely a recollection of the news previously reported to me by the Imperial Research Institute. There have been no new coordinates for relic star systems discovered within the ancient civilization stargates. I find myself pondering, if we lose the relic star domains, the enduring prosperity of our empire, the legacy of our ancestors, may very well perish with me." With a heavy heart, St. Relitas 17 sighed again, casting his gaze upon the meal before him, and continued, "The Empire's research and development have stagnated for over a millennium, and we have yet to master the artificial synthesis of the essence of life. Each bite I take feels as though I am consuming my own subjects." As he spoke, he raised a hand to gently wipe at the corners of his eyes, erasing non-existent tears. "Your Majesty, you are truly benevolent, a paragon of the compassionate rulers throughout our empire's history. Please do not be too sorrowful. You are aware that the extraction of the essence of life is conducted only with the consent of the individuals involved, accompanied by a comprehensive contract. Moreover, to be transformed into the essence consumed by you is an honor for them, for you are the most significant figure in the empire, a matter of great pride." Upon hearing this, the attendant extolled the emperor's kindness, marveling at his consideration for others. "Cursed Turan Empire, were it not for their restrictions on our biotechnological advancements, I would not be in this predicament. With each bite, I feel a pang of anguish," lamented St. Relitas 17, his frustration palpable. as he took another generous mouthful of the nutrient meal. The Turan Empire had imposed limitations on the biotechnological research of all subordinate civilizations within the Turan Interstellar Society. Consequently, aside from the Turan Empire itself, all other interstellar civilizations remained constrained at a relatively primitive level of biological technology. Let us not dwell on this. It only deepens my sorrow. What news from the relic star domain? Has Pharos not reported any updates on the battlefront? St. Relitus 17 swiftly shifted the conversation to other matters. Your Majesty, there have been no communications from the number 7 border star system, the court attendant replied. No news. I had allocated a considerable number of fleets to assist Pharos in this endeavor. In the vast expanse of several major star domain provinces, alongside the stationed fleets in other relic star systems, the total number of warships exceeds 150,000. I am aware that a struggle for a galaxy may endure for an extended period. However, is it plausible that not a single piece of frontline news could be relayed back? Upon hearing this, His Majesty St. Relitus XVI's countenance grew increasingly impatient. Given that the entire imperial territory is enveloped by a star domain network, even the most mundane news travels swiftly. Yet, not a whisper regarding the war? How could this be possible? The stargates no longer yield new coordinates for relic star systems. The only recourse is to navigate the existing 117 systems to discover a safe passage through the spatial storms to reach new relic star systems. If the Empire can secure the 117 systems, then the future development of the Empire will face no obstacles. Immediately contact Pharos and instruct him to report all current progress to me. The matter of the relic star domain is of utmost significance, impacting the very future of the Empire, and St. Relitus 17 could not afford to treat it lightly. Seeing that His Majesty was on the verge of fury, the court attendant promptly replied, Yes, Your Majesty, I shall contact the Ministry of Internal Affairs at once. His true identity was that of a spy planted by Pharos in the Emperor's vicinity. Although he was a spy, there existed no clandestine communication lines between him and Pharos. All correspondence was, in fact, overt. Everyone was aware that he served as the voice of Emperor Yada, and by utilizing official channels to contact Pharos, it was virtually impossible for anyone to suspect foul play. What appeared to be entirely ordinary discourse concealed profound secrets. Soon, the court attendant received a response from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Your Excellency, we regret to inform you that we have been unable to establish contact with Commander Pharos, nor can we reach any generals within the expeditionary fleets. The attendant was momentarily taken aback. What? How could this be? The entire Empire is under the coverage of the Star Domain Network. How could they not reach anyone? At the very least, within the Yada Empire, there exists no means to obscure the Star Domain Network. There are only two possibilities. First, that Pharos and the entire fleet have been utterly annihilated, leaving not a single soul alive. Yet, this is inconceivable. 150,000 warships against merely 3 other interstellar civilizations. Even in defeat, such a complete destruction is improbable. Thus, the second possibility remains. Commander Pharos and the entire fleet are beyond the reach of the Star Domain Network. But where could Commander Pharos have gone? A sense of foreboding began to well up within the court attendant. Contact the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the number 7 Frontier System. I regret to inform you, Your Excellency, that we have just directly reached out to the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Frontier System, and there has been no response. The attendant's expression shifted to one of disbelief. If Commander Pharos had indeed turned traitor, or had encountered an unforeseen calamity that led him to withdraw the fleet from Imperial territory, that would be one thing. However, the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Frontier System, such a vast institution, could not simply vanish, nor could they be unreachable. What could possibly explain this? Surely, an unprecedented calamity has occurred. Upon realizing this, the court attendant promptly conveyed the response from the Imperial Department of Internal Affairs to His Majesty, Emperor St. Relitus 17. Upon hearing the news, the Emperor was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, How is this possible? A whole frontier star system, and with over 150,000 expeditionary vessels, not a single one can be reached. Immediately establish contact with the Yifuli Federation, the Great Mantis Coalition, and the Jinran Empire. They too possess fleets within our frontier star system, and we must inquire with them. Engaging with other interstellar civilizations is rather complicated, as each utilizes an independent star domain network server rented from the Turan Empire. Through official channels, it took an entire month for the embassies of the other interstellar civilizations to respond. When Emperor St. Relitus 17 inquired personally, it became evident that the highest echelons of the other 3 interstellar powers were only then realizing that their dispatched fleets had gone missing. This is undoubtedly a grave matter. It was at this juncture that an organization known as the Mechanized Celestial Court finally entered the purview of Emperor Yada through various intelligence channels. What manner of organization is this? Emperor St. Relitus 17 found himself utterly bewildered. Chapter 84. The turbulent state of interstellar society and impending chaos a mere insurgent organization is of no concern. The foremost priority is to dispatch a fleet to the 7th Border Star System for further reconnaissance. His Majesty, Saint Reincarnated 17, cast but a fleeting glance at the intelligence regarding the so-called intelligent machinery celestial organization's occupation of the 117th star system, promptly dismissing it. The Imperial Intelligence Department consistently exaggerates trivial matters, presenting them as intelligence, a mere cluster of parasites, languishing in idleness. The claims of an insurgent organization occupying the 117th star system are sheer nonsense. If such a situation truly existed, Commander Phalos would have informed him directly. Saint Relitus XVI's mind was preoccupied. He could not comprehend, utterly unable to fathom, how such a vast expeditionary fleet could vanish into thin air. Alongside, the fleets of 3 other interstellar powers had also gone missing. The total exceeded 320,000 warships, all of which had inexplicably disappeared. Such a colossal fleet, with not a whisper of news, vanished without a trace. This, as Saint Relitus 17 anxiously awaited a response from the fleet dispatched to investigate the 7th Border Star System, another piece of distressing news arrived, igniting his fury. Your Majesty, a grave matter has arisen. The YVRY Federation, the Gigantus Union, and the Jinran Empire's foreign ministries have issued a joint statement. What joint statement? Saint Relitus 17 was momentarily taken aback. A missive regarding the disappearance of the fleet in the 7th Border Star System addressed to the Yada Empire. The Yada Empire harbors ulterior motives, deceiving our triad of interstellar fleets into the 7th Border Star System, where our fleets vanished around mid-July of the 27,091st year of the dueling calendar, with no word since. Consequently, we believe this action to be orchestrated by the Yada Empire, and our lost fleets may have been annihilated by them. The Yada Empire's intentions are to annex the relic star systems we occupy, in direct violation of Article 175 of the Dueling Interstellar Accord. In light of the aforementioned circumstances, our triad, after deliberation with the other 2 parties, has resolved to demand reparations from the Yada Empire. The Yada Empire must compensate us threefold for all losses incurred and cede the 5th, 6th, and 7th Border Star Systems to us. Should they fail to comply, we shall jointly petition the Dueling Empire at the Dueling Interstellar Union Assembly to adjudicate this matter. Dueling Interstellar Society, YVRY Star Federation Foreign Affairs Ministry, Gigantus Capital Union Office Number 269, Jinran Interstellar Empire Foreign Ministry, Joint Statement. Dueling Calendar, 21st of August, 27091. When Saint Relitus 17 beheld the official joint statement from the 3 interstellar powers, he was rendered speechless. How could this be? In the next moment, a surge of rage erupted from the depths of his being. Saint Relitus 17, aflame with fury, bellowed, "This is extortion. They conspire to bully me, united as 3? The fleet of our Yada Empire has also gone missing. Why do they not mention this matter? And why appeal to the Tauran Empire for arbitration? Are they not seeking war? If war is what they desire, then let it be so. Though I am benevolent, I am not ignorant of the ways of conflict. They wish to claim 3 border star systems. Let their fleets come and seize them. If they possess the audacity, let their united fleet strike directly at my capital star system. Let them reach the orbit above my imperial palace." The roar of His Majesty Saint Relitus 17 reverberated throughout the palace. The court attendants refrained from approaching to counsel the emperor. They knew that under the influence of the internal calming agents, His Majesty would soon regain his composure. Indeed, before long, the once furious Saint Relitus 17 had restored his rationality. Is war now unavoidable? His lips pressed together, the scales upon his forehead nearly crinkling in distress. In the Tauran Interstellar Society, an official statement requesting the Tauran Empire's arbitration essentially signifies a declaration of war. Historically, whenever such requests were made, 80% of the cases ended with the warring interstellar civilizations clashing. If war is to commence, Saint Relitus 17 is not afraid. However, the concern lies in the fact that the 4 factions had only recently concluded a war, not against each other, but in unified opposition to another civilization within a different interstellar society. This civilization is not the suzerain of the other interstellar society. The losses endured by the Yada Empire and the other 3 interstellar powers during that conflict were immense, and the ultimate outcome was merely a peace agreement. How could they possibly recover from such devastation in a mere few decades? Now, with the other 3 factions uniting to target the Yada Empire, it is evident that they have been plotting for some time, seeking to restore themselves rapidly through the plundering of the Yada Empire. Should conflict arise, the Yada Empire may not withstand it. Proclaim my command. If this matter can be resolved diplomatically, let us strive to avoid war. The Yada Empire cannot endure any further. Saint Relitus 17 sighed. His father was cast into a black hole by the Tauran Empire and subjected to extreme punishment. Yet, he was not the only one to face such fate. At that time, The imperial heir and nearly all the capable princes were similarly condemned. Originally, the throne would never have been his, but it ultimately fell upon him, and in the presence of the Tauran Empire, he became the emperor of the Yada Empire. Saint Relitus 17 understood that he lacked the ability to guide the Yada Empire peacefully through his reign, ensuring that he could hand it over to his own heir. Witnessing his son grow into an emperor, leading the Yada Empire towards prosperity, this was his greatest desire. Soon, the Tauran Interstellar Union Conference would convene. The other three factions would undoubtedly bring this matter to the conference. How should I respond? Saint Relitus 17 grew increasingly troubled. The Tauran Interstellar United Conference is convened by the Tauran Empire, akin to the United Nations on Earth. During this period, the Tauran Empire partially relaxes the restrictions between various interstellar civilizations, facilitating their connection via the Stellar Network's main server. All prominent interstellar civilizations possess merely the right to utilize the Stellar Network. They lack operational authority. Without the Tauran Empire's consent, they are even incapable of pinpointing the locations of others using the Stellar Network. The Tauran Empire grants a measure of access, enabling the leaders of various civilizations within the Tauran Interstellar Society to connect directly to a virtual conference room through the Stellar Network. Here, they deliberate on matters pertaining to the Tauran interstellar community. Ultimately, the resolution of conflicts among these interstellar civilizations hinges upon the stance of the Tauran Empire. Chapter 85. Diligently advancing. The new fleet configuration on the surface, the Yada Empire, as an interstellar civilization, appears to be thriving, yet it is, in truth, precariously balanced on the brink of turmoil. A single misstep could ignite an interstellar war. Amidst this brewing chaos, Tang Hong remains largely indifferent. He continues to immerse himself in development within the Ruins star domain, specifically in the 117th star system, also known as the Lingxiao star system. If he is to expand outward, it is imperative that he first fortifies his own strength. During this period, Tang Hong has been orchestrating a comprehensive early warning defense system that encompasses the entirety of the Lingxiao star system. Merely defending the southern sky gate feels insufficient. What if something were to traverse through the higher dimensional space? The image of that gaseous giant planet still lingers in his mind. Vigilance is essential. He requires more space defense stations and an augmented fleet. Despite his initial intention to save 3 million spirit sources, Tang Hong ultimately could not retain them. He found himself purchasing necessary items from the system's marketplace. He acquired 1,500 automated mechanical cores, expending 750,000 spirit sources. Additionally, he established 1,500 fully automated mining bases, nearly saturating the entirety of the Lingxiao star system, both internally and externally. Within the Lingxiao star system, all dwarf galaxies, asteroid belts, and even the outer regions of the solar sphere have been equipped with mining apparatuses, forming a spherical asteroid belt around the entire system. These dust belts are rich in rare mineral elements, which Tang Hong desperately needs. Some of the most distant mining bases, situated over 100 light days away in space, are located within a vast cloud of dust. Upon inspection, Tang Hong discovered that this cloud contains special focusing crystal minerals, deemed the optimal material for crafting new energy weapons. This dust cloud also marks the starting point of a safe passage through the spatial storms of the Lingxiao star system, which Tang Hong aptly named the Star Route Cloud. Further ahead lies the entrance to the Star Route, surrounded by a perilous region where dangerous currents of spatial storms lurk, hidden from the untrained eye. Currently, thanks to the collective efforts of Tang Hong's numerous mining bases, the daily yield of various mineral resources has exceeded a staggering 18 million tons. Yet, even with such abundance, he remains far from the goal of constructing a true battle star. In addition to mining, Tang Hong has purchased 4 warships to enhance his fleet configuration. DYZ Large Comprehensive Supply Mothership, 450,000 spirit sources. Sunfeng High-Speed Assault Cruiser, 420,000 spirit sources. Wuchang Class Heavy Frigate, 15,000 spirit sources. Qiantian Heavy Assault Battleship, 500,000 spirit sources. After these acquisitions, Tang Hong is left with 892,110 spirit sources. Among these, the DYZ Large Comprehensive Supply Mothership is the most massive, exceeding 20 kilometers in length and 7 kilometers in width. With a staggering tonnage of 670 billion tons, it is equipped with a diverse array of ultra-heavy equipment, including several lines for the maintenance and repair of warships. Additionally, the DYZ-class Comprehensive Supply Mothership is capable of accommodating 40 impermanent-class heavy frigates. With its curvature engine, it can achieve speeds of up to 15 times the speed of light, and it can connect to spatial jump nodes at distances reaching 1 light-year. The Xuanfeng High-Speed Assault Cruiser, as its name suggests, is a swift light cruiser, measuring 4 kilometers in length and weighing 5.6 million tons. It is equipped with a curvature engine capable of speeds up to 20 times the speed of light, with a maximum spatial jump node distance of 2 light-years. The curvature engine aboard the Xuanfeng high-speed assault cruiser is described as a reduced version of the Liuxi-level technology, a certain preliminary experimental model. This Liuxi experimental curvature engine can only propel vessels of the Xuanfeng's tonnage. Tang Hong even believes that among the design schematics valued at 420,000 spirit sources, only the Liuxi experimental curvature engine is truly worthy. Lastly, we have the Impermanent class heavy frigate. The Impermanent class heavy frigate measures 520 meters in length and is equipped with a standard curvature engine that can achieve speeds of 10 times the speed of light, with a maximum spatial jump node distance of 40 light days. This configuration is considered quite ordinary among the classes of ships currently at Tang Hong's disposal, falling into the standard level of Shidu. The original firepower configuration is no longer significant, as these designs have undergone substantial modifications by Shiwei to align with the higher-tier weaponry currently available to Tang Hong. For instance, Shiwei employs Qiyuan level energy weapon power amplification crystal synthesis technology, combined with special focusing crystals collected from the Star Road cloud, to design a new series of Wuqin laser weapons. The Wuqin I, Wuqin II, Wuqin III, and Wuqin 4 laser pulse cannons are tailored for different classes of vessels. The 1 and 2 types are suitable for frigates and destroyers, while the 3 and 4 types are designed for large cruisers and battleships. The power levels increment accordingly, with the Wuqin 4 type unleashing terrifying beams exceeding 4 million degrees in temperature. The energy weapon power amplification crystal synthesis technology of the Wuqin is not merely a singular technical reference. It represents a profound technological lineage, and it is not limited to the Wuqin 4 type. As research deepens, the energy weapons power levels will continue to escalate. The Qiantian heavy assault battleship measures 16 kilometers in length and weighs 14.7 billion tons, although the Jinlei medium assault battleship is slightly shorter in length. The disparity in tonnage between the two is indeed vast. The Jinlei medium assault battleship retains some high-speed characteristics, whereas the Qiantian battleship and the Duizhe mothership are true heavy units. It was only after Tang Hong's purchase that he realized his existing primary inertial-less engine technology could not possibly propel the 14.7 billion-ton Qiantian heavy assault battleship, let alone the even heavier Duizhe mothership. It was indeed a regrettable investment. Don Juan furrowed his brow deeply. Had he known this in advance, he would have continued employing the Thunderstorm battleship. At the very least, the Thunderstorm's tonnage, combined with its inertial-less engine, would have enabled it to perform exceptionally evasive maneuvers. However, it was a fait accompli, and he could only make do with what he had. The Duizhe mothership was indispensable, yet the Qiantian heavy assault battleship was merely optional. A larger fleet inevitably brings forth greater challenges. In the future blueprint for Don Juan's fleet, the Duizhe large integrated supply mothership and the Qiantian heavy assault battleship would undeniably form the core of the armada. The absence of the ability to execute dazzling evasive actions, which was afforded by the inertial-less engines, rendered these two warships reliant on the presence of escort vessels. The Wuchang-class heavy escort vessel would suffice for this role. Meanwhile, the swift Sunfeng fast attack cruiser would be employed as a multifunctional reconnaissance ship. The Thunderstorm medium assault battleship and the Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer would serve as the frontline vessels engaging the enemy. The Hoi Yin heavy strike cruiser would be designated as a specialized warship, tasked with planetary bombardment without the need for planet-destroying capabilities. Chapter 86, Achievement Unlocked. Reward, Technological Probe. During this period, Tang Hong expanded some battleship production lines. However, these production lines were merely an amalgamation of existing technologies that Tang Hong had integrated and developed independently. In terms of production efficiency, they paled in comparison to the original 8 battleship production lines. The first of these 8 lines was a gift from the system, an STC automatic production template, while the remaining 7 were derived from the automatic battleship production cores discovered in ancient civilization ruins. The technological sophistication encapsulated within those cores was rather advanced. When Tang Hong first acquired them, they presented as a large cube measuring 2 meters on each side, remarkably heavy. Yet, once fully deployed, these automatic battleship production cores could transform into a production line spanning several dozen square kilometers. Tang Hong could only utilize these automatic battleship production cores to expand the production lines through the system. Meanwhile, his own vast battleship factory, covering an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers, required 7 days to produce a single Black Rope Hell-class heavy firepower destroyer. In contrast, the automatic battleship production core, occupying an area of merely several dozen square kilometers, could produce all modules for a Black Rope Hell-class battleship and assemble them in the same span of 7 days. Although the duration was identical, the disparity in efficiency was quite pronounced when considering the size and utilization of the two. Nevertheless, it sufficed for the time being. At least it allowed for autonomous production. After establishing various production facilities through self-research, Tang Hong finally no longer needed to utilize battleship production lines for constructing the Thunderhammer space-based platform. Over the course of this month, Tang Hong's population saw little change, with only an increase of 300,000 tactical humanoids, the majority of whom were engineering types assigned as leaders across various mining bases within the Lingxiao star system. In terms of battleships, he added 3 Tio-class large comprehensive transport vessels, 3 Xuanfeng-class high-speed attack cruisers, and 60 Wuchang-class heavy frigates. Additionally, Tang Hong introduced 200 small engineering vessels, produced in his self-established battleship factory, which he named the Leisure-class engineering ship. Each of these small vessels measured less than 400 meters in length and was equipped with a Tindu level 10-fold light-speed curvature engine, carrying various engineering equipment and armed with 3 self-defense Wuziu I-type laser pulse cannons. Typically, 5 Leisure engineering ships would form a construction fleet. The emergence of the Leisure engineering ship bears significant implications, marking Tang Hong's official capability to design interstellar vessels autonomously. Currently, the total number of Tang Hong's battleships has reached 330, comprising 1 Zhonglei-class medium attack battleship, 1 Huiyao-class heavy strike cruiser, 3 Xuanfeng-class high-speed attack cruisers, 9 Tio-class large comprehensive transport vessels, 56 Black Rope Hell-class heavy firepower destroyers, and 60 Wuchang-class heavy frigates, 200 Titan-class engineering ships, constructed by 40 Titan engineering fleets, have successfully established mining bases and space monitoring stations throughout the Lingxiao star system. It can be said that only now has Tang Hong truly attained control over the Lingxiao star system. Ding! Achievement unlocked. Sovereign of the star system. Sovereign of the star system. You have successfully dominated a planetary system. Your power level has advanced to that of a star system. Congratulations on receiving the achievement reward, Technological Detector. Technological Detector. This instrument automatically detects high-tech valuable items within a 10 light-year radius. Is there another achievement reward? The sudden emergence of this reward brought Tang Hong some surprise. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. With the technological detector in his possession, he could more effectively conduct archaeological endeavors within the ruined star domain. Next stage power level title, star domain level. Title achievement condition. Completely control any galactic arm to attain this title and receive an achievement reward. Goodness, isn't this leap a bit too vast? From a star system to an entire galactic arm. As far as Tang Hong is aware, the Turin Interstellar Society currently controls merely half of the Orion arm of the Milky Way. Regarding other interstellar societies beyond the Turin Interstellar Society, he only knows of one situated within the Perseus arm, namely the Perseus Interstellar Society. 700 years ago, the Yada Empire, the Ifrit Interstellar Federation, and the Giant Mantis Consortium united with the Zhenren Interstellar Empire to form a coalition fleet that waged interstellar war against an interstellar civilization known as the Osvid United States within the Perseus Interstellar Society. The conflict persisted until 300 years ago, when the previous emperor of Yada, having defied the Turin Empire due to certain matters, faced punishment from them. Consequently, the Yada Empire nearly withdrew from the war against the Osvid United States. It was not until the current emperor ascended the throne, under pressure from the other 3 interstellar powers, that they resumed participation in the war, albeit leading the coalition fleet into a disadvantageous position. Only a few decades ago did this war conclude through negotiation, with neither side emerging victorious. The Osvid United States is merely a part of the Perseus Interstellar Society, and their standing within it is likely comparable to that of the Yada Empire within the Turin Interstellar Society. If the next level of achievement requires the control of a galactic arm, then does the subsequent level demand the control of the entire Milky Way? Achievement level list, star system, current level, star domain. Control an entire galactic arm to achieve this accomplishment and receive a reward. Galaxy, control an entire stellar system to achieve this accomplishment and receive a reward. Cosmos, achievement conditions not yet unlocked for visibility. The path ahead is indeed arduous. Tang Hong reflected, realizing that he has yet to complete the task of liberating Earth, and the journey he must undertake stretches far into the future. Would you like to claim the technological detector? Claim. Upon confirming the retrieval of the technological scanner from the system's repository, a meticulously crafted, handheld device materialized in Don Juan's grasp. So diminutive? Don Juan gazed skeptically at the scanner, which was only slightly larger than his palm. Could such a tiny contraption truly detect high-tech valuables within a span of 10 light years? Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try. Following the system's guidance, Don Juan activated the technological scanner. Scanning initiated. Range, 10 light years, currently in progress. Estimated scanning duration, 1 minute. Please be patient, the device announced. Soon enough. After the passage of a minute, the prompt resounded once more. Scanning complete, actively analyzing. The options for high-tech valuables under the host control have been excluded. The remaining coordinates are as follows. Chapter 87. Exploration of New Ruins Galaxy. High-risk galaxy utilizing the probe itself as the origin point of a three-dimensional coordinate system. A three-dimensional coordinate map is currently being constructed. Within a 10 light-year radius, all high-tech valuable items have been marked on the map for your perusal. A series of beams of light emerge, forming a virtual three-dimensional coordinate map composed of flickering photons, which unfolds before Tang Hong. The map reveals that the luminous points representing high-tech valuables are concentrated within a specific area, approximately 5 light-years distant from Tang Hong. 5 light-years. Is this not the distance to the nearest ruins galaxy adjacent to the Lingxiao galaxy? Tang Hong paused momentarily. Beyond 7 light-years from the Lingxiao galaxy lies an unexplored, unknown ruins galaxy. The coordinates displayed on the technological detection instrument correspond precisely to that ruins galaxy. Furthermore, through a newly revealed stellar route, illuminated by the brilliance of an unknown supernova explosion, Tang Hong could reach that ruins galaxy at a distance of 5 light-years, under the uncertainty of spatial jump routes. Utilizing my fastest Xuanfeng-class cruiser, which travels at 20 times the speed of light, it would take approximately 3 months to arrive. However, the experimental curvature engine of the Xuanfeng high-speed cruiser can only connect to spatial nodes within a 2 light-year range. By navigating 3 light-years, I could connect to a spatial node and directly leap to that ruins galaxy. This would reduce the travel time to around 54 days. In the absence of known jump travel channels, the journey would indeed be rather protracted. Tang Hong swiftly calculated the necessary travel time. Previously, 3 methods of faster-than-light travel were mentioned: stargates, natural spatial jump nodes, and superluminal curvature navigation. Tang Hong could not directly leap from the spatial jump node of the Lingxiao galaxy to the nearby ruins galaxy 5 light-years away, as he lacked the specific spatial data for the natural jump node of the adjacent ruins galaxy, making it impossible to establish a jump navigation channel. Within the already advanced Interstellar Society, detailed records of natural spatial jump nodes in each explored galaxy exist, which subsequently facilitate the establishment of jump navigation channels. If stargates are akin to teleportation portals, then these are comparable to highways. In the current galaxy, once the natural spatial node data of the next galaxy is known, one can directly leap to it from the current galaxy. However, when venturing toward an unknown galaxy, one must resort to superluminal curvature travel and approach within a sufficient distance to connect to a spatial node before making the jump. Acquiring the natural spatial node data of a galaxy and establishing a jump navigation channel thereafter allows for free and reciprocal leaps. This serves as a natural defensive measure. In any mature interstellar society, aside from stargates, the specific natural spatial node data of each critical galaxy is of utmost strategic importance. For Tang Hong, the optimal strategy is to first dispatch a Xuanfeng high-speed cruiser to establish a jump navigation channel that belongs to him. Don Juan commenced the organization of his exploratory expedition fleet. A swift cruiser, named the Pioneer, measuring 4 kilometers in length and weighing over 500,000 tons, was accompanied by 30,000 tactical girl warriors, including 1,000 psychic girls, 2,000 technical beings, 3,000 engineering constructs, 4,000 combat girl warriors, and 20,000 mechanical winged auxiliary soldiers, all led by the psychic girl Adeline, destined for the ruins galaxy located 5 light-years away. Adeline, remember, your mission is reconnaissance. Should you encounter formidable and unknown foes, do not engage directly. Upon their arrival at the target galaxy, they were to establish a warp node for travel and then promptly return, bringing the main fleet along afterward. Don Juan advised Adeline, who responded, "Rest assured, Father God, I shall ensure the task is completed with utmost success." And, "Are you truly worried about me, Father God?" How touching. Adeline felt a surge of emotion at Don Juan's words, her elfin ears turning a deep crimson as she became somewhat flustered. "You should learn less from Ruby. Such frivolity." Don Juan lamented, covering his face with a sigh. "Hee, I think Sister Ruby is quite delightful," Adeline declared, hands on her hips. Don Juan pondered whether it was time to standardize the appellations used among his numerous tactical girl warriors. Initially, the first batch referred to him as the Supreme Unique, or simply Supreme. In contrast, the psychic girls, transformed from the spirit race, regarded him as Father God. The leader of the mechanical winged girls, Rilia, due to her feudal background, sometimes addressed him as Supreme and at other times as Your Majesty. The lack of uniformity in titles was becoming increasingly apparent. Each category of tactical girl warriors had its own distinct way of addressing him. Don Juan had previously overlooked this matter, believing it best to let them choose as they pleased. However, as the Heavenly Court organization expanded, boasting a population in the billions and controlling an entire galaxy, it had evolved into a nascent interstellar nation. It was time to formalize a unified title. Without standardization, future introductions would become cumbersome. For instance, he might have to say, "I am the Lord of the intelligent machines of the Lingxiao galaxy, the the great father god of the spirit race's psychic girls, the emperor of the mechanical winged girls of the Dome Star, and the supreme unique of all tactical girl warrior races. I am Don Juan. Moreover, as Don Juan continued to conquer more races, his titles would only grow longer. Thus, he resolved that he would either be referred to as Supreme or Emperor, discarding all other miscellaneous titles. Before Adeline and her team departed, Don Juan swiftly communicated his directive. The Pioneer, a swift cruiser, embarked from the Dome Star, activating its curvature engine, enveloping the entire vessel in a curvature bubble. At a terrifying velocity of 20 times the speed of light, it vanished instantaneously into the vastness of space. After the Voyager departed, Don Juan began to set his sights on the next undertaking. He needed to scout and explore another relic star system, specifically the 77th relic star system. Although this star system has been identified, it remains unclaimed by any interstellar power. The entirety of the 77th system is entirely enveloped by a fully operational defensive system, rendering it inaccessible to outsiders. The 77th star system is the high-risk system mentioned in Chapter 13. Given the pristine condition of the defenses, it is certain that numerous remnants of ancient civilizations lie within, remarkably well preserved. There are even rumors circulating within the Star Domain network that the Dueling Empire is personally investigating the defensive systems of the 77th star system in hopes of discovering a breakthrough. Chapter 88. The Arrival of the Turan Envoy. The malice towards humanity at present. The dilemma facing Don Juan is how to reach the 77th ruined star system. Generally speaking, to explore the 77th star system, one must traverse through the 5th ancient stargate of the Yada Empire, which connects the 065 ruined star system to the 080 ruined star system. Alternatively, one may leap through the natural spatial nodes of the 117 interconnected star systems within the ruins domain. This method is also quite expedient. Given the current spatial jump velocity of Don Juan's fleet and the distances between spatial nodes, as soon as they jump to the next star system, they can immediately link with the spatial jump node to initiate the subsequent leap. However, there is a pressing issue. Don Juan must acquire the spatial node data of all the ruined star systems along the route. The Lingxiao star system, where he is located, connects to the 7th ancient stargate. This stargate links to the greatest number of ruined star systems, extending from the 097 ruined star system to the 117th, which is under Don Juan's control, namely the Lingxiao star system. Each confirmed ruined star system possesses a stargate for transit. As for the uncharted ruined star systems, it is uncertain whether they have such gates. However, it is likely they do not, as the remaining 7 ancient stargates cannot pinpoint the precise spatial coordinates of the other ruined star systems. Previously, when Don Juan proactively engaged the joint fleet of the 7th Frontier star system, he successfully recovered the wreckage of the warships post-battle and completely acquired the natural spatial jump node data of the 21 ruined star systems connected to the 7th stargate. This allows for the establishment of a precise jump route. Yet, he lacks the jump data from the remaining ruined star systems, which poses a significant challenge that must be addressed. As Don Juan pondered a solution, an urgent communication interrupted his thoughts. A cold voice reported, "Supreme, we have detected spatial jump fluctuations at the spatial monitoring station we deployed in the Yada 7th Frontier star system. An unknown fleet is transitioning towards the 7th Frontier star system. Is someone coming?" Don Juan was not surprised. It was highly likely that it was a reconnaissance vessel from the Yada Empire. After all, given the considerable time that had elapsed, even if the Yada Empire was slow to react, a month without any contact from the 7th Frontier star system would surely prompt a response. It is quite normal for them to dispatch a reconnaissance fleet for investigation. Let us refrain from any actions for now and observe the strength of the fleet they send. Don Juan concluded thoughtfully. Understood, Supreme. With that, the communication was terminated. In the Yada Empire's 7th Frontier star system, the massive stargate continued to float silently in the void of space. Meanwhile, amidst the encroaching darkness, the Thunderhammer space-based platforms deployed in the area entered a mode of silent observation under Don Juan's command. Indeed, it is not only the stargate at the other end leading to the Lingxiao star system. During this period, Tang Hong has also established the Thunderhammer space-based platform outside the stargate of the Yada 7 border star system. After all, the stargate operates bidirectionally and possesses the characteristic of linking spatial nodes. Ships transitioning through these spatial nodes to enter the Yada 7 border star system will also emerge from the stargate. The vast surface of the stargate, tranquil as a placid lake, stirred slightly, for interstellar vessels breached this veil of water, sailing forth from the stargate. Observing this from afar, Tang Hong sensed something amiss. Among the 4 interstellar ships, 3 were familiar to him, distinctly embodying the style of the Yada Empire. Judging by their models, they were high-speed reconnaissance vessels, undoubtedly part of the Yada Empire's scouting fleet. However, the 4th vessel exhibited a design that starkly contrasted with that of the Yada ships. Smaller in size, it appeared sleeker, with more rounded lines. Even those lacking technical knowledge could perceive at a glance that this fourth ship boasted a higher technological sophistication. This was not a vessel of the Yada Empire, nor that of any other interstellar power. Could it be? The more Tang Hong scrutinized, the stronger the sense of familiarity he felt towards that ship. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The reconnaissance ship he had previously intercepted, which had attempted to breach the southern gate defense system of the Lingxiao star system, bore a striking resemblance in internal design to this fourth vessel. This was a ship of the Dueling Empire. Tang Hong's expression grew grave. Why had the Dueling Empire dispatched a reconnaissance vessel? As the suzerain of the entire dueling interstellar society, the technological prowess of the Dueling Empire undoubtedly surpassed that of the Yada Empire by a considerable margin. While Tang Hong was well acquainted with the Yada Empire, the Dueling Empire remained largely unfamiliar to him, and he was unaware of their specific technological advancements. It was prudent to observe for now. In the face of an unknown adversary, caution was imperative. Among the 4 vessels that passed through the Stargate, a communication was initiated. A three-dimensional virtual projection appeared before the Yada Colonel Captain, commanding the mission, from the central reconnaissance vessel. The visage projected bore a striking resemblance to that of a human, appearing notably like a human female, albeit with 2 long horns protruding from the sides of her forehead. Is this the 7th border star system? Why is there nothing here? Esteemed envoy, we too are unaware of the reason. Just a lunar cycle ago, this place was thriving. The Yada Colonel Captain immediately raised his hand in salute, bowing deeply and responding with utmost humility. I ask you a question, and you, lowly reptile, dare to reply that you do not know? The exceptionally radiant countenance of the dueling envoy immediately turned frosty, her tone chillingly cold. Respected envoy, I truly do not know why. My mission is to investigate the cause of this matter. The Yada Colonel Captain was instantly filled with terror, his hand raised in salute trembling violently. Very well. Upon seeing Captain Yada, it was evident that she was unaware of the reasons behind this matter. Her expression, though strained, warmed slightly as she said, "Prepare to follow me through the Stargate. We shall venture into the 117th star system." The 117th star system? Captain Yada immediately displayed a look of concern. He responded, "Esteemed envoy, I have heard some trivial rumors suggesting that the 117th star system has been seized by a suspected human resistance organization known as the Celestial Mechanism. While I cannot verify the authenticity of these claims, I am equally unable to dismiss them as false. Organizations of this nature are prevalent among humanity. I strongly advise against your noble self venturing to the 117th star system. I must ensure your safety." As Captain Yada spoke, he inwardly lamented the situation. This envoy from dueling had unexpectedly crossed their path, insisting on accompanying them. He had only recently received a directive from Emperor Yada himself to safeguard the envoy's well-being. Regardless of the veracity of the rumors concerning the so-called celestial mechanism, no one had come forth to confirm or deny them, and he was unwilling to take such a risk. The celestial mechanism? A farce. An organization comprised of even more despicable, repugnant, and inferior humans that have split from your wretched reptilian empire. What is there to fear? Upon hearing this, the beautiful countenance of the dueling envoy momentarily contorted as if she were about to retch. For reasons unknown, it seemed she harbored a deep-seated animosity and disdain for the human race. Chapter 89. I have done my best to perform. Now, I require your assistance at the behest of the Turan envoy. The captain of the Yada Empire's flagship found himself unable to refuse. He had no choice but to accompany the envoy through the Stargate, preparing to enter the celestial realm of the Lingxiao star system on the other side. The captain was rife with inner turmoil. He had come to execute a reconnaissance mission, and if there truly existed an entity capable of causing the disappearance of 300,000 warships, then what chance did his modest vessel stand? The Yada personnel were filled with trepidation, yet the Turan envoy remained undaunted. Her unwavering confidence in the capabilities of her vessel dispelled any fear. Though her ship was relatively small, measuring less than 200 meters in length, it was a high-speed, advanced special vessel belonging to the Turan Empire, her personal craft. While it may lack formidable firepower, its speed was astonishing. With the curvature engine operating beyond its limits, it could enter curvature mode within mere seconds and then depart at 10 times the speed of light. Furthermore, thanks to the Turan Empire's superior AI technology, even in solitude, she could operate the ship with absolute precision. As they approached the Stargate, the question arose, should the defense system be activated? The voice of Shiwei whispered in Tang Hong's ear. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "No, let the defense system remain silent and concealed. Mobilize the fleet stationed at the southern gate. Aside from the Turan vessel, destroy the other 3 Yada ships. I wish to capture the Turan personnel aboard that ship. This presents an excellent opportunity to glean intelligence about the Turan Empire." Understood. Within the tranquil southern gate of the Lingxiao star system, the portal shimmered as 3 Yada vessels cautiously emerged. After surveying the surrounding expanse of space, the Yada captain, Relieved to find no sign of the rumored defenses poised to attack, sighed with relief. It seemed the rumors were unfounded. He muttered to himself and then transmitted a message to the other side of the Stargate. At that moment, the Turan vessel passed through the gate and entered the star system. The first sight to greet them was a colossal, blazing red giant star at the heart of the system. Is this the 117-star system? It appears rather unremarkable, remarked the Turan envoy, casting a glance around the vastness of space. Where is the resistance organization you mentioned? I find myself rather bored. Let us go and eliminate them for some excitement. The Yada captain was taken aback by the envoy's unexpected proposal, leaving him momentarily hesitant. The 3 Yada reconnaissance ships were not heavily armed, comprising only 3 Marine reconnaissance battalions and a squadron of reconnaissance aircraft, merely over 1,000 Marine combatants and a handful of spacecraft, lacking substantial firepower. Typically, human resistance factions, even when devoid of substantial starships, boast a significant number of combat personnel, often numbering in the tens of thousands. In the event of a confrontation, Captain Yada was uncertain of his victory. Moreover, the tone of the Turan envoy indicated a clear desire to witness the spectacle of their clash with the human resistance for her own amusement. Even if they emerged victorious, the toll of casualties would likely be severe. The Turan envoy emitted a sound from her throat, evidently displeased with Captain Yada's demeanor. Startled, he recalled the fate that befell those who defied the Turan Empire and, steeling himself, commanded the vessel to advance in search of the rumored human resistance base. At that moment, the radar detected a response. Captain Yada gasped and quickly reported, "Envoy, radar has picked up a ship traveling 50,000 kilometers away." Huh. Is it truly that easy to find them? Pursue and annihilate them. The Turan envoy suddenly smiled, her radiant face alight with excitement. She could hardly contain her eagerness to witness the scene of humans, bearing similarities to her own appearance, being ravaged by the reptilian race. Each time she observed such a spectacle, she felt an unsettling thrill, as if it were her own noble kin being trampled by the lowly lizard kind, instilling within her a perverse exhilaration. As a distinguished member of the Turan, she could not permit lesser races to lay a finger on her. Yet watching such scenes made her feel as though she were personally experiencing the humiliation of being subjugated, a sensation that inexplicably thrilled her. For ships accelerated forward, soon catching up with the sluggish vessel. Externally, it appeared to be approximately 500 meters long, unlike any class of ship they were familiar with. However, judging by its tonnage, it likely belonged to a type of heavy frigate. This was an Impermanence-class heavy frigate dispatched by Don Juan, undoubtedly a decoy vessel. Among the fleet types possessed by Don Juan, the Impermanence-class was the smallest. Still, this fact sent a jolt of apprehension through Captain Yada, despite being a heavy frigate. It was formidable. His trio of reconnaissance ships had a moderate firepower configuration, and while 3 could overpower 1, casualties were inevitable. It was even possible that one of his ships might be sunk. However, the Turan envoy seemed utterly unconcerned, eagerly commanding him to attack. With no alternative, Captain Yada reluctantly ordered the offensive. Thus commenced a close-quarters space skirmish spanning over 10,000 kilometers. The Impermanence-class heavy frigate performed vigorously, yet regardless of its efforts. The disparity in performance between the two fleets was evident. Even the smallest of Don Juan's warships, the Impermanence-class heavy frigate, had been outfitted with the specialized Wutsu alloy armor. Even without the activation of the psionic shield, the battleship's armor can withstand temperatures exceeding several 100,000 degrees. The laser weapons mounted on the 3 Yada reconnaissance vessels are utterly ineffective against its defenses. I have exerted my utmost effort in this performance. You must assist me. As it became evident that the 3 Yada reconnaissance ships were utterly incapable of breaching the enemy's defenses, the envoy from dueling gradually lost her patience. Useless. You cannot even take down a single vessel. It seems I must intervene personally and activate the disintegration cannon. The envoy's exquisite visage was marred by disdain and contempt as the disintegration cannon at the bow of the dueling ship began to charge. The disintegration cannon is essentially the ion beam utilized by the Don Juan fleet, merely referred to by a different name. A crimson beam erupted from the ship's bow, slicing through the void of space and traversing tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant, striking the Impermanence-class heavy frigate. In the envoy's estimation, should such a vessel not be felled by a single shot, it would merely necessitate a few more discharges from the cannon. However, in the next moment, the crimson disintegration beam was completely intercepted by a shimmering blue energy shield that had manifested on the surface of the Obsidian warship. The attack proved ineffective. The enemy vessel is equipped with a high-intensity energy force field. The AI's preliminary calculations indicated extreme danger. Evacuate immediately. Suddenly, the voice of the ship's AI resonated within the bridge, leaving the envoy from dueling momentarily stunned, her face a mask of incredulity, as if she had witnessed something that shattered her entire worldview. How is this possible? She had never encountered an AI issuing such a grave assessment before. She contemplated retreat, but it was already too late. Chapter 90. The Tauran envoy's terror. A chilling alarm resonated as the malevolent presence detected an incoming superluminal weapon. At 10 times the speed of light, the intelligent AI's voice faltered and ceased abruptly. In an instant, a microwave pulse enveloped the entire vessel, rendering all systems, reactor, engines, intelligent AI, weapon control, and curvature space monitoring of the Tauran ship utterly incapacitated. The source of this devastating microwave pulse hydrogen bomb was none other than the Impermanence-class heavy frigate. Everything that had transpired prior was merely a ruse to lull the Tauran ship into a false sense of security. The Yada Empire's warships were oblivious to the tenfold light-speed microwave pulse hydrogen bomb, yet Don Juan surmised that the Tauran Empire might possess means of detection. Should the weapon be launched from too great a distance, the Tauran vessels could potentially intercept it through their curvature space monitoring systems, introducing variables into the equation. However, launching from tens of thousands of kilometers away aboard an Impermanence-class frigate ensured that the Tauran Empire's ships would be unable to react in time, thus securing a more assured outcome. Upon being struck by the microwave pulse hydrogen bomb, the entire Tauran vessel succumbed to immediate paralysis, and the bridge, where the envoy resided, was plunged into darkness. Not even the most rudimentary lights flickered to life. What is happening? Respond to me. The Tauran envoy cried out into the abyss. Yet the bridge remained shrouded in silence, devoid of any response. The intelligent AI lay incapacitated, unable to provide any answers. In that moment, an expression of sheer terror overtook her visage. Suddenly, a resounding thud reverberated through the ship, not indicative of an explosion, but rather an unsettling tremor. The Tauran envoy steadied herself, swallowing hard. Had someone boarded her warship? Were those wretched humans responsible? In a frenzy, the envoy attempted to activate the ship's internal defense systems and elite mechanized soldiers, yet to no avail. The entire vessel lay in complete disarray. The enemy had infiltrated her warship, and it was only a matter of time before they reached the bridge. Stripped of all means of defense, she faced imminent slaughter. What fate awaited her? Would she be subjected to unspeakable indignities, ultimately discarded like a rag? Or would those humans exploit her noble lineage to clone warriors, relegating her to a fate akin to that of a cattle on a ranch? In that fleeting moment, her imagination spiraled into countless dark scenarios. The mere thought of her esteemed self falling into the hands of those contemptible humans filled her with profound revulsion and dread. After all, proclivities aside, reality was stark. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps echoed ominously outside the bridge. The Tauran envoy, jolted back to reality, trembled as she grasped a thermal explosive, contemplating a mutual demise with her adversaries. Yet, she soon discovered that the activation mechanism of the explosive had been rendered inoperative by the microwave pulse. All advanced equipment was beyond her reach. In desperation, she retrieved a short blade, now devoid of the means to ignite its ion device, and aimed it at her own throat, contemplating the ultimate escape. Yet her hands trembled violently, and the sharp blade refused to pierce through. Clatter! The short dagger fell to the ground as she shook with fear, tears of anguish streaming down her cheeks. She yearned to live. She did not wish to die. Boom! The great door of the bridge was forcefully thrown open. Several tall figures, exuding an air of elegance, entered the dimly lit bridge. Their propulsion packs glimmered softly, positioned just behind their heads. Who would have thought success would come so easily? Are they women? From Turin? A melodious female voice rang out, prompting the Tauran envoy to lift her gaze towards the towering yet graceful figures. Across from her stood another woman. In that fleeting moment, the Tauran envoy felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps she would not be ravaged, and her fate might improve. I'm asking you a question. Are you from Turin? The foremost figure, a psychic girl clad in celestial combat armor, approached with a height nearing 2 meters and 4 centimeters, seizing the envoy by one of her horns and compelling her to stand. Her tone was fierce as she inquired. Ah! The Tauran envoy cried out in anguish. Lifted off the ground, her slender legs flailing helplessly in the air, her feet scrambling for solid ground. As the distance closed, she discerned that this was a sweet-faced girl, her eyes sparkling with a captivating innocence. Yet the more she appeared endearing, the more fear gripped the Tauran envoy. She was from Turin, a representative of the vast Tauran Empire. She must not succumb to fear. These were merely the lowly humans of a rebellious faction, utterly beneath her. They would not dare to harm her. Not speaking, are we? I have ways to make you talk. A wicked smile danced upon the psychic girl's sweet visage. With one hand gripping the envoy's horn, she extended the other towards the envoy's forehead. What was she intending to do? The Tauran envoy awaited her fate with trepidation in her beautiful eyes. Fear not. I merely wish to examine your brain. Crackle. A surge of electric arcs flickered, and a faint pulse of psychic energy coursed directly into the envoy's mind. Ah! The Tauran envoy screamed as the psychic girl delved into her consciousness. However, during this probing, unbeknownst to her, she struck upon a particular region of the envoy's brain. And suddenly, the envoy's cries transformed. After a tremendous jolt of sensation, her beautiful eyes rolled back, her mouth agape, drool cascading down as her suspended legs trembled violently. The nearby tactical guard girls, armed and alert, caught a whiff of an unusual scent. One girl wrinkled her nose in disdain, exclaiming, "What a wretched creature. Sister Lika, be careful not to render her senseless. The Supreme has commanded us to keep her alive and intact," another tactical girl cautioned. "Fear not, I exercise restraint." The psychic girl named Lika smirked slightly, her brows knitting as she explored further before withdrawing her psychic energy and carelessly tossing the envoy aside. Thud! A heavy thud resonated as the Tauran envoy collapsed, her delicate form still twitching sporadically. Unable to find anything of value, the protective level of the chip within her brain was remarkably high. Should one attempt to forcibly extract the data, she would inevitably devolve into a mindless beast, rendering her unfit for interrogation. Yes, two tactical android maidens promptly advanced to support the still twitching body of the Tauran envoy. In the dark void of space, the Tauran vessel lay incapacitated, while a Phoenix-class heavy combat transport ascended from above. A nearby Hercules-class engineering ship immediately approached, extending its mechanical arms to commence the cutting and dismantling of the Tauran vessel on site. Chapter 91. Acquiring Tauran intelligence and transforming her into a spy in the Lingxiao star system. On the planet Daiku lies an underground prison. Situated a mere tens of millions of kilometers from its sun, this subterranean facility was originally a hollowed-out mine, which has since been repurposed as a prison. Established by Tang Hong, it has yet to be utilized. The prison's overall hue is a somber black, constructed from Wutsu alloy, the same material used for warship armor, capable of withstanding temperatures of hundreds of thousands of degrees. Each cell door is protected by a layer of energy shield. In a fit of madness, Tang Hong has dismantled an entire Thunder Hammer orbital platform, integrating its various weaponry into the prison. It is worth noting that 3 Thunder Hammer platforms can effectively encircle an entire planet. One could say that every few steps reveals a laser pulse turret or an ion beam turret, along with an array of concealed weapon systems. Moreover, due to the underground nature of this prison and its proximity to the sun, disposing of any condemned individual becomes a simple task of casting them into the stellar abyss, an impeccable solution. Currently, the Tauran envoy has the fortune, or perhaps misfortune, of being the prison's first occupant. Within the dark confines, the envoy, bound by special psychic chains, sits on the cold alloy floor. Her gaze vacant, her once bright eyes now dulled with despair. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps echoes from beyond the cell door. With a clang, the energy shield dissipates, and the door swings open, revealing a towering figure clad in specialized power armor. In the dimness, only the 2 crimson beams emanating from the mechanical eyes of the armor can be discerned. Tang Hong, adorned in a full-coverage Tian D-type power armor, strides into the cell. This armor, crafted from the latest Wutsu 2 alloy, is a stronger variant accidentally developed during the synthesis of the standard Wutsu alloy. The process is nearly impossible to replicate, yielding insufficient material for warship armor. However, it is more than adequate for Tang Hong's personal power suit. Since gaining access to higher dimensional space to enhance his psychic abilities, Tang Hong's powers have been augmenting his physique day by day. Originally, he stood nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, but now, his body has grown to exceed 7 feet 2 inches. Clad in his newly forged Tian D power armor, he now towers close to 8 feet 6 inches. Upon Tang Hong's entrance into the cell, the Tauran envoy exhibits no reaction, her lifeless gaze fixed upon the alloy floor. What has transpired to bring her to such a state? Tang Hong glances back at a group of psychic maidens, focusing on Lika among them. Heh, she is merely a bit dazed. I haven't altered the data chip in her mind at all. It's intact. Lika, feeling somewhat bashful, retreats behind Ruby. Forget it. For what I desire is the data within her mind, not the individual herself. Donwan shook his head, dismissing any concerns. In truth, even if Lika were to kill her and return with only her head, it would matter little, as long as the data chip within her brain remained intact. It could be deciphered. They would transport her to the data interpretation center within the prison to extract the information. Once the data had been analyzed, the individual would serve no further purpose. After stating this, Donwan turned to leave. He had merely come to witness firsthand what the legendary Tauranese looked like. Now, it appeared there was nothing particularly extraordinary about her. She resembled a human closely, save for the 2 long horns protruding from her forehead and her slightly more attractive appearance. At that moment, Lika gazed thoughtfully at the face of the Tauranese envoy before hastening to catch up with Donwan. Supreme One, I have a request. This individual holds another potential utility. Donwan turned back, inquiring, what is it? Speak your mind. Hee, grant her to me, Supreme One. After I have brainwashed and trained her, we can return her. This individual likely holds a significant status within the Turinese Empire and could serve as our spy there. I believe it is time for us to establish an intelligence agency. Faced with Lika's proposal, Don Juan pondered briefly. The suggestion was indeed commendable. Furthermore, he could not transform her. Doing so, and then returning her would inevitably reveal their intentions. Very well, I shall entrust her to you. Once the data within her brain chip is decoded, you may take her with you. Don Juan nodded in agreement before departing, awaiting the results of the data interpretation. The Turinese Empire had implemented formidable protective measures for the brain chips of each citizen. However, before the planetary-level computational matrix array possessed by Don Juan, such defenses proved to be riddled with flaws and utterly ineffective. Even with only a small portion of the planetary-level computational matrix array developed, its strength was sufficient. Soon, Don Juan received the extracted data from the mind of the Turinese envoy, encompassing her entire memories from childhood to the present. This woman certainly possesses a notable identity. Don Juan exclaimed. The Turinese woman was named Luo Xiaoling, her name bearing a resemblance to that of humans. She was the daughter of a provincial governor within the Turinese Empire, with a trace of royal blood. Luo Xiaoling was the fiancée of the 8th prince of the Turinese Empire, a pure maiden, and a close friend of the Grand Princess, the heir apparent of the empire. The Grand Princess was destined to become the next Turinese empress. As for the so-called identity of the Turinese envoy, that was indeed a fabrication. The Turinese Empire had not dispatched an envoy to the Yada Empire. According to her memories, she was to marry the 8th prince in 3 years, becoming a princess, and must remain within the palace during that time. In her recollections, Luo Xiaoling appeared aloof and unapproachable in the Turinese Empire, yet concealed a deeply buried cruel nature that no one was aware of. Before entering the imperial palace, she had clandestinely ventured out to the Yada Empire in search of amusement, seeking to unleash the cruel desires concealed within her heart, only to find herself ensnared by Don Juan. Luo Xiaoling possessed knowledge of numerous confidential matters pertaining to the dueling empire, including the strength of its fleet, the level of its technology, and vital spatial transition coordinates. She was also aware of the location of the dueling empire's capital. Surprisingly, Don Juan discovered that the capital of the dueling empire, known as Yuanling Star, had an ancient name from thousands of years ago, Earth. According to the historical records known to her, the dueling people had occupied Earth for millennia prior, subsequently designating this perfect life planet as their capital. The naval strength of the dueling empire was comparable to warships of the system's 8 extremes level, referring to the most primitive version of the 8 extremes classification, untouched by any technological enhancement. In contrast, the various models of warships currently at Don Juan's disposal had undergone multiple upgrades derived from ancient civilization relics and advancements to the 7 elements level of technology. With Wuzu alloy armor, psychic shields, high-powered energy weapons, inertialess engines, and tenfold light-speed curvature missile engines, they had vastly surpassed their original capabilities. All the interpreted data was meticulously recorded for further comprehensive analysis. Subsequently, Don Juan entrusted Luo Xiaoling to Lika, tasking her with brainwashing and training the young woman to transform her into a spy to be sent back to the dueling empire. This process was lengthy and likely uninteresting to you, so I shall refrain from detailing it. In summary, the outcome was remarkably successful. Chapter 92. The 77th Galaxy. The Turanian Fleet on Guard. Is there yet another to embrace death? Upon receiving the data, Shiwei commenced a meticulous refinement and selection process, isolating the pertinent information. Soon, several crucial datasets were preserved, including the spatial transition node data for all known relic star systems within the relic star domain, as well as intelligence pertaining to the high-risk 77th Galaxy. Luo Xiaoling's objective in arriving at the Yada Empire was to access the relic star systems, and the intelligence she meticulously prepared had now fortuitously benefited Tang Hong. The fleet assembled for this expedition comprised the following: a medium-sized assault battleship, the Thunderclap, designated as Tang Hong's flagship, aptly named the Emperor of Truth. What embodies the Emperor of Truth? One might observe the densely packed weaponry adorning this 15-kilometer-long vessel, including the ship's bow-mounted anti-ship energy arc cannon and the Star Marshal Tune 4 high-energy laser pulse cannon. This is the essence of truth. Accompanying it was the Firestorm, a heavy strike cruiser, and the Vanguard II, a swift attack cruiser. Furthermore, the fleet consisted of 12 Hellfire-class heavy firepower destroyers, 24 Impermanence-class heavy frigates, and 3 Terra-class large multi-purpose transport ships serving as logistical support vessels. In total, the expedition fleet comprised 42 warships. Although the 77th Galaxy is classified as a high-risk zone, the necessity for an extensive fleet was minimal. Based on the intelligence procured from Luo Xiaoling, Tang Hong devised a strategy to circumvent the outer defensive mechanisms of the 77th Relic Galaxy. Tang Hong himself would embark on this journey, equipped with a technological detection device capable of accurately identifying high-value technological artifacts and precisely locating the ancient civilization relics within the 77th galaxy. Setting a modest goal, he aimed to thoroughly extract the resources of that galaxy. Accompanying Tang Hong were the psionic maiden Ruby, the combat automaton Moonlight, and the technical android Vilya, while Shiwei and Relia remained at the celestial dome star. The 77th relic galaxy stands as the sole unclaimed galaxy among all relic galaxies, untouched by any faction to date. The matrix-shaped spatial defense stations resemble a vast net, rendering it nearly impossible for any interstellar fleet to penetrate directly. This defensive system envelopes the entire 77th relic galaxy, akin to an egg's protective shell. Nonetheless, various factions remain undeterred, lingering in the nearby galaxies, seeking a means to breach the defenses and enter the galaxy. Currently, the closest fleet belongs to the Turanian Empire. This expeditionary fleet has invested decades to finally secure the Stargate of the 77th galaxy, establishing a safe zone. However, their advancement beyond this point remains limited. They can only traverse the stellar sphere surrounding the Stargate. Consequently, the Turanian expeditionary fleet has evolved into the station fleet guarding the Stargate of the 77th relic galaxy. The 7,210th Turian is stationed at the Stargate of the 77th ruins. Another exceedingly dull day has passed, and once again, we have been unable to devise a method to breach the outer defenses of the 77th ruins star field. We speculate that the most effective approach may involve a forced entry through superluminal curvature movement. However, the interior of the galaxy is equipped with some form of curvature space monitoring device. Based on our research, we infer that any curvature fluctuations traveling below 20 times the speed of light could be detected instantaneously. The majority of our fleet's warships are outfitted with curvature engines that typically achieve speeds of only 10 times the speed of light, while even the Empire's most advanced curvature engines reach a mere 15 times the speed of light. The potential for a curvature space fluctuation cloaking device has also been proven ineffective. The Empire's cloaking device can only remain undetected when positioned beyond 1 light-year from enemy targets. When will I finally escape this graveyard? The Turian fleet stationed at the 77th ruins Stargate operates a space monitoring station, where a Turian inspector diligently records his observations in a journal, as is customary. Guarding this ruinous star system equates to safeguarding a graveyard. Thus, their station fleet has been colloquially dubbed the Gravekeepers by other Turian fleets. As a monitoring station inspector, he is indeed the epitome of a gravekeeper. Having been stationed at this Stargate for nearly 20 Turian years, he has grown accustomed to watching the intelligent AI repeatedly scan the galaxy, producing one nearly identical result after another, leaving his heart numb. However, today, something seems amiss. Warning: unauthorized transitory fluctuations detected at the Stargate. An unknown fleet is in transit and is about to pass through the Stargate. The sudden alert from the intelligent AI jolts him to attention. Yet as he comprehends the message, his spirit wanes again. What did he expect? It is merely another reckless wandering fleet. For the 77th Turian Station Fleet, their duties extend beyond merely studying the defensive systems of the galaxy. They must also remain vigilant against other audacious fleets attempting to breach the Stargate and invade the star system. These so-called wandering fleets do not belong to any recognized interstellar authority within Turian interstellar society. They are primarily composed of pirates and interstellar marauders. These individuals seek to enter the galaxy, hoping to uncover ancient relics of technology that could elevate them to power. Yet, from the perspective of the Turian inspector, these individuals are destined for demise. As the sovereign nation of the Turian Interstellar Society, even our Imperial fleet cannot breach the defenses and is confined to guarding the Stargate, unable to advance a single step. And you, a fleet devoid of any strength, wish to pass through? Such delusions are laughable. The inspector casually uploads this data to the fleet and then activates the observation device. The automated defense system constructed by the station fleet will respond accordingly. Typically, such wandering fleets are obliterated the moment they exit the Stargate. Observing a celestial fireworks display in the vastness of space serves as a peculiar solace amidst the monotony. A serene curtain of spatial fabric, akin to a placid water surface, ripples momentarily. From this tranquility, a slender warship emerges, as if slicing through the water. The defensive systems of the station fleet spring into automated action. In an instant, hundreds, if not thousands, of high-energy laser beams materialize in the void of space. The Monitor, with keen interest, anticipates the spectacle of cosmic pyrotechnics. However, in the next heartbeat, he is rendered speechless. The high-energy laser beams, racing at the speed of light towards the warship, seem to collide with an invisible barrier, failing to reach their target. The ethereal wall becomes apparent, revealing a transparent energy shield enveloping the entire vessel. Countless streams of potent laser energy stretch across the cosmos like elongated rods. One end connected to the cannon of the defense station, the other intercepted by the luminous shield manifesting on the warship's surface. The assault proves utterly futile. The Turan observer gazes in astonishment at the unfolding scene, suddenly aware that a grave situation has arisen. Chapter 93. 20 years have passed, and yet, anyone can casually bring a warship through. Good heavens! What manner of vessel is that? An energy shield? Quick, destroy it. Do not allow it to accelerate. It seeks to breach our defenses. The laser weaponry is utterly ineffective. Lock onto it with the rail gun, breach its shield. Launch the curvature engine missiles. The personnel at the Turan fleet stationed at the spaceport were all in a frenzy, shouting in alarm. Upon witnessing the complete ineffectiveness of the laser strikes, they were shocked for but a moment before immediately devising countermeasures. However, before their railguns could lock onto the target, the warship that had just traversed the Stargate swiftly activated its curvature engine. In an instant, the 4-kilometer-long elongated vessel was enveloped entirely. The next moment, the entire warship vanished into the void of space. It has disappeared? The adversary has entered curvature status. Initiate curvature space monitoring. The mood of the monitor at the space surveillance station lifted. He was invigorated. The enemy had entered curvature status, and judging by the trajectory of their vessel, it was highly probable that it would pass through his monitoring range. Now, it was his turn to surveil the space and locate the enemy. As a member of the sovereign nation of the Turan Interstellar Society, he held unwavering confidence in Turan technology. In the entirety of the interstellar community, no force had ever bested the Turan Empire in the realm of curvature space monitoring. Under normal circumstances, the enemy possessed an energy shield, but in curvature status. As long as I can locate you, there is no way you can evade the pursuit of superluminal curvature engine missiles. A game of cat and mouse was about to unfold. A smile graced the lips of the Turan monitor as he activated the spatial surveillance. Yet, in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. No, there were no fluctuations in spatial curvature. The Turan monitor stared in disbelief, rechecking several times. Gazing at the data presented on the screen by the intelligent AI. Nothing. Truly, there were absolutely no readings of curvature space fluctuations. How could this be? At that moment, a communication from above rang out. Space Monitor 17, why are you still dawdling? Report the spatial curvature data you have monitored at once. Commander. The Turan monitor swallowed hard, still unable to believe it, and said, Commander, I have detected no fluctuations in curvature space data. What? A voice filled with confusion came through, followed by a reprimand. How is this possible? Our entire fleet witnessed that warship entering curvature status. How could there be no data on curvature space fluctuations? Commander, there truly is none. Silence. A profound silence. When the commander of the entire station fleet heard this report, he too was bewildered. How could there be no data on curvature space fluctuations? After thorough confirmation, it became evident that not only the space monitoring station, but the entire fleet stationed there had failed to detect any corresponding fluctuations in spatial curvature. The commander of the Turan garrison fleet realized that there was indeed no sign of such phenomena. He swallowed hard, his eyes widening slightly, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The implications behind this occurrence were profoundly unsettling. The Turan Empire represented the pinnacle of civilization within the Turan Interstellar Society, and it was inconceivable that any entity could possess curvature engine technology superior to that of the Turan Empire. He had always held this belief with unwavering conviction. Yet, the scene before him today had shaken the very foundations of his pride and confidence. A warship had brazenly activated its curvature engine right under their noses and made its passage. Such an occurrence had not transpired in the past 2 decades. Commander, do not worry, a fleet officer spoke up at that moment, addressing the commander of the Turan garrison fleet. Do not worry. The commander shot a piercing glare at the fleet officer.